Broadway's my beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, where the measured screaming of the spectaculars echoes into the wilderness of the night, and their cadence is the beat of a metallic and mechanical heart. This is the rhythm of the life you're assigned to on Broadway. There's nothing you can do about it. You challenge it with a whisper or a plea or a cry, and there's no one to hear it, because Broadway's ears are tuned only to the throb of the mechanical heart. It's Broadway, my beat. It came at noon, a transcript of a phone conversation requesting the extraordinary pleasure of my presence at the apartment of one DION Hartley, but urgently, but immediately. So I put my presence in a squad car, brought it to the apartment of DION Hartley, and placed it therein. It was an experience. The apartment seemed to contain everything exquisite that had been fashioned or dreamed by men, all in crystal glass cases, all tagged with little golden medallions, and all ruled over by DION Hartley, but exquisitely.
This excruciatingly lovely Grecian statuette, Mr. Clover. You want to know what it cost?
No, not particularly.
Of course you do. It cost me my most precious emotions, even a few pennies of my soul, if I had one. A devastating price to pay, Mr. Clover, for a lousy statue.
If you say so.
You're delightful, Mr. Clover. You want to know why I sent for you? Fatally, inevitably, you.
Now I'm here, I might as well know.
For a very simple reason. I am going to be murdered. Don't look at me that way, Mr. Clover. I'm quite serious.
Tell me about it.
Look about you, Mr. Clover. My apartment, my possessions. All these reveal a man. Me. DION Hartley. Satirist for the magazine Satire. Revealing, no?
Up to a point.
Exactly. Only to a point. You would not know, for example, that I am abysmally weary of all this, that all these are only toys, that I have played with them, caressed them, and quite had my fill of them. Up to here.
So?
So I have gone on to playing with other things, more variable, more thrilling, more impassioned.
You're out of my depth, Mr. Hartley. Like what things?
Like human emotions, to be exact. An exquisite hobby, Mr. Clover. Humans and their emotions. I get my kicks that way.
That's the kind of man DION Hartley is, huh?
That he has become. Mr. Clover, I have tuned a certain group of people up to such an emotional pitch that they have no recourse but to murder me, either individually or collectively.
These lucky people, who are they?
That's for you to discover, Mr. Clover.
Wait a minute. You tell me you're going to be murdered. You know the people who might murder you. Still, you won't tell me who they are. I'm suddenly part of the hobby, huh, Mr. Hartley?
Exactly. How discerning of you.
But you'd better explain it to me anyway.
It gives me profound pleasure. This is an exquisite game I have created, Mr. Clover. You are now a part of it. I have made these certain people want desperately to kill me. I shall now make you want to stop them from killing me.
And what do you do during all this?
Nothing. Precisely nothing. I have set marvelous passions in motion. It's like a play. And I'm dying to know what happens at the final curtain. Does it interest you, policeman? No? I shall make it more interesting. A proposal, my policeman. If I am not murdered and lying in the blood of my death at the end of this week, say, I shall pay off with $50,000 to your favorite charity. Will you save my life, Mr. Clover?
His fingers reached out and lingered on my lapel long enough to capture a piece of lint. Then they fell away. From him it was a gesture, a smirk. But it was something else. It was his way of making terror and pride a single emotion. DION Hartley wasn't kidding. So it began, the inquiry as to why a man had to die violently. A man who dared me to stop his dying. DION Hartley. Broadway knew him as a brittle sophisticate who wrote brittle bits for a 6-bit magazine called Satire. I went there to the magazine's offices. They opened doors for me and supplied long cigarettes and short coffees until the editor could see me. Then the editor could see me.
Sit down, please.
Thanks. I'm Danny Clover.
Shake, Danny Clover. I'm Sybil Raynard. I was just wondering that suit you're wearing. I like the way that fits across the shoulders. Who's your tailor?
I bought it off the rack.
Well, that's a twist I never thought of. Now tell me why we're chatting.
Because of DION Hartley.
You're his friend, I suppose. Then we shouldn't be chatting at all. We should be screaming at each other.
You hate him, huh?
How pulpy. I love him. It's just extraordinary what DION can do to a person. Now tell me why I'm answering you.
I got an interest in Hartley. He's afraid he might die.
That would make you a doctor who I wouldn't talk to. An insurance agent who I'd have thrown out of here. A policeman who I wouldn't talk to, or...
A friend of DION's. A good friend.
Oh. You too? Well, you never know. Welcome, Danny Clover.
People want to kill him. What people?
Me. I'd want to kill him. I said I loved him. On odd days of the week, starting with Tuesday, I hate him. You can follow me around and see if I'd kill him.
I could do that.
However, there's Camden.
Yes, there is. The one in New Jersey, you mean?
How pulpy can you get? I mean Camden Drake. Camden the writer. The Greenwich Village Camden. Camden Drake will kill DION someday. You want to make a wager? I could make you a fine, interesting wager, Danny Clover.
It was weird. It made no sense. A policeman tracking down a crime that hadn't been committed. A crime wanted and willed by a man who knew its shape was his own death by murder, and who had called in a policeman to prevent it, if the policeman could. Any setup as insane as that takes special handling. So I handled it in a special way. Sybil Raynard had given me the cue. She wouldn't talk to a policeman, she said. So I stopped being a policeman. I became just the good friend of the good DION Hartley, and then DION's other good friends talked to me. Camden Drake was no exception.
DION sent you to me?
Yes, Camden. DION said you and I'd have a lot to talk about.
DION is never wrong.
You're a writer, he said.
I write.
That must be very interesting, to write.
Most of the time, it stinks.
Huh. DION said you have great talent. He said you were...
Promising.
Promising.
That's funny. He never told me that.
Oh?
Is that the lot we have to talk about, Mr. Clover?
No, I've heard other things about you.
You have? Like what?
Like if DION should be killed, murdered would be more exact, it would be you who murdered him.
Ah, that makes for interesting talk.
You don't want to know who told me that?
Not especially.
But that kind of talk could get back to DION. It could even break up your friendship. Doesn't that bother you?
No. And I'll tell you why, Mr. Clover. Because the friendship between DION and me can't be destroyed by the ugly mouth of Sybil Raynard.
You knew all the time, Camden. What's this, Camden? A manuscript you were working on?
Yes, and put it down.
You won't mind if I glance through it. DION said...
Put it down, I said. Put it down!
Take it easy, Camden. It's not polite to slap friends of DION.
If you read a word of that manuscript, I'll kill you.
It's that good,
It's
huh?
only for DION to see. Only for DION! Do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Camden. But maybe Dion will never get to read it, because he'll be dead. Because maybe you'll kill him before you finish it.
Is that why he sent you here? Because he thought I'd kill him?
Maybe.
Oh, he's so wrong. So wrong. He's got it mixed up, that's all. He should know it's Joan. It can only be Joan.
Joan?
He didn't tell you about her? About Joan York?
No.
Then I'm telling you. Go talk to her, Dion's friend. Ask her why she wants to kill him.
I'll do that, Camden. Where do I find Joan?
In Gramercy Park. 1712 Gramercy Park. Well, it's been a nice talk, Mr. Clover. Promise me you'll never come back.
Yes, who is it?
There was something about her, something like the promise a man makes to himself in some dark part of his life. The promise had the name Joan York. Her dark hair clouded to her shoulders, and her eyes were soft. The planes of her face, her mouth. The promise had the name Joan York.
Who is it, please?
I'm Danny Clover, a friend of yours. Camden Drake said I might speak with you.
Camden? Of course, Mr. Clover. Come in. Sit down, please. How is Camden? Why are you staring, Mr. Clover?
Huh? Oh, he's all right.
Why are you staring?
Was I? I'm sorry.
I don't want to be rude. I was busy.
You were busy. At what?
Illustrating, Mr. Clover. I do that for the magazine, for satire. You wanted to speak with me?
Yes. We were talking, Camden and I, about a man, about Dion Hartley, about Dion's manner of living, his manner of dying. That's when your name was mentioned.
Who are you, Mr. Clover? Another of the charmed circle? A worshipper at the shrine of Hartley? Another of Dion's errand boys?
It's a way of stating it.
Go back to the great Dion, Mr. Clover. Go back and tell him you had your fingertips on my brain and you beguiled me with your charm.
Miss York.
Tell him you did all that and you finally learned that I wished that Dion Hartley were dead. I wished him dead, Mr. Clover. Tell him that.
Why do you hate him so much?
That's a searching question. I hate him because of what he does to people.
To Camden Drake?
To him. To others. But to him. I don't want Camden to disintegrate. To be a friend to Dion Hartley is to sow the seed of your own destruction. But you know that already.
I know.
Then you know the disenchantment that Hartley causes. Hartley sneers at the world and passes it on to all who touch him. That's death to a talent like Camden's.
And you'd wish Hartley dead for that?
I've already told you that, Mr. Clover. Take it back to your Mr. Hartley. Sit by his feet and look up at him, adoring, and tell him I said so. You'd better go now, Mr. Clover.
Can I talk to you now, Danny? Oh, Danny, you've been sitting here for 2 hours now. Your face looks like it's all thumbs, Danny.
You want something, Tartaglia?
Oh, you got a problem? Well, I am ready to receive it, Danny, and give you my utmost opinion on it.
Try this. A man says he's going to be murdered and makes a game out of it. And 3 people in their own way have a motive for killing him. An editor, a writer,
What, Danny?
You never saw such a girl, Tartaglia.
Hey, it ain't spring yet, Danny.
Danny Clover speaking.
This is Dion Hartley, Mr. Clover. Your charity has lost.
What's the matter with you?
You've lost the game, Mr. Clover.
Mr. Hartley.
Don't you see? I've been murdered.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Money, music, fun, and action. Whatever you want, CBS has it for you this Saturday night. Money, $53,000 in cash and prizes in Sing It Again's Phantom Voice Jackpot. Fun, of Full Measure with the Goldbergs, with Arthur Godfrey's Digest, with the campus kids of Young Love. Music, how can you beat that hour with Vaughn Monroe and Gene Autry? And action, you'll get it with Gangbusters. They're all heard every Saturday on most of these same CBS stations. So be listening.
Broadway's a street that'll give you anything you want, anywhere you want it. All you have to do is set your mind to it and be looking in the right direction at the right time. If you look one way, Broadway's liable to wink at you and nod its head. But look another way, you're liable to get a newspaper shoved in your face. That's so you'll see the headline up close. DION Hartley shot to death. Then you keep on investing in later editions to find out what juicy set of circumstances made DION Hartley a murder victim. It was my job to gouge out the facts. At headquarters, Sergeant Gino Tartaglia summed it up tersely.
Oh, we got a murder mystery on our hands, Danny.
You think so, huh?
Yeah. And you would have nothing to worry about if you was just Frisbee Novotny.
Look, Tartaglia, I've got troubles enough.
Huh? Well, what troubles?
I haven't done this for a long time, Tartaglia. Passed myself off as something I'm not.
Oh, that is the duty of a plainclothes detective, Danny.
Yeah, but I don't like the circumstances. This one time, I feel like I'm lying by not telling people I'm an officer. It's a feeling I don't care for.
But, Danny, like I said, this is your duty. I don't understand, Danny. What people in particular do you feel like you're lying to?
To a murderess, maybe. A girl named Joan York.
Huh?
Sounds funny, huh?
Danny, you shouldn't let certain things blind you to other certain things.
Sure. I'll wait till I'm a little older, huh? I guess it's like this. I've just got a strange idea Joan York's got the best reason for killing Hartley. I hate the idea. I'll see you, Tartaglia. I'm going someplace where I can get the whole thing out of my mind. Joan.
What is it? What do you want, Mr. Clover?
I wanted to talk to someone whose wish came true.
Mine came true. Dion is dead. Is that what you mean?
That's part of it.
And the rest? Tell me the rest, Mr. Clover.
May I come in, Joan?
I want you to.
That music, it's...
Lovely. Haunting. For you. Is it like that for you, Mr. Clover?
Like that. But more like... Where's it coming from?
Man in the apartment across the air shaft. He's a student. He plays like that 4 hours a day.
4 hours?
To the minute. But we can't let it stop us, can we? We have to talk about Dion's murder, you and I.
Why do you say that?
Because that's why you came here to me. Because you were Dion's friend. And because you were Dion's friend, you want to know if I killed him.
There could be another reason. Joan, listen to me.
Why do you do that, Mr. Clover?
Was I doing something?
You're different today. The way you say my name, it's gentle. Makes me want to run to you, like a child.
I didn't mean...
No, please don't be embarrassed. It's me, it's the way I talk. Words have no meaning unless they say what you mean.
That makes it easier. You were right, Joan. I want to know if you killed Dion Hartley. I have to know. I have to. Listen to me, Joan. You wanted him dead. You had a motive. At least the police would call it motive.
I hated Dion for destroying people I've loved. Is that motive for killing a man?
Yes.
A good one, don't you think, Mr. Clover?
You tell me, Joan.
I'll tell you. But not now. Not now.
When?
Later. Take me to dinner, Mr. Clover. The Casca. It's a little restaurant with music. Just down the street. 8 o'clock. Is that all right for you? 9 o'clock?
I'll be there, Joan.
Thank you, Mr. Clover. You're late, Mr. Clover. I was beginning to be afraid you wouldn't come.
I'm sorry. I had some things to take care
It
of.
doesn't matter. You're here.
Hungry?
Only to talk to someone. You. Are you hungry?
No.
Then we can just sit and talk. I've been thinking, Danny.
What? What were you thinking?
That we're very much alike, you and I.
How, Joan?
There's a kind of terrible loneliness in you. I know it. No, don't stop me. I know it's a loneliness. Because you couldn't understand so well all that's empty and lost and frightened in other people. I know nothing about you, Danny. How did you get so far along so fast?
You're frightened, aren't you, Joan?
No, not that. It's not the right word. Released, free, lonely. Are those the words?
It depends.
On what I may have done with my life? Or someone else's life?
On that.
Will you dance with me, Danny?
I want to.
Could you kill Danny?
What?
A man like DION Hartley. Could you have killed him?
I don't know.
I think you could have. A man like that. Did you? Somewhere, somehow, he must have given you motive, too.
No, I didn't kill him, Joan.
I know you didn't. I just wanted you to consider it for a moment. The thought of killing DION. It didn't revolt you, did it? Did it, Danny? Dance with me, Danny. Dance with me.
Well, well, well. If it isn't Joan Girl, complete with nothing.
Hello, Camden. Goodbye, Camden.
Camden, please.
Please. I like that when you say please to me, John. It's like the old golden days before DION Hartley.
Whatever it is, take it somewhere else, Camden.
That cut it, didn't it, Joan? That shining thing we had, you and I. DION loused it, didn't he? Didn't he, Joan?
Yes. He made it rotten. He made it filthy. He made me want no part of you or of him.
So you killed him, huh? You killed him! You killed the best thing that ever happened to me! You killed him!
Take it easy, Camden. Take it easy. The people are...
Take your hands off me! Take them off!
Easy, kid. Easy.
I told you! Maybe now you'll believe me.
Yeah, that's twice now, Camden. I owe you something.
Here, you two. Break it up. Break it up. What do you two bums want, all right? Hey,
What's the matter, officer? You want something, officer? Keep away from me.
But
I said keep away.
Okay, but it shall be as you wish. Are you coming quiet, or do I use this stick on you? All right, that's better. Come on.
Thanks, Patrolman Meshikoff. You did great.
Look, I'm only a stupid ox, Danny, but I don't get it. You, I should arrest.
Yeah, exactly that. I didn't want those people to know I was a cop.
Oh.
I want this to look legitimate. Call me a paddy wagon officer. I want to go to jail.
Hey, Danny! Hey, Danny, wait for me!
What is it, Tartaglia?
Well, word has it you got tangled up last night, Danny. Barroom brawl with a guy named Camden Drake.
So?
Well, I was just talking to Demchuk, the ambulance driver. He just brought in Camden Drake.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Danny. Shot. They found him in an alley off Bank Street in the village.
I only kidded myself for a couple of hours longer. I told myself maybe Sybil Raynard, the editor of Satire. I told myself that and had her checked and found out she'd flown to Florida immediately after my interview with her and had been confined to her room with the flu since she got off the plane. Airtight. Then I stopped kidding myself. I set everything up with headquarters and walked to where I had to go. And all the way there, the streets were gutters. And where I walked, people looked away.
Danny. Come in, Danny. So early, Danny. It's hardly noon.
You mind, Joan?
Oh, you know I don't. Sit down.
All right. Joan.
Wait a minute, Danny. I'll fix some coffee.
No, don't.
No?
Joan, after I was arrested last night...
I went right home. Is that what you were going to ask me?
Yes. Camden Drake's dead, Joan. He was shot dead.
I don't believe you.
He's dead.
But who?
It doesn't matter much, does it, Joan? Does it?
Look, Danny, I'll get some... Wait, the door. Yes?
Hiya, baby. Hiya, Johnny. Johnny, baby. Say, oh, Johnny, baby. Come here.
Danny.
Take your hand off her.
Hey, who you shoving? Who is this guy, Johnny?
Outside. I said outside.
Johnny.
Danny, he's got a gun.
Yeah.
Danny, what did you do?
Don't worry about it, Joan. I'll get him out of here.
But you've just... He's dead, isn't he?
Get away from him, Joan. You don't have to look at him. Look, listen to me. I'll get him out of here. This doesn't have to concern you at all. You understand that, don't you?
Where will you go, Danny?
I've got some money. Europe, maybe. I don't know.
Take me with you.
What?
Take me, Danny.
I just killed a man, Joan. You don't deserve to share that.
Danny.
You just stay here. I'll get rid of him.
Danny, I killed Dion Hartley. Don't stare at me, Danny. Yes, I killed him. I think you knew that, didn't you, Danny? Now you know. Now it makes everything all right. You can take me with you, Danny, both of us.
Joan.
Yes, and Camden Drake, too. I killed him, Danny. Now you can take me, Danny. Now we've got two awful secrets we can share. It's better.
Why? Why did you do it, Joan?
I had to. I thought I was in love. In love with Camden. Dion was squeezing Camden's soul. I killed him.
And the boy?
It was easy. You heard Camden. He didn't want me. Camden knew what I'd done and said he was going to the police. It didn't matter after that. After you...
Didn't you know, Joan?
No. Knew what?
I'm a policeman, Joan.
Danny.
Get up, McGibbon. You can get up now.
Yeah. Okay, Danny.
Danny! Danny, no! No! Danny, you! No! No!
Hi, Danny. Nice morning, huh, Danny? I'd gladly run out and get you some coffee, if you'd like some coffee. Oh, Danny. Danny? These things. Sorry, Danny.
It stretches out in front of you, this mirage called Broadway. This street that offers you dreams, then laughs in your face. Its crowd and cruelty, its sound and sorrow, its fury and its teardrop. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The cast tonight included Ann Stone, Virginia Gregg, Elliot Reed, Ted Osborne, Bert Holland, and Jack Crucian. America has always been known as the melting pot of the world. All peoples of all races and color and religions living together within the boundaries of a free democracy. The melting process has been long and difficult, but as each year passes, it becomes much easier because part of the mixture now is tolerance, and tolerance can bind a nation together. Help America to always retain her democratic reputation through your tolerance. Accept or reject people on their individual worth and for no other reason than that. Joe Walters speaking. This is CBS, where you'll find Broadway is My Beat every Friday night. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, where the fury of the night races against the time of dawn. It needs those hours to prove itself. The mob, the grinning faces, the voice that whispers. But hurry. Time's at your heels and the night lasts only so long. That's the word on Broadway. My Beat. It's a system they worked out long ago. The darkness is reserved for those who break the law so that the police can write out their reports in the daytime. That's what I was doing, writing out reports when Sergeant Tartaglia nudged his head through the doorway.
Good morning to you, mine lieutenant.
Hello, Tartaglia. What's in your mind?
Oh, she's here again, Danny.
Yeah, I had a feeling she'd be here. She'll never give up, will she?
You know, I got a theory about that, Danny.
Sure, in.
Yeah, sure, Danny. This way, miss.
Are you going to help me, Mr. Clover? Are you? Don't send me away again.
The girl who crossed the room and placed her fingers on my desk was slender. Her face seemed about to grow suddenly old. Her skin was pale, unveined, dead white.
I've come back to ask you again, Mr. Clover.
Sit down, Rhoda.
No. A beggar who stands can keep some dignity. I like to think that anyhow. Maybe it's a lie.
Rhoda.
Did you say my name gently to show me you pity me? I don't want to be pitied.
No, look, Miss Lynn, Danny was only trying
Rhoda, listen to me.
Listen. Yes, I'll listen. Say a kind word to me.
Rhoda, you've come to ask me to have your father's body exhumed. I know that.
You know that.
But we've already done that. 2 months ago, 4 months after your father died, we exhumed his body. He wasn't poisoned, Rhoda. In spite of what you say, he wasn't poisoned.
Poisoned? That's how my father died. Robert Lynn, my father, was murdered. That's a simple sentence. Understand it.
The death certificate...
My father was poisoned, and I'm being poisoned, and I'm going to die. And you'll sit there and say my dying meets all the requirements for dying because there'll be a death certificate. No. Nothing. Bye, Mr. Clover.
Danny, that girl needs attention of some sort or another.
Talking to, by a doctor, by a parent, by somebody. Where does she live, Tartaglia?
In a combination dentist office and living quarters on 147th Street, 1612, with her mother and stepfather.
Stepfather?
Yeah, her mother got married again. Hey, this mother must like dentists. The husband who died was a dentist. Now, husband number 2, one Bernard Burke, turns up also to have a talent with the drill. Hey, you going up there, Danny?
Like I said, Rhoda Lynn needs talking to by somebody. The place where Rhoda lived was a soot-crusted 5-story apartment building of yellow and pock-marked brick. It stood on 147th Street, just around the corner from where Broadway tries to be suburban. And it had 2 things, an open court to grab onto whatever light and air that was left over. And the kids bouncing a ball against a brand-new gilt-lettered sign that said, Bernard Burke, dentist, 5 flights up, gas, no pain. As I rounded the turn on the 4th floor, I heard a door close above me and steps starting down. And then the steps became a voice that said it knew me.
Danny Clover. I know you, Danny. You know me?
I'm sorry,
you don't know me. Here, I'll lean my face over in the light. A familiar face, huh, Danny? Repulsive, but familiar, huh?
Yeah, but I don't quite place...
Ben Elliot, the private investigator. Your civilian competition. Remember the axe murder case where I was positively useless to you? You remember that, don't you, Danny?
Sure. How are you, Ben?
Happy as a fagel.
Glad to hear it. What are you doing here, Ben? Competing?
You deduce this just because I just came out of a dentist's office. Nah, Danny. You got it all wrong. Bert, the no-pain dentist, has just made some alterations on a bridge I suffer in my mouth. Here, take a look.
Stunning. I hope you and the bridge are very happy together.
You kill me, Danny. Such a wit. You, Danny, what's with you? You also got sorrows in your teeth?
In every one. So long, Ben. See you around.
Yeah, Danny. Take care. I recommend it from the heart.
Yes? You had an appointment with Dr. Burt? You'll have to wait.
I'll wait.
You could amuse yourself with some Euro National Geographic, or this brochure from a dental supply house with illustrations in color. Or you could talk to me.
That last thing. Let's do that.
You've made such a wise choice. And now, do you begin, or shall I?
You're Rhoda's mother, aren't you, Mrs. Burt?
Men are such babies about pain, aren't they? And my husband is such a dental dentist.
You're Rhoda's mother.
Yes, I'm Rhoda's mother. And Dr. Burke's assistant and wife. And you? One of Rhoda's numerous and nameless boyfriends?
I'm Danny Clover of the police, Mrs. Burke. Rhoda was in to see me again.
To ask you to have her father's body torn out of its grave again?
Then you know about it. About her coming to me.
Of course I know. A girl's best friend is her mother, isn't she, Mr. Clover? Rhoda adores me. She tells me everything. But not in a whisper. In a scream.
Like what? What does she tell you, Mrs. Burke?
That I murdered my first husband, her father. That I'll murder her. That I... Oh, she's such a sick little girl. So sick. We try to help her, but we can't. She won't let us. The sickness that drains all the sweetness out of her. Sick. She's not like a mother's child at all.
She's always so pale, Mrs. Burke. Have you had her to a doctor?
Rhoda? Do you think she would let me take her anywhere, do things for her, tell her what she should do, when she thinks that terrible, ugly thing about me? Answer me, Mr. Clover.
I just ran into a man, Ben Elliot, a private investigator. What was he doing here, Mrs. Burke?
You just go on home, Mr. Raymond. Put a nice pack on it, and here's some sample aspirin. Takes you every 2 hours, and a hot and cold applications during the night. You feel like a new man. Well, what have we here, Mildred? New patient? You're next, sir.
Not a patient, Bernard, a policeman. Danny Clover. He's concerned about Rhoda. Do you think we can help him?
Well, I'm glad you're here, Mr. Clover. Will you step into my office, please?
Bernard.
Please, Mildred. We should have handled it this way in the first place. Will you go in, Mr. Clover?
Bernard, I advise you to let it alone.
Mildred, will you take care of those X-ray negatives? During office hours, you are my assistant. Thank you, Mildred. After you, Mr. Clover. Sit in the dentist chair, Mr. Clover. Very comfortable. It's almost paid for, too. Here, I'll adjust it. Yeah, isn't that nice?
Never had it better. Now, Dr. Burke, what is it that you should have handled this way? I only ask because I'm curious.
Oh, yes, of course. The theft of the gold. The gold I used to fill my client's teeth. Most durable. 14 karat. Very expensive. Shines when brushed.
Does that?
Oh, beautifully. I'm reporting it to you because you're a policeman. And the only proper authority to handle it. Mildred tried to convince me otherwise. She did, too.
Oh?
Yeah, she looked in the classified and found the name of a private investigator, Ben Elliot. And had him up here and told him all. I tried to tell her we should report it to the police, but she wouldn't have it. And that's why I'm glad you're here. Because now both Mildred and I have had our way.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'll turn it over to the burglary detail, Dr. Burke.
I'd appreciate it, Mr. Clover.
That's nothing. Now, talk to me about Rhoda, Dr. Burke.
Oh, well, I can't tell you much about her. She never confides in me. I'm her stepfather, you know. Sometimes it's very painful.
Who does she confide in?
Well, there's a boy, Frank Norman. Rhoda was always with him. As a matter of fact, I had to go and bring her home one night because they were both too drunk, Mr. Clover, to maneuver by themselves.
Where was that?
Well, it's a bar somewhere on 52nd Street. Well, that street is home for that boy. You'll find my gold, Mr. Clover. It's very important in my business.
Yeah, it's a promise, Dr. Burke. The bar cars of 52nd Street wink at you. It's a special kind of wink, mechanized in chrome, and the tubular neon offers a variety of colors. The decor is sleek, the prices pegged to suit your individual needs, and the invitations are but irresistible. So I bar hopped, looking for a kindred spirit named Frank Norman. It took quite a while. Then, near 10th Avenue, there was a place where the decor had crumbled just a bit, where a jukebox sold background music to emotions, also crumbling. And the bartender waved me to the back of the room, showed a boy sitting there considering what dreams are to be found in the bottom of a shot glass. I touched his shoulder.
Hi. And I don't know you.
I'm Danny Clover. Mind if I sit down?
It goes like this, Danny. As a tyke, I was unloved and unwanted. I was left to consider the forever moon and the howling wind and garbage.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, Danny. Precisely and with poetic embellishments. My life for a drink. Buy it, Danny. Go ahead, buy it.
Yeah. Waiter. Yours, Frank.
And I have another version also for the price of a gin, and a brandy version that kills me to think about. But I'll sell it too.
That one, it includes Rhoda Lynn, huh?
Who are you? What do you want?
I said it once, Danny Clover, police.
You didn't say the last part. All you said was Danny Clover. And all you did was buy me a drink.
Police.
I'm pure, Danny Clover, police. Law-abiding, upright, unsullied by temptation. Harmless. What about Rhoda?
What about Rhoda?
Is this? She's dying. She sent me away because she's dying. Sent me back to the garbage. She's dying.
How do you know?
Death sits on her shoulder and whispers to her, can't you tell? I can tell. I loved Rhoda when she wasn't dying. That's how I can tell.
What about her mother? Does she know?
Her mother? Mildred Burke.
Yeah. What about her?
She married a man 3 months after her husband died. That's a complete biography of Mildred Burke. That explains her. It explains everything about her.
Well, that's her privilege.
There was even a brother of yours. You are a detective, aren't you, Danny Clover?
Another detective? Ben Elliot, maybe?
Ben Elliot. He was detecting for her even when her first husband was alive. You look surprised. Don't look surprised. Go up to the bartender, give him money, and tell him it's from me. Tell him my wish is his command.
I stood there for a moment longer, watched him till his voice blurred and his eyes sought something far away. Then I left. I looked up Ben Elliot in the classified, hailed a cab and went there. Up a flight of stairs and walked back. The sign on the door said, "Come in." So I came in. The sound Rhoda made in her throat was like somebody far away yelling horribly. She stood beside the desk, swaying a little, her face ashen. Even where her fingertips clotted her skin, there was no color. I caught her before she toppled over.
I didn't do it.
What didn't you do?
I swear I didn't. I wasn't in the room. I didn't kill him.
Then I saw him. He was on the other side of the desk, crumpled in a dark space, dead from a bullet hole in his throat. Ben Elliot, dead, and his hand squeezed around a clump of gold, frozen around it. The hand and the gold trapped in a thin shaft of light. And the girl stirred in my arms, and the scream that was imprisoned there tore itself from her throat.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
There are many things about Broadway. It has its own private set of values, for instance. It measures the essence of a man's life in terms of light and darkness. Big man, so many masts of bulbs, so many yards of neon to scream his name into the streaming night. Little man, his apportioned share of darkness. Like a spectacular with burnt-out bulbs whispering into nothing. Ben Elliot was a little man. His only claim to distinction that he died holding a fistful of dentist's gold. But there was another thing. His murder was attended by a girl, pale and shrieking as death itself. I had to know a lot of things about her. Dr. Sinsky filled in a few.
A very sick girl, Danny. So sick I can't tell you.
Well, try, Doctor. Try to tell me anyway.
She's dying, Danny, of a rare type of pernicious anemia. So rare I had to call my old professor at Columbia to find out what it was. He called me a numbskull, then the Latin word for schlemiel, and then he told me.
What type is it?
You wouldn't understand. You're a fine type fella, Danny, but excuse the expression, you're also a layman. Some diseases are so mysterious, a doctor likes to keep them to himself.
Oh, wear them in good health. What about the poison? Did you find any evidence that she's being poisoned?
None whatsoever. Only the toxic condition that the anemia itself sets up. Can I be so bold as to offer you some advice, Danny?
I've got my own doctor.
No. This isn't medical, Danny. It's the milk of human kindness. If you've got nothing on this girl, this Rhoda Lynn, then let her go. Let her die in peace and dignity. Because she's dying, Danny. Take my word for it.
Got Rhoda Lynn out here, Danny. Want to talk to us some more?
Yeah, bring her in, Muggavan.
Come on in, Rhoda.
Sit down, Rhoda. Would you like a drink of water or anything else?
I just want to sleep. I just want to lie down somewhere and go to sleep. Can I go home, Mr. Clover, to my father's room? I've slept there ever since he died.
Rhoda, why were you in Ben Elliott's office?
I told you. How many times do I have to tell you? I went there because I thought he knew something about my father's murder. I wanted him to help me.
You still believe your father was murdered?
Yes. Yes. Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Please, Miss Lynn, please, here, take this. That's a good girl. Mr. Clover is only trying to find out the truth.
I've told him so many times. He won't believe me.
Try me again, Rhoda. When did you first think your father was being poisoned?
Right after Dr. Burke, Mildred's husband. My stepfather became my father's partner. That's when she began to kill him. I hate her. I hate her.
Miss Lynn, easy, Miss Lynn.
And you went to Ben Elliott because you thought he knew your father had been poisoned or could help you find out.
Yes, I've told
Then
you.
you killed him because he laughed at you, because he'd have no part of what you were thinking.
No, I didn't kill him. I didn't.
Where's the gun, Rhoda? Where's the gun you killed Ben Elliott with?
Danny.
What do you want, Muggavan?
About the gun. Boys went over every nook and cranny and hole in Elliott's office. No gun. We looked outside in the street, in the alley. No gun. We even toyed with innocent bystanders. No gun. We checked where they sell guns. None were sold to Rhoda. No gun.
Dr. Sinsky.
Yes, Mr. Clover?
See that Rhoda gets home. Take care of her. Give her something to give her the sleep she wants.
Thanks, Danny. Come along, Miss Lynn. You're in for a nice, good rest. You'll enjoy it.
You look like a fatuous puppy, Muggavan. Stop it before you lick my hand.
Hard-hearted Danny of the police.
What did you find on Elliott?
He liked gold. Gold meaning money. In any shape, size, or form. As a matter of fact, he deposited same in banks. 3,000 here, 2,000 there, 1,000 here and there.
Ah, what do you know? The penniless Ben Elliott. Wish me luck, Muggavan.
For what?
I got pain, so I'm calling on a painless dentist.
Let me compliment you, Miss Clover. Where did you find the gold?
In a dead man's hand, Dr. Burke.
What are you saying?
Pay attention, Doctor, and you'll get the message. I said in a dead man's hand.
Well, what man? What man are you talking about?
Ben Elliott.
Who?
You're doing it again, Doctor. Ben Elliott, a dead man who tried to take it with him. $200 worth of gold.
But of course I know you're lying. You're trying to make of this petty theft something mysterious. I suppose you detectives must do that to justify...
I don't understand you, Doctor. You didn't react when I said Ben Elliott.
I reacted. You just weren't perceptive enough to catch my raising of the eyebrows slightly. I raised an eyebrow, Miss Clover.
If she were my wife...
You're cluttering the trend of the conversation. Wife?
Your wife.
Mildred? What's Mildred got to do with Ben Elliott?
I don't know. Ask her, Doctor. Ask her how buddy she's been with Elliott and for how long. Rumor says it's been for a long time. Getting this message, Doctor?
Yes. You'll have to excuse me.
Before you, Doctor. Before you even knew Mildred, Ben Elliott was around. I've heard that, Doctor.
Yes, you'll have to excuse me. There's some X-ray negatives I got to... We'll talk. We'll talk in just a few minutes.
All right.
Please, in the waiting room. I'll meet you there.
All right.
Mr. Clover. Quickly, Mr. Clover.
Rhoda. Rhoda, what's the matter?
Please, I've got to talk to you.
Sure.
Mr. Clover, you know, don't you? You know what I've been saying is true. What the doctor said.
Just that you're sick.
That I'm dying.
But you need some rest, Rhoda.
Being poisoned. And I'll die the way my father died. In agony. In drink to kill the pain. That way, Mr. Clover.
Come on.
He's dead. He's dead. Oh. Dr. Burke is dead, Mr. Clover. Everything dies that Mother touches. You evil girl. My daughter, an evil, rotten girl. You killed him. You killed him just the way you killed him.
Take it easy, Rhoda. I think you'd better get out of here.
All right. All right, I will. Mother killed him. You'll see.
Tell me what happened, Mrs. Burke.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Did you kill your husband?
Are you mad like my daughter is mad? Look at him. Dead. My husband's dead. His weakness is death. The gun in his hand says that.
Yeah. Could have been suicide, all right. Powder burns. Attitude of his body. Just this. How did you happen to get here before I did?
Because you were further away. You were down the hall. I was in the next room.
Yeah. What would Dr. Burke want to kill himself for?
Who knows the inner turnings of a man's mind, Mr. Clover?
Maybe his wife?
I did. He was a weak man. I've said that.
Yes, you did. Which means you've told me exactly nothing. You'll have to tell me a lot more, Mrs. Burke.
Ask me something.
I will. First, we've got to make this death official, Mrs. Burke. There'll be photographers and print men and a coroner cluttering up your house. But you won't mind that. A woman like you doesn't mind anything, does she, Mrs. Burke? I was right. Mrs. Burke didn't mind. The neat, efficient trampling over a little dentist's life and death, she didn't mind. The questions, like steel prongs that raked over her brain and her sorrows and her dreams, she didn't mind. The fact that her answers added up to nothing, she minded least of all. At headquarters, I slept until the reports and analyses and photographs had been cataloged and filed and stacked and restacked and mulled over. Slept until Sergeant Gino Tartaglia had watered them down.
Well, you may awake now, Danny. I have digested everything and watered it down to simple terms even a child could understand.
Did a call come while I slept, Tartaglia?
No, Danny, no calls. You expecting one?
From Rhoda Lynn. I made her promise to call me. What have you got?
A big pile of nothing, Danny. The technicians from technical say it is extremely possible that our dentist did indeed and to wit commit suicide. Oh, they were very smug about it, Danny.
What else?
That question you asked me, the question of Dr. Sinsky?
Uh-huh.
He answers it in the affirmative. He says the X-ray thing is entirely possible. Yeah, it happened here in New York 2 years ago. What happened here in New York 2 years ago, Danny?
Danny Clover speaking.
This is Rhoda, Mr. Clover. I'm calling you just as you told me to do.
Are you in your father's room?
Yes?
You won't be going out again tonight?
No, I won't, Mr. Clover. I'm going right to sleep.
Hey, Danny. Danny, you can't leave me alone without I know what happened in New York 2 years ago. Danny!
Good enough for you, Danny?
Yeah, fine. You have much trouble getting the people in this apartment to go to the movies?
Well, some, but not much. Everybody likes free passes.
Watch that room across the air shaft, Muggavan. That's Dr. Burke's office.
Uh-huh. The dark one with the shade up?
Yeah. I got a theory, kid. The only way I'll know I'm right is if we see another murder tonight.
Oh. Huh?
Like this. Go on the premise that Dr. Lynn was murdered. Dr. Lynn, the first husband of Mrs. Burke, the father of Rhoda. Go on that theory, Muggavan.
Okay, Les.
Dr. Lynn, murdered because his wife wanted him out of the way so she could marry somebody else. Don't argue with women, Margaret. And then there's Ben Elliott.
Also dead.
Yeah, dead, too. You know why?
I'm not a lieutenant, Danny.
The deposits Ben Elliott made. The big, big deposits. And regularly. For a small-time operator.
Blackmail, huh? Ben was collecting.
The theory says, yeah. The theory says he was bleeding Mildred Burke because he knew she killed her husband. Then Mildred Burke ran out of money.
This Connecticut person, Danny, it's happened to me.
Mildred, too. She tried to pay Ben with gold. A couple $100 for what she lifted from her husband. Ben sneered at it. Mildred killed him. A theory, huh?
Yeah, quite a one.
Only it's lousy. From me to you, I say it's lousy.
Why?
The original premise. Dr. Lynn was not murdered, the books say. He died of anemia. Only I think the books are wrong. I think...
Hey, Danny. Danny, the light just went on across the air shaft. Yeah, it's Mrs. Burke, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, what's she doing, Danny? Turn the X-ray machine around. She X-raying the wall?
That, Margaret, is a lesson on how to poison people without leaving a trace of how it was done. Duck, she's walking toward the window. Pulling down the blinds. Let's go.
Yeah, I still don't get it.
X-rays, they'll go through 8 feet of concrete. Rhoda's sleeping on the other side of that wall in the same room her father slept. Come on, hurry.
Here, Danny.
Yeah, don't knock. Just enter.
This one's locked.
I said enter.
Oh, you did?
Who is it? Who is it, I say? What is the meaning of this breaking in?
That machine, Muggerman. It's the thing that's killing Rhoda. Turn it off.
Yeah, only out in the house.
Turn it off.
Okay. Like that?
Are you both crazy? What are you doing in here?
Well, the end of the theory, Muggerman. Dr. Burke was no suicide. Mildred killed him and made it look like one.
You're mad.
Killed him because he finally found out about Ben Elliott and his wife. Because he would eventually learn everything.
What?
Take her, Muggerman.
Yeah.
Rhoda! Rhoda, tell them! I'm your mother, Rhoda, tell them!
Tell them what, Mildred? What they already know. That you murdered my father, and my stepfather, and Ben Elliott, and me. Tell them what? Don't fight them, Mildred. That way they'll have to kill you quickly.
Rhoda! Rhoda! Rhoda!
Broadway. It's the main trek through the jungle city, the wilderness of laughter and trumpet, and the rasping sound of life inside the earth. And the other sound, the sigh, the furtive sigh, the echo of a teardrop that no one hears. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The cast tonight included Joyce McCluskey, Betty Lou Gerson, Jack Edwards, Howard McNear, Jack Crucian, and Lou Merrill.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Broadway's my beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, it's the marketplace for the vendors of laughter and agony, of terror and decay. Their shadows stand by the shadows of gilded pushcarts piled high with the remnants of dreams, the remnants of desires. And they'll bargain with you, these vendors. The dreams were dreamed on the edge of night, and the desires special, very special. And you buy because there's nothing else to buy. It's Broadway, my beat. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the tunnel that leads you from Grand Central to the Times Square shuttle is deserted and bleak and almost clean. You notice these things because the tiled walls, dirtied with a film of yellow light, stretch out in front of you. And somewhere ahead of you seem to close in on themselves. And suddenly the sickness is inside you, the feeling that there's no exit anywhere. You hurry against it. And you see the back of a man that looks familiar. You call out to him, even if the man is Joe Quito. Joe Quito. Thought it was you, Joe. Back with us, huh?
Yeah, I'm back, but not with you, policeman. I'm back alone by myself. Free and easy.
You're going to keep it that way, Joe?
If you keep out of my way, policeman, I'll be a good boy. If you spread your lousy wings over me like a mother hen, I don't know what I'd do. Something ugly, maybe.
The loose mouth, Joe. Watch it.
For 12 years I've been watching it. For 30 rotten years. Now I'm free and easy like you, policeman. My mouth drops how it likes.
You weren't happy in Sing Sing, huh, Joe? You should have been. I hear they treated you real polite, like maybe you were worth treating that way.
You know what it takes, you polite.
You just got out, Joe. Don't make it too hard on yourself.
Hard? Don't make me laugh in my belly, policeman. It's not going to be hard for Joe no more. No more hard for Joe Quito.
Oh, you got plans, Joe?
Big, smooth plans like silk. That's how it's going to be. Silk so deep I could swing in it, maybe even drown. Good way to die, huh, policeman?
Yeah, it's good when you can pick your own way.
Joe Quito don't have to pick. It's all there waiting for him. Silk. Does it make you jealous, policeman? Poor little policeman?
You know something, Joe? I don't care. One way or the other, I don't care. Honest.
That's good, because you're not built for it. Some people, they build that way like me. The others like you. Which way you go, policeman?
You really care, Joe?
Sure I care. Because whichever way you go, I go the other way. Till tomorrow, policeman. But don't look around for me. Tomorrow might not come.
Like silk, huh, Joe?
What's the matter, lady?
They're over there on that front in the door. Two men, one pulled a knife. He stabbed him over and over and ran away.
Joe.
Still just waiting for me. For Joe Quito.
Then the world folded in on Joe Quito. It broke step and veered into his direction and considered Joe Quito and his dying in a subway tunnel. The police came and observed him, photographed him, cataloged him. A man in a Homburg stared. A man in disintegrating clothing hurried by without pausing. A woman stood on the fringes of the little crowd and bit a knuckle. Finally, two interns carried him away with a stretcher and intern-type jokes. I went home. Morning, I called headquarters, got the late Joe Quito's address. Amsterdam Avenue in Harlem. The morning sun never quite makes it in Harlem. The shadows are glued there, and that makes it tough. And if you stand on its corners, stand there and tune yourself to it, you might feel it. The start of a new day in Harlem is the start of a panic. I had the key to Joe's room from his effects. I inserted it, turned it, opened the door.
Joe? That you, Joe? I'm making coffee, honey. What's the matter, honey? You tired? Who are you?
Oh, sorry. I thought Joe lived here alone.
He lives here alone. Who are you?
I'm a policeman.
That's been tried on me before. Show me.
All right. Here. My name's Danny Clover.
Oh, my name's Holly Parker, so we both met someone new. You're a scout, huh? Plainclothes detective. You like making a living that way?
You're a bitter girl, Holly.
I react to people by laughing at them. I got taught that.
Did you laugh at Joe?
What do you mean, did I? What's the matter with Joe?
What are you doing here, Holly?
We've got an arrangement. I make coffee for Joe. It's been going on for 2 days. I come down from my room upstairs and make him coffee. Thanks for not smiling. It's the truth.
It's over.
Joe did that again. He said he wouldn't. Last night when he went out, he told me he wouldn't have to do anything. Nothing good or bad for a long time.
Where'd he go?
Oh, so you're looking for Joe. You don't know where he is and you want me to help you find him.
It's not
Write
that.
down in your book Holly Parker. Then write down she doesn't know.
We know. Joe's dead. He was murdered, Holly. You better sit down.
No, I'm all right.
Go ahead, Holly. Go ahead.
Not Holly. Once when I was 12, a thing happened to me, and I ran out of tears.
Who killed him?
He had a burden, but I don't know who killed him.
Tell me about it.
In that chair by the window. And that newspaper on the floor. He sat there and stared at that newspaper.
Oh? This one? The Times? It's pretty old. January 27, 1938. What's in it that makes it a burden?
You tell me. Joe wouldn't.
Joe was in trouble once. You know that.
I know, he told me. He told me about a 12 sentence he got and about a lawyer who said he'd only get 1 year.
The lawyer said that, huh? What lawyer?
Joe said his name once and broke a beer bottle against the table. Joe said Ralph Ferguson.
I've heard the name.
Maybe Joe wanted to kill this Ralph Ferguson. I don't know. Maybe he did. Do you think things could have gotten themselves reversed?
Things could have. I told Holly Parker to drink her coffee, then go back upstairs and stay there. Then I phoned the law offices of Ralph Ferguson. He was not in, a happy young voice told me. He was taking his 3-hour break, it said, at the East River Athletic Club. I went there. I went there, and a man in biceps and white linen shorts led me through a door and along the tiled apron of a swimming pool. Settled me through another door and through the gallery overlooking the handball court. Then whisked me through the area where the members felt they should do their rowing indoors. Through another door and pointed out Ralph Ferguson. Ralph Ferguson, a rosy, fat man on a table, getting some of the fat pounded off him.
Take it easy, Mickey. Take it easy, will you?
Ralph Ferguson? Is your name Ralph Ferguson?
Later, pal, later. This is the part Mr. Ferguson likes best.
Oh.
Look.
Now?
Look, you can't have Mickey till I'm done with him. Go ahead, Mickey. Yes, sir, Mr. Ferguson.
I'm from the police, Mr. Ferguson. Danny Clover. Come on, take your head out from under that towel and peek. See? Danny Clover. Sure, go ahead, Mickey. Only not too much noise.
I've got my business hours, Danny.
Sure, I know. I just dropped by to tell you a thing. Joe Quito's been murdered.
I read it. Tough.
You kill him?
Turn over, Mr. Ferguson.
You kill him, Ferguson?
Oh, you're kidding, Danny.
No, I'm not. You're his lawyer. You promised him a 1-year rap. He got 12. You and Joe fight?
Let me tell you about it, Danny.
Huh?
Joe and a guy named Grant Murray and a guy named Lee Baker, 3 of them.
3 of them.
They heisted a car 12 years ago. They pleaded an only contender. The judge was in a bad humor. Gave him 12 years.
That was January 27, 1938, wasn't it?
Yeah, you got a good memory.
Not so good. I read it in the newspaper. The late edition of the Times for that date. I found it in Joe's room.
Mr. Ferguson likes this, too.
Yeah. He isn't going to like this. Look, Ferguson, shut up. Sit up and talk to me. It's better. What about Joe Quito? What about those 3 boys?
Dregs. That's what about them. Gutter dregs. They didn't have the guts to look over the top of the curbstone. Little gutter people. I lost their case, and society put them away for 12 years. Society owes me a thank you.
What else?
Nothing else. Go take a cold shower, Danny. It'll cool you off. Put the towel and soap on my tab.
thanked Lawyer Ferguson, exercised great self-restraint in not helping Mickey slap some more fat off his fat mouth, and got out. A call to headquarters gave me Grant Murray's address. It was in a place I was getting to know, in Harlem. In a rotting, pockmarked, cold-water tenement in Harlem, up a flight of stairs where rats had gnawed at the decaying wood, in Harlem. And to a door, its paint peeling and scarred as if fingers had clawed at it to get in or out.
Good morning. There ain't no lock on that door. Light the candle, mister. Then we can see each other. There's some matches over there on the table. Oh, that's better. Oh, that's lots better. Been trying to do that myself for 2 hours, maybe. But I couldn't make it. Ain't it funny? Man wants a little light in his room and ain't got the strength to pick up a little old match.
What's the matter with you, Grant?
Do you know my name? That must make you the rent collector. Well, I got news for you, rent collector. You ain't never gonna get it, not from me. Now what you gonna do, rent collector? Throw me out?
Grant.
Stay away from me, rent collector. Just stay away, that's all.
Grant, I'm Danny Clover of the police. What's the matter with you? Are you sick?
Sick? Yeah, I'm sick, mister. But it's the last sickness I'm ever gonna have. I've been trying to get to that door to call you, Mr. Police, but I just haven't got the strength.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about how a man came in here and took care of me. Good. So I could never open my mouth again. He stuck a knife in me. That's what that man did right here. See it, Mr. Police?
Grant.
Oh, I'm awful glad you came, Mr. Police.
His body twisted off the iron cotton he sat. Then he shuddered and lay still. And the thing that fell from his hands and covered his wound like a shroud was a blood-stained newspaper. I picked it up. It said the New York Times. The headline said, Japanese stalled by Chinese troops. The dateline said, January 27, 1938.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. That red-headed circus, Arthur Godfrey, is now on hand to entertain you Saturday nights on CBS. Godfrey puts together the cream of the jest from his daytime shows on CBS, mixes in the best songs of Bill Lawrence, Jeanette Davis, and the Mariners, and turns out a top half hour of Saturday night fun. Listen to the Arthur Godfrey Digest this Saturday night on most of these same CBS stations.
Broadway's a street dedicated to the proposition that dead men have stories to tell. A person becomes suddenly famous when he becomes suddenly dead. Broadway grins, makes clucking noises, and wants to know all about this suddenly famous person. Right now it had a double feature to get gay about. A man named Joe QUITO, murdered. A man named Grant Murray, murdered. At headquarters, Sergeant Gino Tartaglia thought about it, gave it expert consideration, and thereby coined the phrase.
Yeah, they're dropping like flies, Danny.
It impresses you that way, huh?
Yeah, and you would have nothing to worry about if you was Judge Frisbee Novotny.
Tartaglia?
Frisbee Novotny, Danny, the guy whom I've been trying to tell you about. You know, the hero of my favorite detective stories, the one who solves crimes and mayhem with a slide rule and formulas.
He does that. How?
Well, this Frisbee Novotny does like this. He makes X the corpse, Y the room the murder took place in, Z the time of the murder, A here, Danny, here's some paper. My pen, the gift of the ever-grateful Mrs. Tartaglia.
What's she got to be grateful about?
Oh, Danny.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tartaglia. It's these newspapers here on my desk that got me confused. These 1938 newspapers.
Oh, 1938, huh? Hey, ain't that the year little orphan Annie celebrated her 40th birthday?
Yeah, that confuses me, too. Tartaglia, I've got a feeling the reason why those two boys were murdered is right here in these papers.
Ah, that's my Danny.
Huh?
Nothing, Danny.
I've read these papers from headline to shipping news, and the only thing I can see that's interesting is this item right here on the bottom of page 3.
Huh?
Police today arrested 3 men in connection with car theft. The men gave their names as Joe QUITO, Grant Murray, and Lee Baker. They're being held without bail pending hearing. That's all it says, Detective.
Well, this is information that the police department is already fully aware of.
Uh-huh. The thing that bothers me is why the 2 boys kept these newspapers.
Yeah, for that scrapbook, maybe.
Something else, Detective. Something else. Something that's in these papers. Something that's staring me in the eye and begging to be understood. You got what I asked you for?
Oh, sure, Danny, certainly. Straight from the parole officer. The third boy, Lee Baker, is employed at the moment as a garage mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, ain't it wonderful the trades they teach up in Sing Sing?
Where's he employed?
At the garage in back of the Mobile gas station on 125th Street.
Maybe Lee Baker's got a newspaper, too. Get me a squad car, Detective. Hey, you under the car. I want to talk to you.
Ask the man out front, Mac. He'll give you the key and point out the door.
I'm from the police, Mac.
That makes you different?
Yeah, I want to ask you some questions. You.
Well, that makes you different. Yeah. Well, what's bothering you, Mac?
They told me out front Lee Baker wasn't around.
Oh, Lee Baker, huh?
They told me maybe you'd know why he wasn't around.
What do those guys out front know? All they know is, shall I fill it up, Mac? Hold still while I wipe your windshield, Mac. Relax while I blow up your tires. Well, what do those guys know?
Lee Baker. Why isn't he around?
I've been telling you, Mac. I ain't got the slightest, foggiest notion why he ain't around. He did something?
He didn't come in today?
Who says he didn't come in? Since he's been working for me, he comes in every morning like veritable clockwork.
Okay, I give up. You tell it to me in your own way.
I knew you'd come around it, Mac. Well, like I say, Lee, for the 3 days he's been working for me, comes in like clockwork. He works for me like I was the boss's daughter or something. Like a slave, you know what I mean?
And today was different.
Mac, you told me I could tell it my own way.
Yeah, sorry.
Forget it, Mac. Now, let me see. Where was I?
He worked for you like a slave.
Yeah, that's right, like a slave. But a happy slave, you know? Cheery and beery. But today was different.
I said that.
You did, Mac? Look, like I started to say, today was different.
How?
The right question, Mac. Today was different because Lee comes in, sits down with the morning newspaper, turns pale, but a green kind of pale, you know what I mean? He gets up and he walks out of the garage.
Maybe he's coming back.
I don't think so, Mac. He had that look. I've seen it on my helpers before. When they get that look, they never come back.
Yeah. Thanks for everything, mechanic.
Wait a minute, Mac. Lee left his toolkit. If Lee now belongs to the police, the toolkit now belongs likewise, no?
Yeah. Where is it?
Over here. Well, open it, Mac. That's your department.
Thanks.
Hey, such a beautiful picture of such a beautiful girl. He's got pasted in the lid. What a differential, huh, Mac? You got any idea what you're looking for, Mac?
No.
Hey, what are you doing tearing that picture off? What do you know? There's something underneath.
Yeah.
That's something I didn't think of. To look underneath the picture. Oh, that sly guy.
There it is again. The front page of the Times, January 27, 1938.
Yeah. Look what's circled with a blue circle. The U.S. Treasury balance. Such a big number.
A big number. A number that meant billions of dollars. And meant that's what the United States Treasury balance was as of January 27, 1938. That meant something special to an ex-convict, now garage mechanic, now missing. The big number was beginning to make big sense. I phoned in headquarters, had them send out an all-points bulletin to pick up Lee Baker. They gave me a message for my trouble. A lady had called, a young lady named Holly Parker. Would I come up to Harlem and see her right away? I would, right away.
Oh, come in. Come in, Mr. Clover.
Thanks, Holly.
That chair over there is comfortable, Mr. Clover, but don't lean back in it.
All right. You going someplace, Holly? That suitcase on the bed. You were packing?
Unpacking.
Something changed your mind?
I was going back to Michigan. Then I got to thinking, why Michigan? Why any place?
You tell me.
I read about Grant Murray's being murdered and Joe QUITO. Grant and Joe were friends. I was a friend. Police. Something to run away from. I'm good at it.
We'd find you, Holly. If we needed you, it wouldn't be too much trouble. We'd bring you back.
I told myself that. That's why I unpacked.
You're trying to tell me something you didn't tell me before.
That's right. Maybe it means something, maybe it means nothing at all.
What is it?
This. A piece of paper Joe gave me the other night before he went out. He said keep it for him. He said don't let it get away from you. Yes, take it. It got away from me anyhow.
Thanks.
There's nothing on it except a number, Mr. Clover. A number. 646.
And the date, January 27, 1938. It all fits now, Holly. Why didn't you give it to me before?
On account of the way I was educated. You're a policeman. My school motto was, don't trust policemen.
You might have saved a man's life if you did. You're clear now, Holly. You can do what you want, even go back to Michigan now, if you want it.
Why, Mr. Clover? Why should I go anywhere?
Stop champing at the bit, Danny. Patrolman Flory will have those records in here in a minute.
I'm not champing, Coslow. I'm trying to breathe. Why do you guys in the record department live in here?
Well, the grapevine from the city hall says we're getting an air conditioning unit right after the next election. Thanks, Florio. Well, here are the records, Danny. Mind if I read over your shoulder?
I couldn't live without it.
Hey, this Benny Fane kept interesting type books, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Benny Fane, the numbers king. These books he kept at this credit at Chase National Bank. I understand Benny's now head librarian in charge of overdue fines at Sing Sing, Danny. Ain't it wonderful the trades they teach you up in Sing Sing?
Huh? Yeah, wonderful. Hey, okay, Coswell, this is what I'm looking for.
Oh, yeah?
The number that hit on January 27, 1938 was 646, taken from the last three numbers of the Treasury report of that day.
Mm-hmm.
One ticket held on that number worth $100,000, bought by three men, Joe QUITO, Grant Murray, and Lee Baker. According to the books, the payoff was made next day. Like you said, Coslow, these books will do credit to the chick.
They got Lee Baker, Danny.
Good. Where?
Just spotted him going into the Muncie building. Squad car just phoned in.
Phone him back, Tartaglia. If Baker leaves the building, tell him to pick him up.
I suppose Baker stays inside.
Then he'll be where I want him. Exactly where I want him. It made sense that Lee Baker was picked up going into the Muncie building. It made sense that there was only one man there for him to see. It made sense that Lawyer Ferguson's office was on the 46th floor. The shots that screamed down the long marble corridor made the most sense of all. Lawyer Ferguson stood silhouetted at his 46th floor window, considering the jeweled backdrop of the city and approving of it and of himself against it. To the gun in his hand and the body that lay on the floor in the final grotesque attitude of final agony, he paid no attention at all.
I don't think you'll find it necessary to examine him, Danny. He's quite dead. I made sure of that.
Yeah. Lee Baker.
Lee Baker. A filthy gutter thing that tried to rise up and strike me down.
Self-defense, huh?
Could it be anything else? The gun in his hand?
Yeah, lawyer, it could. It could be murder.
Looking for a promotion, Danny? How many murders do you need to get promoted? I always wondered that about detectives.
Murder. Like you murdered Joe QUITO and Grant Murray, and for the same reason.
I'm a lawyer, Danny, a good one, very high in the profession. A policeman's drivel doesn't impress me.
No? You sure, lawyer?
On second thought, maybe it would. Impress me, Danny.
3 murders for the same reason.
The boys on our side call it motive.
I promise to do better. Motive, lawyer.
Which is?
$100,000.
Oh, dear. That's a lot of motive, isn't it?
Enough to kill 3 men. Even enough to kill you. What was it you said about society? Oh, yeah. Society will thank me, just like you said they thanked you.
Don't count on it, boy. You need facts, evidence. Silly little hard things like that.
It's all there, lawyer. Neat bookkeeping records kept by a numbers bookkeeper, one Benny Fane. We're neat, too. We have them on file.
Books? They're very good, very acceptable evidence.
I thought you'd like it. These books say you got the $100,000 payoff that belonged to QUITO and Murray and Baker here. They picked a number and you won.
How did I do a clever thing like that?
Easy for a clever man like you. You get them 12 years instead of 1 for a second-rate crime. You keep power of attorney. The numbers pay off to you,
and then when they get out, instead of giving them back their hard-earned $100,000, I kill them, one by one.
Is it like that, Detective Clover?
Like that.
Exactly like that. Excellent work, Detective. Excellent.
The gun, Ferguson. Hand it over.
The gun? Oh, no. I'll need it. But you knew it'd be like that all the time, didn't you, Danny?
Give it to me.
Don't try to reach for yours, Danny. Come to the window. Move. That's a good boy. 46 floors, Danny. Look down. That's how far you're going to fall. A deplorable accident, they'll call it. I'll see to it that they call it that. Now, Danny.
The fat folds of flesh on his face began to move to the rhythm of silent, creeping laughter that was inside him. Then his arm swung in a wide arc to bring the gun crashing down on my skull. And I needed that moment. I needed it. I grabbed his gun arm.
No good, Danny. No good.
Used it for a lever.
Let go. Let go. I'll kill you. Let go.
My body and his fat pulse lifted off the floor and... He fell, twisting into space, a part of it. His fingers exploring it, gouging out handfuls of it. Then, far below, the crowd gathered and made a circle. And the world folded in on Ralph Fergus. Broadway, where night bursts open like the sudden flame, and the crowd swarm appears, squeezed out from under the earth, roped off by the silhouettes of 1,000 buildings. And they dance their fury away against the time of morning, until the sky soaks up the sound and pain and color, and turns it into dawn. That's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The cast tonight included Stan Waxman, Ann Diamond, Bill Gray, Lou Merrill, Chester Hairston, and Jim Bannon. Lucille Ball and her sparkling comedy, My Favorite Husband, have now joined the CBS famed comedy lineup on Sunday night. You used to laugh with Lucille on Friday night. Now she's moved to Sunday. So be listening this Sunday night on most of these same stations when Lucille joins Jack Benny, Amos and Andy, Eve Arden, Charlie McCarthy, and Edgar Bergen, and Red Skelton on CBS. This is Joe Walter speaking. This is CBS, where you'll find Broadway is My Beat every Friday night. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, it's an enchanted island or a prison cut off from the rest of the world. It all depends upon the mood you're in. The sudden sounds that dart from doorways, call them fury, or make yourself believe they're promises dimly heard. Or con yourself that the stare that just trailed by you had nothing to do with hunger. You can kid yourself on Broadway because that's what it's here for. It's Broadway, My Beat. To a police
policeman, a telephone is an instrument of mayhem. It carries the after images of violent death with the speed of sound. The telephone told me there'd been a murder. It told me just now. It told me where. It told me to climb 6 flights of steps at the Ramsey apartments, and I'd find death waiting for me in an elevator near the head of the stairs.
Right over here, Danny.
Hi, Muggavan.
In here, in the elevator. There he is, Danny, on the floor.
Who is he?
No identification. Person unknown, shot to death by person unknown. Whereabouts of the shooting is a moot point.
This man's too well dressed to go around without a wallet or some kind of identification.
Maybe he was heisted.
Who are you?
Elevator man. Yeah, Danny, he runs the elevator. He called in the precinct. I got the call. Maybe a guy's wallet was heisted. Robbery, huh? With a deadly weapon.
You?
Funny man.
What's your name, elevator man?
Eddie Amboy, 1212 East 54th. You walk up 2, turn right, turn left, then walk up a half till there's nothing but a door. Eddie Amboy, my place.
Okay, Eddie. Tell me about it.
About what?
Book him, Muggavan. I'm tired.
Oh, about the guy here? I already did that. Ask this Muggavan here. I did the story to him. Mr. Clover's tired. Do the story again. Yeah, I am. The guy pushes a buzz on the first floor.
Where were you?
In the sub-basement. Little thing's wrong with this elevator. I was fixing it. I'm conscientious.
Go ahead.
The guy buzzes. I bring the car up. I open the door. This guy gets in. He's holding his tummy like it aches him. He says, 6th floor, please. I close the door. I turn the handle. We ride. Now comes the 6th floor. We stop. I open the door. I look around. The guy's on the floor, dead. Tummy ache turns out to be caused by bullet.
The story he told you, Muggavan?
The same. If it gets too complicated, I'll be glad to do it again. Start all over from the sub-basement.
You did good.
Thanks. Can I have my elevator back now?
It's not yours anymore, kid. When a man gets murdered on an elevator, the elevator suddenly belongs to the world. A man's dying takes many shapes, occurs in many places. It's rare that he has a choice. But the unknown, unnamed man whose face was now gaunt against the pressure of his cheekbones, whose eyes held no reflection of the light shining into them, seemed to have made one. He chose not to die in the street, but to crawl within the metal walls of an elevator, and the plain, the prosaic words, the dying words on his lips, he must have chosen too. Because for him they had meaning. It was my job to find out their meaning. At headquarters, we put tracers out on the murdered man. Who was he? If we knew that, maybe we'd know why he had to die. And in the morning, I went back to the 6th floor he'd wanted. I had Muggavan's list of the tenants in the 3 apartments on that floor. I rang the first bell on the list.
What do you want?
You're Miss Conrad?
What do you want?
I'm from the police.
Who is it, Martha? Who is it?
Don't you think you'd better tell her?
Martha, how dare you not answer me? Who is it? And don't tell me it's no one because I heard you whispering. Who is it, Martha?
It's the police.
Oh, how wonderful, the police. But isn't that the end? Show them in, Martha. No, wait, darling. First I want to paint my face.
Come in.
But
It's all right. She's already done her face. Come in. Down this hole, please.
No, don't come any closer. I want you both to stand right where you are. Especially you, policeman.
You're Miss Conrad?
Mary Conrad. You may call me Mary, because Mary's a grand old name. Martha.
Yes?
Martha, get the policeman and me something. A libation, a morning martini, anything the policeman wants.
Don't go away, Martha.
You afraid to be left alone with me, policeman?
Miss Conrad, a man was murdered in this building last night.
Murder? In this building? That's the end. Martha, did you hear what the beautiful man said?
He got in the elevator and asked for the 6th floor. Was it you he wanted to see, Miss Conrad?
The policeman must want a drink.
No, Mary, he wants to...
Do as I say, Martha. Don't be angry with me, darling. Just always do as I say. Now, where were we? Oh, yes, the murdered man. Who was he?
We don't know, but I have a picture.
A picture? How wonderful. Gimme.
Here.
Very distinguished. So dead. So horribly dead.
Do you know him?
Who'd it make it easier for you if I did, policeman.
Do you know him, Miss Conrad?
I'm sorry, dreadfully sorry. We don't know this man, do we, Martha? Do we?
No. No, we don't know him.
Where were you last night, Miss Conrad?
I was here. All day. All evening, all night. I didn't go out once. Did I, Martha?
No.
The commotion in the hall when the man was found. It didn't wake you?
Did it wake me, Martha?
No, you slept very soundly.
You sleep in the same room with Miss Conrad, Martha?
Well, Policeman, you talk to Martha as if she were a servant.
But I thought...
That's dreadful. Of course Martha's not a servant. She's my sister. Isn't she the end?
Maybe I said something after that. I don't remember. What I do remember is waving my jaw a few times and trying to smile and give the impression of course she's your sister. What else? Then I left. The apartment door across the hall had a nameplate that said Jonathan Quill and was equipped with a door knocker, a brass dragon sticking his tongue out at me. I lifted him up and pushed his face against the door. And then it happened. The door swung open. I stepped inside. How was I to know I was standing in the middle of a train crossing?
Jump over it, boy. Jump over it. You want to get hit by a train? Oh, yeah. You sure had a narrow squeak now, didn't you? Could have taken off a toe.
Yeah. Hey, what goes on?
Look at her go. Oh, an exact replica of the Super Chief. And almost as fast. Oh, always wanted to be a brakeman, boy. Became a millionaire instead. What did you want to become?
A millionaire. I got to be a policeman instead.
Glad you came. Never had a policeman watch for trains. Never thought about asking one.
Well, now that you're delighted, Mr. Quill, I hope I won't do anything to break up your fun. I'm a policeman come to see about a murder.
Yeah, murder? Wait till I throw the switch, boy. Wait till I throw the switch here. Just wait till I throw it. Did you see a murder? You mean the one down the hall? The elevator murder? I didn't do it, and I'll prove it to you.
Mr. Quill.
You bet I'll prove it to you. You want an alibi, don't you? That's why you came here. I know all about policemen. You want alibis. Harold! Harold!
Yeah?
Come in here. Harold, that's a policeman. You know what to do, Harold. Right over there. That's a policeman right there.
Hello. My name's Harold Blake, Jonathan's partner.
Danny Clover.
You seem to have gotten Jonathan excited. Jonathan gets excited.
Tell him, Harold. Tell him. You know what to do now. Tell him.
Well, ever since the elevator boy was in here last night...
Eddie Amboy? He didn't say anything about that. I didn't know he came in the apartment.
Well, he reported the murder from here.
You mean he used your phone to call the police?
Yes, that's right, to call the police. I was here visiting with Jonathan. I live in the next apartment, you see.
I see. Pretty late for visiting, wasn't it?
By some standards.
By some standards?
Frankly, Mr. Clover, and you've probably never gotten an alibi like this in your life. We wanted to watch the trains on what we call the milk run. That's our alibi.
Tell him what else, Harold. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't think that's...
Go ahead. Tell me what else.
Well, it's about the elevator operator, about Eddie. Jonathan thinks Eddie is the murderer.
That's what I think.
Oh? Why?
Because Eddie is mean and spiteful and tried every which way to make an honest dollar. He's the type that murders other types.
What else?
Need there be anything else? Eddie is the killer. It's a hunch I have. I have made $1 million with my hunches.
You see how it is, Mr. Clover?
No, I don't see. But I'm going to try. Where there's peace, gentlemen, and quiet. Away from trains, gentlemen.
Hey, Danny, you in the mood for heap big powwow?
Huh? Say that again, Tartaglia.
Powwow, that's Indian talk, a throwback.
Try me once more, Tartaglia.
Well, a throwback to last night. Every night I play Cowboys and Indians with Mrs. Tartaglia and my 6 boys. Yeah, and I am always an Indian. Hey, you should see my teepee, Danny. Surplus army blanket.
There must be a string of beads around here somewhere, Tartaglia. Go play someplace else.
Danny, please, be serious. We got work to do.
Oh. Well, who makes medicine first, you or me?
Huh? Oh, me, Danny, me. Now, this is a very grave matter. The technical boys say the signal system on the elevator where deceased unknown was found murdered. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
They say said signal system was disconnected when they went over it.
So?
So, what makes the mystery into a big pile is that somewhere there is a discrepancy.
Like what?
Like a discrepancy in time. Detective Muggovan received the murder call at his precinct at 2:55 in the a.m. He noted it down.
So?
So, Dr. Sinsky says, after examination of said unknown deceased, that said unknown deceased was deceased for at least 2 hours when found, which would place the time of his murder, considering the here and there of police routine, at about 1 in the morning, not at 2:55 as was called in by the elevator operator. Now, this means the boy cut off the signal system. He should not be disturbed. Danny, I ain't finished. I can't never get a word out edgewise. Danny!
The doorman told me I'd find you here, Eddie.
Oh, well, it's a hard detective, huh? Where else would you find this elevator boy, Bloodhound? I'll answer that. In the sub-basement, fixing the stinking elevator.
Last night, Eddie. Did you have to fix the elevator before you called the police?
That's a very interesting question, because I can't figure out what it means. Very mystical.
I'll explain it to you, elevator boy.
Now, go back, Bloodhound. If you come under here with me, you might get your throat caught in a steel cable or something. Under here is for experts.
From here, then. The call you made to the police, Eddie. How come it was almost an hour late? That's a long time, an hour.
Hey, you're good. You boys are real good to find out a thing like that.
We got experts, too, Eddie. So maybe you better put your elevator away someplace and come out here and talk to me. Expert to expert.
Yeah, I'll do that. One more tap and it's tummy. Hey, who's that?
Eddie, get out! Get out!
I can't! My foot is caught! Help! Oh!
No.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway is a place that mourns the dead only in passing. The cold whisper of death winds its way through the neon chasm, and Broadway notes it, shudders, and huddles in on itself. To the murder of an anonymous man in an elevator, to the crushing out of another man's life by that same elevator, Broadway reacted true to form. It read the headlines, shrugged, and flipped them neatly into the nearest trash can. But at headquarters, it isn't that easy. Even Sergeant Tartaglia didn't think so.
It ain't easy, Danny. 20 years into business, and, well, it still ain't easy.
What isn't, Tartaglia?
To be in a business where the product is dead bodies, where the clients are murderers. I've often commented thusly to Mrs. Tartaglia.
Does she comfort you then, Tartaglia?
Like an angel. She goes to the mix master, beats up a recipe, and presents me with a confection. I happen to have one here now, Danny. Homemade halva. Here, have a piece. Go on.
Thanks. Good. Okay, Tartaglia, brief me.
This halva. For her, it's like chewing on a dream, huh, Danny?
My compliments to the missus. Brief me, Tartaglia.
Yeah. Well, Adam, the unknown man found dead in the elevator of the first part is still, to all intents and purposes, unknown.
Yeah, but you'll keep after it, Tartaglia.
Oh, like an old hound dog. Item, the death of the elevator operator, Eddie Amboy. The boys in technical concur with your opinion that he was indubitably murdered.
Well, it's generous of them.
Yeah, they thought so. They said the hacksaw you found on the roof of the apartment building, plus the evidence that the elevator cable had been sawed through, this made it murder.
What else, Tartaglia?
Well, we have checked on the background of Eddie Amboy. Found he ran an elevator, and in his room had a wife, Mrs. Eddie Amboy.
She there now?
Oh, yeah, Danny, yeah. The boys are even now, keeping tabs on her.
Tartaglia, give me the rest of that halva. I may need it for comfort.
Yeah?
Mrs. Amboy?
Who are you?
I'm from the police, Danny Clover.
Well?
May I come in?
You're from the police. You want to see me about what?
About Eddie, about your husband.
He's dead. You're late. You should have come months ago. Eddie's dead. Last night he got married to an elevator.
Eddie was murdered, Mrs. Amboy.
You'd want to take the trouble. Come on in. Sit over there if you want to.
Thanks. You said I should have come months ago. Why?
Could have arrested him. Could have had him sentenced for every little petty crime he committed. I added it up one night. Come to 157 years.
That way, huh?
This way, Mr. Clover. I could have visited him in jail, brought him pineapple upside-down cake. He liked pineapple upside-down cake. a dream I had. To watch him eating pineapple upside-down cake behind bars.
You sound bitter enough to want to kill him.
And wreck that dream I told you about? Myself? That was Eddie's department.
You were around when Eddie was killed?
Still doubt me, Mr. Clover. Don't doubt me. I've been on vacation, mister. To Washington, the District of Columbia, to our nation's capital. 2-day all-expense tour by bus to gawk at the White House, Lincoln's Memorial.
Miss Amboy.
Eddie sent me away. He had a girl.
When did you get back, Mrs. Amboy?
This morning. Time to read the paper. And time to know that Eddie was dead. Time to come back here and sniff perfume I never had. Another woman.
We'll check that. About the trip to Washington, I mean.
Yes, sure. You know what I was just thinking, Mr. Clover?
What?
6 years. I get my first 2-day vacation in 6 years and it becomes a matter for the police. How long will it be before Eddie leaves me alone? You've seen women like me before, mister. Help me out. How long will it be?
We'll just check about the bus trip. No longer than that.
Wait a minute. Don't go yet, Mr. Clover. I got it right here. Here. Take this wallet.
What about it?
Before I burned Eddie's clothes this morning, I went through them. Maybe he left me $5 insurance money. I found this wallet. Eddie never had no wallet like this. Anyhow, it's empty.
Not quite empty. A picture of a man. An identification card.
You know him?
Not really, Mrs. Amboy, but I know about him. He's a man who didn't get off an elevator. He tried, but he didn't make it. Mrs. Amboy's eyes glittered through the shadows of the room filled with shadows. And all that was in them was the hard crust of a hatred finally resolved. It was not only Eddie's clothes she had burned, but his touch, his gaze on her, the whispered night words. There was nothing more I could ask her about Eddie that she would answer. So I got out. The picture, the identification card and the wallet she gave me belonged to the man who had been murdered and found in the elevator. Now I knew who he was, but I needed more than that. There was an address on the card. I went to it.
Oh, well, I'm afraid you'll have to come back some other time, sir. Dr. Stafford is not in.
I know that. I'm from the police. Danny Clover. And you?
The attendant. I helped Dr. Stafford. He has a small hospital here. Only Dr. Stafford and myself. Police?
Yes. I want to...
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to take up whatever it is you want with Dr. Stafford. I'm not in a position. What is it you want, Mr. Clover?
Something like this. How is it you don't seem to know that Dr. Robert Stafford is dead?
He often takes trips away from here for 2 or 3 days at a time. I never could. Dead?
Murdered.
That's impossible. Well, he was so hale and hearty when he left here. He was so...
Murdered.
I knew it would happen someday. I knew it, and I told him so many times.
Why? Why did you tell him that?
Because of the nature of his profession. Dr. Stafford was a psychiatrist, a very competent one. Some of the people he treated were mad. Murderous and mad. You've only to read their records. Call them.
Where are they?
What?
The records, where are they?
Oh, in his office in there. But you've no right. You've no right. Those are Dr. Stafford's. Please, Mr. Clover.
These papers here on the desk? Are these records?
Yes, Dr. Stafford was studying those the night he went away. I haven't touched them. Dr. Stafford didn't like anyone.
Case history, Conrad. Doesn't make sense. I can't understand what's written here.
Psychiatrist records are like that, Mr. Clover. Mr. Clover, you can't take those with you. They belong to Dr. Stafford.
Welcome, Danny. Welcome to the office that Freud built with the taxpayers' money, Danny.
Dr. French, how are you?
All right, Danny, all right. Well, what brings you to the city psychiatrist? Problem?
A problem.
Off the record?
On it, Doctor. I've got a file here. It's filled with words and parts of words that I don't understand. A file about a sick woman.
Illness requires a special language, Danny. Let me take a look.
Here. Anything, Doctor?
Gently, Danny, gently. This is quite a history.
Sum it up for me, Doctor. Tell me so I can understand.
Can the lay mind understand insanity? For the woman named Conrad, it says here that she's insane.
How insane?
The insanity of the headlines, Danny. The sensational insanity. The woman named Conrad is a homicidal maniac.
Yeah.
This woman needs attention. According to these notes, she was going to be committed.
I know, but which one?
I don't understand.
Which one, Doctor? Which Conrad? Martha or Mary? Which is a homicidal maniac? Which? Tartaglia, get in here.
Hey, yeah, Danny, yeah. I was just in the... Hey, what are you doing with your gun, Danny? The old ammunition don't please you?
Something like that. Tartaglia, I've got a thing for you to do.
Always a pleasure, Danny.
Tell the boys in the press room we've captured a homicidal maniac.
Oh, that's nice. Huh? Hey, where, Danny? Where is he?
A woman, Tartaglia. A mad woman named Conrad. Tell the reporters we're holding her for the murders of Dr. Robert Stafford and Eddie Amboy.
Huh? You have spoken, Danny. But
what, Tartaglia?
Well, me, a policeman. It makes me ashamed to confess it, but I don't know what's going on in the police department.
Oh, I'll whisper it in your ear, then you'll know. Eddie Amboy. He was the key, Tartaglia.
The key to what, Danny?
To the murder of Dr. Robert Stafford, to his own. Because he saw the Conrad woman kill Stafford, then blackmailed her in his own special way. Eddie had special ways.
Well, if I could only understand it, it would explain something.
Well, it explains Eddie's delay in calling the police. He had to fix it up with the murderer, Tartaglia. It took him an hour. When he finally convinced her, he called us. He didn't know he was playing games with a mad woman.
Oh, and this Conrad was the woman who sawed through the cable and thereby dropped an elevator on him?
Yeah.
Hey, but wait a minute, Danny. There are two Conrads, Mary and Martha. Now, don't play hard with my emotions, Danny. Which one was it, Mary or Martha?
How would I know? Another thing, Tartaglia. One of the Conrad sisters is in her apartment now. I checked. Tell Muggavan not to let the other sister get to her. Under no circumstances is one sister to contact the other. You got that?
Got it, Danny.
One more thing. If anyone wants me, anyone, they can reach me at home. Is it all clear now, Tartaglia? So I went home. I tapped on the landlady's door, told her I was expecting visitors, told her to send them up. In my apartment, I hung my shoulder holster with a gun across a chair, then sat facing the window, trying to hold on to at least one of the answers that kept nudging themselves through my mind. But they were fleeting and of no consequence. A murderer might come calling tonight. This was the thought that crowded out the rest of the thoughts. And then below me, captured in the pool of light spread by the street lamp, a silhouette. A woman. A woman who looked for a house number, found it, walked to the door beneath me. Found me. Good evening, Miss Conrad.
May I come in?
I want you to. Over there, Miss Conrad. Sit down.
No. I'd rather stand.
All right. Why did you come here?
What have you done with her, Mr. Clover? What have you done with my sister Martha?
You've seen the newspapers. The police have her. She'll see the psychiatrist in the morning. You know that, Miss Conrad. You know she needs medical attention.
I know that. But you'll put her away. You'll put her away like an animal. She'll die in a cage. My sister.
Your sister murdered two men.
Yes.
Why didn't you come to the police? You knew she murdered Dr. Stafford, knew about Eddie Amboy.
She'll die in a cage. Crawling in a cage.
Come in.
Martha, what are you doing here? I don't understand. That policeman, he said... The papers said...
They were holding you, Mary. I thought they'd finally caught you. Finally. Oh, Mary.
It's a trick. Let's run. Let's get out of here.
No more running.
Come on.
No more. You're sick.
Let's go.
You're sick, Mary. Huh? Don't you know that?
Huh?
I tried to help, but men is killing us. Oh, Mary.
Don't touch me. You've turned on me. Now he knows. And you. I'll kill you both.
Mary, put down that gun.
I'll kill you. Kill you.
gun curled up and mixed with her hair, and behind the smoke, her face, fury disintegrating, dissolving into disbelief. She stood there, her body taut, her mind clutching for one fleeting instant of sanity that it was through, over, done with. The simple recognition that the gun had been harmlessly loaded. Then she rejected everything. A little while later, some men came. Men who knew about these things. They picked her up and carried her away. Broadway's deserted now, except for those who never quit. Those who wear peepholes for eyes, the dream walkers, the people who want to laugh. They search behind doorways, in alleys, through shuttered windows. And they never go home, because they can't. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Curry.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, it's a neon shriek of despair that claws across the face of night, that tears up the black wind, that beats against the silent dust. It's struggle and confusion and the dance of shadows on a spectacular illuminated with 10,000 fragments of light. It screams, it sobs, it whimpers, it laughs. The face of night has not changed. It's Broadway, My Beat. They were waiting, the harbor police, their launch dancing against the shadows of the curious, waiting and bound in the veil of mist rising above the river. They were waiting for me.
Hiya, Danny. You got here fast. Up aboard the line.
Yeah.
Okay, Skipper, let her go.
All right, Florio, fill me in.
Well, Danny, it goes something like this. The city engineers were dredging the river for some social purposes or
No
something.
philosophy, Florio. I'm not up to it.
Yeah, okay, Danny. Like I was going to tell you, they was dredging the river and they come upon a car at the bottom of the same.
Huh?
They call the derrick department. The mobile department sends out a barge with a derrick. The derrick wraps a chain around the car, gives a mighty heave and a pull, and there it is, Danny, hanging there in the floodlights.
How did the car get in the river?
Well, the engineers figured that the only place it could have come from was off that bridge up there.
Where on the bridge?
Well, that's what's funny. There ain't a mark on the bridge, not even a blemish. Guardrail ain't touched. If the car crashed through...
I want pictures and every foot of the bridge. Now, let's get on the barge, Florio. Tell him to lower the car, Florio.
Hey, engineer, lower the boom. Boy and girl in the car, Danny. It's a long time in the river.
How long?
The engineer says from the amount of rust on the car, 2 or 3 days.
Here, help me open the car door, Florio.
Yeah, Danny. It's stuck. All that river water rusted the lock.
Well, we keep trying.
For a bad man, you got muscles, Danny. Danny.
Why did you have to call me, Florio? Why me?
But this makes it all the more down your alley, Danny. The bullet holes plugged neatly in the heart region. 1 each to each. They weren't not only drowned, were they?
No. Florio, come here.
Yeah? Yeah, Danny. What do you want?
What does this look like to you?
It looks like the front end of the car was smashed, like it hit something.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me.
You think that's something, Danny? Come around here to the back. Now, you see that, Danny? And you tell me I shouldn't be philosophical.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, Danny. The sign. A sign that says just married.
Good morning, Danny. Yeah, I give you a greeting, Danny. Good morning.
Oh, hi, Sergeant. How are you?
Tall in the saddle.
You're what?
Tall in the saddle, Danny. This is an answer heard all the time west of the Great Divide. Intelligence from my youngest boy, Giovanni, who is studying to be a cowboy by box tops and television.
Yahoo, Tartaglia. What kind of intelligence did you get from upstairs? Give me the rundown.
Rundown to wit. Identity of occupants of car established from respective wallets. Established occupants to be Mr. and Mrs. Charles Kimball, nee Jane Miller.
Mm-hmm.
Married 2 days ago at the home of the bride, where the groom had been an erstwhile and former boarder.
Go ahead.
Well, that's the intelligence from upstairs, Danny.
And what, may I ask, is that envelope?
Oh, here. It's the photographs Lou Jacobs took of the bridge off of which the car plunged down.
Yeah. Now I believe it. This morning it was too early. Maybe I wasn't hearing right. But now I believe it.
Huh?
Look at these pictures.
Let's see.
This guardrail on the bridge is 4 feet high. It's untouched.
Uh-huh.
Nowhere along the whole length of it is there a sign that the car crashed through it.
Well, then how could the car get in the middle of the East River, Danny? Under 30 feet of water?
That's a tall in the saddle type question, Sergeant. How did the car get there? Tartaglia shrugged, blinked, silently pleaded to be excused from the room, didn't wait for permission, got out. That left me alone with it. How did the car get there? How did it hurdle a 4-foot barrier without a mark, a scratch on said barrier? How? And then the question I'd been touting away from my brain. Why? Why the bullet-torn flesh of a boy and girl on a honeymoon, their blood washed away on a river slime? And then I knew no policeman's riddle, no games with the equations of murder could hold it back any longer. It had to be done, so I did it. I called on the parents of a dead bride.
Just a moment. I'll only be a moment. Yes. What is it, please?
Mrs. Miller?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Miller. Please, if you're selling something, I'm afraid I can't do you any good. You see, we're in a kind of... Well, everything's different now. And...
I'm from the police, Mrs. Miller.
Yes, I know, but I'm sorry. I'd like to help... The police?
May I come in?
Well, but everything's so upset. I don't like for people to see my house this way.
It's about your daughter.
Oh, but Jane's away on her honeymoon.
May I come in, Mrs. Miller?
Well, she won't be back for another 10 days. Please come in. This way, Mr.
Clover, Danny Clover.
Mr. Clover. I'm sure you'll want to talk to my husband, too. We've been rearranging the furniture. You see, 2 of our rooms are unoccupied now, and Ben...
Yeah, what do you want?
Well, don't move the chair now, Ben. It's the policeman, Mr. Clover.
Couldn't you have stated your business at the door, Mr. Clover? You see, I'm quite occupied at the moment.
It's something about Jane, Ben. About Jane.
Well, what do you have to do with her, Mr. Clover?
Do you have a picture of your daughter?
Oh, yes, we have a whole album.
A recent picture?
One of the wedding of her and Charles and of Ben and me.
May I see it, please?
Wait a minute. What right have you to come into my house to...
Oh, please, Ben. Mr. Clover just asked to look at Jane's picture. Well, there it is on the mantel, Mr. Clover. And that's Charles, her husband. Yes, Charles Kimball. Isn't he a fine-looking boy?
There's no other way to say this. If there were another way, I'd give. They're dead. They're both dead. Murdered.
Get out of my house. Go on. Go on, get out.
Please,
get
Ben,
him out of here.
Ben.
I'll kill him. What kind of a filthy joke's he trying to play on us? Go on, get him out.
Ben, don't. Who would want to kill our boy and girl, Mr. Clover?
We don't know, Mrs. Miller. That's why I came here, because we don't know.
Charles lived here with us. He and Jane fell in love. They got married 2 days ago. They went on honeymoon to Niagara Falls. We were waiting for a letter, a postcard. Why should they be killed, Mr. Clover?
Charles, where are his family, Mrs. Miller?
He had none. He came here after the war, rented a room from us, worked hard. Charles and Janie, they were 2 people, Mr. Clover, nothing more.
Tell him to ask someone else, Anne. Get what he wants from someone else, not from us. Tell him that, Anne.
Ben, what do you think it's doing to me?
They were found in a car and...
A car? The one we gave them for their wedding present. Ben and I knew all along, so we saved for it.
Anne.
Yes, Ben. What do you want?
Ask him to help us, Anne. I'm sorry. Ask him to help us.
Yes, Ben. Will you help us, Mr. Clover?
It was a basic question. It had a background of a few thousand years to it. A man's child had been killed. A man's child needed avenging. As simple as that. There's a cult that comes with civilization. Men who put on white jackets buttoned at the throat and measure violent death with slide rules. Who stare at murder in the cross-section through microscopes. Who dissolve it and shake it up in test tubes until death has a color to it. One of the men in the white jackets was named John Gordon. He was a technician for the police department technical division. I called on him.
Something I can do for you, Lieutenant?
Yeah. The report on the automobile dredged out of the river early this morning.
Just a minute.
Well?
Well, wait till I finish reading this article, Lieutenant. You don't expect me to put it down now, do you?
Yeah, I expect that.
Have you read it? No. No, I don't expect you have. The isometric measurement of hydrogen ion concentration versus colorimetric measurements. Imagine you reading that. What do you read, Lieutenant?
Obituaries, Gordon. Where's the report?
I had it ready an hour ago. I waited for you.
Now I'm here. Get it.
I'll tell you about it. It's chock full of charts and graphs and chemical reagents. You'd be distressed.
What's your great sorrow, Gordon? Who did what to you?
The report, Lieutenant. It says the passenger car and the truck...
What truck?
Please.
All right.
The size, the shape of the crumped front end of the passenger car, together with the molecular displacement of the metal, indicates that the car, assuming a normal rate of speed, indicates that the car hit a truck.
What kind of truck?
I was getting to that. I don't know. Scrapings indicate that the paint of the truck was new and not its original coat, a widely used paint. From information available, the make of the truck is impossible to identify.
What else?
My job is done. Now it's in your very capable hands, I'm sure. Pardon me. John Gordon, Police Department, Technical Laboratory speaking. Oh? Yeah. He's here. For you, Lieutenant.
Thanks. Hello?
They switched me to you, Danny. On Conway asked. It almost took too long.
Who is this?
Floyd Carper, Danny. Come get me, kid. I got news for you.
Well, tell me now, Carper. What kind?
Charles and Jane Kimball. The couple who took a honeymoon in the river. Come get me, kid.
Yeah, where?
Bowery. 320 Front Street. Walk back, hurry, kid.
Carper.
Come get me, Danny. Please, listen. I never said it to a cop before. Listen. Come get me. Please.
It was a name to launch a minor nightmare. Floyd Carper. A man who dressed too well, perhaps to spite the memory of the years of wearing cast-off clothes. A little man with hate perched on his shoulder like a sharp-beaked creature. Vocation, hoodlum. Majoring in bank holdups. 3 of them, 2 convictions. Floyd Carper in the Bowery. He didn't belong there. Carper saying he knew about the Kimball murders. It didn't fit. Carper saying please to the police. It didn't make sense. 320 Front Street, he'd said. I went there. Walked back, he said. I did that. I'm Danny Clover here. Carper? Carper? Hey, what? I'm coming in. You almost made it at that. It was Carper, all right. I had to look close to make sure, but it was he. No hate now. Something lent its own special expression to his face. Something, the bullet wound in his stomach, the time of pain, the final hugging close of the darkness. Floyd Carper was dead.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway demands quality to its crime, else Broadway pays no attention. But when a boy and a girl are murdered on their honeymoon, when a boy and a girl are dredged from the East River, when a grade-A hoodlum named Floyd Carper is found shot to death in the Bowery, Broadway gives pause. And there was a connection. The boy, the girl, the hoodlum. Broadway chortled and nudged its neighbor and just had to know all about it. So did I. The police records told me about a place I could go. To a housing development out in Flushing. The records said a man named Bruce Monroe lived there. And Bruce Monroe had once been caught splitting the proceeds from a bank robbery with Floyd Carper. So I went there. After all, I was a policeman. I had to ask questions of somebody.
Danny, how are you? You don't have to tell me. You look wonderful. Wonderful. You checking up on me, Danny? No, you're not checking up. A social call, huh? Sure, a social call. How are you, Danny?
Wonderful.
Now, how about me, huh? How about me? All settled down. Settled down a 2-story house in Flushing. Me and my family. Respectable.
Family, huh? I'd like to meet them.
Sure, Danny. They're upstairs. I keep them in a cage.
That way you can keep your eye on them.
They're problem children. Children with problems, Danny. Come on up. Take a look.
I'd like to. What have you been doing for the last couple of years, Bruce, since jail?
It's feeding time, Danny. They like company when they eat.
Yeah. What have you been...
Out here, Danny. I keep my family in a glass cage on the roof. Look at them. 30 beauties. Makes a man proud. I'm proud, Danny.
Pigeons.
Sure, what did you think? Quite a cage, huh? Isn't it? You bet it is. Let's go in. Come on, feeding time. Hiya, Jasper. Oh, Mildred. Oh, George, who plucked out your tail feathers?
What have you been doing since jail, Bruce?
I'll bet you didn't come here as a social caller after all.
Your buddy, Floyd Carper, was found shot to death.
They all wind up that way.
You?
I'm an exception. I retired. I'm respectable. I raised a family. Here, fellas, eat. Come on and eat. Look at those pidgeys eat.
Did you kill Carper?
Nonsense, Danny. You know that's nonsense. I haven't seen him for ages and ages.
Tell me something, Bruce. How can you afford all this? Nice house, large family. It's a drain, isn't it?
Business is good.
What business?
I'm a licensed used car dealer. An international permit, even. I drive used cars into Canada. I have an outlet there. Oh, come on, Elliot. Eat your corn. Oh, you won't eat, Danny.
No more bank heisting, huh?
Danny, you know that's nonsense, too. Look, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
Danny, frankly, Danny, you're upsetting all of us. I'm being voted in tonight. I got to make a speech. Flushing Homing Pigeon Society's voting me in tonight. Questions like yours could ruin my acceptance speech.
Bruce Monroe placed a kernel of corn on his lips, puckered them, and then extended a finger. Lucille fluttered to the finger, was lifted to Monroe's mouth, and daintily pecked away at the lunch so lovingly served. All that billing and cooing did something to me, so I got out. The ride back to headquarters didn't clear up a thing. The same nagging questions rode alongside me. Why was the hoodlum Floyd Carper dead? What had the hoodlum Floyd Carper to do with the life and death of a boy and a girl whose lives had been ordinary, whose death spectacular and grotesque? Sergeant Tartaglia couldn't make sense out of it either, or as he put it,
I can't make no sense out of it, Danny, either. I have been mulling over this sad affair with the Mrs. Tartaglia. She can't make no sense out of it either.
No?
No, Danny. The scene of our mulling it over, I remember like it was a picture on a calendar. Mrs. Tartaglia was hovering over her mixmaster, hustling up some pizza dough. I was reading to her from the paper in my stocking feet. We was very domestic last night, Mrs. Tartaglia and I.
Tartaglia, what have you found out about Charles Kimball, the dead boy?
Oh, sure, Danny, sure. I got it right here. What we have found out about Charles Kimball is that he was a good boy with an honorable war record, with decent law-abiding friends, with a decent law-abiding job in a paper factory. He was a good boy, Danny.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Anything else?
Yeah, a couple items.
Tartaglia, what do I have to do to get you to tell them to me?
Oh, nothing, Danny. Just ask me. Don't look that way, Danny. I'll tell you. Tracing down the truck with which the Kimball car collided is still in the process of being traced down. This means they haven't found it.
Well, tell them to find it.
Yeah, I'll do that, Danny. Now, here is the piece de resistance, a teletype writer from the Poughkeepsie Police Department.
Well, what makes it so resistant?
It wants Floyd Carper.
Huh?
Yeah, Floyd Carper. They want him on suspicion of a bank robbery that took place recently in Poughkeepsie. They want to know, do we got him, this Floyd Carper? It's so the bank teller can identify him.
Do we got him, Tartaglia?
Yeah, in a manner of speaking.
So tell them that, Tartaglia. Put it on the teletype. We don't want to keep Poughkeepsie in suspense, do we?
So you're Danny Clover, huh? Been reading about you in the papers up in Poughkeepsie. Still trying to solve that honeymoon couple murder, I read.
Which one of you is from the Poughkeepsie police?
Me. Who'd you think? This little guy's the bank teller. This little guy's Oliver Hilliard.
How are you, Mr. Hilliard?
Oh, don't blush, Oliver. The man just asked you hello, that's all. Answer, Mr. Clover. No? What are you going to do with a guy like that, Danny? He shoots and wounds a heister who could be Floyd Carper. Now he blushes.
This way. I want you to look at Floyd Carper. Then Mr. Hilliard will know for sure. Down this corridor.
Oh, you got him on ice, huh? Say, what do you think of our work up in Poughkeepsie, Danny?
I haven't heard.
About matching a 3-day bank robbery with a known bank robber. Clever, huh?
You're real magnificent.
I knew you'd say that. Nothing spiteful about you big city police.
We're going into the morgue now, Mr. Hilliard. Don't worry. It'll only take a second. You'll be all right.
Sure. Oliver will be all right. He helped us, Oliver did. Described the bank robber. Picked out his picture from our files. That's the type of citizen we have up in Poughkeepsie, Danny. Cooperative.
Right over here.
Hey, this is quite a production you got here. Only in Poughkeepsie, we got a morgue that's something to write home about.
You feel all right, Mr. Hilliard?
Oliver feels fine, don't you, Oliver? Bet you can't wait till you get home and tell your wife about this, huh?
All you have to do is take one look, Mr. Hilliard.
Flip back the shroud, Danny.
Well?
That him, Oliver? This Floyd Carper, the one who held you up? Yeah, huh? Oliver nods his head, yeah, Danny. Positively, huh? How do you like a cooperative citizen like that, Danny? The kind we grow in Poughkeepsie.
Poughkeepsie's policeman, the bank teller, and I had nothing else to say to each other after that. When it finally registered on the Poughkeepsie policeman, he shook my hand heartily, thanked me from the heart, wrapped a hearty arm around the bank teller's shoulders, and led him back to Poughkeepsie. I started back to my office. On the way, Tartaglia shoved a phone message in my hand. It was from Detective Muggavan. Muggavan had something, the message said. Something maybe hot, maybe cold. Anyway, the something was in a garage uptown. Come right away, it said. So I changed course and went to the garage.
This is called Morgan's Garage, Danny. Caterers to the desires and ailments of trucks, moving vans, trailerways, all kinds of heavy vehicles.
Interesting.
Yeah, like you say, interesting. This one over here, for example. Fascinating piece of machinery.
Why does it fascinate you, Muggavan?
2 reasons, Danny. First, because it's exactly like one of my kids' toys. A trailerway, they call it. It picks up and delivers automobiles, carries them on the highways and the byways. Somehow it gives me a romantical feeling, these automobile carriers.
The second reason, Muggavan?
The second reason also fascinating. This trailerway is the truck you've had the whole department looking for, including me, Danny.
What?
Yeah, the one into which the honeymoon car crashed, or vice versa, before going over the bridge into the river.
Are you sure?
Danny, in something so fascinatingly routine as this, I wouldn't be sure. I've been scraping hunks of paint off of it, trotting them down a technical, trotting back, examining the stent and the grill work, trotting down a technical, trotting...
Muggavan, would it be asking too much of you to shut your big mouth?
Oh, not too much. Something, Danny? All this routine adds up to something? Danny, come back to me, Danny. You're so far away.
That's how they did it, Muggavan. Carper makes us get away from a bank job upstate in a car, drives it up on this trailway. He and his buddy drive off. Who looks for a runaway car on one of these things?
It's your party, Danny.
On the road somewhere, they crash into the honeymoon couple, or vice versa. The kids see Carper's hurt from a bullet wound. They're murdered for seeing that. The murderers drive the kids' car up on the trailway, stop at the 59th Street Bridge, dump it.
That explains the no scars on the bridge's guardrail, huh?
Yeah. You sounded like you were tired of routine. Is that right, Muggavan?
Yeah, that's right.
I'll change it for you. Ever been to Flushing? Let's go, Muggavan. This house.
Oh, such a serene and peaceful habitat, Danny. Now look, yellow shutters and chintz drapes. Tasteful.
Ring the bell.
Welcome back, Danny. Oh, you brought a friend of Danny Clover's. I'm glad. Come in. Social, Danny, or business?
Business, Bruce.
Ah. Oh, pigeons. That's it. You want to buy some pigeons. You're going to start raising pigeons. Pigeons?
Muggavan, take a look at the serene and peaceful habitat of a man who dumped Floyd Carper when he was wounded. Who killed those 2 kids.
Surely, Danny. Surely this is nonsense.
The cops, Muggavan.
Yeah. Danny, watch out! Come out with your feet, Danny!
Come on, Muggavan.
Danny,
Muggavan. Muggavan. It hurt much, kid?
Yeah, it hurt. Go get him, Danny. I'll be okay. My shoulder.
Yeah. You won't get away, Bruce.
No, Danny. On the roof, Danny. It's a good place to die. Come up on the roof and die. Right through this door and die, Danny.
Yeah.
Me, Danny. Shooting me. One of my pigeons is hurt.
Throw away your gun, Bruce. Throw it away.
Throw it here.
Yeah? You know I can do what you tell me when you ask me nice?
Put your hands behind your head and walk toward me.
Yeah. Don't look like you hurt any of my feelings, Danny. That makes me glad for you. Still got bullets in your gun, Danny?
Yeah, Bruce.
What are you going to do, kill me in cold blood? You could real easy. I'm so close to you now, face to face, very easy target.
Put your hands out, Bruce. Long time since there were handcuffs on him, huh, Bruce?
Not long enough, you...
You know, I'm glad, Bruce. I'm glad you did that.
All right, Danny, that's enough. Enough. Now come quiet, Rob.
No, Bruce. Those were for me. This is for Mugger. And for two kids. Two decent kids. Two decent kids. What tried to stop me was something gentle. A gentle, easy Irish voice telling me I didn't have to hit him anymore. But I might as well be hitting a rag doll. That's enough, Danny, it said. Enough. Then they pulled me away. That was good because I would have killed him. Then I asked a question. The same gentle Irish voice told me Muggavan was all right. 3-4 days, maybe, and he'd be all right. And that was good, too. Broadway's quiet now. It's the hour without color. The 6 o'clock hour, the hour of going home. But in a while, night will dip down and touch the street. And there'll be fury again, and rack and roar and crowd. The restless wandering down a phosphorescent alley. The puppet dance into a screaming furnace of light. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat. Broadway's my beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's a time and a place and a fury that beckons with a blinking eye, then reaches out and hugs you close, and you're caught up in it. The seesaw of color, the riot of noise and night sounds, the mottled gold from the spectaculars that drips over you. And you try to hold it, but your hands clutch a pinch of dust, a handful of ashes. That's Broadway. My beat. Scattered in the streets, there are cubes of silence, spotted so that the roar of the city rolls against them, ebbs. Municipally designated hospital zone, quiet, do not blow horn. Pain creates its own sound. It doesn't mix well with the voice from outside. And in the hospital corridors, you walk as if on a knife blade, because the balance is that thin between you and the people on the other side of the wall. A man was waiting for me at the end of the corridor.
Hello, Danny.
Dr. Sinsky, I got your call, Doctor.
You made good time. The hospital got in touch for me to get here, so I did likewise to you.
Why?
They'll be wheeling a girl down to the operating room in a few minutes. Her name is Francie Green. It's the name of a lifetime, Danny. Now...
She dying?
She might live, Danny. She was hit by an automobile. Someone hit her and ran away.
Oh?
This accident, this hit and run away, it was preconceived. This of trying to kill a 20-year-old girl with the name of Francie Green, this had a plan to it.
I don't understand you, Doctor.
Last Saturday morning, the same girl I treated in the emergency ward. A man with a handkerchief tied over his face tried to beat her to death. But she screamed and the man ran away. I gave her compresses and kind words. But her lips were trembling. I couldn't stop that. She was terrified.
Go on.
Tonight, Danny, I talked to her. She said someone tried to push her in front of a subway train yesterday. She just felt there's someone's hand on her back. Tell me, Danny, who could need the death of a 20-year-old girl to make him happy?
The girl, what about her?
Sells cigarettes at a place called the Oasis. She's coming now, Danny.
Francie, you'll be all right. I'm a policeman, Francie. I'm Danny Clover.
Find out who wants me dead. Find out.
The girl turned her head away from me, shuddered, and let the pain wash over her, because the flow of pain was better than the brutal touch of death. Then she turned back, and her eyes were restless shadows of fear that wouldn't sleep, that nothing could make sleep. Her begging now was silent, and my promise to her was silent. Then I got out. The Oasis was one of the caves on 52nd Street where the shriek of trumpets was chained to the walls, where loneliness was bartered for the lament of saxophones, where a voice was close to your ear because you wouldn't have heard it otherwise.
All alone, kid?
Yeah.
Did you pick this hole, or did it just come on you like something you've been dreaming?
I picked it. I'm from the police.
Yeah? Don't apologize, kid. We've had your type before. What kind of police? New York, Elmira, secret? You got your badge from saving box stops?
You want to see my credentials, is that it?
That would be a good bit. You show them to me, I believe him, you can have fun on the house. But on the house.
Here, take a look.
I believe him. Have fun.
You said on the house. You can say that?
Henry Miller, proprietor, master of ceremonies, caller of the dance. Time magazine says of me, and I quote, colorful owner of perhaps the worst nightclub in America, but without doubt the best time in the world.
What do they say about Francie Green?
The cigarette girl? They didn't get around to her. You got a bit with Francie? I asked because most of the time I'm like a father to her.
Then you know she's in the hospital. The doctor says she might die. But you'd know that, being like a father.
All right. I'll split hairs with you. When she stopped showing up for work regularly, I stopped being fatherly. I became the irate employer.
What made you like that?
France's excuses. She was beaten up. A subway train chased her. These are excuses to a colorful, cultured employer?
You didn't believe it? Why?
I'll tell you. The lazy girls that work for me dream up such bids to get out of slavery you wouldn't believe it. They... Wait. You said Francis in a hospital dying? The truth, not an act?
Not an act, Henry.
Remind me to make a note to send her flowers. Flowers with a sweet smell to them. That Francis is a good girl. Sweet.
She wanted me to find out who wanted her dead. Any ideas, Henry?
No. No ideas unless...
Unless what, Henry?
Unless Francie, my innocent cigarette girl, somehow got innocently mixed up in last week's murder.
That's right. There was a shooting here.
Yeah, Joe Paget, a very steady customer. Last Friday it happened, and you haven't solved it yet. Don't you guys have a department for the solution of crime?
Good morning to you, Danny. May your day be merry and bright.
What's the matter with you, Tartaglia?
Oh, lack of sleep, Danny. The pink eye were over last night.
The who were?
The pink eye, Mr. and Mrs. Pincus. Plural, pink eye. Latin.
Well, and the pink eye kept you up late.
Making canasta after canasta. Salt to the wound. As Father Salvatore said, it's the luck of the pinkorum.
Tartaglia.
Father Salvatore said that and demanded a new deck. Laughingly.
Tartaglia.
Huh? Oh, yeah, Danny.
Did you get that memo I left you?
Yeah, I got it, Danny. The girl, Francie Green, the operation, this way and that way. Dr. Sinsky doesn't know yet.
Go on.
The solution of the murder of Joe Paget, who was found shot to death in the men's powder room at the Oasis nightclub last Friday night, to wit. Solution of crime is being undertaken by Detective Muggovan.
Yeah, I know. What progress?
Progress? To wit. Joe Paget was a bricklayer by profession with a wife by marriage. Good union man, home lover, 100% substantial. It is his wife who concerns us at the moment.
She concerns us? How?
Well, she had a perfect alibi. The night of the shooting, she was playing hostess to a sewing bee on her block. But there's something strange.
Yeah, you did that good. Now tell me what's strange.
At the time Muggerman questioned her, Danny, the next morning, there was a guy there who held her hand and wiped away her tears.
What guy?
A guy who the police also questioned, a guy named Ray Fennell.
Ray Fennell. Now it's Ray Fennell who concerns us at the moment.
As indeed it did. This Fennell, when interviewed, said he was a projectionist. Is onto the screen at the Outpost Theater. This checked.
Alibi?
You should have such a strong alibi. At the time of the murder, Ray Fennell was in jail.
The alibi of Ray Fennell was something I had to find out for myself because of the promise I'd made to the girl, Francie. Because I had to find out for myself. The Outpost was one of the movie cribs on 42nd Street, converted from a legitimate theater to a burlesque house to a grind house. What it was grinding out now, the posters yippied, was 4 sagas of the Golden West. Not a double feature, not a triple feature, but 4 for the price of 1. 4 Apollos with golden spurs riding 4 silver stallions into the sunset. And a snack bar just inside the lobby. Even the ticket taker was bow-legged. He looked at my badge, digested it, shifted the wad of bubble gum in his mouth, inclined his head to a stairway. It was very hop-along, the whole thing. The door on the projection booth said, "Keep out." I didn't pay it no mind.
You can read, mister. The sign says keep out. Somewhere they must have taught you how to read 2 little words like that.
You, Ray Fennell, projectionist?
The way you said that, you could be a dues collector. But you don't look like a dues collector, more like a cop.
You, Ray Fennell?
Yeah, I am he. Wait till I turn off the speaker. I'll tell you about Ray Fennell, mister. Up here in the projection booth, he is king. He pushes a button, magic pictures appear on the screen. The clients down there, they might not understand why a cop loused up their magic. Unless the cop states his business.
They tell me you were in jail last Friday night, Ray. Why?
I got a bet at why. Why don't you goons leave me alone? All week you've been dirtying up my days and my nights.
Why did they put you in jail, Ray?
It don't register. Insults don't register on you guys, huh? It's on the book, mister. Ray Fennell, drunk and disorderly. I get 1 lousy night off a week. The clients put me in the drunk tank. All you clients make me sick.
A man was murdered last Friday night, Ray.
Do tell.
They tell me you know his wife.
Do tell.
It's your turn.
I'll tell you like I told the others. Yeah, I know his wife. Mrs. Paget and me, very friendly. I know her for a long time. Even before Mr. Paget, the cold and dead Mr. Paget.
And you've been consoling her for his death.
Much better than a consolation prize. Ask Mrs. Paget. You could almost say she's happy her husband's dead.
And you? How about you, Ray?
What's good enough for Mrs. Paget's good enough for me. Oh, now look what you made me do. I don't pay no attention. The film breaks. You won't mind if I take myself away from you to fix this?
Yeah, I mind, Ray. Leave it alone.
You'll square this dereliction of duty with the management, with the union, with the clients. The clients get restless. Hey, listen to them.
They'll understand. All of us clients understand things like that. But some things we don't.
You don't say. Like what?
Like about a girl named Francie Green. You know her, too, Ray?
Never heard the name. Never laid eyes on her. You're building something, aren't you, mister?
Yeah, we want to know why somebody wants her dead.
It's easy, mister. Everybody wants somebody else dead. Take my good friend Mrs. Paget, for instance.
And you, for instance. Let's go, Ray.
Are you crazy? I can't leave this booth.
Yes, you can. Call your relief or whatever you have to do. Then let's go.
Why? Why? You goons got nothing on me. I've been over it 1,000 times. I got the alibi. It's all down in your little dime store notebook.
Don't get excited, Ray. Now you've heard the name Francie Green. All I want you to do is look at her. And I want her to look at you.
Danny, here.
Hello, Dr. Sinsky. How is she?
I couldn't come to the phone when you called that you were coming down because I had to help in the operating room.
They took Francie back. Another operation?
This morning, emergency.
Oh.
She's still in there. We can't move her. Here, slip this robe on. We'll go into the operating room. You'll see her.
This is Ray Fennell, Dr. Sinsky.
Mr.
How
Fennell?
are you, Doctor?
Take the robe off the hook, Mr. Fennell.
Yeah, all right.
Just this morning, Danny, she started to hemorrhage. You ready? Through this door. We're feeding her oxygen.
I don't feel so good.
Such a sweet girl.
No good at all.
Francie Green. Such a nice name. Married. 20 years old.
Of all the shrill, insistent voices on Broadway, the voice of death is sometimes the hardest to hear. But it's there, and finally it will be heard. As Broadway heard the whisper of the dying of Francie Green. To Broadway, the fact that Francie had been a cigarette girl in a nightclub gave her shroud some glamour. But the fact that her dying was the final sum of the brutal violence committed upon her, Broadway shrugged off. A girl like that, they said, what can you expect? At headquarters, we felt differently about the dying of Francie Green. Sergeant Gino Tartaglia, he felt different about it, too.
Danny, it frightens me. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and it frightens me.
What does, Tartaglia?
Everything. His job, this metropolis, we call a metropolis. This young girl, Francie, who shouldn't have died, but died anyway.
Tartaglia.
Wait. Let me finish, Danny. Let me spill it out. Otherwise, I'll be ripe to fall into the clutches of a psychoanalyst or some other professional man. Even my domestic relations with Mrs. Tartaglia have become strained.
Oh?
Yeah, Danny. I screamed at her last night. I raised my voice to Mrs. Tartaglia in front of the Tartaglia children. All she was doing was hoovering around me.
Hoovering?
Yeah, with a hoover. She was performing a necessary domestic duty like vacuuming the Tartaglia rug, and I scream at her. Just because I am so internally upset about this murder of Francie Green.
Feel better now, Tartaglia? Is it all right to go ahead?
Yeah, Danny. I've told you my feelings on the matter. So now let us proceed to the chores of the day.
Anytime you're ready, Tartaglia.
The alibi of Ray Fennell, the projectionist, has been checked and rechecked as per your command. The records show he was veritably in the drunk tank the night of the murder of the bricklayer Joe Paget, arrested by Patrolman Samish.
Yeah, it doesn't get us anywhere, does it?
That's not my department, Danny, to get us anywhere. I'm only a cog in this infernal machine we call living.
There's a connection somewhere, Tartaglia. There has to be. Paget was killed last Friday night. The attacks on Francie began right after that.
Whatever you say, Danny. I also have here an item that might or might not be of interest to you.
Oh? What is it?
The body of an unidentified man was washed up in the East River last night. The consensus is that he was murdered. You want it?
No, give it to Detective Kenny. Anything else?
Nothing, Danny, except I am filled with a great sorrow over the death
Yeah, I know. Is it all right with you if I leave now?
Well, whatever you wish. Where you going?
To call on Mrs. Joe Paget. I want to know how she feels about all this.
May your venture succeed in success, Danny. Leave me know how it comes out. I'll add it to the record. Oh, Danny.
Yes? Oh, yes, a half a dozen hot cross buns and a cinnamon...
You're Mrs. Paget?
Yes. What are you...
I'm not selling anything.
That bakery truck parked across the street. You're the man.
I'm Danny Clover. I'm from the police.
Oh, I see. Well, please come in. In the parlor. Please sit down.
Thank you. Mrs.
I
Paget...
haven't dusted in here or anything since Joe died. Since my husband, Joe, had that accident. I think I'll move away from here.
I'm sorry about your husband.
Yeah, of course you are. I know you are. Everyone's so kind. The girls have been wonderful. The girls, my neighbors, baking me things and comforting. Such kindness.
Tell me about Joe, Mrs. Paget.
I told about Joe 2 times, 3 times, to a policeman. I want to cooperate, but I've told already. It takes time to tell. Dusting around the house, straightening up. A girl must take hold. Tragedy comes to everybody, and a girl can't let herself go.
How did you and your husband get along?
There was a difference. I read books. Magazines, it's the better quality. Joe came home from laying bricks too tired to be friendly and husbandly. He didn't discuss. He ran out of talking about things a long time ago. Some of the other girls have the same trouble.
Now what, Mrs. Paget, now that Joe is dead?
Now that Joe's dead.
There's another fellow, Mr. Clover. The girls don't blame me. The other fellow, Ray Fennell, he reads and he laughs and he knows nice things to talk about. There's Ray Fennell. He says love like in the movies.
Did he tell you Joe was dead? Did he break the news to you?
No, it was simple how I found out. I got out of the cab and went in and Jean told me.
Out of the cab?
I went to meet my husband at the Oasis. On Friday nights we meet there. We used to meet there. Joe got paid on Friday. At my insistence, we stepped out on Fridays.
Who is Jean?
Jean is Jean Bradbury. She's pretty. She's such a pretty girl. She's the photographer that takes pictures of couples at the Oasis. She met me at the door and told me. Oh, pardon me, Mr. Clover, the door. Yes? Oh, yes, a half a dozen hot cross buns and a cinnamon stick.
There was nothing after that. She offered me a slice of cinnamon cake, and I said no. I asked her whether there was anything else she could tell me. She said no, so I left. Left with the idea that Mrs. Paget was one of the girls, one of the million housewives. And because I'm a policeman, the idea was clouded with the fact that there are files on housewives who have committed murder. Mrs. Paget had told me a story. It was a story that needed checking. I called headquarters for information on Jean Bradbury, photographer at the Oasis. They came up with her hotel address. I went there. I guess I disturbed her.
Go away! Go away! Can't you understand? Get away from here. Go away.
I've got to talk to you.
Go away, go away, go away.
I'm from the police, Miss Bradbury. You want to talk out here?
How do you say no to a police? How do you tell a cop you don't want to talk to him?
Sometimes, like now, you can't. What about it, here or inside?
Come in. I don't know a thing. Come about the murder of Joe Paget, huh? I don't know a thing.
You get up pretty late, else you'd know. Else you'd read the papers and know. Francie Green is dead.
Dead?
Murdered, Miss Bradbury. Francie Green was murdered. She sold cigarettes at the Oasis while you took pictures. You passed her 100 times a night. Now she's been murdered.
Dead. Francie?
What do you know about her dying?
What's the matter with you? Being a cop, does it kill you inside? Look at me, I'm trying to scream. I can't do it because you embarrass me.
I'm a cop, Miss Bradbury. Sometimes I've got a mentality that doesn't go beyond motives for murder. And why, after one murder was done, another one follows it. Listen to me. Something happened last Friday night.
Joe Paget was killed.
He was killed. Then later, a week later, a kid named Francie Green was run down and killed. What's the connection, Miss Bradbury?
How do I know? I take pictures, a commission job, and run fast. How do I know anything?
What happened Friday night? Why was Francie killed? Because Joe Paget was killed. Help me, Miss Bradbury.
I don't know a thing. I took pictures all night, Mr. All night.
What are you thinking about?
All night except for 10 minutes. Francie relieved me.
She relieved you. How?
I broke the heel on my shoe. I went to the dressing room to fix it. I gave Francie the camera. A guy was hollering to have his picture taken. Francie knew how to take a picture.
Go on.
Well, nothing else. She took one picture. She brought it to me to develop. She handed me the camera and said, "Gene, there's such characters in this place."
She said that for any special reason?
After she took the picture, some character came up and offered her $50 for the negative.
The man she took the picture of?
No, some character, I said. Francie brushed him. She gave me the film. I developed it, gave it to the customer. He liked it so well, he bought the negative, too.
The customer, you know him?
Sure, he's in every Friday night. Little guy with a candy store on Grand Street. Comes in every Friday night for a ball. Has his picture taken. He pays by check. Signs it Menasha N.M.I. Meston.
On Grand Street, huh? Thanks.
At this moment in eternity, I'm busy.
It's all right, Menasha. Take your time.
Thank you. Making up an order of confections for the shindig Mrs. Rosenblatt's throwing for his son, Davy. Davy's bar mitzvah tomorrow. Confirmed, you know.
Should be with Glick.
I will relay to Mrs. Rosenblatt your compliments today. This'll only take a minute. 5 pounds chocolate-covered cherries I got to weigh up. Got it ready in the sack. 4 pounds, 12 ounces. Yeah. 5 pounds to the penny. Who is this Mrs. Rosenblatt getting fancy? Chocolate-covered cherries. I remember when a dime's worth a penny licorice was... How often do you have a son who's bar mitzvah? No, I can wait on you. What is your pleasure in the line of confections, mister?
A friend of yours, Jean Bradbury.
A doll.
She says you took her picture at the Oasis last Friday.
Every Friday, Jean takes my picture.
Last Friday?
Come to think of it, last Friday, no, it was Francie. Anyhow, every Friday I have an anniversary with a different girl. Celebrate some charming thing that has happened to us during the week. Pardon me, mister, but you have a right to talk to me intimately like this?
I'm from the police, Menasha. Danny Clover.
Oh, then maybe I better explain to you about my name. That NMI in the middle, Menasha NMI Meston, this NMI is an affectation. I picked it up in the Army. I wasn't blessed with a middle initial. I didn't mean no harm by it.
May I see the picture you had taken last Friday, Menasha?
Naturally, I got them all pinned in the wall. Let's see, which one was last Friday? Oh, this one right here. I remember because the girl is last Friday's girl. The doll, huh?
Yeah. The man behind you in the background, you know him?
Huh? No, I never had the pleasure. As a matter of fact, now that you point them out, this is the first time I noticed them.
Mind if I take the picture with me, Menasha?
It gives me such glamour. It's absolutely necessary you should take it.
It's necessary, Menasha.
Excuse me. That's Candy Store. Yeah, he's here. It's for you, Mr. Clover.
Thanks. Danny Clover here.
You're a tough man to track down, Danny. Hey, Danny, guess what?
What, Tartaglia?
The guy they fished out of the river I told you about. You said give it to Kenny? Maybe you should take him.
Why?
Because the arresting officer who arrested him in the first place for being drunk and disorderly has identified the body as belonging to Ray Fennell, the projectionist. Interesting, huh, Danny? Huh, Danny?
It was interesting. Interesting enough to make me go back to headquarters to look at the broken body that the river had washed back. The body that had been identified as Ray Fennell. And then it all fell into place. And that meant going back to a movie grindhouse called The Outpost and to a projection booth.
I don't even have to turn around to know who it is. I got a feeling up my back the minute you opened the door.
Turn around anyway, Ray.
Yeah. I hear you've been calling on Mrs. Paget. Rake's a nice girl for a man, huh?
I called at the morgue, too, Ray. There's a man there with a tag around his toe. The tag says it's Ray Fennell. But the tag's wrong, isn't it?
Yeah? But then maybe only you and me know that. So what is it, Bill?
Murder. You committing same. You killed your alibi for last Friday night. But like you say, so far only you and I know that. So let's go and tell the people, huh?
Oh, you got corny dialogue for a policeman. Here, I'll prove it to you. I'll flick the switch and prove it to you.
Everett, Kansas, there's no call on you to do this for me.
Well, there is, ma'am. Cause it's my duty to get the varmints who killed your father. Rustled your cattle.
Who's cornier? You or the cowboy? I give you a choice.
The man in the morgue, Ray. The same one you hired to get drunk and disorderly enough to be put in jail. Your build, your identification, enough to establish you positively among 100 weekend drunks.
You're more fascinating than moving pictures. Go on. Why would I do that? You have created a certain suspense in me.
For an alibi, police proven. Your alibi for the time you needed to murder Ray Paget because he stood in the way of Mrs. Paget.
That's very funny.
Shut up, Ray. I'm not through. Then you had to murder Francie because she took a picture that you were in. You made a mistake, though.
Oh?
Yeah. You talked to her about the picture. You tried to buy the negative from her. That way you registered on Francie. You couldn't afford that because you were supposed to have been in jail. So you had to kill her.
I had to do that, huh?
Sure. You should have let it alone, Ray. Who cares about a picture taken in a nightclub? Let's go.
It's not going to be that easy. Ray Fennell is not going to let it be that easy for you.
Don't be a fool.
Kill you and run. What if they caught me? A little more time left for living.
Give me that gun.
A little more time.
Give it to me.
Here, Kansas.
Drop it. No use, Ray. Drop it.
Hey, ma'am. Got to be a ride.
You're breaking it.
Yeah. Like I said, Ray. Let's go tell the people. In its midnight fury, Broadway is a mirage. A fragment peopled with phantoms who might be men or women. You touch some, they vanish. You touch others, they snarl and slink away. It's real, or it's a slab gouged out of a dream. You never know which. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The cast tonight included Kay Stewart, Virginia Gregg, Joe Forte, Hy Averback, David Ellis, and Jack Crucian.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, where darkness drains through the scarlet of neon before it's called night, and the crowd gathers, the people of twilight till dawn, the crowd that coils upon itself, then lashes out into the furious streets. You move with it, afraid to look back over your shoulder because the sound drifting by you, was it a laugh or a cry? There's nothing in between. It's Broadway, My Beat. The message was handed to me at my desk at headquarters, and the message was specific. The courtyard of the Marbury Apartments in Greenwich Village. And the message had a code number to make the matter more easily classified. Murder, translated into 2 digits. It was my department, so I went there.
The courtyard, surrounded by slabs of building. Nothing except the cascade of a fountain tossing the filtered yellow lights from apartment windows. That and a girl lying there, her fingers trailing in the water. And a woman standing beside her being angry about the whole thing.
Well, I see you finally got here.
I finally did. Who are you?
Now it starts. Who am I? What am I doing here? What's this all about? How much of this is going to be in the papers?
Probably all of it. You called the questions. Answer them.
Viola Walker, owner-manager of the Marbury Apartments. Look it up. Age, none of your business. And the girl lying there is a tenant, Hope Anderson. She's dead. Now, what about the newspapers?
That bothers you? Why?
Look, listen to me. I've got an apartment house here, respectable, for girls only. Sure, they can have men callers at certain hours. Who am I to warp young women by no men callers? But respectable. Understand that, mister. The newspapers...
The girl.
Hope Anderson. I told you that. She's dead. I told you that, too.
Yeah, you did, and I believed you. Now try me on how come you're here.
This way. I was on the balcony of my apartment, that one up there. I was sniffing the moonlight. I looked down on the fountain because it goes with the moonlight. Hope Anderson lying there didn't go with anything at all.
Go on.
I came down, saw what happened. Then I posted a notice on the bulletin board, no one allowed in the courtyard tonight. Then I called headquarters. Look, mister, don't you want to look at that? The gun lying there? I saw it. How come you didn't see it?
Yeah. Equipped with a silencer. More about the girl, Miss Walker.
How do I know? She roomed in apartment 6 with, let me see, Jackie Logan. And
Jackie Logan, tell me about her.
Sure. She roomed in apartment 6 with Hope Anderson. And she's been out all night. Now listen to me. If the newspapers get this, it'll give my apartment house a bad reputation.
Death by violence creates its own after patterns of behavior. For some, the pattern is desolation, the paths of shock, then anguish, then emptiness. For Viola Walker, it was none of these. An animal had crawled into her backyard and died. For her, it was simply a matter of removal. But a policeman has no choice. For him, the pattern is known, laid out, to be followed. So I followed it. The body of a girl who was once Hope Anderson was taken away. The gun that had killed her was turned over to the experts of death, the men in technical. And the policeman went back to the Marbury Apartments to talk to the good friend of the dead girl.
Yeah, Mr. Clover, I was Hope's friend. Girls like Hope and me, we don't have a friend in the world, so we nail onto each other. That makes it bearable.
And now that Hope's dead, how will it be, Jackie?
Unbearable. For a while. Maybe for a long time. Want me to brew you some instant coffee under the hot water faucet? Sometimes it comes out good.
Thanks, I'd like some.
You'll have it in an instant. What I always say is what I always like about this town is you can always get hot water. This can get to be something desired, something hoped for. Here you are, Mr. Clover.
Thanks. Oh, that's good. I missed mine this morning.
Yeah, me too.
Tell me about Hope, Jackie.
Hope was a girl like me, only more attractive, more sought after, as the saying goes.
Then she did have other friends.
Well, yeah.
All right, let's start with them.
I'd say there were 2. That's right, 2.
And they were?
Like in a novel, Mr. Clover. An older man and a young man. The young man with a fire inside him that could burn him up, the older man with a fire that was dying out. Rivals for the favors of Hope Anderson. I phrase it this way because I read novels in my leisure time. They're so lifelike.
And their names?
Care for another cup of instant coffee?
Only their names, Jackie.
There's something else you should know about Hope. And me, Mr. Clover. We never discuss names. Manners, education, how they treat little animals, bank accounts, but never names. Sure you don't want any more coffee?
No. But do something else for me, Jackie. Keep thinking about the names. And when you remember them, maybe it'll be better all round if you come to me at headquarters.
Danny? Danny?
Yeah?
Hi.
Oh, hello, Tartaglia.
Hi.
Okay. What about it? What did technical turn up with?
Facts.
You'll tell me, huh?
Technical report to wit. The gun found at the scene at the fountain was a Luger of the type much sought after as souvenirs from the last and costliest war. It had been recently cleaned and had been fired only once. And you know what?
Do it gently, Tartaglia. What?
It was only fired only once because there had been only one bullet in the clip. Said bullet was found post-mortemly to be the one that killed Hope Anderson. Now comes the good part.
I'm clutching onto the desk.
There were fingerprints on the gun. Fingerprints that can be and were identified. Last night we sent the prints and code to Washington. This morning they came back with a name and address.
And it's who?
Alan Harper, late of the U.S. Naval, where he served well and honorable. Address 8950 Madison Avenue. How did I do, Mon Lieutenant?
Dandy, Tartaglia. Just Jim Dandy.
Yes? What is it?
The doorman told me to ask at this apartment. I'm looking for Alan Harper.
Alan is not here. Didn't the doorman tell you that, too?
He did, but I need to find out for myself. I'm from...
If you're a friend of Alan's, believe me when I tell you that he's not here. If you're not a friend, it would be rudeness to prolong this, wouldn't it?
You didn't let me finish. I'm from the police.
Oh, Alan's in trouble, then.
I didn't say that. Let's talk inside, shall we, Mr...
Philip Warren. I'm Alan's stepfather.
Inside, Mr. Warren?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Alan's mother is my wife. Perhaps if you told me what you want with Alan...
You could make it easier for her?
Exactly.
Why do you think you need to do that, Mr. Warren? What frightens you about my wanting Alan Harper?
Why, only that when a policeman comes to one's door, one assumes there's been violence in some greater or lesser degree.
Violence? Did I hear violence, Philip? Oh.
This gentleman is from the police, Vera. Mr...
Danny Clover.
Mr. Danny Clover, my wife, Mrs. Vera Warren.
The police?
It's about Alan, Vera. Mr. Clover came to the door and said he was looking for Alan. I tried to find out why, because I wanted to spare you.
Spare me from what, Philip? I'm sure Alan never in his life did anything his mother could be ashamed of. What do you want with Alan, Mr. Clover?
Is he here, Mrs. Warren?
No. You may look for yourself if you find it compulsory not to believe me.
Where is he?
I don't know. That can't surprise you, Mr. Clover. Alan is a man.
Vera.
Let Mr. Clover speak himself, Philip. He hasn't finished. You were saying, Mr. Clover?
I was saying, where would Alan hide if he were wanted for murder?
You see, I knew. I felt it. I felt it was something that...
What could you have felt about Alan, Philip? Alan is my son.
I only meant... Nothing, Vera. Nothing.
You said murder, Mr. Clover. Whose murder?
Hope Anderson's.
Oh, yes, I read about it in the papers. And you think Alan murdered that girl, this Miss Anderson?
His fingerprints were on the gun that killed her.
Nothing. Nothing will make me believe my boy is a murderer. And I don't know where he's hiding. Hiding, that's your word. May Alan forgive me for using it.
Vera.
Show Mr. Clover to the door, Philip. I'm sure we have nothing else to say.
Yes, Vera. Come, Mr. Clover. Please, please.
Mrs. Warren, if you know anything... Show me the door, Warren.
One moment, Mr. Clover.
Yes?
Vera knows where Alan is. So do I.
Why are you telling me, Mr. Warren?
Because I believe it will go better with Alan if you find him. The life of a fugitive is not a savory one, Mr. Clover. The boy should have given himself up. The boy must have been...
Where is he?
He has a cabin on the beach at Montauk. He called Vera and told her he was there. Vera told me, and I...
Where in Montauk?
It's rather remote, hard to find. I have it. I'll draw you a map.
And he did, in a neat hand with landmarks and compass headings so that it would be impossible to miss the place. I stopped at a lunch counter for spud nuts and coffee until the Long Island train was ready to leave. At Montauk, there was no cab waiting, so I had to walk. The beach was narrow and pebbled, hugging the slow curve of the ocean. And to the left, the high sand dunes, here and there flecked with the remains of an early season's bonfire. It was warm for early spring, and no movement but the pound and heave of surf and the spray. There was a speck down the beach. In a while, it became a cabin, and a figure standing there before it, a man dressed in flannel shirt and dungarees, no shoes. I walked up to him. Hello.
Hello. Beautiful day, huh? Fine day for walking.
Yeah, it is. You're Alan Harper?
All right. Yeah, my name's Harper. Police?
Uh-huh. You shouldn't have run, Harper. Whatever your story is now, it's a bad story.
Bad from the beginning.
What happened? You and the girl, Hope Anderson. What reason did you have for killing her?
None. That's why I didn't kill her. That's why my story's bad.
I'll listen to it.
She had just told me she was in love with me. Just then, at that moment, she made up her mind, and she was sure of it. And just then, at that moment, she died.
How?
Shot. I guess it was a funny popping noise. Hope fell, then something clattered at my feet. A gun, a Luger, somebody threw it there. I picked it up and tried to fire at someone who was running away. Nothing. No more bullets.
There's someone. Did you see them?
Oh!
Alan! The picture held for an instant, the boy clawing at his chest and the life spilling from him. And the pain, sharp and precise and focused, that pinched up my shoulder and flared out. And it wavered, dissolved. And I thought, lying there looking at the single pebble that somehow was in my outstretched hand, how red it was, how orange, how it spun like a million spinning lights. And there was nothing. Nothing at all.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. The cream of the fun and songs on Arthur Godfrey's daytime shows are now brought to you in a half-hour special Godfrey Digest every Saturday night on CBS. So if a date with the dentist, the hairdresser, with a traffic ticket in court kept you from hearing one of the daytime shows this week, or if you want a fast half hour of Godfrey humor and songs by Jeanette Davis, Bill Lawrence, and the Mariners, listen in every Saturday night to the Godfrey Digest on most of these same CBS stations.
Broadway is a carnival of shadows that walk the neon midway and scream when they've been cheated of an attraction. They bought it, they paid for it, it belongs to them, to the ravenous shadows. They told me Broadway felt that way about me. It made Broadway's front pages, they told me, how a kid found me on the beach at Montauk lying under a web of seaweed. How the body of Alan Harper was torn out of the fingers of the hungry tide. They told me how I'd been taken to a small hospital overlooking the sea. And Broadway was wounded because a spectacle like that should have been played in Broadway's own gutter. Then a quiet voice told me I had a visitor, Sergeant Gino Tartaglia.
Danny? Danny, speak to me.
Good morning, Sergeant Tartaglia.
Good morning, Lieutenant Clover. I hope you are in the mood for a visitor from the beyond.
From the beyond?
Yeah, from all the way beyond Manhattan. All my life I lived in New York. I never realized such a place like this existed in the outskirts.
You can speak up, Tartaglia. I'm not dead.
Danny, how can I tell you how glad I am to hear that from your own lips? I've been visiting here for 2 days now. This is the first time they let me see you. There ought to be a law.
What do you got in that package, Tartaglia?
Oh, a get-well confection from Mrs. Tartaglia. Last night she went to the Mixmaster and beat up an old Italian recipe that makes people get well. Here, Danny, it's for you.
Thank Mrs. Tartaglia for me.
Wilco. You feel up to official business, Danny, in the physical wreck you are in?
I'm up to it. The question is, are you?
Oh, sure, Danny, sure. I'm in the pink. Well, let's get down to official business. You need not think, Danny, that we have been lax at the department during your regrettable absence. We have been on the ball.
Congratulations.
Thank you. We have found, for example, that the footprints leading to the dune from which your assailant shot at you and the deceased Alan Harper, said footprints have been obliterated beyond recognition by the sands of time.
That's a big ball. What else?
The bullets extracted from you and the said deceased Mr. Harper have no similarity to any bullets, living or dead, that have been used in the commission of any previous murders or attacks.
Jolly. Anything else?
No, nothing, Danny, except that the funeral of the deceased Mr. Harper is taking place this afternoon at 2 o'clock in the Orwell Cemetery.
Oh? Go tell the nurse I want my clothes, Tartaglia.
Danny, you got it in your mind to leave here? You can't do that. You are pale and wan and weak.
Get my clothes, Tartaglia. I have to go to a funeral.
A
Outside of Montauk, it began to rain, a misty drizzle that seemed suspended, melting the houses and movement and sky into a sodden blur. And it held. Later, when we'd gotten back into the city and Tartaglia let me off at Orwell Cemetery, the rain seemed to have let up some, but it was still there. The wet, the chill, the grayness. At the gate, a man answered my question by pointing to a small group of people gathered about a mound of newly turned earth. I waited. Then, when they moved away, when there was only one figure standing there, a woman, then I walked up to her. A woman with eyes closed against the shape of her son's final identity with the world. Mrs. Warren. Mrs. Warren, I didn't have a chance to tell you how sorry I am. I'm Danny Clover, Mrs. Warren. We've met. I was at your home.
Yes. Yes, I know you, Mr. Clover. You want to talk to me, don't you?
There's no hurry.
Consider it this way, Mr. Clover. Grief isn't a simple thing. It's made up of so much. The lost times and memories. So many.
Later.
And there's this, all mixed up with it. The only thing in my heart that I know the words for. Find out who killed my son.
We'll do that. We'll do that, Mrs. Warren.
You see, when he came home, when Alan came home from the Navy, he found Philip there. Philip, my husband. I had married again. I didn't tell Alan.
That's why Alan moved up to that cabin in Montauk?
I tried to get Alan to like Philip. Philip understood. Did everything to make... Well, it was difficult.
And Alan's friends, this is the thing we have to know. Somewhere, someplace, your son touched another person, and because of he was killed.
I don't know. After Alan met Philip, it seemed he didn't trust me. His friends were his secrets.
How about Hope Anderson? She was his friend. Your son told me that. His good friend, Mrs. Warren. He was with her when she died.
I don't know. I didn't know her.
Listen to me. It could have happened like this. Whoever shot Hope Anderson had meant to shoot Alan. Whoever that was missed the first time. Killed Hope instead.
Maybe.
We'd better go now, Mrs. Warren. It's starting to rain harder.
You go. I'll be all right. Somehow the rain... Well, it doesn't matter. I'll be all right, Mr. Clover.
Hold still, Danny. I don't want the knot in your tie should look sloppy. There. Well, Danny, if I do say so myself, I feel much better now you are arrayed in dry clothes.
Thanks for helping me change Tartaglia. My arm in a sling.
What am I going to do with you, Danny? You rise out of a sickbed without permission. You go to a funeral, stand in the wet rain, get wet. Any one of these things could have waited.
I wonder if she's still there, Tartaglia. I tried to take her home, but she wouldn't let me.
Who, Danny?
Mrs. Warren. It's still raining, Tartaglia.
Exactly. And you are to stay out of Seine. You hear me, Danny?
Okay.
Good. Now I will bring you in a visitor who has been waiting to see you.
Who?
A dame, a lady. By the name Viola Walker.
Why didn't you tell me she was here?
I thought it was more imperative you should get in the dry... Okay. I said I'd bring her in. You, go right in.
It's positively outrageous the way a citizen is treated around here. How long do you think you can keep a citizen waiting? After all, you're only a public servant.
You could write a letter to a newspaper, Miss Walker.
You see? You see how you treat us? The innocent victims of injustice, the downtrodden.
I plead for you, Miss Walker. Who could have done you an injustice? Give it a name.
Jackie Logan. That's the name. That's the thing that did it to me.
Jackie, what did she do?
When you were at the Marbury Apartments, the apartments I preside over, I told you they were nothing if not respectable. Remember that?
I remember. I remember a girl was murdered there, too. Hope Anderson, wasn't it?
I'm like a mother to those girls. They have no secrets from me. I keep none from them.
You're hurt because Jackie kept a secret from you?
She's no good, that one. She's rotten and ungrateful. She knows more about Hope's murder than you'll ever find out. I wanted her to tell me about it, to talk it over like mother to daughter, so that we could both share it with you police.
Thanks.
And do you know what the snip did to me? She moved out, bag and baggage. And when I pleaded with her to come back, do you know what she did to me?
You'll tell me anyway, won't you, Miss Walker?
She slapped me and scratched my face. See? Look at this horrible scar. You've got to arrest her.
Where is she?
I made a point of finding that out. She's at the Carney Hotel in the Bowery. A dirty, pest-ridden flea bag. Imagine, she left my elegant apartments for that.
All right, Miss Walker. You can go now.
But I'm not finished.
I said you could go. Get out of my sight, Miss Walker.
Jackie Logan. Open up. It's Danny Clover. Jackie.
Oh, come in.
Yeah. The place was a mess. Like a big wind had ripped him through there and died. Like that, and as if somebody had tried desperately hard to destroy everything he could lift or turn over. The bed had been slammed up into a corner and the headboard wrenched off so that the edge of the mattress touched the floor. And on it a girl, Jackie Logan, staring with unbelieving eyes. Thin lines of blood crisscrossed her face like some abstract design of horror. And over all of it, the pink and blue that stuttered through the window from a sign that read, Carney Hotel, your home away from home. Jackie, what happened?
He'll die. I swear it, he'll die.
Tell me, Jackie, who was it? I'll get you some water. Here, drink this.
I can't.
We'll get you to a doctor.
Don't touch me.
Later, then. Tell me about it.
Nothing. I fell down.
Look, someone tried to kill you.
I fell down.
Why didn't he kill you? Hope Anderson's dead and Alan Harper. Why didn't he kill you, Jackie?
He thought I was dead. He beat me. He thought I was dead.
Who? Tell me who.
That's going to be my way. Because he thinks I'm dead. I got a good thing.
Jackie, look, I can arrest you. Even with you like this, for withholding evidence. Don't you know that, Jackie?
I'm delirious. I don't know what I said. Nothing happened.
He beat you because you know something about him. Because you know he killed Hope Anderson. And why? Is that why you were blackmailing him, Jackie?
I fell down.
Don't you want to get back at whoever did this?
I done that. Ask her. Ask Mrs. Warren. She... Oh, get me a doctor, Mr. Clover.
The police ambulance came and took her away, and its siren was loud to cover the sound of her screaming. Then I went to the Warren apartment. The doorman told me that they weren't at home, that they'd gone somewhere, to Montauk, he thought. So I went there. This time it was night and rain, and the sounds of desolation that only the wind and the sea can shape. And finally, the cabin with its feeble yellow light washing against the darkness.
Mr. Clover. And where you are, Mr. Clover.
I came at the right time, didn't I? Mrs. Warren, maybe you'd better give me that gun.
No, I was just showing it to my husband. See it, Philip. This is a souvenir of war Alan brought back. A Japanese revolver. It's clean and loaded. Alan was always a good boy. Neat. A good boy.
Talk to her. Take it away from her. She doesn't know what she's doing.
Don't try, Mr. Clover. Why don't you go over there and dry yourself by the fire?
Mrs. Warren,
I was just telling Philip that my son built that fireplace with his own hands, stone by stone. I've been showing Philip things that were a part of my son's life.
Mrs. Warren, I've just left a girl who said she told you something over the phone, Jackie Logan. What did she tell you?
She sounded very ill, as if she were in great pain.
She was. She'd been beaten so hard that whoever did it thought she was dead.
No. Oh, no.
What did she tell you, Mrs. Warren? Was it that she was blackmailing your husband?
What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind?
You think us all out of our minds, don't you, Philip? Mr. Clover? Me? How did you know that, Mr. Clover?
I didn't, but it fits. Viola Walker came to me. Told me to arrest Jackie because Jackie'd slapped her face and left her board in bed. When I saw Jackie, I knew it was more than that. Viola wanted in on something. Blackmail. Maybe she should have seen what blackmailing did to Jackie.
But Philip saw, didn't you, Philip? Oh, there are so many things to kill you for, Philip. For wanting a girl my son loved.
You didn't mean to kill Hope Anderson, did you, Warren?
Of course he didn't, Mr. Clover. Not the girl, but my son. And finally he murdered Alan. Tried to kill you. And that poor girl, Jackie. Oh, Alan.
Watch her, Mr. Clover.
This gun, Philip. Alan's gun. I'm going to kill you with
Mrs.
it.
Mrs. Warren, give it to me.
Don't stop me.
Not that way. Give it to me.
He's getting away. I said I'd kill him, and he's getting away.
The gun. Warren, stop. Don't be a fool, Warren. All right, Mrs. Warren.
It's only a leg wound.
Mr. Clover.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Clover, you should have let me kill you.
Broadway, where the buildings of the night lean against the darkness in crazy, tilted angles. And walk carefully, kid, or you'll upset their balance. It's a street where you walk the high wire, else you gotta play it safe in a cage. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The cast tonight included Francis Cheney, Jody Gilbert, Don Orrick, Ida Reese-Marin, and Herb Butterfield. No one has ever devised a satisfactory get-rich-quick plan. But your government has a plan whereby you can save money automatically and get a good return on your savings. It's the payroll savings plan for the purchase of United States savings bonds. By means of this plan, your employer will set aside a small amount of money from your paycheck for the purchase of bonds. If there is no payroll savings plan where you work, or if you are self-employed, you can sign up with the bond-a-month plan at your bank. Under this arrangement, the bank buys a bond a month for you and charges it to your checking account. You'll find United States savings bonds are a profitable investment, and they're as safe as your government. Start buying United States savings bonds today. Joe Walters speaking. This is CBS, where you dance to the music of Vaughn Monroe Saturday nights. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, where the torrent of night races through the neon chasm, and you're caught up in it and whirled and crushed against the shrieking and the shadows. Then you wake, and the night is gone. There's nothing, only the debris of night and the stain of its rage. You count yourself lucky because you think you're one of the few who got away. Then you take a good look and you know you didn't make it. It's Broadway, My Beat. Sergeant Tartaglia had told me an hour ago as she was waiting. Then a little later he came in and told me again. Then I knew I couldn't put it off any longer. The fact of her presence had been whispering to me from the reports I pretended had to be filled out, from the desk drawers that needed cleaning and had been cleaned only yesterday. I couldn't put it off any longer, so I told Tartaglia to show her in.
You can go in now, Mrs. Webster.
Thank you.
Here, Mrs. Webster, I will get you a chair. Sit down, Mrs. Webster. Go on, sit down. This is perfectly all right to sit down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tartaglia. Sergeant Tartaglia.
That's right, Mrs. Webster. Maybe you can do something, huh, Danny?
Shut the door, Tartaglia, and don't put any calls through for a while, huh?
All right, then.
Thank you for letting me talk to you, Mr. Clover.
It's all right.
Forgive me for the way I look. I came over in my lunch hour, and this snood, it's regulation for the girls who work on the drill press, so our hair won't get caught. I didn't have time to...
Oh, you look fine, Mrs. Webster. Fine.
You know why I'm here, don't you, Mr. Clover? That's why you didn't want to see me right off.
There's nothing we can do. Your husband confessed to the murder.
I know Jimmy didn't do it, Mr. Clover. I don't know any other way to say it, any other way to convince you. I just know Jimmy couldn't kill a man. Not Jimmy.
Then why did he confess? Your husband seems a normal, healthy boy with a good brain. Why would he confess to a killing he didn't do?
I don't know. Maybe because he thinks someone else did it. Someone...
You, maybe?
Jimmy loves me. He'd do a thing like that for someone he loved. Just talk to him, Mr. Clover. That's all I ask. You'll see then what kind of a boy he is. You'll see.
When is it going to be, Miss Webster?
The baby? In August. We want a little girl, I think.
You're still working?
Oh, yes. The Fairless Vacuum Cleaner Company is very nice to me. To all of us. They said I could keep working for as long as I thought it was all right.
Well, then you take care of yourself, Miss Webster.
It doesn't matter about me. It's Jimmy. Will you talk to him, Mr. Clover?
I'm sorry I kept you waiting. I made you overstay your lunch hour. Just tell them to call me. I'll explain it to them.
Will you talk to Jimmy?
All right, Mrs. Webster. I'll talk to him.
So, you're not wearing the blue serge. Who are you?
Danny Clover.
You a padre? I didn't ask for no padre. Too early, anyhow. It goes trial, the judge looking sad, shaving my hair. You'll get your turn.
I'm a policeman.
Oh. So?
I just talked to your wife, Jimmy.
What for? What did you have to talk to her for? Talk to me. I'm right here in cell 42, tier 3. Day and night, 24 hours. So you'll do it. Talk to me and leave her alone. Leave Peggy alone. What do you want with her, anyhow? What'll she tell you that I won't? That I killed Ernie Caldwell? I killed him. That's all you need to know.
Jimmy.
Yeah? Yeah, what do you want?
You killed Caldwell, you're sure.
How can a man not be sure of shooting somebody? Go ahead, you know. Go ahead, you tell me. How can a man kill a guy up close and not know about it?
If he were drunk?
No, not me. Not drunk.
What did you do with the gun you killed Ernie with?
I killed him. I shot him. I threw the gun away.
Where?
In a trash can, a sewer, I don't remember. I was upset. I can't remember a thing after I pulled the trigger.
Why did you kill him?
You know Ernie Caldwell. Why ask me?
Yeah, I know Ernie Caldwell. I know about the man he came here with, Travis Faulkner, deputy sheriff from Norcross County. That's 1,000 miles from here, Jimmy.
That's how far I ran. But they caught me.
Running from Ernie and Faulkner?
Yeah. I stole a drum of gasoline once, Clover. They put me to building county roads. I couldn't see doing that. I slugged a guard and ran 1,000 miles.
To New York. You did pretty well in New York, Jimmy. Job, a fine wife.
Leave her out, huh?
Peggy knew all about what happened in Norcross County. Maybe she killed Caldwell. Maybe you know that. Maybe that's why you're saying you're the...
I'll kill you, Clover!
Take it easy. Yeah. That's better.
Listen to me. Listen to me, Clover. I killed Ernie Caldwell. I shot him and dragged his body into an alley. I saw him standing there and I shot him dead.
If the boy had had a brass band or a rooftop, he couldn't have announced it with more clarity, more defiance. He had motive, all right. A man had chased him across miles, across time. This man could grind out, destroy the life the boy had built for himself, for his wife, for his coming child. And for this, the boy shot him dead. There was motive. And there was confession. And I stayed with it and didn't stop to ask myself why.
The
Department of Records gave me the hotel address of Travis Faulkner, Deputy Sheriff, Norcross County. I called him, told him I wanted to talk to him. Sheriff Faulkner told me there was a lot of New York left for him to see. If I wanted to talk to him, I'd have to meet him at the Penny Arcade on 56th Street.
Just a minute, Mr. Clover. I'll be right with you. Hot diggity, ziggity dog. It's too bad you can't share this with me, Mr. Clover, because I ain't gonna let you.
Turkish delight, a night in a harem. Think you can deny yourself for a little while, Faulkner, just long enough to talk to me?
Well, I'll tell you. My mouth's been watering to get at those guns over there. Why don't you talk to me while I do a little shooting? What do you want to talk to a country sheriff about, Lieutenant?
Jimmy Webster. Let's talk about him.
Just saying his name leaves a dirty taste in my mouth, Lieutenant. What are you New York police waiting for? Why don't you execute him? Right now. Electric chair. That's how you go about it out here, isn't it?
That's right, Sheriff.
That's too good for him. Quick like that. You know what I could get down on my knees and beg you for, Mr. Clover?
No, I don't.
Just leave me alone in a cell with him. Just for a little while. Hey, this looks like a good little cheap gun. I'll treat you, Lieutenant, if you'd care to shoot with me.
I'm sorry, mister. I was going to use that gun.
Were you now? Were you really going to do that, boy?
Leave him alone, Faulkner. I said leave him alone. It's all right, son. You can use this gun.
Yeah, it's all right. But you won't get in my way, will you, boy?
No. Here, take the gun. I don't want it. I changed my mind.
It's all right. Take it.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, mister, but I changed my mind.
We do a lot of things different here, Faulkner. Get used to it.
You expect me to get used to that? I couldn't. No more than I could get used to the idea that my buddy was murdered right here in your fair city.
Ernie Caldwell?
Ernie was the best friend a man ever had. We were close, Ernie and me. And that pig killed him just because Ernie was doing his duty.
Maybe he didn't kill Ernie.
You not only do things different, you think different, don't you, Lieutenant? Boy's wife been crying on you?
When you got to New York, you and Caldwell, you didn't try to take Webster right away. Your signed statement says you were here almost a day and a night before you tried to take him. Why was that?
I'll tell you only because you asked me polite, Lieutenant. Ernie and me, we had an old acquaintance to look up, just to talk over old times. Oh, gone, this shooting's gonna rob me my small change. Got 5 pennies for a nickel, Lieutenant.
I poured 5 bright and shining coppers into his hand, toil-worn with pulling slot machine levers. I said no when he offered me the nickel. He said, well, now, thank you. I said goodbye. It was 3:30 when I left the arcade. What I had was nothing. What I had was nothing at all. The thought turned into those words all the way uptown, through Manhattan, under the river, and into Brooklyn. That's what I had to tell Peggy Webster. I had nothing at all. At the gate of the Fairless Vacuum Cleaner Company, the guard and I exchanged badge numbers, and he said, Mrs. Webster's bench is right down there. Peggy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Clover. Wait, will you wait just a minute?
Sure.
Now. Oh, it was wonderful of you to come up here, Mr. Clover. I'm grateful. You know I'm grateful.
Oh, of course. Peggy.
Yes? What is it, Mr. Clover? What? Oh. Nothing?
Peggy,
But you'll keep trying, won't you? Now that you know that Jimmy didn't commit that murder, I'm sure.
Peggy.
Yes?
You know that even if Jimmy is not guilty of this murder, he's still wanted in another state. He's an escaped convict. One way or another, we're going to have to extradite him.
I know that. I'll wait for him, Mr. Clover.
I'll keep trying to.
I know you will. Look. Look at this, Mr. Clover.
Huh? Pretty. Real pretty.
I bet you don't even know what it is.
No, I don't. but it's pretty.
It's a rubber pad for a crib, Mr. Clover. Here, these boxes by my bench. They gave me a shower during the afternoon break.
Huh?
Blankets, bibs, diapers, nighties, and... This is strange.
What is?
This package. The messenger brought it a little while ago. The guard passed it through because he knew about the shower. Here, I'll show you.
Oh, pillowcase.
Hand embroidered. It's lovely.
But what's strange about it?
The card that came with it. Here it is. From Sophie Driscoll, Etna Hotel.
And?
Don't you see? I don't know any Sophie Driscoll. I thought she was a girl working here at the shop. I checked, and she isn't. I just don't know anyone by that name. Oh, that's quitting time, Mr. Clover.
Yeah, I'll take you home, Peggy. And Peggy,
Yes?
I'll take that card.
The Etna Hotel gives you greeting. Here, sign the alias here and tell me whether it's going to be with or without.
Huh?
With or without a bath, Buster.
Sophie Driscoll.
Sorry, but Come to think of it, I'm not sorry at all. Just Buster.
Read this.
And you gotta wait if you want me to do that. I gotta find my glasses, and that's tough to do without my glasses.
Yeah, but the shape of it spells badge, and the 6 hazy spots on it spell police.
It does, What about Sophie Driscoll?
What about her?
Sleeping it off, Buster, so she can wake up and get herself another bonded reason for sleeping it off.
Show me.
Sure. A hop, skip, and a jump down the hall.
Let's walk.
Sure. Sophie, wanted criminal or something goose-pimply like that? Oh, top drawer confidential, huh? Well, here's a room. On the bed. Soph! Hey, Sophie! Really out, wouldn't you say so, Buster?
Something like that. Miss Driscoll. Hey, Miss Driscoll, wake up. Wake up.
Hey, on her hands, running down. No, that's blood. That's blood, ain't it, Buster? Sophie. Hey, Sophie.
Save it. She won't answer. I had a question to ask her, but she won't answer.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
One thing about Broadway, if you've got talent, if you've got a trust that'll lift you out of the mediocre, Broadway will pat you lovingly on the head and thank you for the diversion. The opportunities are infinite. You can spell mop with 2 P's, or confess to a murder, or be found stabbed to death in a narrow bed in a small room in a dismal hotel. My part of it was trying to make the last 2 fit together. Why, I asked myself, had a boy confessed to a murder? Why, I queried, had an anonymous woman sent his wife a present? Why, I asked, had the anonymous woman met violent death? At headquarters the next morning, Sergeant Gino Tartaglia had his own approach.
I've been asking myself questions, Danny.
And?
No answer. However, in the matter of the death of Sophie Driscoll, the boys at Technical report the following. No fingerprints on the murder weapon.
And?
And to wit, thousands of fingerprints in that hotel room, perhaps going back to 1912.
Mm-hmm.
Conclusion to wit, we have indubitably encountered a riddle as to the death of Sophie Driscoll. Indubitably.
What about the boy, Jimmy Webster? How is he?
I peeked into his cell on the way up here. He sits there. I remarked to myself that he must be in a strange and storm-tossed mood. Indubitably.
You've been improving your vocabulary again, Tartaglia.
Ah, you noticed it, huh, Danny? Every night, Mrs. Tartaglia reads me to sleep with a word from the dictionary. Last night, it was indubitably.
I'm happy for you. What else, Tartaglia?
What else is a morsel which may or may not tweak your thinking bone? To wit, Sophie Driscoll, according to our intelligence, was a real sick girl.
Oh, how?
The moments she wasn't drinking were too few and far between. However, she was trying to get rid of her sickness. She was a patient of a phony who calls himself Doc Rundle. A doc who makes the Bowery his home and his office. The end of my report.
Goodbye, Tartaglia.
You gone someplace, Danny?
Yeah, to Doc Rundle. Rundle? Doc Rundle?
Wait your turn, boy. I'm having a daydream.
Now?
Now I take a little sedative to calm me down.
Now?
No. You're sick, aren't you, boy? Sick. Well, I'll heal you, kill you, set you on the path of sanitary living, the beautiful life, sans alcohol, sans nightmares, sans sunset.
You can do all that?
Yeah, it's a promise, boy. I can show you testimonials that'll make you want to kiss my feet. Now, the question is, how do you want the cure? I have two methods, equally costly, equally desirable. Mental therapy or electrotherapy? My patients have a choice.
Which one did you use on Sophie Driscoll?
Sophie? Sophie recommended you to me?
Sophie was murdered before she could tell me anything.
I knew she was murdered. It brought great sorrow to all of us, to me especially.
Share it with me, Doctor. Tell me about Sophie.
Oh, give me a good sanitary reason why I should do that.
I'm from the police. Sanitary enough, Doc?
You think I murdered Sophie?
She came here often?
Every day. Every day from the day I made her believe I could help her. And then last Tuesday...
What happened last Tuesday?
She had an appointment with me. I'd set aside 2 hours for her alone, from 7 to 9. Sophie didn't keep it.
That upset you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. So much so that I went to her room and beat on her door.
Then what?
She screamed at me, wouldn't let me in. All my work was wiped out. I knew it. She screamed at me and laughed. I knew she'd been drinking again. And there were men with her, laughing and making her on to renounce me. All my work...
Last Tuesday, huh? A murder was committed that night. Did you know that, Doc? A murder of a deputy sheriff named Ernie Caldwell.
You accuse me of that, too? You are sick. I could help you.
Some other time, Doc. But you'll be here if I need you, huh, Doc? After that, there was nothing at all. Doc Rundle went into another daydream, and I went through the exit. Back at headquarters, I wrote it all down. Sophie Driscoll had a party the night of the murder of Ernie Caldwell. A couple of days later, Sophie Driscoll was murdered. Then I drew a line and added it up. Sophie Driscoll was a key, and Sophie Driscoll was dead. There was a cipher missing. And the way it happened was simple enough. The phone rang. Father Garrity of St. Christopher's Church wanted to see me about Sophie Driscoll. Father Garrity?
Yes? Oh, you must be Mr. Clover from the police.
That's right.
This way, please. Through this door. Please be seated.
Thank you.
About Sophie Driscoll, she was rather tall, Mr. Clover. Is that the one? Heavy set with blonde hair?
Yes.
Sophie Driscoll came to me about 2 years ago.
She was in trouble?
No, she came to me with this letter. It's a letter of introduction from Father Westfall. You see, this is sometimes done. A person moves away from home. One parish priest will write a letter of introduction to the priest of a new parish. This is such a letter.
I see.
I assured Miss Driscoll that she would be welcome to our flock, and she attended church quite regularly for a while. Then it became very infrequent that she attended services. Finally, she stopped coming altogether. I haven't seen her for a year, and I thought perhaps...
Just one thing, Father.
Yes.
Where did Miss Driscoll come from?
Oh, come from? Well, why, here it is, right here on the letter. It's postmarked Norcross County.
Have a nice talk with Father Garrity, Danny?
You're eating again, Tartaglia.
Dead, Danny. I am eating circus peanuts Mrs. Tartaglia heisted from the Tartaglia children. Have some?
Thanks, I will.
Well, go ahead, help yourself, Danny.
Thank you.
Hey, ain't it awful the way nothing tastes so good as a stolen confection?
Awful.
Yeah. Have a nice talk with the father?
Real nice. The father told me Sophie Driscoll came from Norcross County.
Hey, Danny. You think maybe the father has got a grapevine into the police department?
Huh?
I only mentioned the possibility because this is exactly the morsel of information I was going to bequeath upon you. That Sophie Driscoll did indeed come from Norcross County.
Take your peanuts and get out of here.
Well, before you throw me out again, Danny, there is more to this bit of information than meets the ear.
You don't say.
Yeah, Danny, yeah. It seems that for a series of misdemeanors, this aforementioned Sophie Driscoll was asked to leave the county at a time when the deputy sheriff was by the name of Travis Faulkner, whom heretofore I have not mentioned.
Faulkner?
Yeah, the same Faulkner who even now is in our city. The same who came after Jimmy Webster. The same who... Hey, this being a deputy sheriff, this is pretty steady work, huh, Danny?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Sergeant Tartaglia. You've been real assiduous. I have the missing cipher now. It could add up. It could add up to the exoneration of a boy who had confessed to a murder he didn't do. Or it could add up to 0 and the boy's execution. Either way, it had to be done. I went to Faulkner's hotel. He was out, they told me. I asked where. They didn't know, they told me, seeing the sights maybe. Deputy Sheriff Faulkner was crazy about the sights of New York, they told me. So I put out an all-points bulletin. I needed a long talk with Deputy Faulkner. And at 11 at night, the call came from a cabbie. He had driven Faulkner to points of interest. Faulkner liked the one called the Cozy Club in Harlem. Very interesting. Yeah, he should be there now. I put in a call to the Harlem precinct, have them alert Detective Anderson. I wanted Anderson with me.
You made good time, Lieutenant.
Hi, Anderson.
They tell me you asked for me. Any special reason?
No, I think I'm going to grab a killer. I'd just like to have you along. I might need you.
Any special killer?
Ernie Caldwell's, maybe. Sophie Driscoll's, maybe.
Caldwell, the deputy sheriff from Norcross County? Well, you got a boy who confessed to that, didn't you?
We have, but I like this one better.
Well, it's not always a matter of what you like, Lieutenant.
No, it isn't. But it all adds up so neat, Anderson. Travis Faulkner.
That's who you want?
Yeah. Faulkner came to New York with Caldwell. They were supposed to pick up Jimmy Webster, but they waited.
Well, they got a right to do that.
Yeah, but they called on an old acquaintance. Faulkner told me that.
So?
So the old acquaintance was Sophie Driscoll, also from Norcross County. They had a party for old time's sake. A drunken party, I've been told.
Well, that could happen with old acquaintance.
Yeah, and it could happen that a drunken Faulkner could kill his buddy pal because there was a falling out among old acquaintances. And Sophie witnessed the murder. When she learned Jimmy was being held for it, she tried to make it up to him with a little gift for his baby.
So you figured Sophie was killed because she might have got sorry enough to spill the whole business, huh?
Yeah.
But that still doesn't wipe out the boy's confession.
No? He thought his wife killed Caldwell so that Caldwell couldn't take Jimmy away from her. That could wipe it out, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could.
Let's go in, Anderson. There he is, Anderson, over there.
That man at the corner table?
Yeah, come on. Hi, Faulkner.
Well, now, how do you, Clover? Hi. Sit down, Clover. Who's your friend?
My name's Anderson. Detective Anderson.
A detective? Now, well, feature it, will you?
Okay, Faulkner, let's get out of here.
You kidding? You suddenly gone simple? My minimum charge ain't up yet.
Things can't wait, Faulkner. You're charged with murder.
Yeah? I am, huh? You've really gone simple, ain't you?
2 murders. Ernie Caldwell and Sophie Driscoll. You ready?
Ready? No, I ain't ready. It ain't murder, killing 2 like that. You ain't taking me, Clover.
Watch it, Danny, his gun. Give me that.
I sure will.
Faulkner, so help me.
You too, Clover. You can have it, too. No. He can't.
I watched Faulkner. There was a kind of fascination in watching a man like Faulkner. The sudden, swift ebb of his life as he crumpled there before me. His eyes closing over the final fact that a bullet from Anderson's gun had done it all. Anderson smiled up at me, ashamed of the hurt in his leg. He said something about, I was right after all. Broadway's happy now. There's easy laughter, and a hot trumpet skirls its song out into the grinning mob, and a man puts his hand in a trash can. It's the journey you made because you had no choice. The excursion to the end of all the streets in the world. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, it's a marketplace of the wanderers, the displaced, a glittering bazaar where the stalls are lighted in neon, and you can buy. You buy an identity or a reason or a memory that was stolen from you. You think it belongs to you, but you're wrong. The hawkers of the night sold it, but only for the minutes of the night. More you must buy all over again. It's Broadway, My Beat. Your squad car stabs, tears, rips through the city, and its wail is a piece of broken glass that slashes across the city's face. And you see the terror, silent and quick, in the blur of the city making way for you. And finally you're there, in the place of the violent dead. It's an expensive room in an expensive hotel, and a dead girl lies sprawled on the floor like an exhausted child, and her dress makes a blob of crimson in the room. There are shadows in attendance. Then one detaches itself and clutches onto you and screams.
You'll believe me, won't you, mister? I don't know who you are, but you'll believe me. Someone's got to. That
Take
girl...
your hands off the man, Mr. Jeffries.
Don't pay any attention to him, mister. He's greedy. He just wants it all cut and dried. The girl murdered, and he says
I said take your hands off the man.
Oh. All right. I'll sit down. See, I'm cooperative.
Just sit down and shut up, Mr. Jeffries. That's right. That's a good boy. You must be Clover. I've seen your face, heard your name.
Oh, and you?
Joe Graham, house detective. Don't get me wrong, Clover. I'm usually gentle as a kitten without paying guests. But Mr. Jeffries...
Are you from the police, Mr. Clover? I'm glad. I'll tell you exactly how it happened. I'll tell you everything.
Get back in your chair, Mr. Jeffries. I'll tell a detective.
I'd rather hear it from Mr. Jeffries.
Oh? To each his own. Go ahead, Mr. Jeffries. Tell the man the way you told it to me.
I was taking a shower, Mr. Clover. That's all I was doing. I was getting ready to go out to dinner. I'm a salesman, Peerless Leather Goods Company. And I've been with the company for 10 years. Badge of merit for my enterprise. Stick-to-itiveness.
You were taking a shower, Mr. Jeffries.
Oh, yes. Well, I dressed. I come out of the shower, and there she was, just like that, lying on the floor. Well, I was shocked. I tried to wake her, throw her out. But she was dead, choked to death.
How do you know she died that way?
What, the marks on her throat, the bruises. Didn't you see them? You must have seen them.
Who was she?
I never saw her before in my life.
May I? Thank you. Girl's Elaine Hill works in the perfume shop in the lobby. Won a prize for being such a good sales girl. A week on the town, a plush room in this plush hotel. Everybody in the hotel has seen her, knows her, but not Mr. Jeffries. A beautiful girl like Elaine. Never saw her, Mr. Jeffries never...
How did she get into your room?
The door was unlocked.
Oh?
Yes, well, that doesn't mean anything, does it? I left it unlocked because I'd ordered a drink.
It was brought to you?
Yes, and that's how I can prove I didn't do it. Just at the moment the bellboy brought the drink, he just walked in. Just at that moment, I was coming out of the shower. We found the girl again. Just ask him. That's all you have to do. He can prove I didn't do it.
The bellboy, Graham. Who was he?
Fred Chandler. He said you're disposal anytime you want him.
Keep him that way. Where's the girl's room?
Down the hall. I'll go with you.
Just give me the pass key.
Then you believe me. You believe I didn't do it.
You'll have to be taken to headquarters.
Oh, you can't! You can't do that to me! My reputation, my business, all the years I've worked. You can't! I won't go!
It goes like that. Violent death produces its own after images. The people who are suddenly thrown against it are scared, they're cooperative, they're uncooperative. It bores them, depending upon their own attitude toward violence and their own conscience. Milburn Jeffries was screaming when the police led him out of the room. Joe Graham was grinning when he gave me the hotel pass key. Me, the sense of sorrow for a dead girl is a luxury that a policeman allows himself in the moments in between. It took a moment to walk down the corridor to Elaine Hill's room.
She ain't here anymore, mister.
Yeah, I know.
So bye-bye.
On your feet, friend. What are you doing here?
Gaze at me and you shall know. I'm sitting here smoking a cigarette. You gaze, now on your way.
Police.
Oh, a magic word. You see, I get up, I stand at attention. Have a whim. Go ahead, have one, I'll make it come true. Bellhops get paid for making whims come true. They stick you in this uniform and...
Yeah, enchant me with your name.
Fred Chandler, bellhop.
Who is it, Fred? Fred? Who are you talking to? Oh,
Police.
My name's Danny Clover, Miss...
Lee. I'm Anna Lee. I work here, you see?
You're a maid?
Oh, no. The cigar counter's where I really work. Downstairs in the lobby. I'm on my supper hour.
A supper hour. She's my girl, so she likes to be with me, so she's helping me.
Yes, I'm helping Fred.
Helping him do what?
Oh, I get it. You're collecting information to help you solve a mysterious crime. I'll unfold it for you. Helping me do what, you say? Helping me pack Miss Hill's clothes.
Who told you to do that?
Elaine Hill. She was checking out. She said, see that my clothes are packed. She give me $1. Puts me on the obligation. Personal obligation. Now that she's dead, my work still goes on.
Leave her clothes alone. Officer Florio will take care of them. One more thing, Fred.
Quiz me?
Were you in the room when Mr. Jeffries discovered the girl, the dead girl?
Jeffries said that? He said that, huh? He fibbed. He told a big, big fib. I brought in his drink, and there he was, standing over Miss Hill.
Yes. Yes, that's the way it was, Mr. Clover. That's just the way Fred told me it was. Fred's telling the truth. He's not in trouble, is he? Fred's not in trouble, Mr. Clover.
Don't worry, Miss Lee. Fred's not in trouble. But keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on each other, huh? The girl's hand touched Fred's sleeve, and he flicked it away. Then he crossed the room ahead of me, opened the door, and bowed me out. A Around Elaine Hill's death, there already grew the fungus of lies, of half-truths, the weeds of a new violence. To tear them out, I needed to know more about Elaine, how she lived, how she worked. There was a man who could tell me part of it, a man named Nicky Laszlo, dealer in perfumes, in the lobby.
All I know of Elaine, Mr. Clover, is beauty she was. Employee of myself, but nevertheless beauty. Sheer exquisitic. In my spare time, I coin new English words.
Mr. Laszlo...
Pardon me. I want this would be put in the official records. You keep such records? Of course you keep. In this country, everybody keeps.
Mr. Laszlo...
I want you should put down so. On the person of Elaine Hill, the perfumes of Nicky Laszlo smelled better than on person of any other person. That, you see, is my eulogy over my poor dead Elaine, for publication.
Touching.
Change smelled to had more fragrance. That has more sorrow in it. Agreed? Agreed.
There could be sorrow in it for you, too, Mr. Laszlo.
Is already. I deserve more.
If you don't answer questions directly without coining new words. Agreed?
This is your country. I am only here on good behavior. Question me, Mr. Clover.
Think back. Did Elaine ever say anything to you, do anything that might show that she was afraid?
Of being killed?
Of being killed.
No, not once. Except only once. But not, I think, of being killed.
Of what?
She didn't tell me.
Didn't tell you what? Answer me, Laszlo,
Before you hurt me, I tell you. Last week came call from room 302. Wanted Elaine to exhibit perfume personally. This 302. Elaine took quickly atomizers, went and came back with atomizers, but with tears in her eyes. I asked her, what? She told me nothing. Just cried and blow her nose. That's all.
That's all?
That's all, Mr. Clover. The whole thing. All.
And it goes on. Elaine Hill had been called to room 302 to sell perfume, and she returned with a tear. I went back upstairs to the lobby and spotted Joe Graham. I told him to find out who occupied room 302 last Thursday. It would take some doing, Joe Graham said, because the books were snugged away for the night. But he was just the boy who could find out anyhow, he assured me, because he had influence around here. I assured him that was dandy to let me know. He winked, and I went back to headquarters. I got as far as sitting at my desk.
I shouted you into your office, Danny.
I see you did, Tartaglia. Why did you?
To offer you the hand that helps.
All right. Help me, Tartaglia. Who killed Elaine Hill?
Huh?
Who killed Elaine Hill?
Danny, you're fighting me. You know, I have a new approach in the solution of, as it were, crimes. You want to hear?
Tell me.
Give out word to the newspapers that you will arrest the criminal at any moment. Only don't say what moment. This makes an emotional person like a criminal emotional, nervous. And seeing that the die is cast and the vice is turning, he will give himself up.
Pardon me, Tartaglia.
Or hang himself. So what do you think of it?
Danny Clover speaking.
Joe Graham. Here's what, Danny. Nobody registered in room 302 last Thursday. The room was empty.
You're sure?
He asked me to find out, and I found out. Sure, I'm sure. Don't look the way you're looking, Danny. I got juicy news.
Like what?
Tell you what. Have a shave with me, and I'll tell you.
A shave? What are you talking about, Joe?
In the barber shop in the hotel.
But it's after midnight. The shop's closed.
Sure, but I got influence like I told you. Look, Danny, I'm going off duty. I got a date. I got to shave myself. Join me, huh? For the juicy news, huh?
For the juicy news, huh? He said, and he hung up. It took 10 minutes for the squad car to get me to the hotel. In the early hours, the building stood like a sullen pile against the night. The nighttime was beginning to die in the lobby. The dimness had started, the talk more hushed, and there was no laughter. Downstairs, the light bled through the lowered blinds of the barber shop onto the tiled floor. And somewhere far away in the world of the bar, a band had settled down to a waltz tempo. I walked to the door of the shop, opened it. Joe Graham was standing there, back toward me, propped against a corner, a hand resting on a tray of tonics and towels and brushes. Joe, what's the matter with you? Joe. What was the matter with Joe could never be fixed. The unfelt pain forever stamped on his face told me that. And the unseeing stare and the blood. Joe Graham was dead. There's a thing about Broadway. At lunch hour, it takes its murders spliced between nibbles and a hot dog and washes them down with cream soda. The deaths of Elaine Hill and Joe Graham were spectacularly headlined, so Broadway nodded approval and reached for the onions. It's these usual things that gives Broadway assurance all's right with the world. The only thing Broadway has to worry about is the hours between now and quitting time. In my office at headquarters, Sergeant Tartaglia stood in the center of the room, shifted his position a few times, cleared his throat, then asked me a pointed question.
What time is it, Danny?
Why?
Well, no particular reason. This question was just an opening gambit for the conversation which is about to ensue.
You tricked me, huh, Tartaglia?
But, Danny, I've been standing right here before you trying to catch your attention for 10 minutes as the crow flies.
Okay, what is it?
Reports gathered from hither and yon into the here.
Mm-hmm.
To wit, the boys from Technical are even now examining the clothes of Elaine Hill for possible clues as to the reason for her decease.
Go on.
In the matter of Milburn Jeffrey, the leather goods salesman apprehended at the scene of the crime, also to wit, he is now under the excellent care of Dr. Sinsky.
Oh, what's the matter with Milburn Jeffries?
The occupational disease of all those who are arrested as suspects for murders. He's screaming to let him out of jail. He's screaming he ain't guilty. He's screaming he's a victim of cruel fate.
So?
The other tenants are complaining about all this screaming. So, between Jeffrey screaming and the others complaining, our pokey is indeed a veritable mishmash.
Uh-huh. Now, tell me what's news about Fred Chandler.
Of Fred Chandler, the bellhop, I have the following report. Fred Chandler has been employed at his current place of business for nigh on to 6 years. No complaints. As far as can be determined, his story checks.
And his girlfriend from the cigar counter, Anna Lee?
To wit, Anna Lee is his girlfriend, has enjoyed this status quo for nigh on to 2 years.
One more item, Tartaglia. What about the owner of the perfume shop?
His name is Nicky Laszlo.
Tartaglia?
Laszlo spent his time amongst the perfume at the time of the crime. Check. But I know something maybe you don't know, Danny.
Like what?
Elaine Hill shared an apartment with a lady who ran the photography salon at the hotel. A lady named Millie Starr. Did you know that, Danny?
Goodbye, Tartaglia. At the photographer's salon, they told me Millie was on the hotel roof taking publicity stills. On the hotel roof, Millie was doing just that. A small camera dangled from her throat, and her mouth was full of pins. A tall girl, shivering in a swimsuit or rompers or something or other, had her back to her, and Millie was pinning up something or other. A tuck here, a tuck there. 3 other models tried to arrange their photogenic little features on the cold asphalt of the rooftop. They were outfitted for a summer in the city on top of a hotel. One strummed a badminton racket. The other waved a canoe paddle, and the third ran languid fingers through the hair of a wax dummy dressed in McGregor clan shorts and McTavish clan dinner jacket. When the dummy turned out to be a man, I thought it was time to break it up, which I did by tapping Millie on the shoulder.
Whoever you are, go away. We're busy. Okay, Teffy, you look real sexy now. Go drape yourself on a ledge, and I'll shoot you from here.
I'm from the police, Miss Starr.
Take the pins out of my mouth if you want to talk to me.
Huh? Oh, yeah, pardon me.
Thanks. That's good, Taffy. Little more, dreamy, that's it. That's it. Now keep it. You, take this reflector and hold it just like this.
Huh?
The reflector. The reflector, like this.
Oh, like this?
Peachy keen, you were born to it. Taffy, take a deep breath. Hold your stomach in. Good. Now relish it. Got it. Now dream somebody else.
Maybe you didn't hear me, Millie. I said I was from the police.
I heard you. Get into your uniform and I'll take your picture. You can put the reflector down now.
Thanks. Elaine Hill, Millie, they tell me you shared an apartment with her.
Oh, Elaine. Take a break, slaves. You may smoke. That's right. It's just what you think. The law wants me for murder. You want me for murder, Mr. Policeman?
Maybe, but first let's just talk.
About Elaine? Been trying not to do that. I've been trying not even to think about her.
Why, Millie? Tell me why.
Because you're a policeman, you think you understand?
I can try.
Try hard, Mr. Policeman. How do I tell you what Elaine was to me? A child, like a daughter? Sometimes... You know, there's nothing written down anywhere that gives you the right to probe into me like this.
We want Elaine's murderer. You want that too, don't you?
That'll bring her back? You making me an offer? Catch the murderer and that'll bring Elaine back?
How long did you know her?
Not long enough. She came to me about 6 months ago, wanted to be a model. I wanted to help her. She liked my apartment, and I invited her to stay with me. When she got tired of modeling, wanted to work steady, she said. So I got her the job in Laszlo's perfume shop. Maybe I shouldn't have done that.
Why do you say that?
She hadn't worked there a week when she started getting letters.
That's unusual.
Not for a beautiful girl like Elaine. You know the kind of letters. Anonymous. Words written in basic English. In some circles, I hear they call them love letters.
You saw them?
No. Elaine always burned them, then washed her hands.
You didn't try to trace them? Didn't report them?
No. That was my fault. I told Elaine it wasn't important. Told her it was a kind of flattery. She was so lovely.
The postmark, you must have seen that. Where were they from?
Why, from this hotel. On hotel stationery. You think...
Call your slaves back, Millie, or you'll run out of daylight.
Hey, Danny! Hey, Danny!
Yeah?
Hey, Danny!
Okay, here I am. What do you want to take there? I'm in a hurry.
Woo!
Huh?
Woo! I'm catching my breath. I'm glad I caught you, Danny. John Gordon and Technical's been buzzing your phone all the time you were out.
Let's go find out what he wants. Did he tell you what he wants?
No. Just called. I answered the phone. He said, was you there? I said no. He hung up. I've been spending half the afternoon listening to a stupid conversation like that.
Come on. Hello, Gordon.
Something I can do for you, Lieutenant?
Tartaglia said you've been trying to get in touch with me.
Well, no.
Am I going to have trouble with you, Gordon?
Why is it you're never around, Lieutenant? What do you do all day long?
You've been calling to find that out, huh?
I'll tell you why I've been calling. Here, look at this. Go ahead, read it.
So, it's an autopsy report from Dr. Sinsky on Elaine Hill. I've already seen it, Gordon.
And I know it almost by heart. This part of it. Here, right here. Elaine Gordon was 5'3", blonde hair, no birthmarks, weight 119.
My congratulations on your memory. You really proved it to me.
Then why did you send these dresses down here?
For usual reasons. Follow standard operating procedure, kid. Maybe you'll come up with an interesting fact that'll tell me why Elaine Hill was killed.
These are not Elaine Hill's clothes. Somebody on your detail loused up, Lieutenant. I thought you should know. Somebody mixed up somebody's clothes with Elaine Hill's clothes. These dresses on my desk would fit a woman who weighed about 160, I'd say. Would be about 5'1", I'd say.
What are you talking about?
What? Don't make me repeat myself. These dresses cannot belong to Elaine Hill.
Who brought these dresses back to headquarters, Tartaglia?
Officer Florio, Danny.
Get him. Get him quick.
Tartaglia did. In 10 minutes, Florio was standing in the middle of my office, wiping a crumb off his chin. He was just having a bite, he told me, at the hamburger stand across the street. Yes, he'd packed Elaine's clothes all himself, neatly. No, he hadn't stopped anywhere for a bite or for anything. He brought the suitcase with the clothes right to headquarters, right to technical as I ordered. I thanked him, sent him back to finish his bite, got on the phone. Someone else had handled Elaine's clothes. I needed to talk to him. At the hotel, they told me he wasn't in. Try his rooming house. I did. At his rooming house, they told me he wasn't in. Try Annalee's rooming house. I did. On the 4th floor landing, I heard the sobs that came from Anna's room. I knocked. No one answered, so I walked in.
You knocked, Clover. That was nice of you. But walking in? How do you know what can happen to you if you just walk in?
What's the matter, Anna? Why are you crying?
Because
I'll
Fred...
tell you because, Clover. Because I come to take her out, dinner, a movie, dancing. Anything a little heart desires, that's why she's crying. My little Anna's overcome with it all.
Not that, Fred. You know it isn't that.
I want you to look good, honey. I want to be proud of you. When I walk into a restaurant, I want to be proud. Too much to ask.
Get away from her, Fred.
She's my girl, Clover. Makes you jealous I'm so close to her?
Get away from her.
A pleasure.
Tell me why you're crying, Anna.
Says he wants me to look good. You know how, Mr. Clover? He brought over a girl's clothes. He wants me to put them on. He won't go out with me unless I put them on. He won't kiss me unless I put them on.
Don't come near her, Fred. The clothes, where are they, Anna?
Over there. On the bed. Wrapped in the newspapers.
Elaine Hill's clothes, Fred?
And that girl's clothes. And you wanted me to put them on. Oh, Fred! Fred! What's the matter with you? What?
Elaine's clothes, Fred?
I bought them in a hock shop for my girl, Anna, because Anna's my girl. I want it to look nice, to look classy. Like a dream.
Like Elaine? You couldn't get near Elaine, so you killed her. You wrote her letters, and she never answered, so you killed her. And Joe Graham, because he found out it was you who called Elaine to room 302. Was it like that, Fred?
You're frauding at the brain, Clover. That makes you a mad dog.
And the clothes, you stole them after you killed her, because that was all of Elaine you could own. You stole them and palmed some others off on the police.
They told me the girl was found in a salesman's room. I was there when they told me.
You put her there. You strangled her and put her there. Because you knew the door to Jeffrey's room was unlocked, that he was taking a shower and couldn't hear you. Anna?
Give them to me. Give me your clothes. I'll show you how I wear them, Fred. Like this. Like this. Like this. Like this. Like this.
I'll kill you. I'll cut you to pieces. I'll kill you.
Drop the knife, Fred.
Drop it.
No. No more killing, Fred. No more.
Tonight, Danny?
Go home, Tartaglia.
Come have dinner with us, Danny. With Mrs. Tartaglia, there's always plenty.
Go home, Tartaglia.
Yeah, Danny.
Broadway, where the April evening sighs down on the city like a phosphorescent dream. You walk it slowly because it's a twilight land. Then fingers claw at your elbow. The face leans close to yours, and the words it whispers are a shriek. It's suddenly night, and the world's exploded. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in the cast tonight were Virginia Gregg, Joyce McCluskey, Elliot Reed, Jack Crucian, Ed Max, and Anthony
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's the one dream left because the other dreams didn't happen. The corner of the world where 1 million performers do their bit just for you. It's carnival and clown and a girl blowing kisses. The end of a fabulous ride that cost you a dime. Maybe you'll get your money's worth. It's Broadway, My Beat. The month was April, in the year of the zither. The phone call came at noon. Max Wendell said he had to see me, and quick, Danny, he said, at his place of business on 39th Street, which is where he sold patent medicines and neckties and candy bars, he reminded me, which is where I went.
Danny, brother, am I glad to see you.
You sounded worried when I talked to you on the phone, Max.
Worried? Oh, brother.
What's the trouble?
Brother.
Don't do that again, Max. Say regular words and tell me the trouble.
Sure, I was going to... wait a minute. I'll turn down the radio a little. You know, you got to be tuned to this type of music to be in style. Now to the trouble. Look at me, Danny. What do you see?
Max Wendell in an orange necktie? You trying to sell me a necktie, Max?
Later, maybe. Right now, listen. When you look at Max Wendell, you see a completely rehabilitated, practically a new man type of man. You see that, huh?
Well, the cure did you good, Max. You look fine.
Look, I don't need compliments. I got trouble. This morning, a no good from way back came into here. You know what he wanted me to do, brother?
Max?
All right. He said he's got pounds of the stuff.
Narcotics?
Yeah. And on account of once in the dead past I was known as an addict of the stuff, he comes to me and wants me to distribute for him.
Who was he?
I don't remember his name. Just a second, Danny. There's something I can do. Danny, it's the no good from way back.
Max shriveled against the blow of the bullet. Then his hands reached out, clutched the air, clutched at another moment of life. It wasn't there. The killer made sure. Then the killer wanted me. I threw myself to the floor and knocked over the perfume display. The lust was on him, and he moved slowly to where I was, grinning at me, grinning at the gun in my hand. Then I shot. The grin was still there. And again, the grin froze. Then there was the sound of sirens, and the official handlers of death were at the door. All the way back to headquarters, all I could remember was a kid's face pressed to a drugstore window, his eyes big with a spectacle of violence and death. Then someone tapped me on the shoulder. It was Sergeant Gino Tartaglia.
Danny?
What do you want, Tartaglia?
It was close, huh? Back there in the drugstore, it was very close for you, huh? It's all over the department how it was.
What else is new?
You smell so pretty, Danny. What did Max Wendell want with you? You should sample some of his perfume? Which you sampled?
What else is new, Sergeant Tartaglia?
All right, Danny, all right. I was just trying to divert your mind with a crummy pleasantry. All right, I said all right.
What do we got on Max's killer?
Danny, you should be proud. You've rid society of a vicious blot on its fair escutcheon. You've carried the banner of decency high into the...
Don't sing me an opera, Tartaglia. Just tell it to me. Max's killer.
Max's killer was a rogue who was one of the most steady clients of the rogues gallery. Frank Howard by name and by number. A mobster, a hoodlum. Suspicion of many killings by murder. As my neighbor Annie Berman would say, Danny, by the shooting of Frank Howard, you have performed a mitzvah.
Thank your neighbor Annie for me.
Roger, Wilco. Danny, I gave you a TL. Now you must give me one. What did Max want with you?
Howard wanted him to distribute narcotics. Max turned him down. Called me to tell me what a good boy he was. Howard murdered him for that.
What a strange coincidence.
Huh?
A coincidence, Danny. But there's a report lying on my desk at this moment which reports the heist of $100,000 worth of narcotics from the firm of Acme Pharmaceutical Company.
When?
At noontime on Fifth Avenue. From a car delivering a portion of said narcotics to a qualified doctor. Said car was officially occupied by two men. Wilbur Douglas, the salesman, and Joe Masarek, the guard. Only Douglas is missing, the narcotics is missing, and Masaryk is dead. That's how the robbery was discovered.
How?
The traffic policeman came over to tell him to move his car. But Masaryk, the sole occupant, wouldn't, because he was occupied with a bullet hole between his eyes.
What company?
Well, I told you, Danny. Pay attention. The Acme Pharmaceutical Company.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr.
You didn't keep me waiting.
Well, you're quite resourceful. Yes, Miss Westfall?
It's time for your throat spray, Mr. Vaughn.
Oh, thank you, Miss Westfall. Pardon me, Mr. Now, Mr. Why the devil don't you tell me your name? Miss Westfall, come in here and throw this man out.
I can't. He's a policeman.
Stay at your post, Miss Westfall. I may need you. Hey, you're a policeman, sir. What can I do for you?
My name's Danny Clover. What happened this morning? How come $100,000 worth of narcotics was stolen from the Acme Pharmaceutical Company?
Let me tell you something. All that merchandise running around loose will play hob with it.
It's going to do just that, Mr. Vaughn, unless you decide to get off the dime.
Fire your questions at me, Mr. Clover.
What's the routine here? I mean, when one of your men is assigned to make a delivery, what happens? How does it work?
With efficiency and dispatch, like so. Our man is given a parcel for delivery to various supply houses and medical people. At the same time, he is given a route card.
Then he doesn't know the route until immediately before he leaves here.
Precisely. He goes downstairs to the garage. The dispatcher gets his car. The attendant hands him his keys. He drives out of the garage, picks up a guard at the corner, and proceeds.
I see. Well, what's your opinion as to what happened earlier today about the robbery?
One needs no great perception to know that. Wilbur Douglas shot and killed the guard Joe Masaryk and absconded with the narcotics. Yeah, disgraceful. And Douglas with a wife and 4 little... Yes, Miss Westfall?
Effervescent salts, Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Miss Westfall. One moment, sir. Yeah, now, that'll teach my stomach to behave. Now, we were saying, kids, Douglas, with a wife and 4 little kids. That's all I know, Mr. Clover.
Yeah. If you think there's something real thrilling, have Miss Westfall buzz the garage. Tell her to ask for me.
Mr. Tobin, your car is ready. It's waiting for you at the loading platform. Mr. Tobin, your car is ready.
It's waiting for you at the loading platform. What are you doing in here? What do you want?
Danny Clover, police. You're the dispatcher?
Don't they ever run out of you guys? You're the 10th cop today. I'm so popular all of a sudden. Not that I mind. I like it. I really like it.
Then you know why I'm here, Miss...
Peg Toohey. Sure, I know why you're here, Mr. Clover. The robbery. It takes a $100,000 robbery to make me popular with the fellas.
Tell me about it, Miss Toohey.
Peg. We have to be formal just because a crime is committed. Call me Peg.
Run it down for me, Peg, from the beginning.
I already opened my heart to 9 other policemen, Mr. Clover. You'll make the 10th.
You dispatched Wilbur Douglas's car?
Permit me. I know it by heart already. At 11:15, the orders came down from upstairs to get Mr. Douglas's car ready. I gave the orders it should be ready. At 11:30, Mr. Douglas made his appearance in our garage. At 11:32, I spoke over the loudspeaker like this.
Mr. Douglas, your car is ready.
Excuse me. I'm so excited. I don't know what I'm doing.
You talked to Douglas?
Only over the loudspeaker here. You know, you're the first one to ask me that question.
Did you see anyone else talk to him? A stranger, a visitor?
No.
Did he go out of the garage at all, even for a minute?
No. You've got an entirely new list of questions. I like it. No, Mr. Douglas stayed here all the time, perusing his briefcase. But then Zach gave...
Zach?
The attendant here, Zach Bailey. Zach gave Mr. Douglas the keys to the car, and Mr. Douglas drove off to pick up the guard who was waiting for him in the front.
Where's Zach?
He's out there amongst the cars someplace. You can't miss him. He's the only human being down here, besides me.
Thanks, Peg. Thanks a lot.
Oh, likewise, I'm sure.
Zach?
Yeah.
Another cop, huh?
Another one, Zach. Bud Douglas,
How long does this go on? I already told everybody everything I know. The general manager, the assistant manager, the detectives, the cop on the beat, the cook across the street, the barking dogs. How long does this go on?
As long as we want, Zach. Did Douglas talk to anyone while he was here?
When I handed him his keys, he said, "Thanks, Zach."
Besides you?
Nobody. Who else is there to talk to? He pasted the RUTH card on his windshield, tooted the horn, and drove off on a mission.
Zach, get Mr. Lister's car ready.
Excuse me, Mr. Detective. I also got to work for a living.
From here on, it looked open and shut. Find Wilbur Douglas, the salesman with a wife and 4 children, who suddenly discovered there was more joy in $100,000 worth of narcotics. It's happened before. Men have killed men for that. So it looked open and shut. Wilbur Douglas had killed Joe Masaryk for that. But the teaser was not so simple. In another part of the city, another murder had happened. A little hoodlum had killed Max Wendell. The link? Narcotics. At headquarters, Sergeant Tartaglia shook his head and looked at me as if he were bewildered.
I'm bewildered, Danny.
Yeah, me too.
Even with outside help, I'm bewildered.
You got some talent on the outside, Tartaglia?
Yeah, where I eat across the street at the lunchroom. And today being Friday, Pinky McWatney is in town to have lunch with me. And Pinky is talented. I discuss such things as this with Pinky.
Oh, who is Pinky?
A truck-driving fellow who drives trucks. An upstanding prince of a youth who hauls produce and the goodies we eat from yon into the here, along highways and byways, who... Yeah, hey, the phone rang, Danny.
Thanks. Danny Clover speaking.
Oh, this is Peg Toohey, Mr. Clover. You know, the dispatcher.
What is it, Peg?
I forgot to tell you yesterday. I forgot to tell you that...
Well, what? What did you forget to tell me?
What? Sure, honey. You call for me tonight.
Peg.
No, you let me talk. Sure, honey, it's okay for tonight. Of course, I'm home now. Pick me up right away. Honey, right away. Goodbye, honey.
Peg, what happened? Peg.
Please.
It took me 20 minutes to wheedle Peg's home address out of personnel at the Acme Pharmaceutical Company. They finally favored me with it. It was a brownstone on West 18th Street, 4 flights up, room 6. Peg, it's Danny Clover. Peg. Yeah. Peg. What happened? Let me lift you up.
No. Nothing will help me now. Nothing. I don't want to die. I don't want to
Who did this to you? Who shot you, Peg?
I don't want to die. I don't want...
Spring comes to Broadway in many ways. The loudspeakers blossom and bear the fruit of the Charleston. The rainmakers dance their ritual dance and bear no fruit at all. And Broadway is diverted. Broadway is happy. Spring is here. You can stand under the shade of a papier-mâché papaya tree, drink papaya juice, pleat your newspaper, and read of murder. Double feature, Max Wendell, druggist, murdered in cold blood in his place of business. Should have caught that one. Peg Toohey, dispatcher, murdered in cold blood in a cold water flat. A person could cry. Yeah, spring is here. It's been in training in the summer camps, and it's opening the season in its old championship form. Or, as Sergeant Gino Tartaglia put it...
Oh, I will L-O-V-E love you all the T-I-M-E time. I
Tartaglia.
will...
Tartaglia.
Oh, Danny, I feel so good inside. This invention of spring had the things it can do to a fella.
Oh?
Yeah. Even Mrs. Tartaglia noticed it. Mrs. Tartaglia said to me, Sergeant Tartaglia, you have become so frisky, almost as frisky as the Tartaglia bloodhound Giuseppe. Have you perchance been heisting Giuseppe's Strongheart lately? She said to me.
Mrs. Tartaglia said that.
Yeah.
Now, you tell me about Peg Toohey's murder.
Oh, gladly, Danny. Seems that Miss Toohey was shot with the same gun that killed the Acme Pharmaceutical Company guard in broad daylight on Fifth Avenue. This means, obviously, that the killer of Miss Toohey is the same
What else, Tartaglia?
Well, let me finish, Danny, please. Is the same who killed the guard, who would be Wilbur Douglas, the salesman, who was still in the ranks of the missing.
See? I let you finish. What else, Tartaglia?
The Narcotics Division has put its hand in the pie, as indeed it has every right to same. And it has... Huh?
Mr. Clover?
That is indeed Mr. Clover, and I am Sergeant Gino Tartaglia. How do you do?
But it's so much easier than I thought. I've come to give myself up, Mr. Clover.
You're
Wilbur Douglas.
How do you do, Mr. Douglas? I am Sergeant Wilbur Douglas. Hey, Danny, do something. This is the man
Relax,
who...
Tartaglia. You're giving yourself up, Mr. Douglas. That means you stole the narcotics, committed the murders.
No. It only means that I'm tired and I'm sick. I'm sick of hiding, sick of running away. I'm a family man, Mr. Clover. Man gets used to a family, to a pattern.
If you didn't do these things, why did you run away, Mr. Douglas?
Why does anyone from anything? I was scared. I came out of a building and found the guard dead. He was sitting in the car, dead. It scared me, so I ran away.
It was stupid, Mr. Douglas.
Oh, was it? They all believed I did it. The management, you, my family. Yes, newspapers are wonderful, Mr. Clover. I read them all the time. People open their mouths, it's printed, and a man's life is measured and thrown away.
Peg Toohey, how well did you know her?
Only enough to say, I'm sorry she's dead.
Suppose we believe you, Mr. Douglas. Will you cooperate with us? I mean, cooperate.
Will you let me talk to my family?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Clover. It means
Let's go on the premise you're innocent. Then someone you knew you handled narcotics for your firm. Someone knew you were to make a delivery. Someone knew your route. Who could that be?
No one. Only the general manager and myself.
Someone else knew. Someone who made contact with you without your knowing it. A stranger. Someone who asked for a light or a handout. Someone you talked to about yourself, about your job. Well, think, Mr. Douglas. Think.
No. There was no one. Well, there was only...
There was someone. Who, Mr. Douglas? Tell me who.
A girl. I was having a drink in a bar. She came up to me and talked to me. She liked the way I looked, she said. I've never done that before.
Do you know her name?
Yes, Evelyn Wade. At least that's what she told me. We were talking and the bar closed, so she asked me to come up to her hotel for a nightcap. And I went.
Where is it?
It's the Grant Hotel on West 67. Can I call my family now, Mr. Clover?
Yeah. Put it through for him, Tartaglia. Then lock him up.
Yeah. What is it? What is it, please? What do you want?
Miss Wade?
I'm very busy now. I'm busy. Another time. Come back again.
I'm from the police, Miss Wade.
Oh, thank you. I already bought my tickets. Have a nice ball.
I want to speak with you. May I come in?
All right. You may come in. I want you to know that I
won't take long. May I sit down?
You don't mind if the blinds are drawn, do you? The sun hurts my eyes.
It's all right.
Please.
All right, Miss Wade. Just tell me what I want to know and I'll leave. Tell me about Wilbur Douglas.
Douglas?
Wilbur Douglas.
Mm-hmm. I know him.
You knew he was married.
All right, I know him. There, I know him. I told you.
How did you happen to meet him?
We met. People meet. People get lonely. Meet.
Miss Wade.
It's not a good day for me. Times I gotta be alone.
You met Wilbur Douglas in a bar. Later you came up here, the two of you. How much did he tell you about himself?
Nothing. I lied to him. He lied to me. We knew that. Smiles. Drinks. When he put his arm around me, he was polite.
You knew where he worked. You knew what his job was, didn't you?
He told me, but... Oh, pardon me. Clumsy. Knocking over a phone.
Here, I'll get it. Here.
Thank you. Hello? Oh, yeah. You got the wrong number. Of course, I'm sure. Wrong number. Fella had the wrong number.
What fella?
He had the wrong number. I wouldn't know what fella.
Miss Wade. Miss Wade.
Hmm? I wouldn't know what fellow.
Who are your friends, Miss Wade?
I don't get out much. Oh, please. Please.
Don't go out much, Miss Wade. I want to find you here when I come back. I went downstairs to the lobby. It bothered me about the phone call. There was a man reading a comic book at the switchboard. I asked him about it because it bothered me. I'd have to do more than that, he said. So I let him peek at my badge. That was all I had to do, he said. No, it couldn't have been a wrong number. A guy asked for Evelyn Wade, so he put him through. How could this become a wrong number? Who was it, I asked. He didn't know. Then I questioned him about Evelyn. All he knew about her was she made phone calls. He wrote them down in a little book because they were worth 20 cents apiece to the hotel. It took another peek at the badge to make him give me the list. And the next morning at headquarters, I put Tartaglia on it.
Explain it to me again what you want me to do, Danny. My brain this morning is in the foggy do.
This morning? You have the cross-reference phone book?
That I have. You gave it to me.
Take these telephone numbers. Cross-check them against a name and an address. I'll phone them as you give them to me.
Oh, is that all you want? Why didn't you say so? Okay, Danny, will do.
Now.
Oh, yeah, now. Pennsylvania 60599.
Pennsylvania.
John Ainley. Business.
Ainley Supermarket, Ainley here.
Police Department, Mr. Ainley. Routine check. You know a Miss Evelyn Wade?
Yes, once a week she buys a pound of pork chops. Makes us deliver.
Stick around the supermarket today, Mr. Ainley. I may want to talk to you. Next to Tartaglia.
A moment, Danny. Butterfield 89970. Pierre.
Pierre what?
That's all, Danny. Just Pierre. 1976 East 70th.
970.
Pierre? Pierre, at your service?
Police Department, Pierre. Routine check. Evelyn Wade. Do you know her?
Evelyn? Of course. I would know Evelyn anywhere. The texture of her hair is a dream, and she would have...
Stick around, Pierre. We may want to discuss it.
Gramercy 38099. Myrtle Lance.
I'm busy. Another one, Tartaglia.
Yeah. Atwater 97598. Acme Pharmaceutical Company.
What?
Atwater 97598. Acme Pharmaceutical Company. Yeah. Danny?
998.
Acme Pharmaceutical Company, garage. Hello? Hello?
Sorry.
Hello?
Wrong number.
Plaza 4396.
That's all, Tartaglia. You did good.
I took so long. I know. But please come in. I was in the kitchen. Look at me with a towel in my hand. Please, have a seat.
Thank you.
You said you'd come back. I feel better now. A little. Would you like some coffee?
No. No, thank you.
I could make you some.
Miss Wade, why did you call the garage the other day? The garage of the Acme Pharmaceutical Company.
Acme?
Please, Miss Wade, I know you called.
Then why do you ask me?
It's all over now, Miss Wade. Can't you understand that? All over. I know why you called.
Then why do you ask me?
You wanted to get Wilbur Douglas away from his car at just the right moment. You were working with someone, and you had it timed when to call. After Wilbur Douglas had put his route card in the car.
I wondered why I had to call at just that moment. Is that why?
Who told you to call?
He knew Wilbur would have to come to the phone when I called. Wilbur's married. Wilbur couldn't afford to say no to me.
Who told you to call?
Me.
Oh.
I told her to call.
Hello, Zach. How come you're not attending cars at the garage at this hour?
Yeah, he told me to call. Zach did.
Now what, Clover? Now I have to kill you, too. Another bullet from this gun, another dead man.
Well, on your side, I'd congratulate you, Zach. You timed it neat. Got Wilbur's route card, knew where he'd be at what time, waited till he made his delivery, killed the guard, lifted the narcotics.
Congratulate me some more, Clover.
You killed somebody, Zach?
Out of the way, Pete.
Oh.
Go ahead, Clover. Go ahead.
The narcotics, Zach. You needed a distributor. You sent a hood over to see Max Wendell because Max once was a distributor, only Max balked. Called police.
Then you know why Max had to die. Why I sent the hood back to kill him. Only you were there. You're a louse, Clover, messing things up.
Peg, a lonely little girl who suddenly remembered that Wilbur gotten that phone call. She tried to tell me about it, and you killed her, too.
Yes, and you, too, Clover. You understand how it is, don't you? Congratulate me once more. Then you can close your eyes.
Where's the narcotics?
Zach has it. Don't you, Zach?
Sure I do, baby.
Oh, but you killed... Oh, I don't know. Now this man here... You think about it. A girl thinks about... Oh, Zach. Kiss me. Be nice to me, Zach.
Take your hands off
Wait,
of me.
watch out. Zach.
She... No! No!
He stood there, swaying, shaking his head against the recognition, against the knowledge that his life was almost through.
Oh, no!
And his eyes stared at it spilling over his fingers. Then there was no more life. Evelyn Wade was silent in her pain. In a little while, a doctor came and said she needed a lot of help. He said he'd see she got it. Broadway's deserted now. The night has given up, and it's becoming another day. And for an hour, the Fury lies sleeping. Then an engine will start, and a horn will blow, and people will run out from under the earth to awake the Fury. And it starts all over again. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in the cast tonight were Sylvia Sims, Jeanette Nolan, Eddie Fields, Howard McNear, Clayton Post, and Paul
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. It's the neon avenue of the beggars, the gleaming alley of the scavengers who dart and search and revel in the blaze of fury, then gather in the gutters of night. There they count and catalog and compare the spoils salvaged from the litter of darkness, the materials of pain, the odds and ends of bitterness, the scraps of illusion. And you watch them and try to move away, but you can't. You're one of them. It's Broadway, My Beat. Is dismal and cold. The walls are covered with many coats of green paint. You know that because initials have been gouged into them. Because there are scars where fingers have clawed at them. It's a room where pain is brought in onto the streets and wrapped in sterile gauze and sent on its way. A police emergency ward close to the East River. A girl wrapped in a brown blanket lies on the table in the center of the room. And the naked light bulb draws the color out of her, glitters on her dank hair. And finally the man who has been bent over her sighs, shudders, and finds you in a shadow.
Trouble you for a cigarette, Danny?
Sure, here.
Thanks.
Well, Dr. Sinsky?
A moment, Danny. Give me a moment.
The girl?
I'll never adjust to it. The girl, she'll be all right, Danny. I think she'll be all right.
Suicide attempt?
This is the question, Danny. That's why I called you. Maybe suicide. Maybe somebody wanted her dead, pushed her into the river because they wanted her dead.
Crazy, Doc. I've been telling you she wanted to die, so she picked the river.
Who are you?
I'm her husband. I don't work at it, though, so I still don't understand why I was called. Maybe you can tell me, mister.
This is Danny Clover, a good detective, a good man. Show him respect, Mr. Guilford.
Yeah, okay. Please, Mr. Clover, will you tell me why I was called down here, please?
Maybe they thought you'd shed a tear over your wife.
Give me another reason, Mr. Clover.
We called him, Danny, to identify the girl. We found one of those 10-cent store identification cards on her. Said she was Janet Guilford. In case of emergency, to notify her husband, Mark Guilford. You see the result.
You say your wife wanted to die, Mr. Guilford. You knew about that?
Yeah, I knew. She told me often enough. She held it over me like a whip. She beat me with it, how she was going to kill herself. A man like me can only take so much of that, Mr. Clover.
Only so much. So you tried to make her wish come true.
Try again, Mr. Clover. I haven't been near her in 3 months. Why would I pick
Danny? I want it to be quiet. It must be quiet. Mrs. Guilford. Don't be frightened, Mrs. Guilford. You're all right.
Who are you? Who are you to tell me I'm all right? Who are you?
I'm a doctor, Mrs. Guilford. Now, you just take it easy. The shock.
Shock?
Mrs. Guilford, please.
I hate you. I hate you. I hate all of you good Samaritans. What do you get? A medal for saving a life I don't want? No one wants?
Mrs. Guilford, we brought your husband. Come here, Mr. Guilford. Your husband, Mrs. Guilford, he is very concerned over you.
Yeah. Yeah, Janet, you should.
Take your hands off me. Take them off.
Okay, Janet. Okay.
Mrs. Guilford, taking your own life is...
Against the law? Against whose law? Yours? And yours? And his? My husband?
Mrs. Guilford.
You're a policeman, aren't you?
Yes.
I'll tell you something because you're a policeman. You didn't let me die when I wanted to die. But I'll die even if I have to make you kill me. I'll do something and you have to kill me. Then I'll be dead.
Then Dr. Sinsky became impersonal about the whole thing. Somehow there was suddenly a cotton daub in one hand, a hypo in the other. In a few moments, Janet Guilford's protest became sobs, and the sobs trailed off into sleep. And each morning after that, reports were put on my desk. Janet Guilford was in shock. Then she was a little better, taking nourishment. On Monday, they sent me some ink blots. Translation, Janet Guilford was a lot better. Tuesday, she was ashamed of what she had done. Thursday, she was released. Then it was Thursday night, and a squad car called into headquarters. Central Park detail calling. The spring night had just been shattered. A woman's been found shot to death a couple of 100 yards in back of the zoo. Get down here. I did.
All right, Danny. Right over here.
Okay, Florian. Brief me, what happened?
Up on that flat, Danny, on the top of the big rock. Come on. Yeah, right over there. That happened.
Shot in the back, huh?
Mm-hmm. Come up close. I'd say someone had an arm around it with a gun.
Find a weapon?
No, maybe it's around. We'll have to wait until daylight to make sure.
Attractive woman like that.
Well, she tried to be. We had a little more time to look, Danny. An awful lot of makeup. Anyhow, too much for this strolling in Central Park.
Identification?
Yeah, her wallet. Social security card, driver's license. Name's THELMA HARPER, 1414 Front Street, Bronx. At least so it says in the wallet.
Let's see.
Yeah, here.
A little more flashlight.
Oh.
She had a lot of friends.
Any nice picture? Yeah, she did. I guess one of her friends fooled her.
All right. You're getting careless about light fire.
Oh, sorry.
How about this?
What?
I'm not sure. These Coney Island snapshots. A man and a woman with their heads stuck to cardboard props to make them look like hula dancers. Not very clear.
It's pretty clear, Danny. I'd say the woman was THELMA HARPER.
Me, too. You know what I'd say about the man?
No, I don't. Say it so I know, huh?
I'd say his name was Mark Guilford. I'd say this is the man whose wife tried to commit suicide a few days ago. At headquarters, they gave me Mark Guilford's address, a rooming house on West 16th Street. It was dawn, but already the watchwomen of the street were leaning out of upstairs windows, their arms folded and resting on pillows to ease the hardships of their occupation. They watched me, classified me, nodded dawn's greeting to each other, with their eyes pointed me out to each other, and then discarded me in favor of a yelping dog. In a hallway, lighted with a 10-watt bulb, I found the door to Mark's room. There was no answer. I tried the knob. It was locked. Then there was the sound of someone coming up the stairs. It was Mark Guilford.
Hey, you, what are you doing? You trying to break...
Hey, good morning, Mark.
Oh, it's Mr. Clover of the police department. What's the matter, Mr. Clover? Janet tried again?
Let's go into your room.
Yeah, sure. Here, I'll turn on the light. It's not cozy, but it's private. Till now. You may have the chair, Mr. Clover.
You've been out, Mark?
Yeah, sure. I've been out. Big night. Home at dawn. Every night it's that way with me. Big.
Tell me about tonight.
Mind if I wash my face and hands first? No, you don't mind. What's special about tonight?
THELMA HARPER. She was...
you mind handing me that towel, Mr. Clover? Thanks.
THELMA HARPER, Mark.
Yeah. Good kid. She's a lot of fun. Takes a man's mind off of things. Man like me.
She was found dead tonight in Central Park.
I'll just hang this towel out the window to dry. I always do that. It never dries.
You didn't hear me, Mark. THELMA HARPER was murdered, shot in the back.
I heard you. What do you want me to do? To cry, scream, tear my hair out? A man like me, I don't do things like that.
But a man like you has your picture taken with Thelma at Coney Island. What else does a man like you do, Mark? Like tonight?
I work.
What?
I work. Every night of my life, I work. Except holidays.
Where?
The city power plant. I nurse the dynamos. Listen to their whining. One stops whining, lights go out in the street and houses. I coax the dynamo, lights go back on. I do this every night. Tonight, too. You can check.
We will.
Have you asked Janet about Thelma's murder?
No. Should I?
Yeah, you should. That's what broke Janet and me up, this Thelma kid. Between swearing to kill herself and or Thelma, Janet had me on a merry-go-round. Would figure, wouldn't it, Mr. Clover?
You'll stick around, huh, Mark? In case we need you for anything.
Yeah, sure, glad to. But you'll see, Mr. Clover, it's like I told you, that Janet... very confused girl. Very.
Mark's alibi checked. After that, there was only one thing to do. Pick up Janet Guilford. It should have been simple. She'd given us an address. I went there in a squad car. I would have made it, except that the East River stopped me. Somewhere in the middle of the river is where she would have lived if the address had existed at all. Then an all-points bulletin. Pick up Janet Guilford. She was wanted for questioning in connection with a murder. And all the while a plot was taking shape and trying to get itself heard. Eventually, I would have put it into words if Dr. Sinsky hadn't beaten me to it. It was at headquarters, and he started off gently.
Danny?
Oh, come in, Dr. Sinsky.
Danny. Am I interrupting, Danny?
Uh-uh.
Oh, then I'll sit. I got a few things on my mind.
Me, too. I've been thinking
that... It looks like we both were.
I'm sorry, Doctor. Go ahead.
You know, when you practice medicine around the police department, something happens to you. Something rubs off and sticks.
What are you trying to say?
For instance, this. A police physician gets his medicine mixed up with motives. I treat a wound, I ask myself, what circumstance, what did the will do to this person to produce this hurt?
You're getting at something, Dr. Simpson?
Yeah, Danny, I am. I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to excuse myself for making a suggestion belongs to your department.
I'd be happy for it.
Danny, several days ago, a woman named Janet Guilford tried to kill herself. In her hysteria, she swore she would die somehow, even if she made the police kill her. People say all sorts of things under stress, but now...
Go ahead.
I've been reading the reports. They suppose Janet killed Thelma Harper. Janet would be a murderess. A woman can be executed. Janet would get her wish. She'd die.
Oh, pardon me, Doctor.
Oh, sure.
Danny Clover speaking.
Muggavan, Danny, we found Janet Guilford.
Good. Where is she?
In a flea bag on 3rd Avenue, 2220. You better hurry, Danny. She might not be here long. In this room here, Danny.
Oh, no.
Yeah, suicide. Promoter squad still working on her.
Who found her?
I found her. I found her right there where she is now, and I didn't touch a thing except...
Except what?
Well, I kicked out the window. I smelled gas in here, and I saw right away what happened, so I kicked out the window and called you police.
Who are you?
Mrs. Lamp, I own this awful place. Mr. Lamp left it to me, and I run it as a tribute to his memory. He told me on his deathbed, he said, Mrs. Lamp, I'm leaving you the flea bag. I want you...
Okay. How did you happen to find her?
Well, this lady here told me yesterday. She said she might not be home for a couple of days. So I come in to feed her canary, and I smelled gas, and I saw and kicked in the window and called you police.
Yeah?
Danny.
Yeah, what is it, Muggavan?
Promoter boy just gave me the nod.
Dead. Janet Guilford's dead.
Yeah, Danny. Dead.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
You've got to listen close on Broadway. That's the only way you can tell if the sound you just heard was laughter or somebody beating back a scream in his throat. Not that it makes a lot of difference. Broadway reacts to clowns and murder in pretty nearly the same way. In the matter of Thelma Harper, a woman who died in Central Park, Broadway was appreciative of the setting. It went to spring. In the suicide of Janet Guilford, Broadway passed it off as the B production which went with the main feature. Or as Sergeant Gino Tattaglia said it the next day in my office.
This is where I came in, Benny.
Huh?
This is where I came 20 years ago this very day.
What are you talking about, Tattaglia?
20 years ago, there sat in that very desk you are now ensconced a Lieutenant Marsala. His daughter Nina came to visit him. I walked in, we looked. Without a word was hardly spoken, we walked down to the city hall and became Mr. and Mrs. Tattaglia.
Oh, it's your anniversary. Congratulations.
I knew I dragged that out of you. Hey, look, Danny, a new shave, courtesy of the ever-loving Mrs. Tartaglia and the shave master she gave me. My face and this shave make a handsome couple, huh?
Striking, Tattaglia. Simply...
Now, Danny, if you don't mind, I think that's enough idle chatter. How's about let's get into work, huh?
All right, if you put it that way.
Frankly, Danny, work is at a lull.
Imagine that. And I thought we had a murder to work on.
You know, I just don't understand, Danny. I thought this case was open and shut.
Tell me how.
Well, Janet Guilford tries to commit suicide. Fails. Is unhappy because she fails. Thelma Harper, who is gadding about with Janet's husband, is found shot to death. Then Janet tries to commit suicide again. Succeeds. 1 and 1 makes 2.
As simple as that.
Sure. Janet murders the source of her trouble, which is Thelma. Then Janet turns on the gas.
Yeah, it's probably just that way. But what about Thelma Harper? Anything there?
Oh, we have questioned Miss Harper's friends and enemies with dispatch and diligence. Each one has produced a textbook-type alibi which would be tough to crack with a crowbar.
All of them, huh?
Except Holly Morris.
Who's Holly Morris?
Thelma's maid.
Well, why haven't you questioned her?
Oh, we can't find her. Nowhere. As if whoosh, she went up in a puff of smoke.
Tartaglia, get an all-points bulletin out on Holly Morris. Find her. Bring her in. Find her, Tartaglia.
Turn around, pay attention, Danny. It's Muggerman.
Oh. Anything?
Nothing, Danny. Why don't you tell somebody you're hiding out communications?
You found me. What do you want?
I tracked down every lead on Holly Morris. Seems everybody knows everything about her except where she's disappeared to.
Stay with it.
Danny, it's so plain to everybody that Janet Guilford committed the murder. What are you building?
You'll stay with it, Muggerman.
Okay. If you're interested, there's a guy waiting for you in your office.
What?
When I was looking for you, I peeked in your office. There's a guy there. Danny, I'll keep checking with you.
Danny, such a long time no see. Hiya, Danny.
Hi, Irv. What's on your mind?
Oh, Danny, I can tell by your expression you are very busy in the brain department. So I'll come right to the point. I will not tell you how is Mrs. Newman or about the lousy cab business.
What is it, Irv?
It's about a dame by the name of Holly Morris.
What about her?
I understand the police department needs her. There are bulletins that is affecting the company garage. Her picture. Have you seen this woman? Reported.
You know where she is?
Gentle, Danny, gentle. Let me at least dramatize it. Yesterday in the afternoon, gets into my cab, a dame. Take me through the park, she says. I take her through the park. She talks to me about spring and such things. Then take me home, she says. I take her home. The fare is $1.60, I say. She gives me a fin for a tip. This is so you will remember me, she said. And when I saw a picture in the garage, I remembered her even better. The generous lady is Holly Morris.
Where'd you take her?
To a basement apartment in a brownstone. 2967 West 68th Street. Hey, Danny, you'll come to the house for blisters sometime. It's always open.
Miss Morris? Miss Morris? Anyone home? Miss Morris? Are you asleep? I'm from the police. Miss Morris, wake up. She lay sprawled across the neatly made bed, her eyes staring, her mouth open in the silent, ugly grimace of a scream. A scream that was never heard because it had been cut off, strangled back into her throat. The thing that did it was a silk stocking, knotted, cutting deep into the flesh of her throat. I worked at it. The knot was tight. And then it crashed across the back of my skull. It was all pain, everywhere, all. And it came again.
Hey, what's going on down there? What's going on?
And the far-off voice was washed away because it came again. There was the sound of running down a long corridor. And the ticking clock. And then nothing.
Come on, wake up, you. You say something I can understand, you hear? Wake up. Get up and talk to me. What's going on here?
Who are you?
Dewey. I'm Dewey. What are you doing here? What happened? If you
Take it
don't
easy,
tell me...
friend. I'm a policeman. Now, you tell me what happened.
I'm Dewey. I'm the super here. Run things. Keep the water hot. Complaints department.
What about the girl on the bed, Dewey?
Oh, I didn't notice her. I only noticed you. I heard noises. I hurried to the scene. I found your body on the rug.
Start all over, huh? What about the girl on the bed?
She's a tenant. I like her.
She's dead, Dewey.
I just don't believe you. You police see everyone as a potential cop. Dead?
Strangled.
Yeah.
A little while ago, I walked in on it. Whoever strangled Holly Morris tried to beat me to death. I guess you disturbed him.
Oh, the fellas will never believe it when I tell them.
Look, Dewey, you still haven't told me very much about Holly. You want to do that now or down at headquarters?
What?
Now or at headquarters?
Now.
Then tell me.
Well, Holly Morris was our latest tenant. She paid her rent a month in advance. Oh, she was lavish with her money in that she tipped profusely and gave gratuities whether the occasion called for it or not. Obviously, a woman of wealth and station. Believe me, that's all I know.
Oh, I'd hate to go to headquarters and have a blemish on my record.
Yeah, stick around, Dewey.
However, if I can be of further assistance...
Don't call us. We'll call you.
The blows a human skull can take, both inside and outside.
Take it easy, Dr. Simpson.
Oh, still, Danny, you had so much already, you can't take a little more. Mm-hmm. This is a work of art, what they did to your head.
You like it, huh?
It's like all art, Danny. I don't know much about it, but I know what I like. Yes, do I like this particular masterpiece, Valencia? I don't like it.
Thanks, Doc. Hey, watch it.
Oh, you're maligning me, Danny. Oh, my non-paying patients say I have such a beautiful bedside manner. There, you're fixed up, Danny. Till the next time. How many next times can there be?
No more for Holly Morris. Why? Can you tell me why?
This is even a worse headache for you, isn't it, Danny? 3 people dead. A heavy responsibility. For you, for society.
The suicide. Janet Guilford's. That's what bothers me. If it weren't suicide...
Stay where you are, Danny. I'll answer. First aid room, Dr. Sinsky speaking. But you can't, Lieutenant Clover.
I'll take it, Doctor. Lieutenant Clover speaking.
Oh, Mr. Clover, I insisted on talking to you. You were so nice and so polite. You remember me, the flea bag lady?
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes, what's on your mind, Mr. Lamb?
The bird, Mr. Clover.
What?
The bird. The little canary that belonged to poor Mrs. Guilford. The one in her room, remember?
What about it?
Well, I was just wondering about the law in these matters. The law about a dead person's property, you know, the heirs and so forth, and their lawful rights.
Mrs. Lamb, please get to the point.
Well, I was just wondering, if Mrs. Guilford has no heirs, please, may I keep the little bird? I've grown so attached to it. Oh, the melodies it makes up right out of its own little head.
It still sings?
Oh, yes, like a bird.
Keep it. Mrs. Lamb, keep it. There'll be no other heirs.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Doctor?
What, Danny?
The headache. You did good. It doesn't bother me anymore. Danny Clover. That you, Mark?
Hey, Danny, come on up the steps over there.
Okay.
Down the catwalk, Danny, be careful. Only got handrails at strategic places. You can walk out into the air if you ain't careful. How you feeling, boy? In this height, does it get you in the stomach?
Quite a sight. You know, I've never been in a power plant before. Those dynamos...
Oh, watch it, Danny. Watch the blowtorch.
Oh, yeah.
This conduit pipe sprung a leak. A little well job. You caught me right in the midst.
Don't let me disturb you.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, boy. What's on your mind? Few and far between when I get to talk to someone on this job.
With all this machinery, the baby, I can appreciate it.
These dynamos run themselves. I only wish I had their brains. All right, the nighttime call, Danny.
You liked it here, huh? You liked your work?
It pays.
You're going to have to find a replacement, Mark.
I was wondering how you were going to phrase it.
3 of them. Why did you have to kill them?
Wasn't easy. Took my lifetime to build up to it.
You almost got away with it.
I figured I did. What happened?
We found out your wife didn't commit suicide. A bird this big lived in the room where your wife died. The gas in that room wasn't enough to kill a canary. Why should it kill your wife?
Imagine that, a bird.
Uh-huh. Meaning your wife was dead before you turned on the gas. Suffocated, I figure. About the same effect as illuminating gas.
Yeah, I read up on that one. Imagine that, will you, a bird.
Why Holly, Mark? Why did you have to kill her?
She was around when I had my argument with Thelma. First I paid her off, and she got greedy, so I changed my mind. Killing got easier all the time.
Why the argument with Thelma?
Thelma was saying me goodbye. After my wife tried to drown herself, Thelma suddenly wanted no part.
So you killed her. Shot her in the park.
And my wife got blamed for it. For her.
Let's go, Mark.
You've been sensible up to now, Danny. It's been a pleasure listening to you.
Let's go.
After what I can do to people, kill them. I found out I can do that. Stay where you are, Danny, or I'll weld you to that pipe.
Put down that torch, Mark.
Oh, you know I can't do that.
Uh-oh, reach for your gun again. My arm.
Play fixed arms where I'm taking you. Come on.
No, you won't take me. You won't take me, Danny.
Art, come back here.
You bet, Danny. You'll never take me.
His scream preceded him as he fell from above. Then in that sudden, swift time, the face masked in horror, the eyes pleading in the mind as he clawed the air past me. A man's awful recognition that he's dead. Then the instant was over. There was nothing. Broadway now. It bleeds the color out of the neon, turns the gold of the spectaculars into dross. And the remnants of night are driven back into the earth. You walk the gray street, and from behind the doorway you hear an old sound, the sound of weeping. You know that the nighttime will never leave. It's found a refuge. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in the cast tonight were Jane Webb, Eleanor Audley, Jack Crucian, Sheldon Leonard, Bert Holland, and Stanley Farrar.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The sunlight that drifts into police headquarters has a different texture to it. That's because it touches concrete and iron grillwork before it finally breaks through the dust in the windows. That's why I supplemented with my own personal sunshine. His name is Sergeant Tartaglia, and he never knocks, even on Thursday. And sometimes he brings company.
This man's name is Harry Dean, Danny.
Yeah, close the door, Tartaglia. Okay, you can stay. Just close the door. Sit down, Mr. Dean, over there.
Thank you. You're the man I want to see?
Well, that all depends. What's on your mind?
I'm 46 years old, Mr. Clover. In 4 months, I'll be 47 in August. I live at 903 Hillcrest Road in Queens.
All right.
Once when I was 6 and a half, I stole a peppermint stick. I got caught. I gave myself up to my mother.
Hey, Danny, what is it?
Go on, Mr. Dean.
Well, I wanted to draw a parallel. 2 days ago, I stole $20,000.
And you're giving yourself up to me?
Well, it was for my wife. You understand that, don't you?
Just that you stole $20,000, that's all.
Yes, well, here's Marcia's photograph. That's my wife's photograph.
Yes?
She's going on 42. No, she is going on 43 now. Not very attractive anymore, I know that. She looks like what she is. After 20 years of me, bank teller.
You stole the money from the bank?
Well, I stole $20,000 from the Charles Street National Bank where I work because I was told I could have Marcia back for that amount of money.
Are you trying to tell me that Marcia was kidnapped?
Yeah, but don't you see?
All right, go on.
Well, I came home yesterday and Marcia wasn't there. About 9 o'clock, I got a phone call. A man said Marcia wouldn't be hurt if I brought the money. Then he put Marcia on the phone. And she was being brave, I know, but I could tell she was frightened, terrified. She pleaded with me.
Whenever you can talk, Mr. Dean.
I can talk. A man has a right to feel about his wife. The man said to bring the money, go to that summer resort, Far Rockaway, register at the Idlewild Arms, put the money in the bottom bureau drawer and leave. But I did it, and they lied to me. Marcia hasn't come home. They've done something to her.
Tartaglia.
Yeah, Danny?
Nothing to the newspapers about this. I'll get this picture of Mrs. Dean on the wires and then go up to Far Rockaway.
Okay, Danny.
What happens to me, Mr. Clover?
What you expected. You go to jail. There was no protest in him as Tartaglia led him away, only a tired, empty dejection that had stamped its shape on his body, stained his eyes with the color of despair. And when the room was empty of him, a question remained. Why had it been done to an ordinary man, an ordinary bank clerk? The answer was ordinary. The man was in a place where money flowed and teased. The right pressure, and for as long as was needed, the flow could be diverted. A loved woman can be that pressure, even for an ordinary man like Harry Dean. At Far Rockaway, the beach is littered with the debris of those who have escaped for a day, for a weekend. The surf washes against the feet of a child, and the child screams. The mocking sun touches a woman's shoulders, and the woman giggles. The man lying buried in the sand next to her twinkles his toes. And strung behind them like a Munch-rented backdrop is a string of leering resort hotels with screened porches and empty rockers. The Idlewild Arms was one of these.
Glory, hallelujah, a guest. Hey, give me room, boy. I've got a welcoming speech for you.
Just a minute,
Don't interrupt, boy. It's the off-season, and I got to rehearse it on somebody, and you're just as good a guinea pig as anybody, aren't you, boy?
Look,
You're interrupting, boy. I'm going to have trouble with you.
You may at that, kid. I'm from the police.
The Idlewild Arms welcomes you with open arms. And I promise you ain't going to be idle, but you might be wild. Did I hear you, boy? You're from the police?
It finally penetrated, huh, Don?
Look, boy, I got nothing to do with this crumb joint. They hire me to spread sunshine and desk clerk for a lousy sawbuck a week with meals. Meals.
Harry Dean, what did you do for him?
Wipe their noses a brat. What? Harry Dean? I did nothing for him except show him to his room. He didn't react to my jollity, so I fluffed him.
Which room?
6A. I guess it nauseated him because an hour later he checked out. That I had to do, too. Check out the crumble mouth.
Where is it? The room.
I told you. Outside. Oh, you mean 6A. Right down the hall, boy. It says Harry Dean you want, not me, huh?
Not you.
For a minute there, you had me on my knees. Don't let me keep you, boy. I gotta rehearse my act.
Glory, hallelujah. 5A. 6A.
Oh, what are you doing in my room? Get out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this room was unoccupied.
Are you part of the recreation program? Get out before I call for help.
I'm from the police. I want to search this room.
Oh? Guess can't stop you then.
No. That bureau, do you have your things in it?
Not yet. Only just got in a little while ago. Haven't had time to unpack. What's in there, a mouse, a time bomb?
Maybe money. Maybe $20,000 worth of money.
20,000? Oh, I wish I'd known. I could have got to it first.
Nothing. You say you've been here only a little while.
Just long enough to open a window and get a whiff of ocean air, maybe an hour or two. Did I do wrong?
Who are you? What's your name?
Edith Keller. I'm a stenographer. Got 2 weeks vacation, so I came here for peace and quiet. So far, it's not quiet.
Take a look at this picture, Miss Keller. Have you ever seen this woman?
Yeah, I saw her.
Hmm?
She did just what you did. I barely got my body into the room. There was a knock on the door. This woman here, says she left something in the bureau, bottom drawer. She took it out. I wish I'd known. 20,000.
Was there anyone with her?
Yeah, a man. He stayed in the hall. I didn't get a look at him, just heard his voice. Gee. Gosh.
I know, Miss Keller. $20,000. She smiled at me. It was the kind of a smile that had regret in it, so I returned in kind. Then she looked toward the door, so I left. On the ride back to Manhattan, I jotted it all down in my mind. It was simple. Marcia Dean was never kidnapped. Marcia Dean had made a thief out of her husband. Marcia Dean, 42, going on 43, had run away with another man. And the money her husband had stolen would finance the production. It meant starting all over again, back to routine. Find out about Marcia Dean. Climb concrete steps. Ring doorbells and call Marcia Dean's neighbors.
I know you. You're a policeman.
I am?
If you're not, you just stole a police car. Come on in.
Thanks. But this won't take long,
Mrs. Graham. This way in the parlor. That's the mister sitting there in the rocker behind the newspaper. Graham? Graham, this is a policeman come to call. What's your name, mister?
Clover. Danny Clover.
Graham, his name is Danny Clover. Once Graham saw a picture in a magazine. Picture of a man in a rocking chair who was retiring on $200 a month. Graham sent in the coupon. Now it's 15 years later. Graham sits in a rocking chair just like the picture. Don't you, Graham?
Miss Graham, I wonder if you can give me some information about a neighbor of yours.
Comings and goings of a neighbor? I can give you comings and goings of 3 houses on either side of me on this side of the block. Across the street, further down than that.
I see.
I stand at that window and a snoop. Oh, don't look down your nose at that, mister. Some people stand at a bar and drink. Their pleasure. I snoop. Mine.
When was the last time you saw your next-door neighbor, Mrs. Dean?
Yesterday. Wednesday.
What time was that?
When she got into the cab.
What time?
About 3. I'd say it was about that.
What kind of a cab was it, Miss Graham?
Yellow cab, I think. Wasn't it, Graham? I said, wasn't it a yellow cab?
Oh, I think so.
See, mister, I told you it was a yellow cab.
It didn't take long. At the cab company, a girl with rimless glasses and green eye shade was courteous, efficient, and bored. She pulled the driver's route reports out of a steel file, checked them with me, and found the one that matched. At 3:12 p.m. Wednesday, hacky Stan Hodek had picked up a fare at 903 Hillcrest Road in Queens. If I wanted to talk to Stan about it, the girl said she was sorry. There was no way of reaching him. He'd report in at 10 o'clock. If I cared, I could wait till then. I cared. At 10:05, a cab rolled into the garage. It was Stan, she told me. I went over to it.
Oh, the things your body'll take just so's it can eat. You have that trouble, Mac?
Continually. The girl in the office told me you were Stan Hodek.
That girl is always right. It's like an affliction with her. What's the matter, pal? Did you lose something in a cab? You think it's mine?
Oh, nothing like that, Stan. I'm Danny Clover, police department.
Oh, somebody made a complaint because I questioned the good name of his family? I do this many times a day.
On Wednesday, you picked up a fare, Stan, in Queens. I want you to tell me about it.
Wednesday? Yesterday's a long time ago. In Queens, that's a long place.
903 Hillcrest Road at 3:12 in the afternoon. Try to remember, Stan.
Okay, I'll try. Queens, Hillcrest Road, Wednesday. Give me a hint, Mr. Clover. A man or a woman?
A woman.
Well, that makes it easier because it's easier to remember a woman. Yeah, now I remember. What about it?
I've got a photograph here. Was it this woman?
Let's see. Yeah. I remember because this age-type woman is easy to forget.
How did you happen to go there? Did she call you?
No, a guy hailed me from the street.
What guy?
Who knows? Some guy out of a crowd told me to go to Queens, to that address, pick up a lady and take her to where he'd be waiting for.
Where was that?
On a corner in Brooklyn. I remember because all that was on that corner was an empty lot. Lousy meeting place. But
Will you take me there now?
Oh, I don't know. I just finished a day's work. You'll have to clear it with Miss Righteous in the office and...
We'll clear it. Let's go, Stan.
Right here, Mr. Clover. Here's where I left her off.
Let's get out.
Yeah.
You're sure it was right here, huh?
Sure, I'm sure. I ought to know. This billboard here was...
You didn't see anyone pick her up?
Will you tie my shoelace, mister?
Hello, little girl.
I fell down back there because my shoelace is untied.
Here, put your foot up on my knee, honey.
Thanks.
Aren't you out pretty late?
No.
Do you stay out this late every night?
Oh, no. Tonight I'm big. Tonight I'm a big girl.
There you are.
Thanks. I've even got a big girl's pocketbook.
Your mother should know you've got her suede pocketbook.
Oh, it's not my mother's. I found it. Whatever. Give me back my pocketbook.
In 1 minute. Where did you find it?
Come on. I'll show you.
You recognize this purse, Stan?
I don't know. I didn't take notice.
Right over here on the field. Over there. Near those tin cans.
Stay here, Stan, with the girl.
Yeah. Find anything?
I found something. Marcia Dean.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. When Dan Seymour starts putting in those phone calls from coast to coast on Sing It Again this Saturday night, there'll be $55,000 in prizes and cash riding on the calls. Here's Sing It Again this Saturday and every Saturday on most of these same CBS stations.
When the promise of summer touches Broadway, Broadway dons its Hawaiian shirt and stands on street corners to discuss batting averages, the men from Mars, the rise to fame and fortune of Hopalong, how much it costs to dress the kids because this Hoppy character is so famous, and then the real tidbit, murder. All the other conversation was just an appetizer. How a policeman found a woman lying dead in a vacant lot, lying under a shroud of tin cans, her funeral bouquet a clump of weeds. That was something to talk about. And her husband, a bank clerk, poor guy, stealing the bank's money to ransom her life, and all the time she was there in the vacant lot. A lunch hour isn't long enough to discuss things like that. But at police headquarters, there's time. There's a cold, dank room that contains within itself all the time in the world. The morgue.
Here he is, Danny.
Oh, why did you have me brought here, Mr. Clover? I know she's dead. I know. Do I have to?
I know what you must feel, Mr. Dean. This is something that it has to be done. You understand that, Mr. Dean? You'll be all right?
Yes, Mr. Clover.
Patrolman Kenny?
Yeah.
Was this your wife, Mr. Dean?
Marcia. I'm sorry for all the bad times, all the hard years. Forgive me, Marcia.
Mr. Dean.
What do you want?
When we brought the cab driver, Stan Hodek, to your cell this morning, he said he'd never seen you before.
Yeah?
Had you ever seen him loitering around the house or the bank?
Oh, no. Please, miss, please. And ask me questions another time.
Hodek's voice, did you recognize it? Could it have been the one who made the kidnap phone
Oh,
calls?
no, I don't know. How could I remember a voice? Can other people do that? Remember the sound of... Maybe it was his. I don't know.
Patrolman Kenny.
Yeah.
Marcia! Kenny, watch it. He's got your gun.
Mr. Dean, give it back to me. Give it. You know.
I've waited for it. It's mine.
Look, Mr. Dean, we'll find Marcia's killer. You can't take it on yourself. You'll have to kill us to get out of here, and then kill again.
You're wrong. No, it's not you I'll kill. No, this man here, I'm going to kill myself. Myself. To end the grief and the pain in my head. And there's no more pain. Mine!
Kenny! Give me my gun. Give it to me.
Good. It's okay now, Danny. He's out.
Let him come out of it himself and take him to Dr. Sinsky. Then lock him up. And thanks, Kenny. You were quick.
Can I come in, Danny?
Come in, Tartaglia.
Thanks. Now, here they are, Danny. Wear them in good health.
Wear what in good health?
Your shirts and your intimates.
Tartaglia...
Your shirts and your intimates, Danny. A little plot Mrs. Tartaglia and I whipped up for you for Mother's Day. I heisted your laundry out of your locker and took it home. And Mrs. Tartaglia got together with her Bendix washer. Here is your laundry, Danny, as clean can be.
Thank Mrs. Tartaglia for me.
I will, Danny. It gives her pleasure.
And when you leave, tear down that note I got up from the police board. Officer who bore laundry, return it to Danny Clover. No questions asked.
Wilco. Roger.
And now that we've solved the problems of the domestic life of the police department, may we get down to work, Gino?
Oh, indeed we may.
Then do it.
Yeah, okay, Danny. Now, in the matter of the cab driver, Stan Hodek, to wit, we have had him sweating all morning over photographs from our rogues gallery in an effort to identify the man who hailed his cab with directions to pick up the now deceased Mrs. Marcia Dean.
Anything?
Nothing. Also, in the matter of Stan Hodek, we have checked his call sheet. Right after dropping Mrs. Dean, he picked up another fare a block away from the scene of the crime. Took said fare to the Roxy, thereby confirming Stan's story as far as time is concerned.
All right. What else?
In the matter of Harry Dean, to wit, about 15 minutes ago he was released on bail, said bail being set at $10,000.
Who put it up to Douglas?
Oh, his sympathetic employers, the Charles Street National Bank.
Yeah, I figured they would. Man works at one place for 20-odd years, works there faithfully, then suddenly he needs a lot of money to buy back his wife's life. His wife gets murdered. Danny Clover speaking.
Muggavan, Danny. I'm phoning from the call box at 45th and Broadway.
What's up, Muggavan?
Stan Hodek.
The cab driver?
Yeah, he's in the middle of the street, Danny. He's been shot to death.
Danny? Danny, over here. Here I am. Notice up the traffic, don't it, Danny? A sideshow like this? Not every day a spectacle like this.
Give those words to the newspapers, Muggavan. They'll love you for it.
Danny.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I said I'm sorry. Now, brief me.
Well, like this, Danny. From eyewitness accounts. Each one with personal variations because the eyewitnesses have personal problems. But essentially, they come out the same.
All right, Muggavan.
After a little prodding, they all agree on this. Hodek's cab came to a stop for a red light. Man got out, got lost in the crowd. The light changed. The cab didn't move. Unusual for a cab. Well, maybe not unusual. Depends how you feel about cabs.
Off the dime, Muggavan.
The cab still didn't move. All the traffic behind it was tied up and screaming. Finally, some brave guy got out to argue with Hodek. No argument. Hodek was dead. You saw him, Dan.
Yeah.
Bullet hole in the back of his head. A new way to pay a cab fare, huh, Danny?
The man who got out, could any of these eyewitnesses identify him?
I asked him that, Danny. They laughed in my face. Who bothers to scrutinize a guy gets out of a cab?
Danny, oh, Danny. Can I see you for a minute?
Hello, Dr. Sinsky.
This thing, Danny, this murder of the woman, Marcia Dean. May I inquire as to your progress?
What makes you so interested, Doctor?
Oh, it disturbs me. A person like Mrs. Dean, who only saw her name in print in a telephone book, should...
We've made some progress.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm not a vindictive man, Danny, but whoever did this thing...
I know what you mean.
Danny, I got here the autopsy report of Marcia Dean.
Tell it to me.
That she was shot with a .32 caliber pistol, you already know.
Mm-hmm.
She died instantly. The bullet entering the sternum at close range pierced the heart. When found, she had been dead approximately 30 hours.
Huh?
1 hour more or less, Danny, but 30 hours is a fair approximation.
And it makes a liar out of a person I talked to in Rockaway.
Forgive me, Danny, I don't understand.
A stenographer on vacation, Doctor. A girl who said her name was Edith Keller. I saw her yesterday afternoon when Mrs. Dean had already been dead for a day. Edith Keller said she'd just seen Mrs. Dean.
So? So what, Danny?
So Marcia Dean never left Brooklyn. She was never in Rockaway. The beach fires smoldered along the stretch of East Bar Rockaway. And clinging to their fringe of light and warmth, the shadows huddled and protested with small squeals of delight. There was background music, too. The portable radios, and the rhythmic thumping of an out-of-tune piano, courtesy the Idlewild Arms. The lobby was decked with a desperate gaiety. Under torn Japanese lanterns, 2 people danced. Sitting alone on a wicker sofa was Edith Keller. I went up to her.
Are you going to ask me to dance? I'll dance.
Miss Keller.
Oh, I remember you. You're the detective. It's not against the law to ask a girl to dance, is it?
I want to talk to you, Miss Keller.
All right, we'll talk then. It's just as good. Watching the dancers and the fun, I was getting lonesome. Please sit down.
Not here. Somewhere quiet.
But...
Your room. We'll talk there. Now, Miss Keller.
All right. See, I did what you said, but we haven't anything to talk about. Not like this.
A bank teller, Edith. Let's discuss him.
Bank teller? I don't know anything.
No, you didn't know him, Edith. You just knew that tellers handle money. You knew there was a way to get that money.
I think you must be crazy or something.
You and someone else kidnap his wife. Make him bring the ransom here to this hotel. Put it in the bottom drawer of the bureau. You got that money, didn't you, Edith?
You're wrong. I told you that woman got it. The woman whose picture you showed me. I told you that.
You lied. Marcia Dean was never here because she was dead in a vacant lot in Brooklyn. You and whoever you worked with got her to go to that lot, then murdered her. Who are you working with, Edith?
Please, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know.
Who is it, Edith? It could be easier, maybe, if you told me. Who was it that... Someone knocked, Edith. Open the door. Open it.
Darling.
Harry,
Darling.
go away.
Huh?
Go away.
Come on in, Harry. Close the door.
All right.
I'm in. Now what?
If you want to grieve some more about your wife, Harry, I'll watch.
Oh, don't worry about it, Clover.
Not me. You. You killed your wife, Harry, and made it look like kidnappers did it. And the ransom money you pocketed for Edith here. Touching.
She's worth killing twice for, Clover. If you knew her like I did, you'd know that. After being married for 23 years, a man misses what he can only read about.
Harry.
You'd understand that, Clover. Killing the cab driver had to be done. You brought him into my cell to see if he'd recognize me. Of course he recognized me.
Why didn't he say he knew you?
He got too clever. He caught on to what was happening. He wanted money. He said, let's go for a ride in my cab and talk about money. So I shot. An appetite like his was no good for Edith and me.
Let's go, Harry.
Well, then you know why I can't go with you. 2 killings. 3.
Harry, no. No more killing, Harry.
Edith, watch out. He's got to die. He's got to die. I didn't mean to shoot.
Edith, don't die. Don't die. Please. Now listen to me, Edith. Don't die. I didn't mean to. Just breathe. Breathe, Edith. No! Kill me.
In May, the twilight sighs down on Broadway like a rosy promise. You walk toward it, then someone smiles and takes your hand, whispers to close your eyes. And your head gets banged against a wall. The lights are bright, the noise is loud, and your scream mixes well with the shriek of the night. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in the night's cast were Jack Crucian, Howard McNear, Joseph Granby, Virginia Gregg, Hal March, and Marley Names. Prejudice can easily be the wedge which splits a nation's unity. And in these days of world disunity, America must remain a symbol of democratic strength. Watch closely for words of prejudice and stamp them out. Only by individual alertness can our nation safeguard itself against this disease which strikes from within. Accept or reject people on their individual worth. Joe Walters speaking. This is CBS, where the Goldbergs are every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway's fury shrieks through the chasms of the city. And finally, the edge of fury washes against a doorway in a side street. The door opens and a voice asks a question.
Police?
You answer the voice and it leads you down a littered hallway, pulls aside a frayed curtain half torn from its wooden rings, escorts you to the center of a wooden platform circled with pale, anonymous faces, and says,
There she is.
Under the naked white glare of a single spotlight lies a girl in a glittering sequin-covered suit of tights. She's like a piece of sculpture torn from its pedestal. But the faint color of death at her lips tells you it's a lie. Then the voice once more.
We would have preferred to welcome you to the IOOFB in another way in other circumstances, but...
The IOOF?
B, the International Order of Fuzzy Bears.
Oh, and you're the head bear?
Oh, no. I'm only the fuzzy bear in charge of entertainment, Robert Grover. Most people call me Bob. I sort of make a hobby of entertainment. That's why the fellas, the other fuzzies, voted me...
Well, just tell me what happened, Mr. Grover.
Well, we were in the midst of our gala spring get-together. We always get together at the end of the hibernation period.
Tonight, Mr. Grover. What happened tonight?
Well, I'm trying to tell you. All of us fuzzies were having a jolly good time, very jolly, when... I don't know what happened. I really don't know, except that girl. Perhaps I can assist you.
Oh?
He's not one of us, Mr. Clover. He's only one of the entertainers.
Please, Mr. Rover. I am Marvin the Great, a magician, a clairvoyant, a hypnotist.
And the girl?
She works with me in my act. I put her in a trance, command her to perform the wishes of our audience. Then, like this, I release her.
See? He did it again, Mr. Clover. He's been doing that for an hour or so, and she won't come out of it. Some of the bears who've been studying hypnotism tried it, too, but still she won't come out of it.
Because she is not hypnotized. She is dead. Any fool can see that. Did you not see it, too? You from the police?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say poisoned. The color of her lips, the blue tinge. Wait. Her eyes, I'd say poisoned. Wouldn't you, Marvin?
How the girl dies is beyond my realm.
Who is she?
Huh? Oh, I have her name here on my list. Just a moment, please. Here it is. This one is Jane Arnold. Check, Jane Arnold. The other entertainers were...
Give me that list, Mr. Rover.
Oh, of course.
How long have you been working with the girl, Marvin?
2 years, maybe 3.
You knew her well, then?
Only as a girl I hired to give femininity to my act. I only knew her well enough to call her on the telephone and tell her I had a job for her.
Someone wanted her dead. Who would that be?
Beyond my realm.
One moment, please. I'm thinking.
Huh?
I'm thinking. I've got it.
What?
The murderer.
Tell me, too, Mr. Rover.
You say she was poisoned. Well...
Maybe.
Absolutely, she was poisoned. Why else would she die without a mark on her? She was murdered by one of us. Either a fuzzy bear or one of the entertainers. The murderer is among us.
Go on, Mr. Rover.
Well, I knew if I put my mind to it, I could solve it. Before the show, we were all being jolly, very jolly. Liquids were flowing out of paper cups into our mouths, and some into the entertainers' mouths, too. Someone slipped poison into a cup and murdered this Jane Arnold. But who? Have that, and we've got it solved.
Brilliant, Mr. Rover. For a fuzzy bear, that's brilliant. The glow wore off. The boys from Technical arrived. Photographs and prints and questions and 1,000 details that attend violence. At 4 o'clock in the morning, an addition was made. Anyone or everyone in the hall could have slipped poison into Jane Arnold's drink. I told the bears to go home, and so did I. About 9, the routine started again. The questioning of the performers who had left the hall. Stop number 1, the pull the bed down from the wall apartment of Celia Stewart, dancer.
You say you're from the police?
That's right.
Please come in. Sit down, please.
Thanks.
Ernie! Ernie, we got a visitor. Ernie's my husband, Mr. Clover. Ernie!
You calling me, Celia? You calling?
Pardon me, Mr. Clover. Oh, Ernie, come on. Come on, get up. Oh, now, Ernie, stop it. Come on, we've got a visitor. There we are. This is my husband, Mr. Clover. Ernie, Mr. Clover.
Hello, Ernie.
Hello. I fell down. Would you like a drink, Mr. Clover? Do you think it's too early to have a drink?
Thanks, not now.
Waldo would never join me either. He was a good boy. Did you know Waldo, Mr. Clover?
No,
He was a good boy.
He was a fine boy, Ernie.
But he ran away. He ran away, Celia. Why did he go? You, Mr. Clover, tell me why he ran away.
I don't know, Mrs. Stewart.
Waldo and Ernie were a team, a ventriloquist team.
The best.
The best, Ernie.
Waldo was... Ernie is a ventriloquist, and Waldo...
Waldo sat on my lap and talked to me. No one talks to me anymore.
I do, Ernie.
Yeah. You do.
You don't understand, do you, Mr. Clover? Ernie had a dummy, Waldo. That was the act. Somehow Waldo got lost. You see what it's done to Ernie.
Why doesn't he get another one, to make one?
Oh, you'll laugh. He's done that. He can't get another dummy to talk to him.
Oh. About last night, Mrs. Stewart.
I read about it. I'm sorry about it.
Why did you leave before the entertainment was over?
If you've seen my act, you'd know why. Besides, I had Ernie to take care of.
Ernie was there?
I don't leave Ernie alone, Mr. Clover.
Did you know Jane Arnold?
Of course. Dozens of us, Mr. Clover, in New York. Entertainers, we call ourselves. We work club dates and conventions, socials. We bump into each other sometimes.
I see.
I didn't kill her. That's what you're trying to ask me. Everybody liked her.
I liked her. She liked Waldo. I liked her. Mr. Clover.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen Waldo? No? No one has seen Waldo. Where is he, Celia? Where is he?
His body, his hands, his eyes pleaded in a beggar's whimper. Then he gave up. Ernie crumpled to the floor again, and the agony inside him took hold and shook him. His wife watched him for a moment, went over and spoke quietly to him.
Ernie. Get up, Ernie, please. Get up. Ernie.
And I got out. The second on the list of entertainers was Joe Lilly, described as a comedian, sight or talk. Can be reached through Rialto Agency on West 45th. At the agency, a scrub woman told me no one was in. They were never in. If I wanted Joe Lilly, try Charlie's Bar and Grill. That's where the clients hung out, waiting for a call. Moaning it up and waiting for a call. At Charlie's Bar and Grill, they pointed out the comedian to me. They knew that because he was the only one in the joint laughing.
Hey, don't it kill you? Don't it kill you where it hurts, huh? When a dame says to him, "But, Chief, what do we do with the feathers?" Kills you, huh? Close your eyes because I got another one.
Joe Lilly?
Yeah, who else, friend? But go away because I'm entertaining a group of friends. A point killer. The thoroughfares are lousy with point killers.
A word, Joe. That's all I'll need. A word to a policeman.
Hey, don't go away, friends. Let's catch the man's routine. Could be a lot of rich material in it. That's right. Don't go away. You're my friends.
Last night, Joe, you had a...
Had a call? Yeah, I had a call at the IOOFB. Ask me what the initials stand for. Go on, somebody. Ask me.
A girl was murdered there.
Jean Arnold. Yeah, I read about it. The Mirror had an item about it.
You didn't get a chance to go on, did you, Joe?
No, I didn't. All those fuzzy bears were deprived of a finale of shock entertainment. Fuzzy bears?
Why did you leave?
Well, I saw something was amiss with the girl, so I left. I figured a murder was a tough act to top.
How did you know it was murder?
How did you know it right off like that? I read in the Mirror how you knew right off. You got a good notice, friend.
You knew Jane?
Well, we worked benefits, parties, street corners. I've teased her. That's how much I know her. Not well enough to kill her.
You drank with her before the show?
Everybody drank with Jane. Everybody drank with everybody.
Maybe you forgot. Maybe you were alone with her in her dressing room and you gave her a drink.
I didn't forget. I wasn't alone with her in a dressing room because there was no dressing room. There never is. We dressed in the men's library.
You went right home?
I came here. My friends will be pleased to tell you because I bought them a drink on a cup.
Where were you before the show?
Here. Every day, all day. I don't make a move. There isn't someone knows it. My home away from home.
Don't leave it, Joe. We may give you a call to entertain down at headquarters.
Hi, Danny.
Hello, Tartaglia. What have you got?
Among other things, Danny, a theory. A theory as to the decease of Jane Arnold.
Okay. Let's have it.
Got you on tenterhooks, huh? Now, this theory that I got is not my own, but belongs to the casebook of my favorite magazine, Detective Frisbee Novotny.
Him again, huh?
Yeah. Frisbee Novotny had a similar case of a girl being found dead under similar circumstances. However, in the last paragraph, he revealed that the girl was not dead at all.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it turns out this girl could hold her breath for days. Her daddy used to be a pearl diver, and...
What have you got on Jane Arnold?
Dr. Sinsky, the coroner, says she is indeed dead from a deadly type poison. And all this. The personal effects of Jane Arnold as revealed by the contents of her purse.
Mm-hmm. Keys, lipstick, cigarette lighter, baggage check, cigarettes, compact.
Danny, did you notice the baggage check was 6 months old?
Huh?
Yeah, look at it. A baggage check from the Strand Hotel. The date stamped on it says it's 6 months old.
Hey, you did good, Tartaglia. You did fine. Frisbee be proud of you.
Sorry, the baggage for this check, C154, it's not here.
Where is it?
Unclaimed baggage held for longer than 6 months is opened and its contents sold in auction to defray storage charges.
Oh, and that's what happened to it?
Yes, it was sold in auction yesterday.
Yesterday? To whom?
I can tell you that. I keep fine records. The manager, Mr. Font, always tells me that. Here, right here.
Mm-hmm.
The contents of M154 were sold to Mr. Lou Granger, 1312 14th Street.
All right. You want a room, mister? Hey, wait a minute. Where's your bag?
Police. What's the room number of Lou Granger?
Granger, that's, let's see, room 4. Right down there, near the elevator.
Thanks.
Hey, don't go busting in there because you can't do it.
Oh? Why not?
Well, he's got a sign on his door that says don't disturb. Anyhow, I rapped on his door just 15 minutes ago so the cleaning lady could get in. No answer.
We'll disturb him. You got your keys?
Sure. What's he done?
Not a thing.
Oh. And why you police come around?
This Granger's room?
Yeah. Hey, why you police...
Open it.
Okay. Hey, Granger. Those bottles. My, such a thirst.
Come on, Granger. Wake up, Granger. Granger.
Dead to the world, ain't he?
Poison. This drink is poison.
Yeah, that stuff is poison. Dead?
Dead.
Wow. Well...
Did this man have any visitors recently?
Well, I don't know. Maybe. Could have. But I don't know.
What about him? What do you know about him?
A show business guy. Had an act with dummies. Through his voice.
Ventriloquist?
Yeah, that's a word. With one of them dumb... Hey, look. Gee, I guess Granger did have visitors.
Yeah.
Strange, ain't it? Real strange.
He said it about right. Strange. The thing that stared at both of us was 2 feet high, dressed in red checked muslin. A doll, a dummy. And there was pain on its face. As if it had something to do with a rip in its side. Its hand was thrust into the tear. And the doll stared at us. And there was pain on its face.
Listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
How well do you know the history of your Army? For example, do you know when the first Engineer Corps was established? Although there was a separate engineering department in the Continental Army during the Revolution, it wasn't until 1802 that an act of Congress authorized and established an Engineer Corps in the United States Army. The first corps consisted of 2 assistant engineers, 2 other assistants, and 10 cadets, all under the command of Chief Engineer Major Jonathan Williams. Thus, another page was added to the history of your United States Army.
Broadway is beside itself when it feels the warm breath of summer at its cheek. Its fancy has lately turned to thoughts of sleeping in the park, night ball games, and it stands on street corners considering the girls in their summer dresses. And until there's a favorable breeze, there's always the headlines to look at. Magician's assistant murdered, the early edition screamed. And later, ventriloquist murder, terrifying, sensational, grotesque. Or as Sergeant Tartaglia broke it to me the next day at headquarters.
It's refreshing, Danny.
What is?
These mints. Go ahead, take one.
All right. Anything else, Gino?
Well, now that you ask, Danny, yes. Yes, indeed.
You'll tell, huh?
A man is waiting to see you. A man who gives his name as Ernie Stewart.
Uh-huh. I thought he might drop in. He alone?
Yeah, Danny, yeah. Why?
Nothing. Show him in.
This way in to see Danny Clover, Mr. Stewart. Sit down. Sit down, right over there.
Thank you. You found him, didn't you, Mr. Clover? You found Waldo.
Why do you say that?
Don't play with me. Don't play. People have been for all this time.
Take it easy.
I saw his picture in the paper. You found Waldo with that man in the room. Give him to me.
All right. Is this...
Waldo. Oh. Waldo, boy. How are you, fella? You miss me?
Hi, Ernie. I hurt Ernie.
Danny.
Somebody ripped me, Ernie. I hurt.
You'll be all right. I'll fix you so you'll be all right. Look, Mr. Clover. Waldo talks to me. I'm all right again. Everything's all right again.
Uh-huh.
We're going home, Waldo. You going to like that?
You'll fix me so I won't hurt, won't you?
Hey, Danny, this guy's great. Throwing his voice like that and making that dummy talk.
Hey, Ernie, who's a baldy?
That's Sergeant Tartaglia, Waldo.
Likewise to you.
Ernie, tell me about Jane Arnold.
So pretty.
She's dead.
I knew it was going to happen. The way Marvin treated her.
That Marvin? A magician? All he was good for was being mean to Jane. Isn't that right, Ernie?
You're so right, Waldo. You're always right.
Oh, you know it, Ernie. Well, why did you let him take me away from you?
Then Waldo suggested to Ernie that they had taken enough of my precious time. Besides, Waldo was tired and drained after all he'd been through. Waldo wanted to go home. Ernie apologized to the doll, lifted it to his chest, and carrying Waldo like a babe, walked out of the office. Sergeant Gino Tartaglia and I sat looking at each other. That didn't get us anywhere, so I put a call through to Detective Muggavan. I told him to find the magician, Marvin the Great. In an hour, Muggavan had found him. Marvin had a week's booking in a tired vaudeville house on Upper Broadway. The double feature Western was on, so probably Marvin was in his dressing room. Marvin was.
Do you mind, please, just to hand me my hairpiece, Mr. Clover?
Huh?
The hairpiece, the toupee. There, on the severed mannequin's head.
Oh, yeah. Here you are.
You're welcome. Tragic days for magic.
Jane Arnold's death, that's tragic too, huh, Marvin?
So tragic. It looks all right.
Huh?
The hairpiece, Mr. Clover. The glue. It does not show. The line where the glue tacks the hair to my face, that does not show.
We're talking about Jane Arnold.
Why do you bother me with this dead girl? Why do you come before performance and bother me?
I bleed for you. You didn't like Jane, huh, Marvin?
I told you the other time, Jane to me is nothing. To like or to dislike. I paid her for being the girl in my act, that's all.
I heard you mistreated her.
That's a lie. An evil lie. I do not mistreat even an animal. I have animals in my act. Go, ask them. Who told you such a lie?
It doesn't matter. I heard it.
You see? Even you admit it's a lie.
Oh, wait a minute.
Ernie told you. Huh? Ernie Stewart? That miserable alcoholic? That apology for a man who has no dignity or pride without a rag doll in his arms? Ha! I think Waldo is the man and Ernie the dummy.
Tell me more about Ernie, Marvin.
Gladly. You do not know about ventriloquists, Mr. Clover. They are a strange group of men. A dummy is their soul, their wit, their being. Ernie tried to be a man without Waldo.
Explain it to me.
He tried to make time, as you say, with Jane. Jane would have no part of the shell of a man. Perhaps this infuriated Ernie. Huh, Mr. Clover?
Marvin, you're on.
Yes. Excuse me, please. I am wanted for my performance.
The great Marvin walked through the door with a flourish, carrying his props behind him. The only thing left of him in the dressing room was a surplus rabbit who seemed impressed with what Marvin had pulled out of his hat. Ernie had been friendly with Jane. Jane was uninterested. Lou Granger had turned up dead with Ernie's pride and joy, a dummy named Waldo. Ernie was a man with a lot of motives. Back at headquarters, Sergeant Tartaglia had a dandy routine that also ended in a flourish. A transcript of a phone conversation to Lieutenant Danny Clover from Joe Lilly. Subject, Ernie Stewart. Remarks, please meet Joe Lilly at the bar, not the grill of Charlie's Bar and Grill. Important. I went there.
Can you stand me this way, Mr. Clover?
What way, Joe?
In a blue and pensive mood. A comic, beating back the tears. How do you make a joke about a murderer?
A nimble boy like you.
A nimble boy like me. Suddenly I become a guy with a burden. A friend of mine turns out to be a killer.
Ernie Stewart.
Yeah. I'm informing him.
You had your chance when I talked to you the last time.
What happened to your conscience since then?
Nothing. I leveled then. Just that the circumstances have changed. Now Lou Granger's dead, too. That's the circumstance.
Go on.
Mr. Clover, in the bottom of a shot glass lies the answer to all the questions. All the great questions. Yesterday I went visiting, Mr. Clover, to the flat of Ernie and Celia Stewart. Social call for laughs. That household needs laughs. In my grade B way, I tried. Ernie didn't listen to me. He couldn't. He was out like a light. And the phone call came. Celia answered it. She talked with Lou Granger. Lou wanted Ernie to come down and pick something up. Celia seemed happy. She said she'd send Ernie as soon as he woke up. You know what happened?
Yeah, I guess so. Ernie went down to Lou's. Lou had Waldo the dummy. Ernie killed him.
Yeah, Ernie would do that for Waldo.
Yeah, Ernie would.
What? Oh, it's Mr. Clover, isn't it? You're the one who...
Yes, Miss Stewart. Is Ernie in?
No, he's out making the rounds for a job.
Oh?
Yeah, he should be back soon, though. You want to wait for him?
Yes.
Oh, please come in. I was going to call you, Mr. Clover, to thank you.
Thank me?
For what you've done for Ernie.
What did I do?
You found Waldo. When you did that, you wiped out 6 months of pain. 6 months of... Oh, it tore me apart what it was doing to Ernie not having Waldo. But you fixed that. You gave Waldo back to him.
And now Ernie doesn't need you.
What are you talking about?
You told me you never let Ernie out of your sight. He's out of your sight now. He was out of your sight when he came to my office to pick up Waldo.
I told you. I told you I let him go to you because I knew what it meant to him. Now he's looking for a job. But he still needs me. Don't ever make a mistake about that, Mr. Clover.
Ernie needed Jane Arnold, too.
Oh, you know about that. Poor Ernie. He was so lost without Waldo. He reached for anything, even Jane Arnold. I think all that time he didn't even know I was around. Someone to pick him up, to put him to bed, to whisper sleep into his ear.
Jane. How did Jane feel about Ernie?
She laughed at him. Everyone laughed at Ernie then. Laughed. Walked away from him, not laughing.
Mrs. Stewart, there was another time you let Ernie get away from you.
Oh? Oh, you mean the time when we got the call from Lou Granger?
That time.
Why shouldn't I have let Ernie go? Lou said he had Waldo. Bought him at a baggage auction at some hotel. Why shouldn't I have... Mr. Clover. Ernie? Lou?
Hi, everybody.
Hey, look who's here, Ernie. A lost and found department from the police. Maybe he came to get a reward for finding me.
Waldo, you know you're so right. We completely forgot about it. What shall we give him?
We could give him Celia, Ernie.
Put him down, Ernie. Put him down.
Yeah, put him away, Ernie. You're coming with me.
Hey, you lost your marbles. You can't find Ernie and me again. He's lost his marbles, Ernie.
What do you want with me, Mr. Clover?
Murder.
Oh, Ernie. Ernie, why? Why did you do it? That girl and Lou. Why did you have to kill him, Ernie?
Get her, will you? Get the axe.
You could have come to me, Ernie. I would have helped you. I've always helped. Oh, shut up. Shut up, Waldo. Ernie, throw him away. Get rid of him. We were happy without him, Ernie. I took good care of you. We were happy.
Get away from me, Celia. Get away.
Take it easy, Ernie, boy. You've been through enough. I'll talk for you.
Yeah, what does he want to say, Waldo?
Ernie, throw him away. Kill him.
What does he want to say, Waldo?
Celia says she was happy without me. That's why she put me in the trunk, because she was jealous of me. She checked me in the baggage room at a hotel and forgot about me.
Did you do that, Celia?
Don't listen to him.
But Jane Arnold suspected it was Celia who had gotten rid of me, and because she liked Ernie and was worried about what happened to me, she kept looking through Celia's things.
So she found the baggage check in Celia's purse?
Ooh, that must have made you angry, Celia. Ooh, angry enough to poison her.
What about Lou, Waldo?
Oh, that was tricky. Lou called Ernie to say he had me, but Celia went down there instead. When Lou saw it was Celia who came after me instead of Ernie, he knew what Celia had been doing, so Celia had to kill him. And tried to kill me, too.
Yeah, that bothered me, Waldo. If Ernie went to Lou to pick you up, why did he leave you there?
I'm telling you, it was serious.
Why didn't Ernie tell me all this before, Waldo?
He was sick. Without me, he can't think. You wanted a murderer, Mr. Clover. Well, there she is.
Kill him. I'll kill him. He won't take you away from me, Ernie. Give it to me. Give it to me. Ernie. Ernie, you monster. I'll tear you. I'll break you like the girl, like Lou. Get you.
The fingers ripped at the cheap cloth, scattered it, tore away the laughing mouth. And there was nothing left of Waldo. Wood shavings, the broken face and rags. And standing there receiving it as if Waldo's death were his own death, Ernie. Then the woman, the murderess, fell to her knees, and her voice...
We can be together now, Ernie. See? We can be together now.
Broadway leaps into the night. The sound it makes is the rasp of life deep inside the earth, the hiss of neon and the gaudy laugh. They melt together, and the sound you get is shock. But there's another, the teardrop and the sigh. No one listens because no one hears. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in tonight's cast were Stan Waxman, Elliot Reed, Mary Lansing, Herb Butterfield, Jerry Hausner, and Hy Averback.
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
There are several ways to consider the moon over Broadway. It depends upon your job or the company you keep. You can hold somebody's hand and point to it. You can stand on a street corner and sneer at it. Or you can do it the way I did. Stick your head out of the window at police headquarters and try to focus through the haze laid down by the neon. I had just about focused when the interruption came.
My name's Goodwin. They said walk right in.
All right. Close the door.
I never saw such a sight in all my life.
Sit down, Mr. Goodwin.
You really expect me to sit down after what I just saw? You really do?
What did you see?
A murder with my own two eyes.
Sit down, Mr. Goodwin.
You don't believe me, do you?
I'll tell you, Mr. Goodwin, the statistics are against you. We get a dozen calls a day from eyewitnesses to murders.
You see, I told you.
Mostly they turn out to be nothing at all. Drunks, that sort of thing.
I saw a murder. I saw a man strangle a woman. I saw his face. I saw her face. He was furious. She was dying. I saw it. Now, don't tell me to sit down, either.
Tell me about it.
From the bus, the Acme Sightseeing Deluxe Tours. I got there early, so I got a seat near the window.
What are you talking about, Mr. Goodwin?
The sightseeing bus. I had a seat by the window. That's how I saw it.
Go ahead.
We had just left Chinatown. That was part of the tour. I didn't like Chinatown. It was murky and oriental, and it made me feel finicky.
Go ahead, Mr. Goodwin.
We left Chinatown, and we were riding along. I was watching the street signs go by. You know, 31st Street, 32nd Street, 33rd Street.
I do that myself, Mr. Goodwin. Go ahead.
Well, around about 35th Street and 1st Avenue, I saw a murder.
Go ahead.
It was in one of those houses, and I remember to observe something.
And what was that?
The house was on the right-hand side of the street going north.
What did you do when you saw this murder, Mr. Goodman?
What does a responsible citizen do when he sees a murder while he's riding on a bus? He tells the bus driver.
And what did the bus driver tell you?
Exactly what an irresponsible bus driver always does. He said he had a schedule to keep.
Pardon me, Mr. Goodman. Danny Clover speaking.
Danny, Muggavan.
What's on your mind?
Downtown, Danny. Girl's been strangled.
Huh? Where?
2416 First Avenue near 35th. Second house from the corner. On the right-hand side, going north.
Danny?
Yeah? Where are you?
Back here, Danny, in the bedroom. Oh, hi, Danny. In here. That overstuffed chair facing the window, like she was...
Yeah. What's that, Madeline?
People upstairs, noisy types, noisy plumbing. And another kid bouncing a ball on the floor. Sounds like a ball.
Strangled. The bruises on her throat. Ripped dress. She's just a kid.
18. Music student from London, Iowa. You saw this gown in the front room?
Yeah. Who was she, Madeline?
Kid who came to the big city to study music. Been here a month. Named Ann Cornell.
Anything?
Nothing, Danny. The ball game's over. 2 letters from home, Danny. Pictures of her mother and father. A couple of dresses, coats in the closet. All the ordinary things for a girl from a small town. Maybe the boys from Technical.
How do you do it? How? How do you stand over a dead girl and haggle over a death? Tell me, how do you do it? Because I want to know.
Madeline.
He called us, Danny. Says his name is Sandy McKay. Says he found a girl like that.
You knew Ann, Sandy?
Oh, get out. Please get out. Leave me alone with Ann. Just for a while. So many things that I never told her. Oh, just for a while, please.
How old are you, Sandy?
Oh, get out.
20, 19? Help us, Sandy. We want to find Ann's murderer. You'll help us do that, won't you, Sandy?
What does it matter? She's dead. Ann's dead.
You knew her back home in Iowa?
No.
Where? Where did you meet Ann? Through friends? Someone?
It was at school. I was walking down a hall, and I saw her in one of the classrooms. I just went right in, right up to her, and talked to her. Everybody laughed.
What school, Sandy?
The Spence School of Music. She was studying piano there. My family wants me to be a musician. I hate it. But it was all right. Because all of a sudden there was Ann in a room.
You found her here like this. Tell me about that, Sandy.
We had a date. When I knocked, she didn't answer. And then I called, and still she didn't answer. And then the door just opened. I guess it was a draft someplace. It just opened. So I came in and... Oh, Ann!
Hey, don't touch her. Leave him alone, Muggavan. Leave him alone. A little while after that, the technical squad arrived, very efficient with their cameras, their dusting powder, and their little black books. Some time after that, they took Sandy McKay down to headquarters for further questioning. Then I went home to sleep. The next morning, I walked down Broadway, turned left 2 blocks, and found myself in front of a tired building that has a lot of names. You take your choice. You walk up 4 flights, and you get 4 offers. You're perfect for a fairy tale ballet that's opening in Newark. You make a stunning cover on a muscle magazine. You can play ukulele with a college boy combo in Atlantic City. Have you got a song that's trying to be published? Oh, with a slight fee, of course. And on the 5th floor, you find what you're looking for. Alonzo and Blanche Spence, School of Music. Learn as you learn. I went in. I beg your pardon. All right.
Oh, trumpet playing like that gives me pimples. I don't know why, but...
My name's Danny Clover.
Danny Clover. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. We'll think of a fine name for you. Something that'll look good in life. Alonzo?
Yeah. What is it, Blanche? Oh, another student, huh? What's your name, young fellow?
He told me Danny Clover.
You don't have to worry about that.
I'm from the police.
Oh, the police band, huh?
Well, let's hold that for a little while. I want to talk to you about one of your pupils.
Brass or string?
Anne Cornell. Tell me about her.
A very talented girl.
Oh, she is a nothing.
I don't care about her talent, Mr. Spence. I've come to tell you she's dead. I said she's dead.
But how? Yesterday she was here. How?
Murdered. Strangled.
Oh, poor girl. Oh, I'm sorry what I said, truly. I'm sorry.
You said she was here yesterday, Mrs. Spence. At what time?
In the afternoon, as usual. Every day, Mr. Clover. She was a talented girl.
Oh, she really was, Mr. Clover.
Did you notice anything about her yesterday?
But she was happy since that boy.
Sandy McKay?
Yes. Since he walked into her classroom one day and started to talk to her. Since then, so happy. It showed. Her face, music. Oh, who'd want to kill her?
We're trying to find that out.
We'll help, won't we, Alonzo?
Oh, of course. Anne Cornell enrolled a month ago. Paid for her tuition in advance. She came from...
London, Iowa.
London, Iowa. Thank you, Blanche. She came regularly for her instructions. She met Sandy McKay. She seemed happy.
Oh, what else?
Well, that's all we know of her, Mr. Clover. Nothing more than that. Nothing at all.
Hi, Danny.
Guess who?
Huh? I said, guess who, Danny? A former child's play I play with the Tartaglia bloodhound Giuseppe. They always get the laugh.
Oh?
When the Tartaglia bloodhound responds to my humor like that, I just gotta up his ration of strong heart. I don't know, Danny. That dog, he just wraps me around his third finger. Last night...
whenever you finish laughing, Tartaglia.
Oh, I'm finished, Danny. The next item on the agenda, Danny, is... Danny, I apologize for being funny, so kill me.
I may.
Yeah. Well, the next item on the agenda, to wit, the police department of London, Iowa, have graciously completed our files on the deceased Anne Cornell.
You'll tell me about it, huh, Tartaglia?
Oh, it's a pleasure, Danny. Anne Cornell was indeed 18 years old. Did indeed come here to study the piano. Was from a respectable Iowa family, indeed. Never a mark against the girl. Loved and respected by all and sundry. Her death is a big tragedy in our hometown, Danny.
Where isn't it? What else, Tartaglia?
Reports and technical. They went over the girl's room with a fine-tooth comb, claw and nail. Nothing. Nothing that didn't have a reason for being there.
Fingerprints?
Hers, the boy's, Sandy McKay. And the set identified as belonging to the landlady who has 10 fingers and an airtight alibi.
Nothing.
Well, I told you, Danny. In these departments, nothing. But in another department, something. Yeah, could possibly be something.
You'll share it with me, Tartaglia.
Oh, Danny, why should I share? It belongs to you. While you were out, a phone call came in. I have the transcript here.
I'll just tell it to me.
It's from a Mrs. Doris Beeler. Friend of yours, Danny?
Never heard the name before. What does she want?
Oh, she sounded like a nice lady. She says if you will come to her apartment hotel, the Jackson, on West 87th,
She'll what, Tartaglia?
She will tell you about the murderer of Anne Cornell.
Yes?
Mrs. Beeler? Mrs. Doris Beeler?
Yes. What do you want, young man?
I'm from the police, Mrs. Beeler. Danny Clover. I had word that you called...
Oh, yes. Please come in, Mr. Clover.
Thank you.
The hallways in your city. They're so long and dark. No windows. I suppose it's because there's so little room to spread out here. This is my first time here, Mr. Clover.
Oh?
Yes, I'm from Iowa. I've never been away from home in my life. Except once when I was a little girl. Oh, please sit down, Mr. Clover.
Thank you.
You'll find that chair the most comfortable. They're all so ratty, but...
You're from Iowa, Mrs. Beeler. From London, Iowa?
Why, yes, from London, Iowa. Born and raised there. And married there. To Mr. Beeler. I'm a music teacher in London, Iowa. How did you know?
They told me over the phone you could tell me about Anne Cornell's murderer.
Oh, yes. I can, Mr. Clover. I can. Oh, it is just the doorbell. I'll go see who it is and send him away, Mr. Clover. I'll only be a minute. Yes? Open.
Mrs. Beeler! Mrs. Beeler! Mrs. Beeler, what happened?
Hartley.
Who was it? Tell me.
Why?
She lay, her body pressed against the wall of the narrow, shadowed hallway. There was something serene in her face, a serenity that denied the spectacle violent death had made of her. That closed her eyes against the blood that soiled her clean dress, her going-away dress. And that was all. The silent corridor receiving her death. And the serenity, nothing else.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
There's this about Broadway. It'll lay you odds on anything. The girl walking towards you will smile. 2-1. Sorry, kid, you lose that one. But you're welcome to try again. The little guy eyeing the dancers on the Spectacular. 3-5, he got lost in Dream Alley and can't go home. No play. No? Here's a good one, kid. A parlay on murder. 18-year-old girl studied music, strangled. A woman shot down because she opened the door. And both from a whistle-stop called London, Iowa. Clever, huh, kid? Make your play any way you want it. And at headquarters the next day, a man has been trying to tilt the odds in your favor.
You haven't listened to a word I've said, Mr. Clover. All I ask of you is that you listen.
All right, Mr. Goodwin, I'll listen. You were saying...
Now, see, you haven't heard a word. Do you want to solve the murder of that poor little girl I saw being strangled? Do you really want to?
What is it you want to tell me, Mr. Goodwin? That you've solved the murder?
Practically. It was I who saw the deed. In the excitement of revealing the crime to you, I completely forgot a most important detail, a most lurid detail.
And that is?
The man who was strangling that girl wore eyeglasses. Thick eyeglasses. There, Mr. Clover. It's all yours.
Tartaglia.
Yeah, Danny. See, I am at your beck and call. You got company.
The company's leaving, Sergeant. Will you hold the door open for him? Goodbye, Mr. Goodwin.
See here, you can't just dismiss.
Goodbye, Mr. Goodwin.
That's the thanks I get. Well, it takes all kinds to make a world, I always say.
Goodbye, Mr. Goodwin. Whenever you're in the neighborhood, stop in to see us. I said something wrong, Danny? All right, so I apologize. Don't stand there biting my head off without opening your mouth.
What have you got on Mrs. Beeler?
Thanks, Danny. Mrs. Beeler, we checked the elevator boy, desk clerk. Nobody asked for her while you were in her apartment talking to her. Nobody went up even to that floor. They know because it's very quiet that time of day in that hotel.
The other exit?
Check, Danny. There's a service entrance in the back. Nobody saw nobody come in or go out. Mostly because they didn't bother to care if anybody came in or out. They admit the possibility that somebody might have, but then...
All right.
Well, Danny, you yourself asked me.
I hate myself for it. What do you got on Mrs. Beeler from the London, Iowa police?
What I expected. That she was a nice lady, known and respected by her neighbors. She was married to a Mr. George Beeler, a music teacher, who is at present out of town from London, Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Danny, those small towns. You know, there's something so peaceful about them. Many times have Mrs. Tartaglia and I entertained a wanderlust to go to such a town.
Tartaglia?
Yeah, Danny?
You think the wanderlust can lead you back to your desk?
Huh?
Oh, I think it can. Go on, try it, Tartaglia. And close the door gently on your way out.
Roger. We'll call.
There was nothing to do after that except think about it. And the process didn't lend itself well to the old familiar scars and the gently falling dust of police headquarters. I went outside. I almost made it to the sidewalks of the civilians. The water opened it all. Pulled alongside of me and stopped. And the door opened
opened and Officer Corio leaned toward me.
Hey, Johnny.
Yeah? What do you want?
Come on, Johnny. Homicide, 34th Street, East Side, right in the subway.
It took 7 minutes to get there. The subway was going about its business, the comings and goings of the underground civilians, except a corner of it. The corner defined around the green bench near the magazine stand. 3 policemen in uniform held back a crowd whose face looked like it had a veil drawn over it. And between the subway trains and the soft cluckings of the mob, a man in a brown ready-made suit shouldered his way.
Hi, Danny. Here, come on. Hold my hand. I'll get you through this barrier of curious onlookers.
What happened, Muggavan?
Guy stretched out on the bench. It happened to him.
What did?
He was pushed into the side of a moving subway train.
Witnesses?
Yeah, that lady with the bundles, the brown paper bag.
Brief me, Muggavan.
Well, according to her, she just put a dime in a turnstile. She sees this man here standing near the edge of the platform reading a newspaper. And all of a sudden... did you hear me, Danny?
Yeah, try it again.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, a guy walked up and backed up and pushed him against the train. The guy ran before anyone knew what happened.
The man on the bench, identification?
Oh, yeah, plenty of that. Hotel key, driver's license, social security card, large card. It worked.
Yeah, okay. Who is it?
Go right here. Name is Arthur Walker, a traveling salesman of shoes, employed by the Black Parrot Shoe Company. A letter in his pocket indicates he was here on a buying trip.
Where did he check in? Anything on that?
Yeah. Vickers Hotel on 47th Street. I know the place, Dan. It's respectable.
Did you find out where this Arthur Walker came from?
I've been itching for you to ask me, Danny. Arthur Walker came from London, Iowa.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, sir. We can't register you without baggage, unless, of course, you pay in advance. You can do that?
I can do even better. Look.
Oh, a policeman? That's what the badge says, doesn't it? I'm quite nearsighted. You might be from the gas company.
Yeah, I might. You're the guest here, Arthur Walker.
Oh, he's one of our most desirable clients, Mr. Walker is. Whenever he makes a buying trip to New York, he comes to our hospital, the Vickers, in the Vickers chain. Had a guess. But we still have him.
No, he's dead. Murdered.
But that's shocking. Positively shocking. Poor Mr. Walker. He was always so generous. Never said goodbye without money in his palm, never.
Tell me more about him.
Oh, he was a shoe salesman. Gave me a sample pair once. His demands were polite, modest. Only once did he call on me, the manager, personally.
What did he call on you for?
For a ridiculous tourist type of thing. He wanted me to arrange a ticket for him on some Acme sightseeing tour. A sophisticated man like Mr. Walker in shoes and so on.
When was this? The tour. When was it?
Let me think. Why, it was the day before yesterday. That's it, the day before. Anything else?
Nothing, except your carnations wilted, manager.
Hey, Danny, I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah, I'm glad you are, Muggavan.
This Acme bus tour up nooks and down the crannies of old Manhattan is a revelation to me. I'm enjoying it, but I don't get it.
2 men we know of took this ride. One saw a murder. Another got pushed in front of a subway train. Maybe someone...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we see the edifice known as the Radio City Music Hall. The fact to remember about this place is that in the lobby there is a mechanical boy that once an hour sings the song of the Mexican Nightingale, the original Spanish language. Also in the lobby there are many... We stop here for 5 minutes so that you can look at the Fulton Street market.
In this market, it is possible to negotiate for the purchase of Florida pompano, lump crab meat, jumbo shrimp, fresh
It's just a coincidence, Danny. What can happen on a sightseeing tour has to do with 2 murders?
I don't know. Maybe just what you said, a coincidence.
On either side of the street, ladies and gentlemen, we present the Bowery, where the Blossom meets the Jessup.
We will have a 30-minute stop over here.
We too, Danny? Sure.
Now, I want all of us to sit together in our little party. Acme Tours, by special arrangement with the shopkeepers of Chinatown, has arranged a delightful side tour, during which you will be able to buy valuable and rare examples of Oriental art at wholesale prices. Please follow me.
We too, Danny?
Just you, Muggavan.
Huh?
Uh-huh. How long do you think it would take to get over to the house where Ann Cornell was strangled, to 1st Avenue and 35th?
By subway? Maybe 7 minutes?
Yeah, about that. That'll give a sightseer plenty time to commit a murder and get back here to become a sightseer again. Wouldn't it, Muggavan?
Huh?
Wouldn't it, Muggavan? Enjoy Chinatown, kid. I'm going to try it. Muggavan was wrong. The trip took 8 minutes. But on the way up to Ann Cornell's room, there was a delay. A woman who told me she was the manager asked me what I wanted. I said the room of Ann Cornell and showed her my badge to underline the point. She said Miss Cornell's room had been rented to a piano teacher because it had a piano in it. She said, listen. Then she said, see? I did. The music teacher sat there, his fingers moving over the keys of the battered upright. His face serious. I watched.
That's the way it should be played, Anne. See? I'll play it again. See how easily I do it, Anne? Now, watch my right hand.
I didn't know you were a piano teacher, Mr. Goodwin. Mr. Goodwin. Mr. Goodwin.
No one by the name of Goodwin is here. What do you mean by interrupting this lesson? Get out of here.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you were giving a lesson, Mr. Beeler. That's right, isn't it? You are Mr. Beeler.
Pay no attention to him, Anne. Here, now, I'll show you once more.
I want you for murder, Mr. Beeler. Mr. Beeler.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
For murder, Mr. Beeler.
You understand why I had to kill my wife, don't you, Anne? She followed me here. She didn't want me to love you.
And Arthur Walker, why did you kill him?
Please.
Why did you kill him, Mr. Beeler?
I had to. Back home, it was scandal, Anne and I. That's why you went away from me, wasn't it, Anne?
Arthur Walker, Mr. Beeler.
Oh, I had to kill him. He was in New York selling shoes.
Yeah, he was also on the Acme sightseeing tour with you.
Of course he was. Then he read in the newspaper about my wife's death.
He knew you killed her, didn't he?
Yes.
What about Ann?
Mr. Walker remembered he missed me all the while the bus stopped in Chinatown. He didn't see me again until the bus was ready to leave.
And Walker did just what I did. Retraced your steps. And you killed him in the subway.
He found out about Ann. When he read that Ann was dead. Dead? Oh, but you're not dead, Ann. You're not. Now, listen to me. I didn't mean it. You made me angry. You ran away from me, and then I came to you, and you tried to run away again, and I had to keep you here. I didn't mean to hurt you, Ann. Ann, play. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you how.
His fingers ripped the ugly sounds and hurled them against the fact of Ann's death. Again. Then the thread that bound his sanity gave way. And there was a secret smile on his face. He knew Ann was sitting beside him.
fist at the night, and the midway's boiling. It's yokels and clowns and a jack-in-the-box with leaks from dark doorways. And it's a geek with no arms, no legs, and no heart. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Curry. Included in tonight's cast were Joseph Kearns, Norma Varden, Florence Ravenel, Jack Crucian, Sam Edwards, and Bert Holland.
Tonight on FEN Presents, you've been listening to the adventures of Detective Danny Clover in Broadway is My Beat and Fibber McGee and Molly. Join us again Monday night at 9:05 once again for FEN Presents. This is Air Force Sergeant Bart McCormick.
Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The neon carnival rises high above Broadway, explodes, then scatters over the city. And at police headquarters it whispers through the gray stone and the glass closed against it. You have to listen. Then another sound washes out the whisper of Broadway's scream. Danny Clover.
Danny, please come, please.
Who is this?
Christina LaVECCHIA, Mario's sister. You remember Mario, Danny, please? You remember?
Yes, I remember. Christina, what is this? Something wrong?
Everything is wrong. Mario's dead. Please come, Danny, please.
Then the sirens howl because a man is dead, and their cry tears a path through the wilderness of the city. And finally they're stilled because the door is open. A girl stands there, a young girl whose hair is black and whose tears lie on her cheek like jewels.
Danny. Danny.
Don't be afraid, Christina. Try not to be afraid. Where is he, Christina? Tell me.
In there. In his room.
Show me.
Yes. There. There's Mario. On the floor. Lying in his blood. My brother lies in his blood.
Mario. Why did you find him like this, Christina?
I came home a half hour, an hour. I don't know. The house was empty. I thought it was empty. And then I heard Mario call my name and he killed himself, Danny. He didn't have to do that, did he? Did he, Danny?
Why do you say he killed himself, Christina?
Why, the gun in his hand, the wound.
Is this Mario's gun?
Yes. I've seen it many times. It's one he bought for his job at the furniture factory. After he... You knew him, Danny. He was your friend.
Yeah.
It's a sin to kill oneself, isn't it? Tell me it's a sin.
Christina.
I need Mario. Give him back to me, Danny. Give him
You'll
back.
be all right, Christina. Your father, where is he?
Wednesday night. He always goes to his Locarno Club on Wednesday night. You'll find him, Danny, and tell him. You, not me.
All right, Christina. I'll tell him. And a while after that, the efficient ghost from police technical came in, formed a tight and impersonal circle around the dead boy. Then a man named Dr. Sinsky detached himself from the group, sighed, and walked over to Christina. He put his arm around her, spoke gently. With the strange alchemy he knew about tears, he dried Christina's. Then I had a place to go, so I went there. The Locarno Club was a rented store around the corner. It had once held a succession of groceries, candies, used clothing, and articles held for pawn. Now it had given up to a group of old men who used its space to compare families, dreams, and memories. Chester LAVECCHIA was seated among his friends and holding up a memory for consideration.
The fields of Caserta were dry like I don't know what from the dock. And Valerio stood looking, and his tears fell upon his brown chest. That's the way it was in Caserta.
Chester.
Oh, Danny Clover. Welcome, amigo. Danny, what about a glass of wine? Huh? A glass of wine for my friend, Danny.
No, maybe later. It's important, Chester.
Oh, sure, of course. Well, pardon, my friend. My friend from the police wants to consult me on a matter of importance. What is it, Danny?
About Mario.
Triste. Danny, maybe you can get him back his job with the police. A job at the desk, maybe, huh? After all, Danny, Mario is not a policeman now because he lost his arm while he was doing his duty as a policeman. And this job as a guard in a furniture factory he did not like anyway. I was so glad when he was discharged from such a child's job.
Chester.
Yes, Danny. What do you want to say?
I wish I knew at least another word for it.
Mario?
He's dead.
Mario? But there was a priest.
Yes. One was on his way.
What happened to Mario?
Christina thought he killed himself.
No, kill himself. No, my Mario.
He didn't. He was murdered. There were no powder burns. He was murdered, Chester.
Who did this to him?
You'll help me find out. That's why I came to you.
Ask me what you have to do.
Why was Mario fired from his job at the furniture factory?
Well, you know. As a policeman.
No, I heard something about it. I didn't bother me.
Yes, I know. A good man like you not to dig at the reason for a friend's shame. I will tell you, Danny. Mario was a guard at the factory. There was a robbery of the safe at the payroll. Mario was not in the factory where he should have been when it was the robbery.
Where was he?
With a girl. He left the factory to be with a girl.
What girl? Who is she?
I met her, Carrie Listo. She lives, I don't know, someplace near here, I think.
Now, listen to me.
Mario.
There were no tears in the old man's eyes, only anger and fury. A fury that seared and kept at a distance the old friends who'd heard his cry and came to help. They stood around him in silence, and their helplessness was big enough to dissolve the fury and leave only that, the helplessness. Arnold Cesare asked me to take him to his son, and I did. In the morning, headquarters came up with Carrie Lister's address, a brownstone in the West 60s. A kid bouncing a ball on the stoop told me Carrie was home. He'd just seen her drying her hair out the window. Then her door opened. She stood there brushing the blonde hair away from her face.
Yes?
I'm Danny Clover, police. May I come in?
Why?
I want to talk about Mario LAVECCHIA.
I don't.
No? They tell me Mario was in love with you.
And me with him. A lot. Real big. Good. Too good for you to go scratching, and that's why I don't want to talk to you about Mario.
He was murdered.
I know. I called him last night. His sister told me he was dead.
We want his murderer, Carrie. I want him. Because I knew Mario.
All right. Come in. Yeah, that's Mario's picture. And that's a sofa where we sat and looked out over the alley and talked.
How long had you known him, Carrie?
Since I was a kid and we played run, sheep run and hid in the back room of a delicatessen. And a cop chased us. You mind if I put up my hair while we're talking?
No. Mind a personal question, Carrie?
You have other kinds? Go ahead.
Why didn't you and Mario get married? You'd have been fine for him.
I would have. I asked him to marry me a lot of times. Mario wanted to, and we could have on his police pension, but he had to take care of his family first, he said. His father, his sister, they came first with him.
Yeah, they would with Mario. It must have been tough for him after he got wounded on the force.
It was. Mario was a proud guy. Not everything was good enough for him. That's why it made me feel good. Mario loved me.
What did he do before he got that job in the furniture factory?
He tried to get other jobs. There weren't any. He didn't have to work. We could have lived good on his pension and me working, but Mario had to keep Christina in that fancy boarding school, help his father.
His friends during that time, who were they?
His father, his sister, me. Not whoever it was robbed the payroll at the factory, if that's what you're trying to say.
The night of the robbery, where was Mario?
He was with me. He left his post and came to me.
Maybe he went somewhere else first. Maybe he was in on the robbery and then came to you for an alibi.
You told me you knew Mario. You lied. You lied in your teeth.
The factory where he worked, Carrie. Where is it?
The Paul Dinsmore Furniture Manufacturers in Brooklyn, Mr. Clover. You'll get along good with Mr. Dinsmore because he thinks Mario robbed him, too.
Carrie.
Get out of here, Mr. Clover. That's all I ask of you. Get out of my sight.
And take this spec sheet back to planning and tell them to substitute clear pine. It'll work.
Yes, sir. Right away.
And what can I do for you, mister?
My name's Danny Clover.
Oh, fine. I'm Paul Dinsmore.
Glad to know you, Mr. Dinsmore. I'm from the police.
All the more welcome.
Can we get out of this noise?
Now, let's go into my office. You like the layout here?
Quite a place.
We might expand soon. Here, right in here. Sit down.
Thanks. Mr. Dinsmore,
About the robbery last week, isn't it? About the robbery on May 26th.
What makes you think so?
Well, so far, Mr. Clover, you're the latest of a series of policemen who've been coming around.
Well, now there's something else.
Oh?
Huh? Mario LAVECCHIA's dead.
I know about that. Came with the morning paper.
Didn't it throw you?
No. It would have one time, but it didn't this morning. Mario turned sour.
I knew Mario. Once he was in the force. I'm trying to understand about him. What made him what he became? What's your opinion?
Love? Money? With one arm, how does a guy get them? You know all about motives, not me. Sure, Mario was my friend. How well does a man get to know a friend?
It depends.
Sure it does. We grew up together, Mr. Clover.
But a line gets drawn somewhere. People separate. Like you said, it depends.
You gave him a job after he was pensioned off the force.
I wouldn't do less for a friend. Only Mario lost it.
Let me get it straight. Mario left the factory one night last week to see a girl. He should have been on duty.
Yeah, to see a girl. Old John tells me that a guy comes up to Mario and tells him to go see a girl. He picked a great night to see a girl. Whoever knocked over my safe had a breeze. Nobody left to guard the payroll but that friendly old man. Friendly to Mario.
Old John?
Yeah, John Fisher. Friendly old John Fisher. A friend of Mario. A friend of the guy who called on Mario. Wait a minute.
Yes, Mr. Dinsmore?
Get me John Fisher's address. You want his address, don't you, Mr. Clover? So you can do better than the other boys on the force who cleared him.
Uh-huh. But why his address? Isn't John Fisher here anymore?
No. He was too conscientious for us. Somebody walks in, steals our payroll, and old John Fisher sleeps through it all just like a baby. Next morning, we retired him.
Then Paul Dinsmore got philosophical about the whole thing and explained crime to me in terms of greed and sickness. Then a sawdust-free young lady in Hollywood-type glasses walked through the door, handed him the address of John Fisher. He handed it to me. I left. The address was on Front Street.
Right down the hall there, mister. I'll come with you to show you.
All right.
Keeps that radio playing all the time, he does. All the time. Now, if I owned this place, instead of just cleaned it, this room here.
Yeah, thanks. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. You have a key for this room?
You don't need any. Last two tenants been screaming about the busted lock. Mr. Fisher. Hey, look at him. Look what's been done to him.
John Fisher sprawled face down on the floor. The heavy handle of a billiard cue stick lay beside him, touching him. The instrument now of a different purpose. The matted hair and the blood. The pattern of what it had done to him. And whoever had held the weapon had been thorough. John Fisher had been beaten to death.
She thinks she loves me the more fool she's gotta learn.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway all depends on the mood you're in. You can be part of the mob and perform for the sightseers, or you can detach yourself from it. Lean against a wall, crease your newspaper, and bite your lip over that two-column item on the right-hand side of the page. 2 guards at a factory mysteriously murdered. Consider it, then flip the pages to the box scores and waggle a finger back at Ted Williams. Or, as Sergeant Tartaglia had it next day at headquarters,
That Ted Williams, Danny, that ball player from Boston, Mass. He ruins the scenery.
Oh, how does he do that, Gino?
I can't appreciate Mrs. Tartaglia anymore on account of him.
Somehow I knew that's just what you were going to say.
Last night, Danny, Mrs. Tartaglia was paraded back and forth, up and down and across in her new swimsuit from Catalina, in preparation to being the belle of the beach at Far Rockaway, when all of a sudden comes over the radio that this Ted Williams had hit another home run.
After that, you couldn't enjoy the scenery, huh? You don't like Ted Williams. Anything else, Gino? I'm talking to you.
Huh? Oh, no, nothing else, Danny. Except... No, nothing else.
Except what?
Well, except about Mrs. O'Connell and the LAVECCHIA case.
Mrs. O'Connell?
Yeah, my uppity neighbor 2 doors down. Her daughter...
Tartaglia.
Okay, Danny. Only Mrs. O'Connell said something to me this morning that twits me, Danny. About her daughter, Sandra Lee.
Tell me about it.
Well, she said, how come this Christina LaVecchia was home from that boarding school, that Thatcher School for Girls, and her daughter Sandra Lee is not?
Go on.
Because that Thatcher School for Girls is not closed down for the summer yet. That's where Sandra Lee goes too. And she is even now at school preparing for exams, and they got strict rules about not being on the outside. So how come Christina LaVecchia...
That's a good question, Tartaglia. How come Christina LaVecchia?
Yeah, how come her? What was she doing out on the night of her brother's murder?
Maybe I better go find out, huh?
Danny, somehow I knew that's just what you were going to say.
The Thatcher School for Girls was the very model of high fashion culture. It stood languid and poised on 3 acres of fashionable soil. And its hand-wrought gates, signed by the artist, opened onto a vista of golden girls pursuing the arts and sciences on horseback. One had to wait to let the scholars pass.
Paul in the saddle, girls! Remember, Paul!
Farther on, in a wooded glen, a woman in black beat a drum as girls in diaphanous nightshirts danced the tragedy of the cone and the cube. And beyond that, the lithe girls in silken shorts who pause in their game of volleyball to observe you. And having done so, resume the struggle. Finally, the office of the dean. Dean and office both done by an exclusive decorator.
I am Dean Chesterfield. Welcome to Thatcher.
Thank you, Dean.
My secretary tells me you're from the police. Are we at Thatcher the subject of an investigation?
Only Christina LaVECCHIA.
Christina? Oh, what has Christina done? Has she shamed us?
Just tell me about her.
Christina has often made us quite unhappy.
Oh? How?
A certain unwillingness to respond to our regimen.
Tell me about it.
The night before last, for instance, we discovered that she had not slept amongst us. A flagrant protest. An undisciplined gesture.
The night before last, her brother was murdered. Christina should have been here.
There is not a night of the school term that she should not be here. To have complete behavior control of our girls is our objective. It is.
You said Christina made you happy unoften. How often?
Well, one moment. I have it here in my records. Ah, yes, here we are. LaVECCHIA, Christina. On April 19th, LaVECCHIA did steal into her dormitory 3 hours after curfew. For this, a Class B demerit and a week in Coventry.
You confined her to the campus?
You have another meaning for Coventry? On May 26th, LaVECCHIA was gone all night. Appeared for her 3rd class, disheveled and distant. For this...
You could have dismissed her.
We were going to, but her brother pleaded with us. We relented when he told us Christina was at home with him that night.
May 26th. 26. Thanks, Dean. It's been educational. So somebody might have lied. Dean Chesterfield had said Christina was with her brother Mario on the night of May 26th, the night of the robbery. But Dinsmore said Mario went off with another man. And Mario's girlfriend had told me yesterday that Mario spent the evening with her. And Mario's girlfriend was named Carrie Lister. She was someone I wanted to talk to again. Then back to West 60s and the brownstone in the middle of the block. I didn't have to go that far. 3 doors from the brownstone was a bar. Through the glass front, I could see Carrie Lister seated on the high stool. She was entertaining, or being entertained.
You get the picture, huh? There was my wife standing there with egg in her face. Funny, huh?
Mr. Becker, you're a whiz-bag.
Yeah, that ain't all. Listen to
I
this.
haven't had a drink since I don't know when, Mr. Becker.
I'll buy it for you, Carrie.
Huh? Oh, Mr. Clover. Meet your rival, Mr. Clover of the police. This is Mr. Becker. He's in canned goods. Aren't you, Mr. Becker?
Get at the end of the line, friend. And the line don't move for hours from now.
Goodbye, Mr. Becker.
If I stand up, I'm pretty large, friend.
Mr. Becker, you know, suddenly you got a fat face and fat lips, and you didn't shave so good this morning. Beat it.
You, copper, flash me a badge. Make me move.
The lady said go.
Lady? Ain't been one of those in this place for years.
You, get out of here.
Hey, look.
I said go. Or so help
That
me.
bottle down, Carrie. Put it down. That's better. Goodbye, Mr. Becker.
Yeah. I'll get back to you, honey.
Give me a shoulder, Mr. Clover. I want to die on it.
You shouldn't punish yourself so much, Carrie. Not like this.
It doesn't matter anymore. What matters?
Mario, who killed him?
That matters how?
Just a question, Carrie. Was he with you on the night of the robbery?
I haven't had a drink.
Was he?
You know he wasn't. He told me to say so, but he wasn't.
Who was he with?
How would I know? Go ask his old man. His sister. He was married to his family, not me. Take me home, Mr. Clover. Get me out of here.
Cable. Oh, Danny.
Chester,
Come in, Danny. Come in. Take my chair. Please, take.
Chester.
No. First, you must please sit down to show me you are a guest in my house. Good. Danny, an old man is grateful you call on him. An old man is lonely without the boy, without the son. Lonely.
Chester, you want your boy's murderer, don't you?
I live only till then. After that, I die.
Then you must tell me the truth. You lied to me.
I lie. Danny, an old man has not very much. His son, his honor, his pride.
His daughter.
Christina is no longer my daughter.
Why, Chester?
It was because of her I lied. Because of her, Mario's dead. Because, Danny...
Mario wasn't with Carrie Lister the night of the robbery, was he?
No.
Tell me about it, Chester.
Well, it was late. The telephone rang. A man told me Christina was missing from her school. She was not in her bed. No place in the school.
A man?
Yes, a man. I went fast to Mario.
You? You went to Mario?
Yes, I told him. He left his duty to come with me to find Christina because he loved Christina. Nothing else would have made him go now, Danny. Nothing, believe.
Where was Christina?
We don't know. We look and we don't know. She come to us in the morning and she will not tell us. Nothing will she tell us.
Christina.
You! Out of my house, you get out! Don't go over there no more! Not the finish!
Leave her alone, Chester. Leave her alone.
Forgive us, Danny. Forgive us. You have just a witness. Shame.
Christina, listen to me. Why did you come the other night Mario was murdered?
I came to tell him I was through with school. Finished.
Why? Why, Christina?
Because I was married. I thought I was married. Tonight he told me it was a lie.
And the night of the robbery, May 26th, you were with your husband, Christina?
Yes. He told me we'd been married. I'd been drinking, and he said we were married. My husband said that.
Who is he, Christina?
Paul Dinsmore.
Paul Dinsmore.
Oh, hi, Mr. Clover. What brings you to me? News?
Something like that. Let's go back into your office. We can have...
Like it read your mind, huh, Mr. Clover? You want quiet? You're getting quiet.
Quitting time, 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Modern production methods. The help needs a short break. The union says they do. They go out in the yard and relax. Maybe they're right.
I want to talk to you.
All right, let's talk.
I just came from Christina LaVECCHIA.
So?
She told me she thought she was married to you. You lied to her, didn't you, Paul?
She tell you a story like that, Mr. Clover? A very hysterical girl.
Why did you do a thing like that to Christina, Paul?
It's still her story.
There's more that goes with it. You get the girl who thought she was your wife to come to you on the night of the robbery. Then you phone her father and tell him she's missing from school.
The noise in this place really got you, didn't it?
You knew that family well enough, so you were sure her father would go right to Mario. And you knew Mario would leave his job and go looking for her.
What are you trying to prove, Clover? I still don't get you.
I'm proving a couple of things. You robbed your own payroll. You killed Mario because Mario found out what you did to Christina. You killed the other guard, John Fisher.
I did that, huh?
Yeah, you did. Because you got scared when I started digging into it. You were afraid John Fisher would tell me you came to the plant after Mario left.
That was nice of me.
But killing him, beating him to death.
Mr. Clover, it was all your fault. It's like you said, you came nosing around. I couldn't take any chances with an old man keeping a closed mouth.
Let's go, Paul.
Go? You must be out of your mind.
He broke away and started running toward the crowd. To get lost in it.
That man's got a gun!
To keep me from shooting at him. In their terror, the crowd opened the way for him, and there was only one thing to do.
wailed over him. Sometime after that, they took him away. And later, an old man swirled a mop over the blood-stained concrete of the floor. And that was Requiem for Paul Dinsmore. Upward into the sky, and the night bursts open. The swarm starts its dance down the canyon streets, and the little man stalks the heels of a drunkard. It's a place of darting eyes and crowd and mob, and people with empty hands. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in tonight's cast were Jane Webb, Georgia Ellis, Jane Avello, Georgia Backus, Byron Kane, and Clayton Post.
Tonight on FDN Presents, you've been listening to our End of the Week special. Half comedy and half detective drama. Fibber McGee and Molly in part 1 of the show. And Broadway's My Beat, part 2. Join us again Monday night when FDN Presents starts the week all over again with Dragnet and Escape. In the meantime, have a nice weekend. See you again Monday night at 9:05. This is Navy journalist Dan Jurgensen speaking.
Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The sound that eddies upward from Broadway is the sound of shock, a thing composed of laughter, trumpet, the clack of heels, the cry from the lonely bed. You stand at the window at police headquarters waiting for some part of it to touch you. And in one way or another it does. The frightened voice through a phone, the impersonal alarm of a teletype, or a tired officer walks into your office, tugs at your sleeve, gives you a message. Shooting on the Manhattan side of the George Washington Bridge, it says. Take the last side road on your right before you get there. Officer Murray will meet you. The siren on your squad car spills into the empty pockets of the night, fills them with its own brand of shock. You're there, and Officer Murray meets you.
This way, Danny. That car parked over there.
What happened?
A boy and a girl.
You'll see. Him? How bad?
I'm no doc, Danny. Ambulance is on its way. Lost a lot of blood. When I found him, the car was open. The boy's position like he was trying to get out of the car.
What about the girl?
4 shots from up pretty close, looks like. Dead.
Uh-huh. Motive?
Like I said, I'm not a doc, so it wasn't robbery. Here, wallets from both with just the amount of money you'd expect neatly dressed kids like that to have. Identification, too.
Let's see.
Ted FORSTEK. Girls, Ruth Ballard. Both kids. Both of them. Just touching 20.
There's something else, Danny.
What?
Other side of the road. Come on.
Somebody picked a nice secluded place for killing.
Yeah. This road's blocked off, Danny, but kids slip around wooden roadblocks. That makes it a lover's lane, makes it more thrilling. Here. Look, see?
Huh? Looks like somebody made a U-turn in an awful hurry.
Yeah. Narrow tire threads, I guess Model A. Smacked this tree, some paint scraped off. Oh. Comes the ambulance, Danny.
Then to the whispered, muffled sounds of the night in the river is added the furied lament of the siren, and the attendants of the dead and the dying are there. They lift the boy gently, carry him to the waiting ambulance. Then the girl. There's less need to be gentle. They close the doors, and the boy and girl belong to them, to the attendants of death. And for a fragment of an instant, there's silence. Then the night returns to fury. At headquarters, you make your initial report. You leave orders to trace a car that left tire marks and paint scrapings across the road from the scene of death. You look for duties that will delay you, and there are none. And you know you must go to an address and tell whoever is there that a girl has been murdered. A man is there, a man who's been watching the fights on television, drinking a glass of beer.
Just a moment, Mr. Clover. I'll turn the sound down. There. Now we can still see the picture. We won't be interrupted. You enjoying the fights, Mr. Clover?
Ruth Ballard, is she?
Ruth? Ruth is my daughter, Mr. Clover. Is that why you're here, because of Ruth?
Ruth's mother, Mr. Ballard. Maybe she should be here, too.
Ruth's mother's dead. She died 3 years ago. What about Ruth, Mr. Clover? Something wrong? She been in an accident? Please, Mr. Clover, don't just stand there. What is it? Why are you here?
Mr. Ballard,
Something's happened to Ruth, hasn't it? Tell me. I have a right to know.
Ruth is dead, Mr. Ballard.
No.
I know of no other way to say it, Mr. Ballard. There's...
No. It's all right, Mr. Clover. It's all right. You have to do things I understand. How? Ruth, how?
They found her in a car, shot, murdered, Mr. Ballard.
In Ted's car?
Ted FORSTEK? Yes.
The boy?
He was shot, too, but he's alive. Unconscious, but alive.
I'm glad for Ted. He's a good boy.
You knew him, Mr. Ballard?
Only when it came to take Ruth out. We'd talk a little about the fights. I'd offer him a beer. And then Ruth would be all dressed. They'd go out. I'd wait up for Ruth. Because I don't get much chance to talk to her. I work all day, so I wait up for her. I was doing that tonight.
Her other friends, Mr. Ballard, who were they?
I don't know. I know very little of how Ruth lived when I was away from her. It's hard, Mr. Clover, to be a father, take care of a girl properly, to buy her clothes, food, make it so she could hold her head up among her friends. I didn't do so good, did I, Mr. Clover? No good.
Mr. Ballard,
You know something, Mr. Clover? Ruth wasn't really my daughter. She was a stepdaughter. I adopted her because I loved her mother. Then I loved Ruth like she was my own flesh and blood. Now it's my fault. I should have taken her away where a child can live decently. It's all my fault.
Mr. Ballard, if I can help
you
some way.
No. Thank you. Just go away, Mr. Clover. Just go away.
You leave quietly because the words are never there to touch a bowed-down heart. It's almost midnight, but you've another call to make. The address is on Amsterdam Avenue. The address in the wounded boy's wallet. The front of it is a store, stationery, candy and cigarettes, the peeling guilt says. Walk in and face the lady and the man who are about ready to close for the night.
Phone is right over there in back of candy counter.
Perhaps the mister wants to buy something, Anna. Perhaps he doesn't.
This time of night? You know, Mikhail, this time of night is always to use phone.
No, I'm... to buy something, Anna.
I'm from the police.
Yesterday we had sent money for license to sell cigarettes. Check. Check is good one.
Please, Anna, the mister said nothing to check. Police?
Danny Clover. You are Mr. and Mrs. FORSTEK?
So?
Maybe...
What do you want of us?
Your son, Ted.
Ted and police. Fine. He has hit a man? Robbed a man?
He's been shot.
Robbed a man and was shot.
No, not like that.
Yes, bad? Hurt bad?
Pretty bad, Mr. FORSTEK.
And it hurts Ted?
He's unconscious. He's in the hospital, St. Agnes. He's being taken care of.
What happened to Ted?
We don't know exactly. He was parked in a car with a girl with Ruth Ballard. She was shot to death. We don't know exactly what happened. Maybe you can help.
A boy of mine. His friends hoodlum some gutters. This is help I give you.
What about his friends?
He belongs to a club, as a young man should, for social, for contacts. The Adonis Club, it is called.
Our baby. Living his life with bombs.
All right. And the girl, Ruth Ballard.
He mentioned her name, I think, but it was not frequent name. I'm sorry for that.
Oh, good evening. Customer.
Not customer, Evelyn.
Oh, then I invite him, too. Where's Ted?
Yes.
I brought a cake from the party. A whole cake with white frosting. Nobody touched a drop. Where's Ted?
A neighbor of this woman, Mr. Evelyn Sherman. She shows puppets to parties. Sometimes she brings something to us from party.
I'm from the police, Miss Sherman.
What's the matter with Ted?
He's been shot.
Liar. Show me you're from the police.
Evelyn, the man...
Show me.
Yeah.
But he's a baby. Ted's a little baby. I watched him grow up. Shot.
You better come with me, all of you. I'll take you to the hospital. At the hospital, a nun told us softly that we couldn't see the boy. He was still unconscious. Dr. Sinsky was with him, had left orders no one was to be permitted to disturb him, not even a Mr. Clover. We'd have to wait until Dr. Sinsky said it was all right. So we waited. Then a nun walked through the dark corridor and ushered the shadows of night away, and it was daylight. The city yawned and began its day-long scream. And we waited. Then a voice whispered to me that there was a phone call for Lieutenant Clover in the office. This way. Thank you, sister. Danny Clover speaking.
Danny, this is Sergeant Gino Tartaglia. How's the boy?
He's not out of it yet. What do you want, Tartaglia?
We traced the car, Danny. That car that left its fingerprints at the scene of the crime. We tracked it down, Danny.
Where is it?
It is a delivery truck in the alley back of Kilbert's Cleaning and Dyeing Establishment, 1845 West 125th Street. Registered to George Kilbert. On the ball, huh, Danny?
Yeah, you can paste a gold star in your notebook, little Gino.
Be with you in a minute, pal. Oh, these pleated skirts. They take the life out of a man. These pleated skirts make you old before your time.
George Calvert? George Calvert?
Yeah, I told you I'd be with you in a minute, pal. There. This doll will love me for the way I press her skirt.
You're big with the ladies, huh, George?
Well, let's put it this way. Not one of them has sent in her resignation as yet.
Where were you last night, George?
You must have a reason to ask me something personal like that. You a wounded husband or something?
Just a policeman, George.
Oh, don't show me your badge. I can tell by your sloppy suit.
Where were you last night, George?
I don't think you got a right to ask me without you showing me I committed a sin or something.
I'll do that, George. Where you were, where your car was, a murder was committed.
You mean up there near the George Washington Bridge, a girl was murdered?
I didn't say a girl.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Don't pin me to the wall. I said a girl because up there in that lover's lane, it's known that girls are sometimes killed. There are guys who go around doing that.
You were there, huh, George? Alone?
You got nothing says I was there. You're trying, policeman. That's all you're doing. Trying.
There was a tire mark off your delivery truck. Your fender scraped on a tree, left paint. What was the matter, George? Were you in a hurry to get away?
No, I wasn't in a hurry. She just wanted another kiss. She likes to cuddle up and kiss me while I'm driving. This is bound to make me lose a little control.
See? Who, George?
The once-a-weeker. We date once a week. June Leonard. Lives in Brooklyn someplace. You go ask her. She was with me all the time. I don't know anything about a murder. Ask her. And fix her so she don't lie.
June Leonard, huh? We'll ask her. While you were up there, George, with June Leonard, did you hear shots, a series of shots?
We heard nothing. Nothing at all. Except each other. That's how it is when you're in love.
You should know, George. Let's go.
Go? Go where? What are you talking about?
Booking you for suspicion of murder.
Are you crazy? You're crazy, you stinking rotten cop! You walk into my place of business and take me away from
He was scared and protesting when I took him with me. At headquarters, I had a thing to do. I called the hospital and told Dr. Sinsky I was on my way down. And Dr. Sinsky said room 302. He'd wait for me by the elevator door. It took 10 minutes to get there. And Dr. Sinsky was waiting.
Danny.
Dr. Sinsky, how's the boy?
Danny, why is it that our conversation must always open on sorrow?
Can I see him?
This way, Danny. In here. You know these people, Danny. Mr. and Mrs. FORSTEK, Miss Sherman.
Yeah, I do. Doctor, it looked... seemed like my son, his lips were moving just as you left the room.
Yes? Danny.
What?
Quietly, Dan. Please. The stethoscope on the table.
All right. Here.
My son. My son. My son. My son.
He's dead, Danny.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In the late summer afternoon, Broadway stands on a corner, sips its penny plain, and sums up the day. Some days are better than others. Some days you break even. The horse don't come in, but you don't get fired that day either. You get a play and you don't get hurt. But take the day now. Here's the day. DiMaggio miracles with bases loaded. The Rainmakers worked up a due. And a boy, a lover, died of bullet wounds inflicted by a person of persons unknown, thus holding in final embrace the girl he loved. The girl who was also shot to death in Lover's Lane. Here's maybe a tragic day, but here is a day. Or as Sergeant Gino Tartaglia presented it to me.
Danny, I give you the end of a perfect day. When you come to the end of a perfect day.
You're singing again.
Oh, Danny. Danny, you are like my wife, like Mrs. Tartaglia. You deny me and yourself the pleasures of life.
Oh?
Yeah. At home, every time I start singing, Mrs. Tartaglia turns on the Hoover. She says it's to vacuum clean the Tartaglia rug. But all the time, I think it's because she's jealous of my vocal cords. Well, Danny, what progress have we made?
No, you tell me, remember?
Oh, yeah. Item. The boy, Ted FORSTEK, like a million other kids in our city. Too tough, too smart, from a poor family, consorted with others of his type in a club called the Adonis Club.
I know. The girl, Ruth?
Nah, no connection with the Adonis Club. No close connection with anybody except her stepfather and the boy, from what we can find out. Nobody wanted her dead, from what we can find out.
Anything else?
Yeah. We have picked up June Leonard, that dry cleaning man's girlfriend.
Why didn't you tell me? Where is she?
Right outside, Danny. Should I bring her in?
Miss Leonard?
Yeah. Miss Leonard.
Come in. Sit down, Miss Leonard.
Why was I arrested? Why was I brought here? I never done nothing.
Last night, Miss Leonard. Where were you?
I was home. I was sitting at home listening to the radio.
You're lying, Miss Leonard. George Calvert says you were with him.
Promise me.
All right, so I was with George. Is that wrong to be with a fella? You arrest girls for that?
We do, and there's been a murder. 2 murders.
What are you talking about? Murder? I don't know nothing about a murder. All I know is I work and try to have a little fun. All of a sudden, murder.
Ruth Ballard. Did you know her, June?
No, I didn't know any girl by that name. Please, let me go, will you? My father will throw me out if they find out I got mixed up in
Ted FORSTEK. Did you know him?
No, I never heard of him.
George Kelber. Did he know them?
How do I know who George knows? All I know is he thinks he shows me a good time sometimes. I don't ask him no personal questions.
Ruth Ballard and Ted FORSTEK were shot to death near the George Washington Bridge last night. You were there, June.
No, I wasn't.
You were, June. George says you were. How long were you there?
I don't know. An hour, maybe 2 hours.
Did you hear shots while you were up there with George?
Shots?
Pistol shots, shots from a revolver.
No, I didn't hear anything like that. I didn't hear anything except George whispering to me.
George says he heard shots.
Why, that dirty... All right. All right, I heard him. I heard a lot of shots. I got scared. I made George drive us away from there real fast because I was scared.
George was with you all the time?
Leave me alone, can't you? Please leave me alone. I want my father.
Taglia.
Yeah, Danny. Yeah. Come with me, Miss Leonard. Come along.
Sergeant Tartaglia was gentle when he took her away. Then I made a phone call to the Adonis Club. No one was there, a voice told me. Try later when everybody would be there at the dance, Daddy-O, the voice said. Starts at 10. Come one, come all, Daddy-O. Daddy-O got there at 10:30 to the basement clubhouse on 3rd Avenue. Got pointed out the chief Adonis, a youth who leaned against the barn, was having fun looking at the dancer through a beer bottle held by like a telescope. I ruined it for him.
You're in the way, Buster.
I want to talk to you.
Huh? All right. What's your big need, Buster?
I'm from the police.
Oh? Well, make me think so. You're hiding your buzzer under the lapel. Let me look, huh?
See?
I'm Dolly Nercio, you?
Danny Clover.
All right. We got no back room here, if that's what.
About Ted FORSTEK. He was a member here.
A cub, an apprentice. We were breaking him in.
You celebrating his memory with this dance?
No. Life goes on, the book says. The dance was scheduled before Ted's dying was. Poor Ted.
Who killed him, Dolly?
Who killed him, Mr. Clover?
Look, Dolly.
What do you want me to say, Mr. Clover? I don't know who killed him. I knew FORSTEK. Sure played cards with him, hoisted a glass with him, exchanged phone numbers with him. That's the thick and thin I went through with him. So now I'll never talk to him, so.
Nothing else, huh?
He was a fortunate boy, Mr. Clover. He's dead, but when he wasn't that way, he was fortunate. So let's not pop a tear.
Fortunate?
Girls. He was a boy girls were happy with.
And?
Happy girls are generous girls. One of them was real happy. One of them was real generous. Give him nice things. Shirts to wear, wallet stripped from alligators, money stripped from who knows where, expensive watches to make his wrist look pretty.
What girl did that?
They never said. That's a number we never exchanged. But real expensive stuff, Mr. Clover. You'd never believe it.
Not an idea. Who?
If I did, I'd take over. None of our girls could afford that stuff. Hey, go look at that loot, Mr. Clover. It's still around, I guess. You'll see what I mean.
Mr. FORSTEK. Mr. FORSTEK, wake up.
I was not asleep. Oh, it's you, Mr. Clover, the messenger of death. Who died today, Mr. Clover?
Mr. FORSTEK.
Look at my little store, Mr. Clover. Look at how it's covered with dust. I don't take care anymore. All my life I build something, keep it clean, gets covered with dust. My boy, too.
Mr. FORSTEK, I came to
grieve with us, with me, with my wife, Anna. It is hard to understand Anna sometimes, Mr. Clover. Her mouth says to you she hates our boy, but now he is dead and Anna lies in our bed and does not speak, does not weep. But in the night she cries out our boy's name. Thank you, Mr. Clover. Goodbye.
Your boy's room, Mr. FORSTEK. There may be something in it that'll help us find Ted's murderer.
It will not bring our boy back. It will not make him answer his mother's cry.
I have to get into that room, Mr. FORSTEK. If not me, someone else, but we'll get into it.
You will be quiet. You will be very quiet. You will not say a word to Anna.
Where is it?
In the back. What is left of our life hides in the back. Come, Mr. Clover.
Mr. FORSTEK.
Quiet. I told you, Anna's not to know you're here. This is Ted's room.
Where'd he keep his things?
What things? All over the room are things that belong to my boy.
Personal things, jewelry, wallet, things like that.
Oh. Here in the dresser drawer. Here they are, Mr. Clover. Expensive things. This watch, this wallet of alligator money.
Where'd he get them?
I do not know. Anna thought he robbed them.
What do you think, Mr. FORSTEK?
They are rich. I never knew things like these. I could not get them for Ted. Ted could not for himself.
What do you think you got him, Mr. FORSTEK?
I told you I do not know. I asked Ted. I beat him to tell me. I beat him. He could have broken me. He said, it's none of your business, old man.
I want to take these with me.
All right, but you will return, Mr. Clover, before Anna knows they are gone. You will return. Please, Mr. Clover.
Danny, can I see you for a minute?
Sure, Dr. Sinsky, anytime. Sit down.
Thank you.
Oh, what's on your mind, Doctor?
Nothing, except I dropped in here to conform with standard operating procedure, autopsy report. You in the mood to listen? I think you should.
All right. Go ahead.
Ruth Ballard shot 4 times. Supplementary report from ballistics showed the bullets from the same gun that killed the boy. 4 times, Danny. Any one of the shots would have killed her instantaneously.
What else about the girl?
Nothing else.
And she was killed only because someone wanted her dead.
What?
Someone wanted her dead, Doctor.
I know, 4 shots. A person in animal fury would have done that. From what I can tell, I'd say she was sitting in the car. A person came up to her, shot her 4 times. Nothing more than that.
Huh?
Do you know who did that, Danny?
A person who was jealous of her. A person who loved Ted FORSTEK. A person who gave Ted expensive presents.
Do you know who?
Don't make me repeat myself, Doctor.
Then who?
Stick around. I'll show the person to you.
Yes? Oh, it's, Mr. Clover, isn't it?
May I come in, Miss Sherman?
Well, I was just practicing my puppets for a party tomorrow, Kitty's party.
May I come in?
All right, come in. What do you want, Mr. Clover?
It's about Ted.
About his murderer?
Maybe.
Then why are you here?
Go ahead, Miss Sherman. Practice your puppets. I'll just look around.
But I don't see why you'd be...
Go ahead, Miss Sherman. Miss Sherman.
Wait a minute. What is it?
This photograph of Ted.
He gave it to me.
This ribbon from a track meet tucked in the frame.
He won it. He gave it to me.
Why should he give them to you?
I asked him for them. He liked me. He gave them to me.
Huh? These, too?
Put them down.
Man's gloves. Ted's?
Put them down.
All right. Ted's gloves, huh?
If you're through, you can get out.
Not yet. I want to show you some things.
You've got nothing to show me. Get out.
A wallet. A wristwatch. You gave them to Ted. Look at them, Ethel.
Give them to me. You've got no right to touch
Presents
them.
to Ted from you, Ethel.
Give them to me.
Because you loved the boy. Really loved him like a woman loves a man.
All right. Yes, I loved him because he was someone a woman could love.
And be jealous of.
Yes, yes.
But he didn't love you?
You're lying.
He didn't. That's why he was with Ruth.
Ruth was nothing to him. He always came back to me.
For the rich presents. He didn't love you.
You lie. You're a liar.
So you killed the girl, shot her 4 times in your fury. And Ted, why did you shoot him? Because he tried to stop you? Because you knew he didn't love you? And he didn't love you. He didn't, Ethel.
I didn't mean to kill Ted. He got in the way. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Ted.
She stood there, her body swaying, her fingertips pressed into her cheeks. Then a thing happened. She looked suddenly old. The youth she had tried to keep for the boy dissolved and fled from her. All at once she accepted it, knew there was nothing left. She made no protest when I took her arm and led her through the door. Broadway, where the people of the swarm race against the fugitive night. Each in his own way, make time stand still. That's the trick. But dawn comes and the gutters are choked with the wasted minutes, the infinite man-hours of loneliness. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Lieutenant Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Curry. Included in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, B. Benaderis, Gary Hausner, Lou Merrill, Jack Crucian, and Anthony Barrett.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
There's a time on Broadway when the fury dies. The revelers give up and the street is an empty corner of a faraway world. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, the time of yesterday's newspaper drifting with the night wind, the time of the tired shadow and furtive sounds dimly heard. And you walk it because you're a policeman and your day's just over. You turn a corner because it's the way home. And some of the shadows melt into a man and you're glad because it's a man you know.
Hiya, Danny.
John. How are you?
Fine. You?
Good. You got your transfer, huh?
Yeah, and I like it. I guess I'll always be pounding a beat and shaking doors. But I like doing it better here. What's new, Danny?
I don't know, John. Same, I guess.
Hey.
From down the street, probably just...
Help me! Help me!
Come on.
Right over there. Someone's in a hurry to leave. That car, no light.
Here's what they left. This man's been badly beaten up.
Call box down the street. I'll get an ambulance.
Wait. No need.
Dead?
Yeah. Go over him, John. See who he is.
Okay. Did you notice that truck in the alley, Danny?
Yeah, I'll take a look. Find anything?
No wallet. Looks like he was beaten for it. You?
The truck's a bakery truck. The Felder Bakery.
It's not far from here, on First Avenue near 39th. It's on the beat.
Yeah, this man in white shirt and white pants could be a delivery uniform.
Sure, they're open 24 hours a day.
Call it in, John, then stick with it. I'll get over to the bakery. Maybe those people can tell me something.
They told me a man wanted to see me. You the man?
Yes. Mr. Felder?
Louis Felder. Look, friend, I'm sorry I can't help you. I got older men. I need to handle what I got. I suggest you try the Bakers Union. Try the union.
I'm from the police, Mr. Felder.
Oh, I'm sorry. No disrespect intended. Just that so many men come in asking me for work. If there's been a complaint, our product, one of my employees...
Truck 12. Who drives it?
12? You mean tonight?
Tonight.
Yeah, I'll find out. Hey! Who was on 12 tonight?
What do you want?
Who drove 12 tonight?
Well, just a minute. Morris had it tonight.
Of course. Morris Bernstein. Good man. Certainly, Morris had...
He's dead. He was killed.
Morris? In an accident?
His truck was torn apart. He was beaten to death.
Oh, I've been afraid.
Of what, Mr. Felder?
Something like this would happen. One night they would beat a man until he died.
Who?
Hoodlums, Rat Pack, we don't know. Happened to another one of my boys last week. They turned over his truck, threw the bread into the gutter, attacked him.
I'd like to talk to him.
Naturally. Sid? Sid Norman? Still here?
Yes, okay. Want me, Mr. Felder? Yeah. A little bit later. I should be out in the route.
This man is from the police, Sid. Morris was killed tonight.
Beaten up?
Why did you say that, Sid?
Well, because it follows. It happened to me last week, but I was lucky. I ran away from him. Morris probably stopped to reason with him. He was that kind of a man.
Could you recognize any of them, Sid?
No, they jumped me when my back was turned. I was gathering up loaves of bread, sweet rolls, things like that, and something hit me in the back of the head. I didn't stop to say hello. I just ran.
How many were there? Could you tell me that?
Oh, 4 or 5, maybe. Punks, just kids. I could tell by their voices. Gee, the kids nowadays. They gather in rat packs and kill.
Mr. Felder, any reason this should happen to your trucks, your men?
I don't know. Maybe it's because my men are out alone at 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't remember ever doing anything wrong. Excuse me, please. Stop the machines! Stop the ovens! Don't work anymore today. Go home.
The men didn't look happy. They looked worried. It was as if suddenly the scene were taking place in slow motion. The tentative movements, the glances, one man detaching himself from the rest, walking over to Louis Felder, then the rest forming a questioning circle around him. But Mr. Felder just shook his head and walked through the door. It was 4:30, and I went home. At 10 o'clock, I was back at headquarters. There was a man waiting for me in my office, just as I knew he would be. The fates had fashioned it that way. They'd grinned and put their heads together and conspired that Sergeant Tartaglia should always be waiting in my office when I closed the door behind me.
Here we are, Danny.
We are indeed.
I understand you had a pretty rough night of it.
You're going to brighten up what otherwise might be a drab day, is that it?
My utter best, Danny.
Thanks. What do you got?
This baseball cap found some 50 feet from the scene of the beating up, in the gutter. It might or might not have something to do with what happened. The last is my own comment upon matters.
Let's see it.
Yeah, Danny, here. If you will notice, on the inside there's a sweatband, and on the sweatband is printed in ink a name and address.
Uh-huh.
My middle boy, Rufio Tartaglia, did the same to his 3 propini.
Gabe Kirby, it says. 1412 West 18th.
That's pretty far from where Morris Bernstein was killed, Danny. So, like I said, this cap might or might not have something to do...
Let me find out, huh, Tartaglia? The address printed neatly in the baseball cap was a cold water tenement, a scar, an open wound fashioned of peeling brownstone, of litter, of something that scurried under your feet, then darted into a hole. It watched you with bloodshot eyes as you walked up the stairs. Then at the landing, you heard it come out again. You knocked at a door, and a woman, haggard, resigned, told you her son Gabe was at school, the 16th Street Vocational School. And at the school, a man sighed, shrugged, walked away from you, came back with Gabe Kirby, and said you could use his office. He was used to it. Then he left you alone with Gabe.
The principal pulled me away from something very interesting. The secret life of a drain pipe. Plumbing two-way. Why did he do that?
Sit down, Gabe.
Oh, the courteous approach. I've been making a catalog how you guys approach us guys. Yours is a courtesy type. Glad to add it to my collection.
You've been in trouble before, Gabe. Lots of times, huh?
I wouldn't say lots. I'm only 18 years old. My share, though. Yeah, I had my share.
Yeah. This baseball cap belong to you?
Hey, you're a blue ribbon retriever. I've been missing that cap for a month now. How about that? I never dreamed I'd see that cap again.
Gabe.
I'm sorry, pal. I can't offer you a reward, but I'll even it up for you someday when conditions are better.
Gabe.
I thank you from the bottom of me heart for bringing back me cap. It's a good luck charm. My batting average...
Sit down, Gabe. I said sit down.
Okay. The approach changes. Huh, Mr. Policeman?
Where were you last night, Gabe?
Somebody broke into a grocery store last night?
Where were you?
I slept on an iron cot. All night.
Not at home, Gabe. Your mother told me you went home last night.
Oh, the old lady told you that. Thank her for me.
Where were you?
In a room over a garage. We call it a club room. I belong to a club. The Titans. Last night I slept there. We take turns sleeping there, we boys. To watch over a lot of things we wish we had.
You were there all night?
All night. From 8 o'clock on. You can check with Richie.
Richie? Who's he?
You don't know Richie? Mr. Richard Peel? An important man. He's the athletic director of the Titans. Volunteered for the job. He sets us boys a good example.
The other Titans, where were they?
Who knows? I was sleepy, so I went to sleep. Check with Mr. Peel.
Gabe, your cap was found 50 feet from where a man was killed. Beaten up and killed by a gang. A man named Morris Bernstein.
Morris Bernstein. And my cap was there, huh? Well, how about that? Check with Mr. Peel, Mr. Policeman. Over the Conway garage on 20th. And now I hear Plumbing 2A calling me. You'll excuse me?
Hey, you looking for someone?
Yeah, I am.
Who are you looking for, mister?
Richard Peel.
You found him. You from the employment agency?
No.
Oh, I thought you were from the agency.
Police.
I thought you were from the agency. There's no phone here. They said they'd send a man over if anything turned up for me.
What do you do here, Mr. Peel?
What do you mean?
Well, this place, over a garage, empty.
Not empty, Mr.
Clover.
Not empty, Mr. Clover. Look around. We've got some equipment. Barbells, wall exercises. Enough for now.
This is where the Titans meet, huh?
That's right. We'll get it fixed up.
I still don't understand. What do you do here?
I thought you'd know by now. The boys need a direction. I try to give them that. Get them off the street. Organize teams, you know.
You like doing that?
A man has an obligation to kids. Haven't you ever told yourself that, Mr. Clover? Especially about kids who come up here without roots, broken homes, drunken fathers, and working mothers, or worse. It's my obligation.
Yeah. I suppose more people should feel the way you do.
Somebody has to. What am I telling you for? You'd know. Ever read any statistics on juvenile delinquency?
Uh-huh.
Then you'd be the one to know. These kids need something. To let them know their heritage, rights, things like that. Give them direction. They don't find that on the street.
There's a reason I came up here, Mr. Peel.
I know. Not many adults come up here. They're just not interested.
It's about Gabe Kirby.
Something's bothering you, I can tell. Just what about Gabe?
He said he was here last night, all night.
I know why he said that. Because he was.
Seems to me.
I know just what you're going to say. And it seems to you a boy 18 years shouldn't stay out all night. All right, suppose Gabe went home. What'd be there for him? The drunken father I told you about.
You'd swear he was here all night.
On that cot over there. And I slept on the other one. I assure you, Mr. Clover, if some young man got into trouble last night, it wasn't Gabe Kirby. You have my 100% word on that.
Mr. Peel found my hand, shook it, looked me straight in the eye 100%, and invited me to address a meeting of the Titans. The boys would appreciate friendly advice from a friendly policeman, he assured me. I mumbled something and got out. At headquarters, the routine of tracing down the murderers of Morris Bernstein gnawed at the day until there was nothing left but the nighttime. I gave it up and went home to sleep. That didn't work either, so I went back to headquarters. The files on rat packs, from a social point of view, from a criminal point of view, from a statistical point of view, educational. But no help in the murder of Morris Bernstein. So I thought I'd try to sleep again. At 2 a.m. it should come. It didn't. On the street back to it, a friend stopped me. Officer Rucker.
Hiya, Danny. Long day, huh?
Yeah. How's it been for you?
Quiet, Danny. Not a peep.
Nothing? Nobody?
I've been keeping a close eye on every person, every car. They don't look right, I question them. So far, nothing.
You'll keep on it, huh, John?
You told me to do that. It won't change.
Hey, good night, John.
Get some sleep, Danny. It'll do you good.
Danny, watch out! Stop!
Danny, you all right?
Yeah. Just knocked me down. License?
No license, Danny.
I was blind. Didn't they see me?
They saw you all right. You're lucky, Danny, because whoever it was, they tried to kill you.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Every Saturday evening, 2 top music makers bring CBS listeners an hour of great entertainment. Vaughn Monroe is on hand with his famous band playing the 5 top tunes of the week as chosen by Variety. Gene Autry then comes along with a half hour of ranch ballads and roundup comedy. The Vaughn Monroe Caravan and the Gene Autry Show are regular Saturday evening features on most of these same CBS stations. Hear them both this Saturday.
Night slips out of Broadway's fingers. Broadway is left alone, empty-handed, and bewildered. The long, long day, 100% pure, 100% unadulterated, now walks the street and invites. So, what's to do, kid? Well, there's the guy at the newsstand with the comic books and the hot tips. No. Well, there's the pinball machines and the flea circus. Uh-uh. Well, there's the trash baskets with the morning papers. Try that. Day-old murder of a bakery driver warmed over for this morning's commuters. Nothing. A policeman run down by an unidentified car. Better. And at police headquarters, you try to readjust the adhesive on your ribs when the door bursts open.
Danny, what do you think you're doing? Leave the bandage alone.
Don't get upset, Dr. Sinsky. I was just trying to ease it a little.
Take your hands away from it. Here, let me look.
It's all right, isn't it?
Who did this job on you?
The boys in the police emergency hospital.
Oh, medical students, amateurs, college boys.
That bad?
As a matter of fact, it excites a certain envy in me, Danny. This is a very progressive way to apply a bandage to a cracked rib.
What are you doing?
Hurts, huh? That's good. Serves you right. You couldn't call your old friend Dr. Sinsky no matter what time of night. You don't approve of Sinsky's methods.
It's not that.
The next time someone tries to kill you, Danny, please call on me. Do that for an old friend, please.
You made a deal.
Contusions, abrasions. This'll leave a small scar to make you interesting. Otherwise, you'll live.
Thank you, Doctor. I can button up my shirt now? What's the matter?
I called on you for another reason, too, Danny.
Yeah?
Here, let me help you with the buttoning. Yeah, Danny, we completed the examination of the body of Morris Bernstein.
And?
I won't bore you with medical terminology, but the man was beaten in such a way. A new way for hoodlums, methodically, systematically, beaten even after he sank into unconsciousness. Whoever attacked him, Danny, made sure Morris Bernstein would die.
Doctor, that slip of paper on my desk that Tartaglia just brought in.
Oh, of course.
There's an address.
2650 Riverside Drive. Who's Danny?
Morris Bernstein's. I'm going to find out why somebody wanted him dead. I beg your pardon, are you...
Whatever you want me to be, that's what I am. In this place... Oh, pardon me. Russell speaking. Again. Look, Mrs. Braverman, just tell Mr. Braverman to pull down the blinds. That's my only advice to you. How do you like that? Somebody wanted to look at Mr. Braverman. Now, what is your complaint?
My name's Clover, from the police.
Here are my wrists. Slip the handcuffs on them. Take me far away. Arrange solitaire.
You don't look like a criminal, Mr. Russell. You been working here long?
I'm a new boy. I'm just breaking in 1 month.
Did you know Morris Bernstein?
I read about him in the papers, about hoodlums beating him up.
I'm trying to find out something about
Well,
it.
I can tell you this. He lived in apartment 6, a 4-room apartment shared by 4 other gentlemen who had exclusive rights to use kitchen number 2A. Otherwise, it's a nice day, yes, isn't it, between Mr. Bernstein and me.
Anyone up there in his apartment now, any of the 4 gentlemen?
I curtsied them all out on their way to work this morning.
I'll want to talk to them later.
About 7 o'clock, I think. That's when they'll all be home from the world. Another pardon, please? Russell speaking. Yes, Mr. Scarn, the mail is in. How do I know whether you've got anything? I haven't put it up yet. Well, all right, then. We'll wait for a minute. It's a rebel, Mr. Clover. He wants me to see if he has any mail before I put it in his box.
I'll wait.
Thank you. Let me see here. Giordano, Westfall, Valentine. Look, Mr. Clover.
What?
A letter for Morris Bernstein.
Let me have it.
Well, sure. I can tell you who it's from. The girl whose name and address is on the upper left-hand corner.
I can see that.
Yes, but this girl, she's Morris's girlfriend. They write letters to each other, even though they could phone. This has been going on since the girl moved away from him.
Oh? When did that happen?
Oh, just before I came to work here. Someone told me. Let me see. Maybe Morris. Mr. Scarn? Were you clicking? No mail, Mr. Scarn.
There was no more mail for Mr. Scarn, and sorry. No more information about Morris Bernstein. Very sorry. Try the girl, Leah Golden, on the return address. Maybe she could help. Maybe Leah could. I tried it. At a rooming house on West 76th, a woman shook a mop out a window and told me Leah Golden had moved to another rooming house on West 90th, 2346 West 90th. It took 10 minutes. No Leah Golden moved to a furnished room in a flat on 116th Street. A kid told me Miss Golden was a nice lady. Gave him bubble gum, but was gone now. Moved. Don't ask nobody where, mister, because nobody knows. At headquarters, I put out an all-points bulletin on Leah Golden. Find her, I said. What does she look like, they asked me. I added it up for them. All the scraps of description I'd salvaged in darkened hallways on the screaming street. Find her, I said. And at 1 a.m...
Danny? Danny, you're asleep?
No, Dr. Sinsky.
Well, there's no time, Danny. They found Leah Golden.
What?
The call came to my office, routine.
Then she's...
No, Danny. Just hurt. How bad, I don't know.
Where?
In a vacant lot on Amsterdam Avenue. The man who found her said she was beaten up. The ambulance is waiting. I thought maybe...
Let's go. From somewhere out of the alleys, detaching themselves from the shadowed streets, from the unlit doorways, breaking away from the night whispering, they'd come. The seekers after someone else's pain. They stood in a circle, silent, hungry for the spectacle. Stood on tiptoe, strained for a look at the girl lying broken in a patch of weeds. The policeman held them back, and they murmured their seething protest. And in the building standing at the edge of the lot, windows had been flung open, heads poked out of them, and the gallery seats were filled. Dr. Sinsky pushed a way open for us, and they retreated from his fury. Then he kneeled at the girl's side.
In my case, Danny, a bottle. Give it to me.
This one?
Yeah, quickly. Oh, so much blood.
Miss Golden.
Not now, Danny, not now.
I'm sorry.
In the morning you can question her. In the morning, maybe.
What's all the excitement? The garbage man will move her.
Who was that? You up there in that building. Who was that?
Danny, I need help with the girl. Gently. Very gently.
I nodded another officer into the building to look out for who had yelled down to us. To bring him to me. I'd be at headquarters. Then I helped Dr. Sinsky. Back at headquarters, I waited. The officer came in, reported no one in the building knew who it was that yelled. Then later, a couple of hours later, word came down from Dr. Sinsky that I could talk to the girl. Miss Golden?
You are Mr. Clover. The nurse told me. Before you sit down,
Yeah?
will you crank up this bed so I can sit up so we can talk better?
Sure. All right.
Oh, pull it down. Oh, my back. I didn't realize. That's better.
I can come back later, Miss Golden.
No.
All right. But if it's too much to talk
Please.
now... Who beat you up?
I don't know. Boys, young men. I'd never seen them before.
No faces you'd recognize?
No faces, but the names they call me. I've heard them before. In Europe.
There's something else.
You want to know why I was running away?
We need to know it.
I was running away from a man.
Morris Bernstein?
No. Oh, no.
Then who? I don't understand it.
Wait. I lived at the same apartment house that Morris did.
I know. That's why we were...
I met him there, Morris. We went to the movies together and did things like walking and looking at each other's face. Something was happening between us. Something... Morris hated the word love. He said it wasn't enough.
Then why were you running?
A man worked there at the apartment house.
What man?
He wanted me to. He said that a nice girl like me shouldn't be spending all that money for rent. He said that.
What man?
Listen to me. One night he walked into my room. I tried to reason with him, but he wasn't hearing me, so I screamed. He ran away out of the room.
Didn't you tell someone about it?
Morris had him discharged. He went to the owner of the building and had him discharged.
The man's name, Miss Golden.
I don't know.
What, you?
The name they called him by, that's all. Richie. They called him that. And after that I ran, but he followed me. Wherever I ran, he followed.
You'll be all right, Miss Golden. I'll try to make it that way.
Hey there, Mr. Clover. Come back to the clubhouse to look for me?
Yeah, I am. How you feeling, Mr. Peel?
I'll feel better after this. Ain't nothing like a workout on the barbells to make a man feel good.
Uh-huh.
You caught me in the middle of some repetition presses, Mr. Clover.
Press away. I'll wait.
Thanks.
Now?
Well, I relax between exercise, Mr. Clover. What's on your mind?
You are, Mr. Peel. That's why I'm here.
Oh, you want to hand me that sweatshirt?
We got a girl down at the doctor's hospital. She says you were bothering her.
Oh? What's her name?
Leah Golden. She only knew you as Richie. The Titans, your club, calls you that, too.
Yeah, I know Leah Golden. She got hurt, huh?
On account of you, Richie.
Oh, come
I'll
now.
tell you about it. You were after her while you were superintendent in her apartment. She got you fired, didn't she?
I quit that job. The people there... Well, you know.
Leah told Morris Bernstein about you walking in on her one day, so Morris saw to it you got fired.
People like that think they run the world, don't they?
People like you, Richie.
No, not me. Look at me. An out-of-work guy. Somebody waves a finger and I'm out of a job.
But you figured a way to get back at them, didn't you? Volunteering your services to these kids.
Look, I'm cooling off. Time for my bicep building exercises. You want to watch out for a minute?
Leave them alone. I said leave them alone.
Hey. Clover, don't push me around.
Stand there and listen. The kids, Richie. You heated them up, fed them your poison, pointed out Morris Bernstein and Leah Golden and said sick 'em.
I did that, huh? Good for me.
With Bernstein. You were there, huh? You finished it up when the kids were through. Your boys, Peel. The juvenile authorities will want them.
You got a long way to go, Clover.
Just uptown. Get your shirt on.
That easy, huh? Oh, you're so... You're soft, Clover. You look big, but you're soft.
Like I said, Peel. Uptown. the time of June, Broadway shimmers like an enchanted island. Night falls, and the wave of neon floods the streets, showers it with its light and color, and a million sounds. And it ebbs. The pavements strike glints where dreams were caught in the mud. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in tonight's cast were Harry Bartell, Maria Palmer, Barney Phillips, Jack Crucian, Billy Hallop, and Howard McNear. Jack Benny, Amos and Andy, Charlie and Edgar. They're off on summer vacation, but Sunday night on CBS still offers one of radio's top bargains in entertainment. Red Skelton, Lucille Ball, and Corliss Archer are still here with their unbeatable brands of comedy, plus the bright new comedy star, Steve Allen. There's superb music with Dick Hames and Joe Stafford on The Contented Hour, with Guy Lombardo and his sweetest music this side of heaven, with Percy Faith, his orchestra, and his guest stars. Horace Hyde is on hand with the original Youth Opportunity Program, and Hit the Jackpot can hit home to you with fine prizes if you get a call and can solve the secret saying. They're all here this Sunday on most of these same CBS stations, so be listening, won't you? Joe Walter speaking. This is CBS, where the Goldbergs are every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
There's a thing about Broadway. It mixes well with the sunlight. On a noonday of summertime, the concrete strikes silver glints, and the mob is nicely proportioned with silken ankles and dachshunds and wind-blown hairdos. And an organ grinder plays background music for the big grin and the clown's funny nose. At headquarters, I stood watching it, pushing away the time for the filling out of my routine reports. The diversions were down there in the streets, the girl and the yellow silk dress she wore, both knowing about summer and loving the feel of it. Then I heard two things. The sigh that came from me, the phone ringing that came from the phone. Danny Clover speaking.
Did you do what I told you?
Who is this?
Did you do it, Mr. Clover?
I don't understand. Who am I talking to?
I wrote you a letter about Stephen Courtney.
But Stephen Courtney's dead.
Yes, I know he's dead. What's the matter with you? Everybody knows he's dead.
What's your interest in Courtney? Who are you?
Can't you see it doesn't matter who I am? Can't you understand? Stephen Courtney...
Hello. Hello. Hello.
He was murdered.
It started that way. The anonymous call, impossible to trace. The sifting through the dust of a man's death. Stephen Courtney's dying had for a moment upset the delicate balance of many worlds. Of finance, of corporate bodies, of dynasties in oil and steel, and the breeding of racing horses. The decay that for months had wasted his body had forced him finally down to the level of all old men who must die. The headlines wept, the commentators lamented. The memos came down from chairmen of boards. There'd be a minute of silence for the death of Stephen Courtney. But now it was spoiled. Now a voice cried murder, and the policeman must listen. In the Records Bureau, I found Stephen Courtney's death certificate. Cause of death, heart failure. Date of death, June 16th. Attending physician, Dr. Arthur Fulbright. In his office, Dr. Fulbright was poised, curious, and annoyed.
Permit me to understand. You're questioning my diagnosis of the cause of Steve Courtney's death?
We can put it that way if you want.
On what do you base this sudden presumption?
You have a right to know. On a phone call.
From whom? Another doctor? Some quack who wants to destroy my reputation? Chooses to degrade me by having me questioned by the police?
It came from a woman.
Who?
She didn't say. All she said was Stephen Courtney was murdered.
That's preposterous. Steve Courtney died last week as I had expected him to die, of a coronary disorder. He knew he would die of it, as I knew it, his family, his servants, his enterprises.
But you'll fill me in, huh, Doctor, because I wasn't that privileged.
The newspapers had it for months. How old Steve was bedridden. How he had chosen me as intimate friend to be his attending physician. How I kept him by sheer know-how from death's door.
Still, he died.
There are things in heaven and earth.
Yeah. Tell me about his dying.
Normal. I had a call from his estate on Long Island. I canceled all other calls, went out there. Found old Steve lying sprawled on the floor, dead. Peacefully dead.
You said he was bedridden. Why was he
was he on the floor? I confess the question occurred to me at the time, but then I rejected it. Like everything else, old Steve chose his own way of dying.
Describe it to me exactly, how you found him.
I have. He was sprawled in the middle of the room. He had knocked over a radio on a... That's strange.
What is?
The radio. I'd left explicit instructions. Nothing of the sort was to be in the room with him. Too exciting? Now, what do you know? Old Steve defied me.
Yeah, I guess he did at that. Sometimes it slips out of our hands, doesn't it, Doctor? It took about an hour to drive to Long Island and the estate of Stephen Courtney, and enough time driving through the estate to make an observation. The grass is always greener in a rich man's backyard, and plants that are only supposed to grow in the tropics will blossom on Long Island as long as they're nurtured by thumbs turned green by association with money. The plenipotentiary of the hibiscus beds told me he didn't know whether there was anyone in the house or not. But try at the track, he said. Yeah, the racetrack, way down there. Miss Lilla would probably be there. She always was. Then some more of the tour to the private track of the late Stephen Courtney. When I got there, the decor was still intact. A golden girl riding a black racing stallion, and a man leaning over the rails holding a stopwatch.
He did fine, Miss Lilla, just fine.
Whoa, Son Prince. Steady, boy. Steady, that's the boy. How did he do, Joseph?
101 and 2/5 for the 5 furlongs. I'll help you down, Miss Lilla.
All right. Who's your friend?
Huh?
Your friend.
I didn't notice any... Hey, what are you doing here, mister?
My name's Danny Clover.
I didn't ask you
Hi,
that.
Danny. Cool off, Son Prince, Freddie. What can we do for you, Danny?
I'm from the police.
Fine. I'm Lilla Courtney. This is Joseph O'Donoghue, our trainer.
How do you do, Mr. O'Donoghue?
What's the police want with Miss Lilla?
Joseph takes care of me.
I see he does.
The old man said I should. The old man said that, Miss Lilla.
Joseph?
That day he died. The next morning from that, his voice said to me, Joseph, you see that Miss Lilla is all right.
When did my father tell you that?
The morning after he died. Your daddy still talks to me. The way he always did.
I'm glad. Things like that happen to Joseph, Mr. Clover. Once... Well...
No, tell me about it.
I once chartered a plane to take some people down to Baltimore last year's Preakness. Joseph said don't go. A voice came to him while he was sleeping and said, tell Miss Lilla not to go. But I went. The plane crashed. I was the only one who came out of it alive. Even at that... Well, here, feel my knee, Danny.
Well,
Go ahead, you'll see. The doctor said I'd be a cripple for life.
Dr. Fulbright?
Oh, you know him?
We just met.
Don't go back to him, Danny. I think he's incompetent.
But he diagnosed your father's sickness as heart disease.
I know. Oh, I suppose I'm being malicious. Of course, Daddy had trouble with his heart. Of course, Dr. Fulbright is competent.
What about the radio in your father's room?
What did you say, Danny?
The radio. Your father wasn't supposed to have a radio in his room. He did on the day he died.
He did? Now, I don't understand either. Why are you here? Why is a policeman asking me questions about Daddy?
Call it routine.
Don't talk to him, Miss Lilla.
Joseph.
I got a feeling about it. I say don't talk to him.
Danny, Danny, I'm sorry. I've got to go now.
There's some questions.
You'd better talk to my brother. He's around someplace. Try the house. I just can't talk to you, Danny.
You admire our graveyard of dead animals?
Oh, yeah, quite a trophy room.
Yes, that stuffed specimen you're looking at, Bengal tiger.
Huh?
Many brave souls lie asleep in the deep Hindu jungle. All because old Steve wanted to bring home a pussycat.
Old Steve, your father?
My father. Brandy?
No. Then you're Burl.
Yep. Mother and I got along fine. But old Steve said the boy is hard to handle. So he called me Burl. He thought that would make Mother angry. But Mother fooled him. She died a long time ago. First of the day, it says here.
You know who I am? I'm here.
No, the domestic staff is agog with it.
A woman called me. Said your father was murdered.
It's a free country. They have the vote. They can say people were murdered, even my father. Maybe it proves something.
Like what?
That the old man was human enough to die when someone killed him. I didn't know that about him. I thought he always picked his own time and place for everything.
Then you think he died because he was ready to die?
What does it matter? He's dead and I'm rich. We're all rich.
It'll be easier if you try to stay sober.
Sober? When was that? All right, I'll stay sober.
You said you're all rich. Who?
Lilla. I watched you from a window. An exciting thing, Lilla, wouldn't you say?
Lilla. Who else?
You wouldn't say. Well, there's O'Donoghue. He got a big hunk. And the cook and the maids and the nurse. And a man at Ioway who shined my father's shoes once.
The nurse. Who was she?
Alice Barnett. Nursed the old man for years. It paid off.
Where is she?
Who knows? Old Steve dies. Nursey goes somewhere to cry. Leaves this nice, big, cozy mausoleum. No Nursey anywhere.
She lived here?
Mm-hmm. Bed and board and street dresses. Who cares?
We do. I'll phone headquarters to find her.
Good hunting.
O'Donoghue, the trainer, he told me your father talks to him even now.
My father. Joseph hears voices all the time. About a month ago, he had a three-way conversation with Orville and Wilbur Wright.
There was a radio in your father's room when he died. How did it get there?
You know, I wouldn't know.
But he was dying. Surely you...
I was a most unfilial son. Look, why don't you ask Nursey when you find her? See, she knew about things like that. Yeah, you just ask Nursey. I earned this, no?
Welcome back to the doldrums, Danny.
Huh?
I was just leaving headquarters for the day. I thought it would be nice of me to welcome you back to them. The doldrums.
What are you talking about, Detective?
Well, Danny, since you have been cavorting with society and munching scones with the blue bloods, I wondered if you would be the same old Danny.
And am I?
Did you bring me a scone, Danny?
No scones. Tell me one thing. What about the nurse, Alice Barnett? Did you find her?
She is being as scarce as a...
You didn't find her, huh?
As a...
Danny Clover speaking.
You'd better get up here, Mr. Clover.
Who is this?
Burl.
What's the trouble?
It's your business to find out. Get up here. Somebody just got beaten to death.
Over here! Over here!
He's in there with... Get him out! Get him out!
It was a design in horror, done in grotesques. The horse rearing, screaming, clawing its hoofs against the stall. The girl, disheveled, twisted with terror, pleading with it.
Tia, leave him alone, no more. Leave him alone, Tia.
Whirl, dazed, helpless, sodden with fright, with drunkenness. The blazing moon setting fire to the web of blood that reached out from under the stall gate.
Tia, no more. Tia!
Whirl, help me. Help me get that horse out of there.
I can't. I've been trying. I can't. Tia's a good girl.
Help me. Help me.
All right, don't slide me anywhere. All right.
I'll open the gate. You grab her mane. Come on. Now.
Come on, Tia. There's a good girl. Come on, Tia. I can't.
can't hold her! I can't!
Let her go!
Joseph. Oh, poor Joseph. Poor dead Joseph. Dead Joseph.
What happened? Lila, what happened?
I don't know. I was coming back from a moonlight ride. I heard Joseph scream. Tia was standing over him when I found him, trampling him with her hooves. I tried to pull her away. I called Burl. We tried.
Tia must have kicked him. He fell, and then till he died. Tia.
No, not like that, Burl. Joseph died because he was murdered.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Don't let a rainy day find you unprepared. Start saving for that rainy day right now by buying United States savings bonds. If you hold on to your bonds until they mature, you'll get back $4 for every $3 you invested. Buy United States savings bonds regularly.
In June, Broadway bursts out all over. It lulls in the breezes of the air-conditioned movie, compares postcards from the family in the Catskills. It drinks deep of the neon-scented summer air, sighs, and wishes Mom and the kids would stay there, because Broadway's having a wonderful time. 60 girls, 60 who will pass a given point at any given hour. The music drifting out of the Diamond Dance pavilions is like partaking of an open-air band concert. And the drama on the front pages, a movie. A sheer, unadulterated drive-in movie. Consider, a tycoon dies, someone calls up, says it's murder. A horse trainer is kicked to death by a horse gone crazy with the moonlight. The police say it's murder. Where else but on Broadway can you spend a summer in such a way? And in the technical lab, a man in shirt sleeves wipes the sweat off his lips, breathes on a magnifying glass, wipes it on his pants, invites you to hold it to a photograph.
Have a look, Mr. Clover. I suppose congratulations are in order. All because you made a lucky guess.
Huh?
Come. It was only a guess, was it not? You're saying this Joseph O'Donoghue was murdered? Well, anyway, the photographs, my analysis, quite bear you out.
They do?
Oh, yes. This one in particular. See the back of the skull. It's quite plain on this one that O'Donoghue was beaten to death. But not by a horse, by a weapon to make it look like a horse.
Horseshoe, I'll bet.
But not of the type affected by thoroughbreds, by racehorses. More like one of a truck horse or one that pulls a milk wagon. Ergo, considering the circumstances, my view is the man was murdered by a human wielding a heavy horseshoe. He... Technical. Conrad speaking. Yes, he is here. Yes, I will tell him. Tell him. There is a woman waiting for you in your office, a Miss Alice Barnett. Lucky guess, huh, Mr. Clover?
Yeah, I didn't even have a magnifying glass. Miss Barnett?
Yes.
We've been looking for you.
Yes, I thought perhaps you were. I've come to give myself up.
You're the one who called me, who told me Steve and Courtney had been murdered.
Yes, I wrote you a letter, too. But there must be many things you want to ask me.
There are. Why'd you hide?
Because I was foolish. Because I was frightened. Because I don't really know. It's all mixed up. You see, Stephen and I were going to be married.
Oh?
As soon as he got well, it was all planned. It would have been exciting to be married to Stephen. Not for the money, just for Stephen.
He was much older.
Was he? I loved him. I didn't notice.
I see. Why do you think he was murdered?
Because it happened on my day off. Because I don't think he would have died if I'd been there.
Where were you?
In town, shopping, walking in the park, feeding the pigeons. In St. Patrick's for a while. It was quiet there, restful.
But no place we can check.
No, I don't think so.
On your days off, who took your place?
We had an arrangement with the nurses' registry. I don't know who it was that day. It was usually a different nurse each week.
I'll check. Where?
On Madison at 49th. It's in the book.
You think Stephen was murdered. In your opinion, who would have a reason?
Whoever wanted all the money. The money Stephen would have settled on me as his wife. Lilla, Burl, O'Donoghue.
But O'Donoghue's been murdered. That makes the jackpot bigger for the rest of you, doesn't it?
It does. It means another 50,000 for me. I don't know about the others.
Where were you the night O'Donoghue was murdered?
At a movie. It's a feeble alibi, isn't it?
I'm holding you, Miss Barnett, on suspicion of murder. Miss Barnett accepted it. She folded her hands in her lap and waited patiently until a man in uniform nudged his head through the door, got the signal from me, and gave the signal to her. Somehow I got the idea that as long as she would stay in jail, people would spend their time apologizing to her. It was a time for thinking about things. Too many people had been unconcerned about the death of Stephen Courtney. And in the murder of Joseph O'Donoghue, the man who heard voices there, that was the thing to think about. Somehow the first death necessitated the second. And in the matter of the nurse sent by the registry, that also needed looking into. I did.
The receptionist said you were a policeman.
That's right.
You wish to hire a nurse? Maternity? Your wife?
No, it's not that at all. We're conducting an investigation.
And you want to see me?
That's right. It's about one of your nurses.
One of the newer ones, I suppose. If you would have seen the crop that just graduated, that just registered with us, some of them are pretty.
I wouldn't know. I want some information about the nurse assigned to the case of Stephen Courtney.
There were several of them. I'm afraid you'll have to help me if you want me to help you.
The relief nurse assigned to Mr. Courtney on June 16th, the day he died.
Facts. That's what I like. Now, we shall see. Courtney. You see, we have them cross-filed. Patient's name, nurse's name, doctor's name, name of the illness. Courtney. J. Courtney. S. Samuel. Courtney S. Stephen. Here we are. I said, here we are.
Tell me about it. I was never much good with charts.
Each little line has a meaning all its own. As you see here, there is no line at all opposite the date of June 16. So we turn the chart over.
Naturally.
And we see the reason why, written in longhand. On June 16, there was a phone call from the Courtney household telling us not to send a replacement on that day.
Oh? Who called and said that?
Why, I wouldn't know. For information like that, you'd have to go straight to the source. Naturally.
Perhaps if I'm more explicit, Mr. Clover, you'll understand. No one is to go into Miss Lilla's room. Not even the police.
Those are your orders, Doctor?
Precisely mine.
Then you won't mind justifying them to the mere police.
Justify? What presumption you people have. However, Miss Lilla is quite ill. Psychotic shock. 2 people she loved very much are dead. She tried to stave off the inevitable by riding, gaiety, etc., but it's caught up with her. Natural in a woman of Miss Lilla's sensitive fiber.
Yeah, I guess it is. Doctor, who gave the order that no replacement nurse was needed the day Stephen died? You?
I hadn't the slightest idea what you're talking about. No nurse? Well, that's preposterous. Surely not...
Get out of here!
Why, whatever could
Psychotic shock, huh? Sensitive fiber, huh, Doctor?
You're vicious, girl. You're ugly and vicious and drunk.
Oh, no, little sister, don't throw anything else. It'll only bring on a relapse. Come on now, poor, sick little sister. Out of bed!
Leave her alone, Burl. Are you all right, Lilla?
Are you all right, Lilla? Sure, you're all right. Everybody thinks you're so sick, little sister.
Shut up, Burl.
You can't say that to me. I am the master here now. You, Lilla, O'Donoghue, old Steve. I crack the whip, and
Burl, are you hurt?
He'll be all right. Just let him sleep it off.
I'm sorry. Sorry you had to see us like this, Danny. It's all so ugly. So like they want us to be in the papers, isn't it?
You're not really sick, are you?
No, Danny, just tired. I fixed it up with Dr. Fulbright so they'd leave me alone. I don't know, doing it this way. Maybe it proves I really am sick. You think?
Lilla, listen to me. The day your father died, there should have been a nurse here. Why wasn't there?
I don't know. We thought maybe things got all mixed up down at the nurse's registry. No one showed up.
Because they were called and told not to. Who did that, Lila?
Someone called it. I don't know. I don't know who it could have been, Danny. I told you I don't know.
Try to think, Willa.
I told you. Get out. I can't take any more.
Look at it, Danny.
The boys found it, huh? It's not pretty.
Yeah, a horseshoe nailed to a club. They dug it up back of the far turn of the Courtney track. Murder happened, Danny? The thing that beat O'Donoghue to death?
I'd say so, Tartaglia.
You know, it's not enough. I'm up to my elbows in the solution of this case with horses. But I had to go to the movies last night.
Poor you.
Comes the newsreel and more horses. The running of the Westfall Handicap. Nip and tuck, all the way home. Oh, Danny, that Sun Prince. What a horse.
Who?
Sun Prince, the horse that almost won the Westfall Handicap. I'm telling you, I almost had heart failure.
Why?
Well, look, here was this horse, 6 lengths out in front. He stumbles, throws his jockey.
This Westfall Handicap, when was it run?
Oh, Danny, I can see you are a man who is not smitten by the bobtails. This handicap was run last Saturday. Let's see, June 16th.
Gino, you went and did it. You put 2 and 2 together.
And I got 4, huh?
Not only that, Gino, you got a murder. There was no hurry after that. I took my time driving out to the Courtney estate. I didn't even have to go to the house. I saw what I was looking for on a small knoll that overlooked the grounds. Lila. Lila holding the reins of a black stallion, standing against the early evening. A precise composition, sculptured to catch the eye. There was a flaw to it. Lila had seen me coming, and the pose she'd struck was too steady, too pat. But it held until I walked to her, touched her arm.
Oh,
You've recovered, Lila.
not really. Look at me. How do I look?
The same. You've got some more clothes on than the last time I saw you. Outside of that, the same.
I'm glad. But I need this. The quiet, the evening, riding. You want to ride with me, Danny?
No.
I expected you to come. I thought sometime soon you'd come back and use the gamut of let's ride together, Lila, and I made it easy for you. Now I don't understand you at all.
I'm trying to make up my mind about you.
Oh, how can you? You're not really trying.
Whether murder becomes you or not.
It made me ill for a while. You saw that.
You're faking, Lila. It's how you reacted to committing murder.
Me?
Your father's murder, O'Donoghue's.
Oh, you're a fool, Danny.
Your father's murder, by attending him yourself instead of a nurse, by turning on the radio when his prize horse raced. The excitement when the horse stumbled stopped your father's heart and brought you a lot of money.
Is that murder? Because a horse stumbled, because my father's heart stopped, eventually it'll happen to all of us.
O'Donoghue, because you were afraid of him. Because you really believed he heard voices. Because you thought one day your father's voice might tell Joseph who killed him.
Ride with me, Danny?
No. Come on, Lola.
You're a fool. Sun Prince!
Get off that horse.
Up, Prince! Up! Kill him, Prince! Kill him!
The
stallion reared high, pawed at the gathering darkness. His jowls flecked with foam. Then a hoof caught me, spun me. And again, I looked up from the ground. He was a monster, poised on his haunches.
Prince!
And suddenly he lost balance, fell to his back, recovered. In an instant, he was a fleeting shadow. And I got to the girl, and I got to Lila. She was small, huddled. She didn't move. Only in her eyes was their life. And it held briefly. Then it stopped. When the night turns into Broadway, the streets burst into fragments of electric flame, fling reflections hard into the shadows. It's a piece torn out of a jagged dream, the twisted concrete. The blare that ebbs, then screams again. The faces that dart and waver and are lost forever. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in tonight's cast were Joan Banks, Mary Lansing, Florence Lake, Francis X. Bushman, Elliot Reed, and Junius Matthews. For more adventures with Danny Clover and Broadway's My Beat, CBS invites you to make a date with them for Monday evening, July 3rd. Yes, after tonight's broadcast, Broadway's My Beat moves to Mondays for the summer, starting July 3rd. Next week at this time, you'll hear the premiere broadcast of a new CBS show called Songs for Sale, featuring Jan Murray, Tony Bennett, and Ray Bloch's orchestra. Celebrities from the music world will meet songwriters with unpublished music on Songs for Sale, and you'll find it's full of fun and tunes of all kinds. Be sure to join us Monday, July 3rd, for the next broadcast of Broadway's My Beat. Joe Walters speaking. This is CBS, where the Goldbergs are every Saturday night. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway's My Beat, the thrilling drama of murder and mystery and the people who walk the Great White Way, starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. In the morning, a kind of silence touches Broadway. The color has been squeezed from it, drained, spent by the wanton night. The neon is still, and the spectacular sleep. The scavengers walk soft, grubbed furtively in the refuse of the night. And if you listen close, you can hear the wind. And it's the same wind that purrs through ruins. At headquarters, you welcome Broadway's silence, but you know it'll splinter in your face. And it does. Its shape is a slip of paper tossed carelessly on your desk. On it are written the words, Homicide, Olympian Hotel, room 312. And Broadway is awake now. It's starting a new day. At the Olympian Hotel, you walk down a corridor that's been painted in a color that won't offend anybody. And then a door opens to you, and a voice designed not to frighten you welcomes you into a room lately furnished with death.
Come in, please. You're from headquarters, I presume?
And you?
Matthew Porter, Yale 47. Head of the Crime Detection Bureau for the management. This is my first murder.
Shot. 45, I'd say. Who was he, a guest?
Not likely. Oh, I took the liberty of going through his pockets for identification, of course. I find he is a Frank Conroy, obviously one of those people from Texas. The high-heeled boots, that 10-gallon monstrosity over there on the bed. They wear those things. Died with his boots on, eh? Classic.
And this? Courtesy of the management?
The roulette wheel? Of course not. Gambling in the rooms is positively forbidden at the Olympian.
But this is a roulette wheel, I'd swear it, Mr. Porter.
Maybe the Texan brought it with him. You know Texas millionaires. Oil, steers, women, roulette, the black and the red.
You say he wasn't a guest?
Never saw him before. How he got in without my notice, I don't know.
Whose room is this?
Oh, Mr. Henry Sherwood, Stocks and Bonds. Inoffensive chap. A moment, please. Yes? Oh, thank you. Strange. A telegram addressed to an Eddie Donald, care of this room.
Open it.
But,
Open it. Read it. Aloud.
Dear Eddie, stop. Arrived flight 12 from Cleveland. Stop. 11:15 this morning. Stop. Hope you had good rest. Stop. Ha ha. Stop. Signed, Henry Sherwood.
What time is it now?
10:03 on the nose.
That gives me an hour. You'll be courteous to the public servants when they come for the dead Texan, won't you, Yale? It took just about that hour to get to LaGuardia. 4-engine plane from Cleveland made a storybook landing, and the people who walked through its door made storybook exits. Pause at the door, smile, wave, and walk down the ramp. The stewardess stood there checking off each performance. I asked her who was Henry Sherwood, and she pointed out a little man with a briefcase who was just going off the field. Sherwood! Henry Sherwood! Hey! Your name Sherwood?
Who are you?
Police. You Henry Sherwood?
Police? Say, what is this?
You're registered at the Olympian Hotel, room 312?
Yes, I am.
Who's Eddie Donald?
Eddie Donald? What's he got to do with the police?
We're looking for him. What's he got to do with you?
I lent him my suite while I was in Cleveland. I called him and told him he could live like a king in my suite for the week I was away. He acquiesced.
All right. Where does Eddie Donald usually live?
In a hotel. On West 59th. Let me think up just there.
You do that, Mr. Sherwood, on the way down to headquarters. It didn't take Mr. Sherwood all the way down to headquarters to think of it. He thought of Eddie Donald's address just as I was lifting him into the squad car. He wriggled and said I could let him go now. I said they'd point a finger at me if I did. At headquarters, Mr. Sherwood said he'd take up police brutality with the stock exchange, the governor, the State Department. When he got to Drew Pearson, I walked out. Eddie Donald's hotel was run by a sweet and charming lady. Everybody told her she was that, so she told me.
Just call me Mom, Mr. Clover. Everybody calls me that. It's because I treat my boys like as if they was my own son.
And Mrs. told me
What's the matter? You got monkeys in your ears? I told you to call me Mom.
Okay, Mom. Eddie Donald, is he home?
Eddie? Now, what do you want with dear, sweet Eddie?
All I want is he home?
Eddie brings me candy. On Mother's Day, he brings me flowers. Go on, Mr. Clover. Talk to Mom about Eddie.
We want him for murder.
Murder? Why, that dirty, low-down, no good. The flowers he brought me, they stunk. The candy he picked up off a subway seat. He's a week behind in his rent, and he has the gall to commit murder.
Take it easy, Mom. Where is he?
Wherever he is, I hope it's crawling. The shame he brought to my hotel.
He's not here?
No. He didn't come home all week. Every night I waited for him to bring me a bop. He didn't come home to Mom.
You mind if I take a look?
Look at his grinning face. Come on. This is his room. As of now, it's got a sign on it. Room to let half price. I'll show that, Eddie.
This picture.
It's September. Picture of month and altogether I ever seen. Now comes November. It don't even look cold.
It's framed. The calendar part's been cut off. To Eddie, it says. Forever and ever. No signature. You ever seen the girl before?
Only in shop windows and on counters and magazines all over the country. You like her?
The artist. Magna. A Magna girl. Mind if I take the picture with me?
You lonely boy. Take it. Mom says you can take it.
Thanks, Mom. I beg your pardon? Whose name is Magna around here?
But I am. My studio, my artistry, my cocktail party for my one-man show. But I am. A joke. A joke?
No. I was just asking.
Are you taking the tour? Come, I will show you Magna. Here, on this pedestal is the trunk of a small tree on which Magna first carved.
I think you misspelled the word there.
You saw it. You saw it. How Magna extracted the essence of the word and set it down for the world to applaud. Oh, you primitive. You saw it.
Just stop jumping up and down, Mr. Magna. I want to ask you a couple of questions.
You don't understand my art?
I understand your calendars.
You are not a primitive after all.
Yeah, take a look at this one. I brought it along.
Magna does not autograph reproduction.
Who is this girl? Who modeled for this painting?
As it is printed on top. November model for you.
Yeah, but what's her name?
November.
I forgot to tell you I'm from the police, Mr. Knight.
November first for the painting. A touch of gold, a sniff of sorrow, the dying days, all embodied in a woman I found one... You're a cop? I found November one day at a model agency.
Who is she?
Nelson. Liz Nelson. A pedestrian name for November, yes? No?
Where do I find her?
Liz Nelson? Her address?
Her address.
I will write it down for you.
Don't extract the essence for me, Mr. Magna. Just the number and the street.
What else?
Go away. If you're the fuller brush man, go away. If you want me to sign a petition, go away. Whatever's eating you, go away.
I'm from the police, Miss Nelson.
Oh, yeah. Now I can tell. I can tell by the way you put your foot in the door. Police are a mature college boy working his way through a mature college.
Let's go inside, Miss Nelson.
All right, let's go inside. The bed, it looks like that because I live in it. When I'm not working, that is. Every minute. That way I stay bewitched. The police want me to pose to improve their public relations. That's why you're here.
Eddie Donald. You know him, Miss Nelson?
Uh-huh.
Then maybe you can tell me where he is.
Uh-uh.
You can tell me about him.
Uh-huh.
Tell me.
You first. You tell me why.
Murder.
Uh-huh. Well, let's see now. I know Eddie for, 4 years now. 2 years of that he was in Dannemora prison.
Why?
I never followed his career, so I don't know why.
After that?
He called me. Lots of times. Left a number where I could reach him. Sometimes I'd call back. Depended on my schedule and my mood.
When was the last time the schedule permitted?
Oh, about 3 months ago. I got it penciled in my little black book.
Frank Conroy, a man from Texas. He in the book?
He's dead, isn't he? I read about it.
Is he in the book?
Uh-uh. First I heard of him, he was dead.
And Eddie Donald, when was the last time you saw him?
I told you, 3 months ago.
You inscribed a picture to him. Forever and ever, it said. A calendar picture.
The cost of my beauty. Men look at my picture and they want me to belong to them forever and ever. Sometimes it's for always. I put down what they tell me. Oh. Let's not answer it, huh?
Uh-uh. Oh?
Eddie? Eddie?
Hmm?
I figured you'd be there. This is Jack Perry. I'll make it easy for you. Try room B, 1829, West 47.
Who was it?
Uh-uh. Miss Nelson.
Hey, you came real early. Who are you?
Police. Danny Clover.
I did what?
Can I come in?
No.
Your name, Jack Perry?
State your business right from there. All right, so your muscle got you in. Am I real important to you?
Look, Perry, I'm trying to find out who killed a man from Texas.
What voice whispered my name is Perry?
You did.
What else did I do?
Over the phone when you called Liz.
Spare me the method, police. I got it figured already. Your muscle lifted the phone, said it was Eddie Donald.
You're real anxious to talk to Eddie, aren't you?
Real.
Why?
I'm that way. Mind if I sit down?
Let's go, Perry. I got a squad car outside.
All for me?
The police are looking for Eddie. Maybe you'll help. Let's go.
Yeah, sure, I'll help. I'll help you from here.
All right.
Eddie's got a lot of money that's mine. It's a reason for a man wanting to see a man.
How much money?
What's the difference? A lot. You know what, police? Someone's in backup.
Yeah, I know. Let's go.
Someone is.
Let's go. His laughter mixed well with pain. It came in tides and swelled and rolled over me. And the thing that pounded at my brain was the thing that exploded and showered down like a million nickels, bright, colored red and green and black. And then everything stopped. It came back again later. And I opened my eyes. The color, the thing, the room was the same. The pattern of frayed furniture and dust. And Jack Perry was still there. Only he was different. He wasn't laughing anymore. He couldn't. He'd been shot to death. Though the R months fade and the oysters forsake Broadway, life still goes on. There are the box scores to consider, the hot dogs with everything. And for exercise, you can now dial Nassau County. As if this weren't enough, Broadway offers another diversion, double killing. This time backdrop to the roulette wheel, and a police officer who got slugged at the scene of the crime. Broadway tucks the protesting wiener back into the roll, takes another bite and chews appreciatively. Later, at police headquarters, Sergeant Tartaglia summed it all up.
This is something you can stick your teeth into, Danny.
What is?
It's this sticky apple Mrs. Tartaglia packed with my lunch. It's tasty and good.
I'm sure it is, Gino, but I got a headache. I've just come from the infirmary, and Dr. Sinsky said I'd feel a lot better if I didn't have any emotional disturbances for a while. So let's all pitch in and help Dr. Sinsky, huh?
Roger, we'll go.
Thank you.
Well, to work we go. To wit, in the matter of Frank Conroy from Texas, he is indeed from Texas. Police authorities in Texas sent a 500-word telegram to us to that effect.
500 words?
Indeed. It states that Frank Conroy is an esteemed owner of oil wells and well-known in Galveston. The rest of the telegram is about Texas.
Go on.
In the matter of Jack Perry, the man who was killed under your very nose was a man known to all and sundry as a man who delighted in floating games of chance. That's what on him.
All right. Tell me about the man we're looking for, Eddie Donald.
An all-points bulletin is out on him at this very moment.
What else?
Eddie Donald was released in Dannemora nigh on to 6 months ago after serving a 2-year stretch for assault and battery.
Before he went to jail, Tartaglia.
Hearsay has it that this same Eddie Donald was a steerer for the gambling industry. Precisely speaking, for Mark Oslo.
Yeah, and hearsay has it that Mark Oslo isn't operating anymore.
You believe that, Danny?
No. Well, we've never been able to get anything on him. Tartaglia.
Yeah?
Does Oslo still live at the same address?
I checked that already, Danny, and yeah, he does. In that tumble-down shack on Park Avenue. Hey, Danny, I brought you one, too. I was hiding a sticky apple behind my back.
The shack of Mark Oslo occupied 5 floors of a gilt-edge apartment house where dogs were walked by student psychiatrists. On the first floor of his hovel, something in silk, knee breeches, and epaulets held a candelabra to your badge, sighed profoundly, adjusted its wig, and ushered you into a private elevator. On the second floor, you caught a glimpse of a library with real books, thousands of them. On the third floor, a girl with ashen hair and leg slits in her mandarin robe waved joy to you as you floated up. On the fourth floor, a chef sniffing a chafing dish took time to consider you as a potential sauce, rejected you. And then you were on the 5th floor. The mate of the thing in silk knee breeches led you through a luster of elegant men and women in silent prayer at a roulette table. Then Mark Oslo extended a glittering hand to you. You didn't take it.
No, Danny. You don't shake my hand, and it sets up a melody of sorrow in my heart.
Cry a tear, Mark. I'd like to see it.
You'd be the first. You want a tear, Danny? I could arrange it.
You could. Having a party, Mark?
You mean my friends at the table? They're playing for matchsticks, Danny. Literally, matchsticks. Come along, Danny. I'll show you.
Don't bother.
No? Your pleasure, Danny. I should get back to my guest. State your pleasure.
Eddie Donald.
Eddie Donald. Mark Oslo knows such a man?
Yeah, Mark Oslo does. Shall I freshen it up for you, Mark?
No need, Danny, thank you. It'll come back. Eddie Donald. Oh, yes. You want him for murder, and you come to me for help.
For Eddie Donald, not for what you said, Mark.
He was a good boy. Came to work on time, conscientious. Stuffed the suggestion box with suggestions. I read a few, not bad. I sent word down for him to keep trying.
Where is he, Mark?
My chef baked some delicacies for him. I had them sent to Eddie at Dannemora. After that, we lost touch. Not even a thank you note from Eddie. It goes.
A man named Frank Conroy. What does that do to you, Mark?
The dead Texan, nothing at all. Someone pointed it out to me while I was having a rub, and it didn't do anything at all.
Jack Perry, try him.
Some of my friends sent a wreath. I paid for it. Should I have done more? Oh, of course. You were hurt in that one, weren't you, Danny? Name your favorite charity.
Eddie Donald, Mark. That's all I want. Send the word around. Get him to me.
You're ordering me, Danny?
Yeah. Surprise you?
No, I find it rather delightful. I'll tell you what, Danny. Mark Oslo will see what he can do, and the footman will show you out. Goodbye, Danny.
On the way back down on the elevator, I caught a glimpse of the girl in the mandarin robe again. This time, she was eating a hamburger. I was disenchanted about the whole thing. A called headquarters. Nothing on Eddie Donald. Phoned cab garages. Nothing. Spent a few more hours dropping in on back rooms and dropping the name of Eddie Donald. Blank stares. Then I went home and slept on it. And the way it happened was simple. The next morning, I walked out of the door. There was a hand on my sleeve by the time I stepped onto the pavement.
Hi, Danny.
Benny Fane. You're looking good, Benny.
Yeah, I am. I'm on my way to work. Yeah. How do you like that?
I like it. What happened?
I kicked it, Danny, off the stub. Got a job. Look at me. $50 suit, suede shoes, watched by Lon Jeans. Beautiful, huh? I'm quitted, Danny, but I'm going to pay for it. Legitimate job. Publishing.
Huh? Publishing what?
Well, anyhow, Danny, the reason I've been waiting for you on my way to work is because I never let my old friends down, so you never let them down. Still working for you. Now, don't call it stewing, Danny. I can't stand that word.
Nobody called it anything, Benny.
Okay. Now, look, try the Bronx, Danny, if you want to find Eddie Dolman. You know where those guys build them shacks by the river, those guys out of work? Well, try the one with the Bull Durham sign for a front door.
Come on in, pal. Oh, it's not a pal.
No, Eddie.
I'd appreciate it if you tell me your name. It slips the memory.
Danny Clover, police.
That's right, Danny Clover. You are the slug who wants me for the murder of, let me think now, Frank Conroy from Texas and Jack Perry from Stinko, right?
Uh-huh. Let's go, Eddie.
Gladly.
Huh?
I said I will go with you gladly. However, if you should care to listen to my side for a minute, I think this courtesy will not go unrewarded.
You haven't got much time, Eddie.
Not even enough to give you the for-real murder of those two?
The real murderer, Eddie?
For real. Interested?
Maybe.
The story goes with it, Mr. Clover. That Texan. He shouldn't have died. It wasn't planned that way.
No?
No, Mr. Mind if I call you Danny?
Go ahead.
It was like this, Danny. I took a rap in Dannemora.
I know.
Yeah. Then Perry put salt in the wound. While I am in the crib, he purloins my girl.
Go on.
Well, look at me, Danny, how little I am. Can't knock over a mosquito. But one night in a bar, I meet a Texan. He wants to fight. I figure who better he should beat up than Jack Perry from Stinkville. This can be so easy arranged.
By that roulette game in the Olympian.
Exactly. This is a game rigged by Perry. The same night he tells me go get a sucker for old time's sake. No hard feelings. I get a hotel room courtesy of a friend, so get a sucker. The sucker I bring him is the Texan. And I play Perry for the sucker. While the Texan loses, I bet against him and keep winning. Then when I got it all, I tell the Texan he's been taken by a rigged wheel. I figure this will make him mad at Perry.
It didn't?
No, the Texan turns yellow just because Perry pulls a gun on him. I quick turn out the lights, there's a shot, and I flee with the dough, $50,000. So for the murder of the Texan, you should have talked to Perry.
I was talking to Perry, and somebody killed him. You.
That's what I've been trying to tell you, not me. Look, all you got to do is let me go for a little bit, and I'll lead you to the for-real murderer.
Sorry. Let's go.
You got it, Danny. You got it. I'll get the murderer for you. Let me go. I'll make you let me go.
The little man took a swing at me, flicked my chin, and I pretended he'd knocked me cold. How I kept from laughing out loud at his surprised, bewildered, then proud face, I'll never know, but I did. And I let Eddie go, because I believed him. To follow him, to get a for-real murderer, or maybe to make an idiot out of Danny Clover. It was a chance I took. I watched him while he made a phone call. I watched him while he had some coffee. Then I watched him while he hailed a cab, and I hailed one, too. He stopped at an address I'd been to once before. I let him go in, and I waited 5 minutes. Then I went to the apartment where I knew he'd be.
I'm telling you to get out of here, Eddie. You don't get the money. You don't get anything.
You know, I figure it different, Liz.
How do you figure it, Eddie?
The policeman. Look, Eddie, they caught up with you.
Oh, Danny, you recovered. There's your murderer, Danny. I told you, give me a chance.
Miss Nelson here murdered Perry. Is that how you figured?
Take him out of here.
I'm repeating myself, Eddie. Let's go.
No. Listen to me. You gotta listen. She wants me to get electrocuted. That's why she did the whole thing. And you know something? I love her.
My kicks for just now. Take him away.
Don't laugh at me, Liz. You could have had the money. Don't you understand? You could have had it. Now.
You two play patty cake down on the pavement. I'm busy.
What about now, Eddie?
Don't you see, Danny? Don't you see what she's done? She kills Perry so I can sit in the electric chair for it.
Why would she want to do a thing like that?
Because she's greedy. She wanted all the dough for herself.
Shut up, Eddie. Make him shut up.
I gave her the money I won, and she said she loved me all over again. And I believed her. But when she heard the cops were looking for me for that rhubarb in the Olympian Hotel, she got cagey as all get out. Kills Perry and books me solid with the executioner.
You're an accomplished girl, Miss Nelson. You model, you pistol whip me in Perry's room, you kill Perry. Accomplished.
Try again.
Don't be like that, Liz. Show him the money. All that money, give it to him.
Eddie, you fool.
Go ahead, Liz. The man's waiting. Give it to him.
Shut up.
Now, Liz.
I told you to shut up. I told you.
What's it?
Oh.
Drop that gun. Drop it.
Oh.
It's a lot better.
Oh, that money. That money, he ruined it.
Eddie. Bad, Eddie?
I got a bad shoulder now, Danny.
You're a fool, Eddie. She could have killed you.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know whether she did it or not, what I said. But I had to find out. I loved her. I really did.
Broadway. It's an 8-beat revival meeting, and the lost souls wail to a hot trumpet and sax. It's a hunger, complete with syncopation and spinning neon. Grab your dream and dance a while. Then try to look it in the face. You can't. It's a mask of terror. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
We invite you to join us next week at the same time when Detective Danny Clover returns again with Broadway's My Beat. Broadway's My Beat is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed and conducted by Alexander Curran. The program is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. Included in tonight's cast were Peggy Weber, Francis Robinson, Eddie Quillen, Herb Butterfield, Jay Novello, and Anthony Barrett. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway's My Beat, the thrilling drama of murder and mystery and the people who walk the Great White Way, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Covers the sun, hangs a veil over Broadway. And for a time, Broadway is dimly seen, dimly heard. For an instant, Broadway is stunned. But then it recovers. It leaps to embrace the false night. The neon flares, the spectaculars explode. The banners are hung. Welcome, night. And for the time of the mist, it's good on Broadway. But then the sun breaks through again and spoils it, and the lights are turned off in sullenness and backs are turned on the day. At police headquarters, you stand at a window and consider it. But you're interrupted. A man is dead in an apartment hotel, maybe 2 minutes from headquarters. Look into it, Danny. And you nod because you know that's the way it would come out. It takes 2 minutes. You know that because when you get out of the elevator, a man is standing there with a watch in his hand.
Oh, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. On the nose. Oh, I'll put my money on the nose of you boys from headquarters every time. You're death in a sprint.
They told me a man was killed here.
Yes, they told you true. Care for a look-see?
Let's look, anyway.
It's right down the hall in 4B. Come along, fellas. Here we are, fellas.
Locked.
Oh, of course it is. I locked it.
You took it on yourself to do that?
Naturally, I'm the manager. I do many things by night, by day. I perform. I like it when you make it seem I've done something criminal. I only lock the door to keep the snoopers out. You know how they are, messing about, fingering clues, sticking their noses.
Shot. You found him like this?
Exactly. He hasn't moved an inch.
Who was he?
Mr. Frank Briscoe. Pleasant gentleman. Oh, always had a joke for me. I remember.
Whenever you're through.
Oh, yes. Yes, he's been a tenant here for 4 or 5 months, I'd say.
Tell me about it. When you heard the shot, what you did. Was he alive?
I didn't.
Didn't what?
Oh, I didn't hear a shot. What attracted me was the smell of smoke. I rushed in. The wastebasket was on fire, and Mr. Briscoe...
Wait a minute. What's that?
Hello.
Oh, the phone in there. It's been doing that ever since. The receiver's just dangling there. I wouldn't touch it. No, not me. No.
Hello.
Hello?
Frank, what's the idea of keeping me waiting? What happened? You told me to hang on. It's Eddie. You're not Frank. Who are you?
The police.
The police? What's happened? What's happened up there?
You're talking to Mr. Briscoe?
Yes. My name's Eddie Cutler. I called Frank for a golf stick. He said, excuse me, there's someone at the door. Hang on, he said.
Where are you now, Mr. Cutler?
At my place of business on Wall Street. What happened?
A murder. Stick around, Mr. Cutler. I want to talk to you.
Well, what do you know about that? All the
There
time.
must be things for you to do, manager. Go do them. After that, it was a matter of getting out of the way while the boys with the dusting powder tried to raise fingerprints, and the boys with the cameras tried to get presentable photographs of a dead man. Known as routine, the impersonal proddings as to why time and circumstance conspired to make Frank Briscoe a victim of murder. My part of it was to get back to headquarters and make phone calls and have other people make phone calls and get out such and such file and finally come up with a starting point. Frank Briscoe was married, now separated from his wife, Sylvia. More phone calls and prodding. Sylvia managed an employment agency in the Empire State Building, an agency for executive placements only. I went there.
Please sit down.
Thank you. Ms. Briscoe.
Talk if you like. Relax.
I'm from the police, Mrs. Briscoe.
Oh? Name?
Danny Clover.
Well, let me understand you. If you're working now, why do you come to see me?
Because of your husband.
Why ruin a sunshiny day? Look at it out there. People drowning themselves in it.
Your husband's dead. Don't let me stop you. Have your reaction, and we'll talk.
It's funny, you know. Things you leave behind you, forget about, and something happens. Comes back in a rush. Sunshine, sidewalks down there, and the wonderful news you just brought me. I'm a little girl again, and I want to play hopscotch on the pavement.
I'm happy for you, Miss Briscoe.
Thank you. You see, Frank was such a nothing. Now that you understand...
Not quite.
A nothing, Mr. Clover, is a nothing. Zero in an empty box.
Yet you married him.
And stayed that way for 3 months. One morning, I stepped out of the house into the sunshine and liked that better.
Why didn't you get a divorce?
Frank wouldn't give me one. For 5 years now, our conversation runs like this. Me. Frank, I want a divorce. Frank, no.
One thing I didn't tell you. Frank was murdered.
I'm glad for him. He had a horror of just wasting away. I wonder if that changes anything.
Like what?
His insurance policy. A large one. $100,000. Oh, Frank was a tricky one. He tried to woo me back by having it made out in my name.
pity Frank.
That's where the happiness comes, you know.
Sure, of course. Frank's been dead nothing. I blow on my fingernails about that. But $100,000? Oh, Mr. Clover, that's really something. Really something.
Her girlish ecstasy over the sunshine, the $100,000, the dead husband, made it harder. Because it made me sick. Because it made me greedy to book her for murder. But the happy widow had answers that held. She had seen Frank only rarely from the day she'd walked out on him. Her lawyers handled it with him. No, she hadn't left her office that morning. Her secretaries, her clients could verify if I didn't care to take her word. Then she began to tell me what she'd do with all that money. About the time she was a white queen in the African jungle, I walked out on her. Then the search for a kind word over a dead man. Maybe Eddie Cutler, the man on the phone, the man from Wall Street, had one. Maybe he'd look up from his ticker tape and give me one. Mr. Cutler?
Another moment, please. I wish I could let you in on this one. Now, if you retain me as your investment broker...
About Frank Briscoe.
Just one more minute. I can't let this get away. My clients come first. Pete, will you
Put
get
that
me...
phone down.
I say...
Put it down. Your clients will have to do without you for an hour, maybe longer, maybe for days.
Well, I was only... All right. Pete, I'll call you back as soon as I'm rid of... Yeah. Now, just what is it you wanted me?
I told you.
Oh? Oh, yes. About Frank. Poor Frank. Now, who would have dreamed...
Dreamed what, Mr. Cutler?
Well, isn't it plain that he'd be murdered? Die like that. You play golf with a man, you don't expect things like this to happen to him. Not your golf buddies.
How well did you know him?
About that well. He'd call me, I'd call him. We'd arrange a little match for drinks. As a matter of fact, I was just calling him when... Oh, was it you I talked to on the phone in Frank's apartment?
Yeah.
I thought your voice sounded familiar. You pardon me for saying so, but you have a very pleasant voice.
Mrs. Briscoe, do you know her?
I never had the pleasure. Frank told me a lot about her, lots of times. No, I never had the pleasure. Anything else?
Yeah. The phone call you made to Briscoe. Tell me about that.
Well, I already did when
Tell me again. Did you hear a shot after Briscoe asked you to hang on?
A shot? No. I did hear a door open and muffled voices, nothing intelligible. And then there was a funny kind of noise, a kind of a pop.
Mm-hmm.
After that, well, you know about after that. Anything else?
Yeah. You. Are you glad Frank Briscoe's dead?
Am I glad? Oh, what a question. What a thing to say to a man.
Just thought I'd ask. Try the ticker tape, Mr. Cutler. Maybe that'll console you.
Danny?
You may take 3 giant steps, Tartaglia. Come on in.
I'm sorry, Danny, but I am not in the mood for levity today. We've got business to attend to.
I apologize.
Accepted.
Thank you. Now, what can I do for you?
Just sit there and admire the rapid manner in which New York's finest have come to your assistance.
Why should I do that?
Because I have in my hand a complete report of the dwellers who dwelt on the same floor of the apartment house in which Frank Briscoe was found deceased.
Well, I'm proud. Tell me about it.
Roger. Wilco. And there's not much to tell.
But you'll tell me, huh?
Only this, Danny. There were 3 other denizens of that floor. Mr. and Mrs. C.P. Meston, who are living there for nigh on to 13 years and who are no trouble at all.
Huh?
In fact, the manager was more than profuse in his plaudits of old C.P. He likes to play cribbage with him.
Thank you. Who else?
Then there's Mr. and Mrs. Milburn Jeffries, who live on a pension and a canasta board. Also, no trouble.
Happy home, huh?
Then there is a Miss Della Sloan.
Spinster and a double solitaire fan.
Oh, no, Danny, no. This Della Sloan is a young lady of 27 with a now-and-then kind of police record.
Now and then what?
Disturbing the peace, drunkenness.
What was she doing in an apartment house like that?
You know, that's what I can't figure. She checked in for 1 day, then checked out. Whimsical, huh?
Where is this Della Sloan now?
Oh, wait a minute. Here it is, at the tag end of my report. Central Park West, 2002. I answered all your questions, Danny.
I did good, huh?
Tartaglia did real fine. He even supplied a good question. What made Della Sloan so whimsical? It was a question that begged an answer. I had to find out what it was. The address on Central Park West was a study in red brick respectability, overlooking the park, neat, scrubbed, and peaceful. A gray-haired man at the desk smiled and told me Miss Sloan lived on the 3rd floor and said that was just to the left of the elevator slip. It was all so peaceful that I hated to break it up.
Well, a long way from the bottles, so come on in. I'll show you there.
Miss Sloan?
Come on. Very, very, very. Drinky? You want a little drinky, don't you?
I'm from the police.
Drinky? No? Oh, come on, mister. Come on.
Listen to me.
Oh, you're strong. I like it when you hold me. Come on, dance with me. The radio and everything, come on.
Now, look.
Palm turnpike. Come on, move your feet. Come on, that's better.
Miss Sloan. Della. She went limp in my arms and her head fell downward against my chest. Like a tired dancer when the night's dancing is through. But the bullet hole in her back gave the setting another texture. There was no tiredness in her face, only the expression that is suddenly and forever caught in an instant of time. Della Sloan was dead. Della Sloan had been murdered.
Did you know we once had a president who never voted in his life? That's right. He was Zachary Taylor, our 12th president. It seems that Taylor joined the Army when he was in his early 20s and stayed in the service until just before he was elected president. While he was a soldier, he was never qualified to vote, since he was never stationed long enough in one place. And strange to say, he didn't even vote for himself in the election which made him president. But today, through absentee ballots, most of our military personnel are given the chance to vote, because we, as a nation, have learned that the foundation of authority is in the full consent of the people. We now continue with Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
When the trade winds blow in from the Hudson and summertime comes to Broadway, it's a season of rare enchantment. Then the palm trees sway in the corner lunch stand to the whir of the electric fan, and the gourmet nods with satisfaction over the exotic tidbits, the juice from the papaya, the coconut milk, the knish. And Broadway lolls in its island paradise to a native tune entitled Hoop-de-Doo, and occasionally glances at the newspapers from the mainland. Man murdered in an apartment house. What the beachcombers hadn't found out about yet was about me. Woman shot to death while dancing with policemen. I put Della Sloan on the couch, walked over to the window. There was no one on the fire escape. The shot had come from there, but the murderer had fled. Only the small hole in the window, the fragments of broken glass on the rug. I called headquarters, reported it. Then I turned off the radio. 2 minutes after that, the door opened. It was too soon. It couldn't have been the police.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It wasn't.
I didn't know Della had a caller. I'll go.
No, don't go. Come in. Close the door.
I'll bust nothing up for Della, mister.
Close the door.
Sure enough. Hey, what's the matter?
I'm a policeman.
Oh. Hey, look at Della with you out again.
Who are you?
I'm Della's roommate, Jean Owen. Now, look at him.
Della didn't come home last night, did she?
So?
Did she?
No. I'm trying to tell you, I'm a hard...
Why wasn't she home? All right. Let's go to headquarters, Betty.
Mister, wait a minute. Yesterday afternoon, Della had a phone call, and she wasn't in, so I took it. I gave her the number when she came in a few minutes later. That's all I know.
What number?
I guess it's still over here on the pad. Yeah, here. There it is.
Thanks.
Here. Hey, you want some help with Della? I know what to do. Come on, Sugar. Wake up.
Betty.
Hey, mister, you better give me a hand with the clothes, huh?
She's dead, Betty. Murdered.
Murder? Hey, what is this? Hey, you got the wrong idea. I didn't do it. What?
Petty's Pharmacy. Petty's Pharmacy. Joseph Petty, pharmacist speaking. Your order, please.
Where are you located, Mr. Petty?
1654 West 12th. Right next to the Mobile gas station. You can't miss it. And hurry down for the 1 cent sale. This is the last day, you know. We're about to close. Many more.
I'll do that, Mr. Petty.
Are you being helped, please? We have many wonderful bargains. These beach balls, for instance, 2 for the price of... Well, you see the signs, and we blow them up.
Joseph Petty, where is he?
I'm Mr. Petty. You have a prescription you want filled? We can even take care of you in that department.
I'm from the police, Mr. Petty.
Oh, official? Oh, you want a discount? I'm afraid...
Official.
Oh, but everything's in order. I haven't been robbed, to my knowledge. My prescription books are examined regularly by the state...
Della Sloan. You know her?
Della Sloan. Let me see now. It registers. That name registers.
Think about it, Mr. Petty, and fast.
Oh, don't do that. I get all flustered when people rush me. I have it, Della Sloan, of course.
You'll tell me, too, huh?
Please. I don't know Della Sloan from Adam. Or Eve. But she called here, told me her name. Interesting voice.
When did she do that?
Yesterday morning.
What did she want?
She gave me her name, said a man had called her from this number. Said he must be here waiting for her to call back. Would I page him, please? Page. Like this was a hotel or some such.
But you did that because her voice was interesting.
Exactly.
Was the man here?
He was, yes. He was eating a cheese nut burger, the special of the day at the Fontateria. When I called out, was there someone waiting for a call from a Miss Della Sloan? He put down his nut burger and said he was. Thank you. That's as far as I ever got with Miss Della Sloan.
Who was the man?
I haven't the vaguest. Except I gathered he was a friend of one of my sometime customers.
Who would that be?
Mrs. Sylvia Briscoe. She comes in here, as I said, sometimes for a tonic or a special.
You said you thought they were friends, the man and Mrs. Briscoe. Why?
Because yesterday, when Mrs. Briscoe walked in, the man got up from the soda fountain, tipped his hat to her, and talked quietly. From my observation of the world, friends do that. You know another reason?
No, I don't, Mr. Petty. I really don't. After that, there wasn't much of the day to work in. I called on Mrs. Briscoe, but she wasn't home. Then I phoned headquarters and found they'd released Betty Owen. Her alibi that she'd spent the whole day with friends checked. Then I went home for some sleep. At 7:30, I had my breakfast. A little after 8, I was at Sylvia Briscoe's apartment. It was a sorry hour to disturb a lady, but the lady had attained the status of number 1 murder suspect.
You got your nerve.
I didn't want to disturb you at your office.
Disturb me? You disturbed me once. That's your quota. Now get away from here.
Can't do that. You better invite me in, Mrs. Briscoe.
Invite? You must be out of your mind. You police...
Slip on a coat. The squad car's downstairs.
Why?
May I come in?
All right. You won't be here long enough to want to sit down, will you?
Have you collected your insurance yet?
My lawyers told me yesterday it'll be a matter of a few weeks.
Then you'll play hopscotch.
All over the world.
I doubt it.
Oh? I apologize, Mr. Clover. I was rude. A woman doesn't like to be caught with her hair up. Please sit down. Give me a cigarette.
All right. Light?
What have I done?
You tell me. Murder?
Don't be a fool. Would you like coffee?
No, thanks. Miss Briscoe, a man named Joseph Petty, a druggist not far from here, says he knows you.
And I know him. Does that make your case stronger?
He said you were in his store yesterday morning.
For a prescription, a tonic. Is there a heading in the penal code for that?
You talked to a man.
The things a woman will do nowadays. Disgraceful. What man?
I'm asking you that. You want to think about it?
Oh, no, I remember. A man tipped his hat to me.
That's right. That one.
He said, and I'll try to quote him exactly, "Hi, baby doll." And he went on from there, Mr. Clover. He said, "I'll buy you a malted. Who knows what wonderful things can happen from therein." That's what he said.
Look, Mrs.
No, you look. That's what he said. "Hi, baby doll." Well, I've been taught a defense against that. I flounced my bustle, pointed my thumb, and said 23 skidoo. And so help me, I never saw the cad before. And you know, I wouldn't know him if I ever saw him again.
And that's how it blew up in my face. There was no link between her and the murder of Della Sloan. Still, I knew Della's murder was somehow a part of the earlier killing, an afterthought in the death of Frank Briscoe. At headquarters, I went round and round with it. Round and round. Yes?
Tartaglia, Danny. In the matter of Della Sloan, we have been digging through the records and...
And what?
Not much, Danny, but I will give you a rundown. There may be something you can glom onto.
Can you come with me for a minute?
Hold on, Tartaglia. What do you got, Muggavan?
The lab boys have got pictures developed of Della Sloan. Her apartment, the fire escape, things like that. Want to take a look?
Yeah, let's go.
Hey, Danny, I heard that. Who you going to take care of first, me or him?
Him, Tartaglia. Call me back. Come on, Muggavan.
I don't know if there's anything in the pictures, Danny, but you being there at the time, they might have a message for you.
Yeah.
In here, Danny. Over on my desk.
Nothing I didn't see before. I'll take them back with me, though, okay?
Sure, take them.
Hello? 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 I know you're there, Danny. I heard you walk back into your office. Come on, answer me, Danny.
I'm sorry, Gino. I thought I hung up. The phone must have slipped off the hook. Wait a minute. Say that again.
Huh? Hello? 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 Is that what you want me to say?
You've been hanging on the phone all this time?
Yeah. You told me, hold on, remember? Now, about Della Sloan.
Hey, do something for me. Call this number.
What number?
Walker 8671.
Walker 8671.
Tell whoever answers it's no good. The insurance people won't pay off. You got it?
Yeah, I got it. But, Danny, what does it mean?
Right now, Tartaglia. You got the whole day to worry about what it means.
Car 26. Car 26. Over.
Go ahead, 26.
Suspect just left the building, Danny, entering a cab.
Tail it. No siren.
Okay. Car 26. Still with us, Danny?
Yeah. Go ahead.
The cab is now entering Grand Central Overpass. Maybe you better put someone else on with us. We might lose it.
Okay. Keep on it.
Danny, over.
Go ahead.
Suspect entered apartment building on Madison. Shall we take him?
No. Just relax. I'll be right up.
Oh, hello, Mr. Clover. Say, we're practically going steady, aren't we?
Then I get invited in, huh?
Sure. Come on in. Oh, you know Mr. Cutler.
We've talked.
Sylvia, what kind of a trick is this? What are you trying to do with me?
Relax, darling. I thought I'd finish with you, Mr. Clover. What do you want?
You? Him?
Mr. Clover, well, let me explain it to you. There are some things of Frank's, golf clubs
Don't be so stupid, Eddie. It's obvious what the gentleman wants. You for murder.
You didn't hear me, Miss Briscoe. You, too.
I'm getting out of here.
Stay where you are.
You followed Eddie here, didn't you? It was you who called him. Eddie.
Huh?
You fell for that stupid trick. You brought the policeman here, Eddie. Stupid Mac.
Don't forget, you planned it with me.
Pretty cleverly, too. Your idea, Eddie?
No, hers.
But it was you got Della to take a room near Briscoe's apartment, Eddie. When you heard him come home, you called him. Told him to hold the phone, then walked down the hall into his room and shot him.
My Eddie, he did that well.
Shot him, then set a fire in the wastebasket to attract attention. Walked back to Della's room and waited till someone picked up the phone.
Well, how could you have known that? How?
I was lucky. It happened to me today. The same pattern. But Della.
She shot Della to keep her quiet. Della would have kept quiet for me.
You miserable Mr. Clover. Eddie shot that girl.
I did not. You did. You didn't you know it.
It gets worse and worse.
What about it, Miss Briscoe?
Look at him. Just look. He went to pot after his first killer.
It was you.
It was me, Eddie. Understand, Mr. Clover. I couldn't take a chance with that girl losing $100,000 because a girl like that is alive.
Come on.
Sylvia, they'll kill us. You made me do it. You know you made me do it.
Put up your hands, Eddie.
Look, we didn't have to kill poor Frank. You made me. I didn't want to do it.
Briscoe.
Listen, Mr. Clover, listen to me. It was her. It was her all the time. It was her fault.
Shut up, Eddie. You're really nothing. Zero in an empty box. Nothing.
In the minutes before the dawn, Broadway lies huddled in a dreamless sleep. The silent street is part of it. The long, blank night. The time of no stars. The muted wind. And from far away, the whispers. Start running, kid, or you'll never get home again. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat. Next week at this time when Detective Danny Clover returns again with Broadway's My Beat. Is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis with music composed and conducted by Alexander Curtis. The program is written by Morton Fine and David Friedrich and stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. And included in tonight's cast were Mary Shipp, Kathy Lewis, Jane Novello, Lou Krugman, Joe Forte, and Jack Cruz. Broadway is My Beat has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment...
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, the thrilling drama of murder and mystery and the people who walk the Great White Way, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
At twilight, the solitude that is Broadway's leans against an open door and abandons itself to the cooling fingers of the evening wind. And in that moment, in the scalpel light of dusk, Broadway stands revealed. The languid preening, the slow smoothing away of the day's wrinkles, the invitation, not whispered, not spoken. At headquarters, the image blurs because a slip of paper has been laid on your desk. And this is how violent death announces itself. In the barrio, it says, in Spanish Harlem, a man knifed. And through the window, you can see Broadway smile. In the barrio, death is no stranger. It calls often. But this time it danced a variation. It chose to perform in a storefront, in a place of worship. There are many such in the barrio. The rented store, the rented wooden chairs, the bare platform draped in black banners, lighted with candles of many colors. And this is the altar. Here women in black mantillas kneel with their men in supplication. And the music of their prayer, primitive. But now it's a lament for the man lying dead in their midst. They kneel in a circle about him, and the light of the candles caresses his face. A man leans against the wall watching them. It's a man you know, Johnny Parada, detective on the barrio beat. He sees you, walks over to you, speaks gently, quietly.
This is a new kind for you, isn't it, Danny?
Yeah.
This is how it goes here in the barrio. You grub, you pray, you die.
The dead man. Know him?
No, I do. Before that, he was just another face you said Buenos Dias to. Now there's a knife in his back that makes me know him better.
Who was he?
Emilio Ramirez, a kid, lived in a tenement on 99th. Well, here's the address. I found it in his wallet.
Yeah.
How? These people tell me they were having their evening prayer, like Vespers. Emilio staggered in from the street, cried out for his mother, and died.
Any ideas?
A few, maybe. Some leads, maybe.
You'll work this with me, huh, Johnny?
Sure, but maybe it'd be better if I took it alone for a while. They know me up here, Danny. I grew up in this. Maybe if you...
Yeah, it's okay. You go ahead.
Thanks. I'll keep in touch. If I get anything, I'll get you right away.
Good. These people...
You'll have a hard time getting anything out of them, Danny. Who kills, who murders, it's a secret they keep to themselves for their own. They have to keep on good terms with death. Yeah. So long, Danny.
After Johnny Parada left, there was nothing to do but wait. Wait and watch the small island of light in the room define itself against the darkness bleeding in from the streets. Then the siren and the men from police headquarters, whose job it was to measure time and method of death. And later, the two men with the basket. They were skilled workers. They didn't need me. The tenements on 99th Street were special only by the special arrangements of garbage cans at the curb. But the dogs that sniffed at them had the universal quality of hunger, red-eyed and ribbed. They moved slowly. And the people sitting on the steps gave this moment of their lives to complete the pattern of quiet despair. They watched their kids wink at each other and slink into alleys. One of the watchers at number 8812 could speak English.
Senor?
My name's Danny Clover.
Si?
From the police.
I'm Contreras from this place here. And so?
There's some questions, Mr. Contreras.
Questions? Por favor, what questions?
The boy that lived at this address, Emilio Ramirez.
Emilio?
Dead. He died a little while ago. Did you...
Si, senor, I heard what you said. Emilio is dead.
I want you to tell me what you can about him.
Muerte. Muerte.
Okay.
Emilio Ramirez, muerte.
Yes.
Muerte.
It's important that you tell me what you can.
Oh, Emilio is of all of us. From Puerto Rico on a plane to here is what of Emilio?
I'll need to know more than that.
What more? What is there more?
How long have you known him?
A year. That long, I think. He lived with the six of us others in the two rooms. Hidalgo, Pablo, Quesada, Bianco, Flores, and myself.
What else?
Sometimes we eat together. Sometimes we talk together. Sometimes we drink together.
And the others who lived with you, would they know more?
No, senor. I doubt. What can we know of each other? To eat and drink, as I say. More time than that we must spend looking for what we came here to look for.
You said Emilio came here by plane.
See, like all of us, for $40. That was arranged by the Travel Bureau, by Senor Clark. You know, Senor?
No, what?
In the barrio, Senor Clark arranges everything. Ay, Senor Clark.
Understand what I'm saying to you, Martinez?
See?
I don't think so, but you will soon enough. It's a job, busboy, dishwasher, whatever they tell you to do. Take this slip of paper. Don't lose it. I've written my name on it. That's all you'll need.
Sí, señor. Comprendo.
Nothing else, Martinez?
Gracias, Senor Clark. Muchas gracias.
Sometimes they forget. A little thing like a thank you. Now you're next.
I'm from the police.
Oh. Why do you police come to me so often?
Maybe because you arrange things. Remember?
Now look around you. Look at them sitting there, silent, waiting for a job, for a letter from home, for something they can't even express. I'd be less than nothing if I didn't do what I could for them, wouldn't I, Mr. Your name?
Clover.
Wouldn't I, Mr. Clover?
You do well. Travel Bureau, job placement. What else?
Everything. They pay me to fly them up from Puerto Rico. That gives me a responsibility because they've made me rich. Why they come here?
What'd you do for a boy named Emilio Ramirez?
Emilio. I'd have to look it up. There are so many.
Look it up.
Of course. Here we are. Seems I did a good deal.
Like what?
My agents arranged his passage in Puerto Rico. When he arrived, I found him a place to live. In 2 weeks, he came to be hungry. I arranged a place for him on the relief rolls. It's all down here on the file, Mr. Clover.
You didn't get him a job?
I'm afraid Emilio wasn't fitted for much. Not in our civilization. But I found a place for him.
Where?
The Casa of Lady Luck.
The gambling joint?
Well, you could call it that, in a sense. It's a place where they make love potions, success pills, miraculous powders, things like that. They flourish here in the barrio. Nights like this. Can we show you?
Where is it?
On 96, where the railroad tracks come out into the open. Ask anyone in the barrio. They'll direct you. Now, may I ask a question of you?
Go ahead.
Your interest in Emilio Ramirez. Why?
He's been murdered.
Oh? You'll understand why I show no grief, Mr. Clover.
No, but tell me anyway.
Isn't the parent, the barrio? So often they don't know how to deal with things, so they murder. It's a child's way, isn't it, Mr. Clover?
You wouldn't know about Emilio's dying.
The girl, a bad death, a sudden passion to kill. He was knifed?
Yeah.
Typical. And now, if you'll permit me, a glance at my calendar shows that at 9 o'clock I have an appointment at my barber. I must tell these people they'll have to wait or come back tomorrow. You'll permit me?
It was a few minutes after 9 when I reached out for the door into the Casa of Lady Luck. What stopped me was a sign that said, closed. Start off tomorrow with luck. Come back. Then to my desk at headquarters. I knew it was going to be tough. Puerto Ricans, citizens, but a strange people with a strange tongue, shy and afraid of authority. With silence, their only defense against the disappointments of having paid $40 for a new life. Johnny Parada said it. The sudden death among them was something they wanted to own themselves. As a policeman, I was an intruder. Or as Sergeant Tartaglia broke it to me.
You're a stranger here, Danny.
I am?
Yeah, I know. I got the reports, but you could have called in. Can we go out for supper now?
What did the reports say?
Nothing.
The reports were blank sheets of paper.
Or just that the boy's name was Emilio Ramirez, that he died from a knife wound, that the weapon was a switch knife. You know, press a button, blade comes out.
Follow up?
Nothing, except that the boy has never been in trouble before, was on relief at one time or another, but seemed to be anxious to secure a position.
Anything else?
Yeah, Danny, the phone's ringing.
Oh, it really is. Danny Clover speaking.
Danny, Johnny Parada.
What do you got, Johnny?
I'm not sure, but something maybe.
Like what?
I'm going to need some help. Can you get down here? 101st and Park Avenue.
Right away.
Make it right away, Danny. Maybe we can wrap this whole thing up.
No, thank
Sí.
You waiting for someone, senor?
Huh?
It's a nice evening to wait for someone. It's such an evening for the wine, for the muchacha.
It took time to piece it all together. The turn of the head from the man leering over my shoulder, the sudden, swift cry of terror, and the body flung from the car, the darts of flame from the machine gun thrust out of the car's window at the huddled shape. I ran over to him, to Johnny Parada. The bullets had torn a frantic design in his body, left it lifeless. When I looked up, the people, the sounds had fled. It was only the emptiness, silence, and the street of the barrio. The street of the long darkness.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. We now continue with Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In the heat of July, Broadway is a shimmering mirage. It's the time of the big wish. The Catskills and Coney are the dreamlands at the cooler end of the thermometer. And Jones Beach and Rockaway stand just over the horizon and beckon. And you linger under the marquee of the theater that's 20 degrees cooler inside, or dawdle over the potato in your cold plate of borscht, and wonder what it was about the summer that you wished for in December. Everything sweats on Broadway. Even the newspaper turns moist in your hands. Murder in the barrio, 2 of them. Emilio Ramirez and a cop named Johnny Parada. There was another cop named Danny Clover who'd been nearby at both of them. Me. The next morning I went back to Spanish Harlem, and death still hung heavy.
Yes?
I leaned close to Maria Parada and whispered to her.
Oh, it's you, Danny. Please come in.
Thanks. Maria.
Oh, there's nothing, Danny, thank you. Nothing you can say or do. My husband's dead. Last night I gave him my tears. The touch of them will last a lifetime. Please sit down.
I just want to know.
Please. There's only one thing to do now. Find out who murdered Johnny, who threw him in the street to die.
Did he tell you anything about yesterday? Where he was going, what he had to do?
Yesterday was a day like any other day. Kiss in the morning when he left, and the hours in between of waiting until Johnny...
I'll get it.
Where's Maria? Who are you?
It's all right, Vincent. Mr. Clover's my friend.
By what right a friend?
Johnny was...
Mr. Clover's a policeman. Johnny's brother, Vincent.
Hello.
As a friend, we accept your condolences. As a policeman, you're not welcome here.
Vincent.
Simply to explain myself, Maria. Simply to give Mr. Clover and myself a basis for talking.
Don't you want to know who killed your brother?
That's not an intelligent question.
I got one thing to ask you, Vincent, as a policeman. What about Johnny? Did you see him yesterday? Talk to him?
Once, toward evening. Was in a hurry. On some foolish police business. To the casa of Lady Luck.
Oh?
Now, I ask one thing of you, since you come as a policeman. Get out. Leave us alone.
Maria detached herself from us, moved silently about the room, pulled down the shades, cut off the flow of dust-heavy sunlight. Then suddenly there was a black shawl on her head, and the rosary beads in her hand. She knelt before an image of the Virgin Mary with the bleeding heart. Vincent moved quickly to her side, knelt too. There was silence. There was the click of the beads. And I left them. It had been closed the night before. Now a loudspeaker hung over its doorway, beating out the violent promise. The Fury Dream for sale to the people of the barrio. The Casa of Lady Luck, the gilt-splattered sign said. Love, success, power, all yours, it said. Consult Madame Lou Lama. Wallpaper hanging in strips on the walls of the Casa of Lady Luck was pinned back with photographs of lady movie stars. On the counter were bottles and vials and paper boxes labeled with their mysterious potency and the price for each. And reigning over all of it was Madame Lou Lama, blonde hair in curlers and smoking a cigar.
Go ahead, chum. Look around for yourself. I'm sure there'll be something even you ought to have.
I don't think so.
None of us is complete, chum. None of us has got every little thing that's going to make us happy, so go ahead and look around. In this mess, there's a powder just for you.
I'm from the police.
Yeah? Well, you'll need something special. Hey, Tomas! Tomas!
Si.
Bring in a bottle of that stuff we got in this morning. We got ourselves a policeman.
Told you not to bother.
No bother, honey. Tomas likes doing little things for me. Don't you, Tomas?
Si.
Thanks, Tomas. You're a good man. Here you are, chum. Now, with this little
You
powder...
have another boy working for you, Emilio Ramirez. Tell me about him.
De nada, comprende?
Slow away, Tomas. I'll take care of it. Ask me about Emilio? Okay, I'm glad you did. He's dead. Outside of that, what do you have to know, chum?
Why he's dead? Who wanted him dead?
No sabe.
That's right, Tomas. We don't know, do we? All we know is Emilio was a good man like Tomas here who helped me. But Tomas don't get killed. We like it like that, not to get killed.
You were told to keep your mouth shut about Emilio?
Maybe. But don't ask us who, because no sabe, like it said. Many smart things are said in the barrio, chum.
Johnny Parada was here last night. Why?
Like you, questions, don't buy nothing. He kept us from closing for a while, then blew away. Maybe he should have bought something, like a life pill, huh? Nuts, my cigar's out again. You got a light, chum? No? Give me a light, Tomas.
Hi, Danny. Hot, huh?
Yeah, hot, I think.
Well, then why don't you turn on the fan? Yeah, the cooling breezes to fan your feverish brow.
What do you got?
These, Danny, the paraphernalia from Johnny Parada's effects. Maybe you can break through the heat and glom onto something from them.
Let's see. Regular identification?
Uh-huh, among other things.
This?
Yeah, it tantalized me, too. A list of 27 names. I counted all of them. Spanish-sounding. Puerto Ricans, huh?
Yeah, probably. Here's one underlined. Name of Pedro Miro.
I already done it, Danny. Sent out a pickup for all of them.
You're getting better, Gino. And this?
Which I figure is nothing. A page from a desk calendar.
Yeah. And on the back, written Emilio Ramirez, arrived New York from San Juan, May 26, 1949.
Oh, that's Johnny's handwriting. I checked that, too. I don't want to overwhelm you, Danny. I just want you to know I checked.
On the back of a page torn from a desk calendar. Whose?
That I haven't been able to detect. Just that there's a notation against 9 p.m. on the calendar. That there was a barber's appointment at that time. Now, all we have to do is know who got shaved at 9 p.m.
You know something, Gino?
Huh?
I know who got shaved at 9 p.m. Open up. Open up.
Wait, close.
In the middle of the day?
Close.
Leave it like it is. Open. Where's Roy Clark?
Not again. Close.
Roy Clark, you work for him? Work?
See, work.
Your boss, where? Is he here?
No, not here someplace.
Maybe he's here. We'll look, huh?
No, look, not for me.
We'll look anyway, huh?
Oh, senor, please, it's bad to let you in.
It's all right, I'm from the police. What's your name?
Juan. Please, senor, I know nothing.
You can help me, Juan. Last night, were you here?
See, last night.
You knew Johnny Parada?
See, everybody know Johnny.
He was here last night talking to Clark.
No, Johnny not here.
Don't lie to the police, Juan. What happened between Clark and Johnny?
I swear, see, I swear Johnny not here last night.
This page torn from the calendar, Juan. It's from the calendar Clark has on his desk, isn't it?
No, sadly.
Listen, Juan, you clean his desk every day. It's his, isn't it, Clark's?
Please, I do not know what happened between them.
Tell me about it. Tell me.
Johnny Coblet, after you, I saw them from back room there. He and Senor Clark, they talk. Johnny writes something on page from calendar. There is anger between them. Johnny goes. That is all I know, police. That is all I know.
Back room, huh? What's in it?
You cannot go in there. You cannot.
Open it.
No, 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 no.
Give me the key. Give it to me.
That's right. No, no.
The room had been torn apart like someone hated it, torn it into little pieces. It had been done in a kind of mechanized fury. Legs ripped from tables and chairs, wooden files ripped from walls. And on the floor, a litter of colored paper. I picked one of them up, a paper with numbers on it, and another, all of them, lottery slips. And out of the crazy pattern was an answer. Clark ran the barrio lottery from this room.
They came, they smashed everything. They beat Senor Clark till he bleeded. Then they took him away.
Who?
I will not tell you.
Where'd they take him?
They hit me. They make me swear by my mother. I will not tell.
What?
But I tell you. To a basement, empty house on corner 108th Street. You will not tell. I told you.
Pull your hands behind your neck, Mr. Clover. Do it, do it. By authority, this knife at your back.
I made a big mistake, Vincent. I didn't figure you killed your brother.
Walk through the door. One of our lookouts saw you approach. Open the door. Down those steps. What do you think of it, Mr. Clover?
What there was to think about was a tension, an emotion etched against the peeling whitewashed walls. Men of the barrio sitting on orange crates, leaning against the rotting timbers, their attitude filled with the terrible silence of men who could pass down death. And in the center of the circle they shaped, directly beneath a light bulb strung from the ceiling, a man who held all of terror in his pleading hands. His name was Roy Clark.
Help me! Help me! Help me!
You know what this is, Mr. Clover?
Yeah, a kangaroo court.
Precisely. Now you'll understand why I didn't want to place him into Maria. We handle such matters in our own way.
There have been enough killings, Vincent.
Just one more.
We can hold you for murder.
I know.
You're a policeman. You have a gun. Get me out of here.
If you make a move, Mr. Clover, this knife will find your heart.
You're crazy. You don't know what you're doing.
We know. We're putting a man on trial. Miro, come here. Take my knife, Miro. Hold it on Mr. Clover. If he moves...
You people, I've helped you. I'm your friend.
Weep, Senor Clark. Weep the tears you never shed for Emilio and for my brother.
Listen to me.
Wait, listen. We own our lives here in the barrio. Our jobs, our marriages, our pleasures. But it gives you no right to own our dying.
I think you're wrong. I was Johnny's friend. Emilio's, too.
Vincent, it's wrong to do it like this.
If you make a move, then Miro will kill you. Miro, you won a great deal of money in the lottery. See? You never got it.
Let me explain how it was.
Emilio was your runner, so you killed him, so no money would have to be paid out, so the winner of the lottery would never know from whom to collect.
No, it wasn't...
And Johnny Parada, my brother. You murdered him because he knew of this. Friends! Muerte. You have to die, Senor Clark.
No! Say, I beg you.
Get up.
Please.
Walk, senor. Walk to the door and look at the outside. Look at freedom. Walk! Walk!
Vincent!
No need for that, Vincent.
Johnny's gun, Mr. Clover. You may take it.
Clark would have died anyhow. The law would have seen to it.
Perhaps. I took no chances. Now I'll go with you, Mr. Clover.
Twilight touches Broadway now. It's the hour of going home, the subway hour of the tired faces, the time of the blue plate special. But soon is the instant when a man will dart from a doorway, beckon over his shoulder to another. Then the mob will gather and scream its heart out at the night. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's story and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to join us next week at the same time when Detective Danny Clover returns again with Broadway's My Beat. Broadway's My Beat, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The program is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. Included in tonight's cast were Sarah Selby, Francis Cheney, Lou Merrill, Jack Crucian, Herb Butterfield, and Anthony Barrett. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, the thrilling drama of murder and mystery and the people who walk the Great White Way, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
In the summer's heat, Broadway is a wasteland, sullen, a place of regret. It's a time when the breeze puffs in from the river, dies suddenly before it touches your dampened cheek. The time when you wake up already exhausted, then pause before your office door and consider arson. Broadway fans itself with a newspaper and finds fascination watching a fat fly crawl against a sweating window. The thing to do is give up, except you've got a job, except you've got to pay the rent, pick up the check, buy the beer, leave the tip, meet the installment. July or not, you've got to make a living, kid. For my part, I would rather have been at Jones Beach, but I wasn't. The apartment was expensive, but something had gone wrong. The upended furniture, the torn drapes, the slick paintings abstracted into crazy angles against the wall, the empty liquor bottles. The place was a mess, which included the man who nagged at me.
You've been doing nothing but walk around. Say something to me, so I'll know you're working.
I'm working, Mr. Chelsea. I walk around and observe and jot little things down in this little book, and that's what I get paid for.
You don't care, do you? What do you care if someone's been killed? Slashed to death.
Show me a body and I'll help you weep.
If you'd only listen to me. Stop walking around and hear what I've got to say.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Chelsea.
Something's happened to Celia.
Celia Jordan, that's the name, isn't it? So I'll know.
Why don't you pay attention? Look at those spots over there. Blood. I'd say they were blood.
Drunks have a habit of getting themselves nicked. I can show you statistics.
Something's happened to Celia.
Mr. Chelsea, why are you here? What are you doing in this apartment? I asked you that 10 minutes ago, and you told me something's happened to Celia. What are you doing here?
I had a date with her tonight. I have one with her almost every night.
I see. Is this Miss Jordan's photograph? She's young, about 22, I'd say. But then I'm not very good on guessing ages. For instance, I'd say you were about 53.
51.
You see what I mean? I'm not very good about ages.
Something's happened.
Don't do that again, Mr. Chelsea.
Well, something has. And I know why, too.
Now I'll listen to you.
I've known Celia for 3 years. Met her at a banquet for my corporation stockholders. She was there because, well, if you must know, well, she was in a cake.
You met her in a cake, Mr. Chelsea?
Well, I pulled the ribbon that was attached to this big cake on the table, and Celia popped out.
That sometimes happens.
And it was just about this time that Cliff went away.
Cliff?
Cliff Moore. A boy that Celia used to know. He was in the Army, went overseas with the occupation forces 3 years ago.
I see. And you took over.
Cliff is back now. Celia told me. She said she saw Cliff on the street and he recognized her. But she didn't recognize him.
Oh? Why?
She found out Cliff was discharged for mental reasons. Something about he was hurt on maneuvers. Oh, I don't know.
You're trying to say that this Cliff...
That this Cliff has done harm to Celia. That's what I'm trying to say. What about those bloodstains? What do you think I'm trying to say?
It could have been nothing, or it could have been what the man said, a violence, unknown, unshaped, born and nurtured in the December love of the man for a woman. And finally, the violence assuming its pattern and its texture, the room torn in anger, the room empty of the woman, the room stained with blood. And the policeman has to make sure. He calls the men from technical, and they come with their scales and their rules and the sharp little knives. And they scrape and measure and weigh. The blood is human blood. Does it equal death? And that's an equation a policeman has to solve. At the hotel where Cliff Moore lived, they told me he'd checked out. No, he hadn't left a forwarding address. And that meant an all-points bulletin on Cliff Moore and Celia Jordan. And in a few hours, a call from Detective Muggavan. A bartender on 3rd Avenue had recognized a picture of Celia Jordan. Would I care to come down and check? I cared.
Hi, Danny.
Well, Muggavan, which one recognized the picture?
Charlie over there. Hey, Charlie.
Another set's coming up, Detective Muggavan.
No, Charlie. Just you. No more beer.
What'll it be, Detective Muggavan?
This is Danny Clover, Charlie, the detective handling the case I was telling you about.
Oh, Charlie.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Danny.
Muggavan tells me you recognize Celia Jordan's picture. Was she in here?
Well, no, she was that. And not alone. With a man, and well, she might be. She's that pretty.
When was that?
Oh, yesterday, toward the cool of evening. In the twilight cocktail hour. They sat at that marble-top table with the romantic crack in its surface.
What time did they leave?
Oh, around 8, I'd say. They were hungry, went off to eat.
How do you know?
The girl was so pretty, I kept hovering around the table. That way, willy-nilly, I was forced to eavesdrop.
Were you forced to hear where they went?
Oh, I was indeed. To Matthew's, the steakhouse on 2nd Avenue it was.
You waited on this girl?
I'm certain of it. Of course, yes.
Was she with anyone?
She was. A young man. A nervous, temperamental type, I'd classify him. The way he handled his eating tools. The way he addressed himself to his food. All symptoms of a
How
highly
long were they here?
A modest time. They ate neither too quickly nor slowly. Rather rare in these times.
How long?
An hour and a half, an hour and 40 minutes. What does it matter, one way or another?
They left here around 10 o'clock.
Around 10 o'clock.
Did you...
Permit me to anticipate your question, friend. They left by cab. Yellow cab.
Yeah, I picked them up at a steak joint on 2nd. What's the matter? They committed something?
Where'd you take them?
To the girl's apartment on 63rd. Man tells me to wait. I wait. An hour and a half, 2 hours. My meter is abloom with money. Down he comes and spoils it all.
Alone?
All alone. I gather that they, What does it matter what I gather? Anyway, I take the guy to the address he gives me.
Where?
The Suffolk Hotel on 71st. He committed something?
Yeah, come on in. Well, don't stand there. Come on in.
You're Cliff Moore?
I'll close the door and sit down, will you?
We've been looking for you, Cliff.
Now, that's mighty nice.
The police.
Oh, I know what. The census taker missed me.
You know why we've been looking for you?
Gosh.
Huh?
I don't know you well enough, so I said gosh. That's because my cigarette just rolled off the table. Step on it, huh? Thanks. You were looking for me. Why?
Because of Celia Jordan.
She's coming back to me on bended knee, and she's rousted the whole police department to find me. Good, sweet, four-square Celia.
She's missing, Cliff. We found bloodstains in her apartment.
That guy, that Paul Chelsea, beat her up? Oh, I'll bet she had fun.
Cliff, we know you were with Celia last night. We know you took her home, spent some time in her apartment.
Swell.
What happened between you and her yesterday?
Walked and talked and sipped a few and had a steak. You know, boy and girl, hand in hand. The things magazine ads are made of.
What happened in her apartment?
Oh, sad time. She had a smile all rehearsed to drag out for the occasion. You're a nice boy, Cliff, and we did have fun, but you're broke. The best you can expect is $50 a week if you're your type of successful. Anyway, Cliff, there's the thing. She didn't know how to say it, so she called it the thing. She said it in capital letters.
About what?
I got a medical discharge from the Army because I'm a nervous boy. Post-war Germany made me nervous. Also a live landmine during maneuvers.
What else?
I don't know. So you can't find Celia, huh?
No, we can't.
Now, when you find her, let me know if she needs any help.
Sure. Don't run away, Cliff.
You kidding? I sit here and run away all the time. Because I'm a nervous boy.
Look what I got on the tray, Danny. Nice surprise, huh?
Huh?
Come on, sit down, Danny, and I will cater to you.
What in the name of...
Iced tea, Danny. Look, boiled hot water, courtesy the lab boys with their Bunsen burners. Cubes of ice, courtesy the deft hand of Gino Tartaglia, purloining from a water cooler. Tea bags, courtesy Mrs. Tartaglia, who is friendly with the friendly jewel tea man. Glasses, courtesy...
Gino, what have I ever done?
Well, you have been considerate and kind to me, Danny. So this is just a small token of the... Well, how do you want it? With or without lemon?
With.
The best way to fight the heat. Yeah, coming up, Danny.
Gino?
Yeah, I know. You want to know, is there any progress in the search for one Celia Jordan vanished? Possibly mayhem committed upon. Possibly deceased. Stop me if I'm wrong.
No, go ahead.
There is no progress. Anything else, Danny?
No, I guess there's nothing else, Gino. Excuse me.
Certainly.
Thank you. Danny Clover speaking.
I understand you've been looking for me, Mr. Clover.
Who is this?
Celia Jordan.
Are you all right?
Not a mark on you, Mr. Clover, anywhere. Come see for yourself. You really should. It'll ease your mind.
But we thought... Where are you, Miss Jordan?
At the Amsterdam Hotel on 34th Street, room 2412. I'll be ready for you.
You see, Mr. Clover, I'm perfectly all right. My arms, my legs, my throat. I wore this sunsuit especially for you, so you could see I was all right. all over. I'm all right.
Miss Jordan.
Except inside. Since I called you, it's funny. Inside, it doesn't feel so good. Inside, it hurts.
Here, let me help you. Lie down here on this couch.
Thanks. You know something is...
Don't talk. I'll go get a doctor.
No, don't go. It really hurts. It hurts bad. Don't go. Help me.
Even after death touched her, whispered to her eyes, pleaded with me. And the attitude of her body was a beggar's, contorted in pain, twisted in longing, grotesque with despair. And suddenly she could no longer reject it. And her body eased with the acceptance, was stilled because the poison inside her was stilled. Its shadow on her lips, in her eyes, and the violence that had been marked for Celia Jordan was finally hers. Celia Jordan was dead.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. We now continue with Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Summer begins its long dying. Broadway reacts to the process about the same as anywhere else, with regret, with a smile and closed eyes. Except on Broadway, there'll be more things to remember, huh, kid? The evenings just as twilight washed over you, and the lights on the translux flicker like fireflies, and dance out the dance of how it is to be at war in the summertime. And the cool evening breeze from the air-cooled movie, refreshing, till the newsreel sends out a cold wind. You shiver and move to another place. Because in summer, a man needs something he can hold on to, something to latch onto, like the murder of that girl there in that hotel, in the sunsuit, poisoned, murdered, saying the last word she ever said into the ears of a policeman. And the next morning at headquarters, the policeman sits in his office, remembering her words, but finding in them no trace of a murderer's name. And then a door opens, and a voice that's welcome calls you.
Danny?
And it's Dr. Sinsky.
Danny, this heat, this inferno, can take the heart out of a man.
Well, sit over there by the window, Doctor.
Yeah.
Pretty girl might walk by and set a cool breeze in motion.
Dreamer.
Yeah, it's no good, huh, Doctor? You can't put it off, huh?
No, Danny, that's why I'm here.
Yeah.
I wish it could be just a chat, but man wishes and death. The report on Celia Jordan.
Poisoned?
You were right, Danny. The girl was poisoned. What kind doesn't matter much. What matters is that there was enough to kill her. What pain must have been hers.
How long?
Poison that takes maybe 3 hours to act with 5 minutes of terrible pain at the end.
Anything else, Doctor?
You asked me to examine her for a cut or a wound.
Well?
There was nothing, Danny. Her skin was not even scratched. Not even the shadow of a bruise. This is important?
Yeah, because it might give me her murderer. Excuse me, Doctor.
Muggavan here.
Danny, I want you to take a plant, Muggavan.
Okay, Danny. Where? Who?
Suffolk Hotel on 71st. Cliff Moore.
First Cliff Moore. Got it, Danny.
This Cliff Moore, he murdered the girl?
Maybe, but I don't think so.
Oh? This is a day for riddles, huh, Danny?
No, Doctor. This is a day where I get a choice. I get 2 suspects for the price of 1.
Yes?
My name's Danny Clover. I'm from the police. Are you...
Mrs. Chelsea. You have the correct house?
Yes.
Well, then please come in.
Thank you. Mrs. Chelsea,
Sit down, please.
All right.
Yes?
I wanted to talk to your husband.
Oh, I'm afraid not. He's not home, you know.
I stopped at his office. He wasn't there either.
No, of course not.
Then where is he?
Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. I really don't know where he is. The bother of it is...
Don't you care where he is?
Paul? My husband? Oh, no.
Mrs. Chelsea...
Is Paul in trouble?
Yes, he is.
Well, fix your drink if you'd like.
No, don't bother. It's in connection with a murder.
Yeah, the one in this morning's paper. Celia Jordan's.
You know about her?
Well, Paul doesn't think I do, but I know all about her. I'm fortunate. Some women never know why suddenly they come to hate the men they used to love. They blame it on routine, getting old, habit. So silly.
And you hate your husband?
Because of Celia Jordan. Has he murdered her?
Maybe. Maybe someone else. We'll find out.
Oh, I wouldn't suspect anyone else if I were you. That'd be stupid. Paul killed that girl.
He told you he did?
Well, as much as did that.
Oh?
I confess it. I listen in on his telephone conversations. He thinks I eat chocolates when I lie in bed. Oh, I do, but I listen to his conversations on the extensions. Not much fun, but then it's not much effort either.
What are you trying to tell me, Mrs. Chelsea?
That girl was blackmailing Paul.
Oh?
$50,000.
Was your husband going to pay it?
Well, he said he'd meet her at the Amsterdam hotel, but I know it wasn't to pay the money. Oh, my, of course not. $50,000, Paul?
And I guess he did commit murder if what you say is true.
Please understand me. I'm plump, I'm a henhead, I eat chocolate, and I sleep most of the day. I'm a woman in her late 40s, so I would lie. But not to help Paul. Not Paul.
Then you're glad your husband might be held for murder.
Well, I'll miss him. His not coming home when he usually does might throw my days off. It'll be an effort to get used to it, but on the whole, Mr. Clover...
Yes?
On the whole, I'm glad about it. Delighted. As a matter of fact, nothing nicer's happened to me in a long time. I'd like that drink, Mr. Clover, wouldn't you?
I said no thanks, which gave Mrs. Chelsea reason to pop a fruit-filled nougat in her mouth. She didn't offer me one of those, so I knew my time was up. I left. I checked Muggavan. Cliff Moore hadn't stirred, Muggavan told me. Then to find Mr. Chelsea. Back to his office. Not in. Try his club. I tried his club. Not in. Try the bar around the corner. Not there. So I went to a place without being told. The apartment where I'd first met Mr. Chelsea. Why, I reasoned, shouldn't Mr. Chelsea be there again? For the sake of sweet old nostalgia. The door was open. I walked in. The place looked better. Neat. Everything in its place. The pictures. Furniture. Mr. Chelsea. I knew it was him because once I'd noticed he was getting bald. The pattern of it was the same. But Mr. Chelsea had been battered, beaten with a fury that demanded a lot of pain get there before death did. The pain had made it. So had death. Now it gave me a new place to go.
Here, Danny. Here I am. Shade of this doorway.
Cliff Moore?
He's in his room in the hotel, hasn't stirred from it. What's the matter, Danny? You don't look good. Looks like more than the heat.
I just cut myself a murderer.
Oh?
Yeah, Paul Chelsea.
Well, that should make you look good. Anyway, better.
Those blood stains he showed me in Celia Jordan's room, they were his, from a cut under his arm. I saw it. I took the bandage off.
So why so gloomy? You got him.
He staged the whole thing, the room in a shambles, the blood stains on the floor. He figured killing was easier than paying blackmail. But he made a mistake.
What's the matter with you, Danny? Of course he did, so why...
Not that kind of mistake. He got himself beaten up. Beaten to death, but for sure, with an andiron.
Cliff Moore?
I think so. Go back to headquarters, Muggavan. I won't need you anymore.
Come in. Oh, it's you.
You came back to me. Isn't that interesting?
You are, Cliff.
Doctors find me so. Sometimes kids. And women. This I understand. But you? Now that throws me.
You interest me because you're a murderer.
Point of information. Who did I murder?
Paul Chelsea.
Oh, him. So why did I murder him?
A simple motive, an old one. You loved Celia. You beat Chelsea to death with andiron because he killed your Celia.
Every minute I learn new things. This Chelsea, Celia's good companion. He killed her, huh?
I think so.
A puzzle. Why did this old Mr. Chelsea murder something young and precious and vibrant, like they say, like Celia?
You can answer that all by yourself, can't you, Cliff?
Yes, I can. He killed her because she was going to blackmail him. Did you know this whole blackmail thing was all my idea? Because I'm cynical and sick? The proud possessor of a medical discharge?
Let's go, Cliff. Stop it, Cliff. I said let's go.
Let's go on and hit me. There's nothing I could do to you, so hit me.
What?
Look at my hands, my arms. I can't lift them no more than that. That live mine I told you about, it fixed them like that. I can lift them maybe 4 inches. That's what makes me so interesting. That's how I can take an andiron and beat a man to death when I can't even open a door or lift a cigarette off the floor without crawling like an animal. You call me a murderer? Oh, thanks, Mr. Clover.
Oh, hi. And I was just dozing off, too. What now?
May I come in, Mrs. Chelsea?
Oh, and I was just dozing off, too.
I have to talk to you.
Oh, please come in. Oh, I hope this won't take too long. Sit down.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, what now, Mr. Clover?
But Paul.
Oh, Paul.
He's dead.
Oh, you're silly.
He's dead, Mrs. Chelsea.
He is? Paul? What? Why, you're not kidding me. He really is, isn't he?
Uh-huh.
Well, you better leave me alone, Mr. Clover. The things I said about him, you won't believe me if I cry.
No, I won't.
I don't blame you. Please, please go away. Who killed him?
You don't know?
Who killed Paul?
It was this way. Your husband murdered Celia Jordan.
I told you that.
Because she demanded blackmail. Because she threatened to tell you about what Paul had been doing.
And I knew about it all the time. Errors. A comedy of errors. Tragedy.
The blackmail was a scheme whipped up between Celia and her boyfriend, Cliff Moore.
And this boy, this Cliff, he killed my husband.
Why should Cliff do that?
Why? Oh, my. You ask me that? A police?
Yeah, that's what I asked you.
Well, I think it's obvious, don't you? Paul kills his girl, Cliff shoots my husband.
I didn't say your husband was shot.
Oh.
Your husband was beaten to death.
Oh. Cliff beat him to death.
You know, I've come to know your husband, working on this case, peeking into small corners of his life. He was a man I can understand. I feel sorry for him.
Tell me how, so I can feel sorry for him, too. I suppose I owe that to Paul.
The man is 50. He knows it, realizes that the rest of his life has to be lived. Something he wanted all his life and missed. Something like that passes close to him. He clutches onto it.
I don't understand you at all.
Something like a beautiful girl, a sympathetic girl.
Celia?
You can't really blame him now, can you, Mrs. Chelsea? After all,
He had his own home. He had me. What's wrong with me? Go ahead, tell me. I can take it. What's wrong?
You couldn't hold your husband.
Why? Why couldn't I hold him? Tell me why.
Celia Jordan, young, beautiful, warm. Her mind was lithe, young.
You filth, you like Paul.
Was kind to Paul.
Filth.
Something he wanted all his life.
Filth.
Something he didn't have with you. That's why you killed him.
Beat him, and beat him, and beat him until he was dead. He died too quickly. He wouldn't even give me that satisfaction. Filth!
Let's go, Mrs. Chelsea. When dawn touches Broadway, the shadows linger for one final caress, then leave and take away the night. A cloud drifts, and far away a bird dips and touches it with a wing. The time has come for the day. The people wake, the fury gathers. The crowd funnels into the streets. Walk easy, kid. The shock is on. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. The makers of Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's story and that you're enjoying Wrigley Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to join us next week at this time when Detective Danny Clover returns again with Broadway's My Beat. Broadway's My Beat, brought to you by Wrigley Spearmint Gum, is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis with music composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The program is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. Included in tonight's cast were Irene Tedrow, Joyce McCluskey, Jack Crucian, Earl Ross, Jack Edwards, and Tom Holland. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, the thrilling drama of murder and mystery and the people who walk the Great White Way with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
A time comes finally to Broadway when the emptiness is big, when solitude walks the street, arrogant and brazen. It's a time when the neon carnival is wound down, when the blazing furnace of light darkens and grows cold. And on the pavements, glistening with the tears of despair, the stragglers walk. They plead for a door to open, for a light to be turned on. Solitude is at their heels. Please, kid, for a friend. But it's no good, kid. Broadway's closed for the night. But there are side streets where it's never closed, where trumpets scream and saxes weep. In the 50s, for instance. In a little joint called the 34 Club, for instance, where I was, where death was. And this time it was a circular platform raised above the bar with a piano on it, and a dead man resting his head on the keys, and all of it defined in the darkness by a spotlight that changed colors, and all of it revolving like a big toy, slow, round and round. And the man tries to explain to you why it wasn't turned off.
It isn't that we were sitting here enjoying the spectacle of it, Mr. Clover. It's just that in cases of murder, I read someplace you're not supposed to touch nothing. But nothing.
It was going around like that when...
Before, during, and after the murder. Hey, you got yourself a puzzle. How to figure out from where the shot came from with that platform going round and round and round.
Turn it off.
I'm glad somebody finally came through with an order. There. I'm a man who doesn't function very well, Mr. Clover, unless somebody gives me an order. Spineless, that's me.
Still, you manage this place, Mr. Darby. You own it, too, huh?
Sure. But what courage does that take? The decisions are made by Kay. She hires the musicians, pays the salaries. That's my wife, Kay. You ever heard her sing, Mr. Clover? Like a dream you don't talk about to nobody.
She hired the man up there?
Absolutely. Heard him playing piano in some forlorn joint. Hired him on the spot. He was very great, that boy, on the piano.
What else about him, Mr. Darby?
What else about Harry Brett? He's dead with a bullet hole in him.
Maybe you can tell me why.
Maybe I can. Want to hear, Mr. Clover?
Uh-huh.
I got a good why. Harry Brett was singing siren songs into the ear of my wife, Kay.
That could be motive, couldn't it?
Yeah. Uh-huh. It could.
Did your wife listen?
My wife, Kay? You won't mind asking her yourself. You won't mind at all.
Now tell me how it happened.
I wish I could, Mr. Clover, but I just can't.
Try.
Oh, it's no use. Because I was out on the sidewalk at the time, communing with something or someone.
It has no name, this something?
No. But I can give you a list of witnesses on the street who witnessed me communing. They know the look that comes over me. That's how they know. You want the list?
Yeah, but later. You'll stick around so you can give it to me later.
I got no place else to go. Just no place.
Who can tell me how it happened?
Jack over there. Jack Gage, the boy sitting at the bar crying because his friend is dead.
He's sorry the pianist is dead.
Sure. Somebody has to play a dirge at a funeral, don't they, Mr. Clover? Don't they?
Harry, you were too good to die, kid. Too good.
Mr. Gage, I'll have to ask you some questions from the police.
You have to?
Tell me what happened.
We were on the platform up there, turning round and round, playing good. Harry was playing so good it hurt you inside. I still hear it. It still hurts.
Just you and Harry were up there?
Me on clarinet and Harry on piano and the trumpet.
The trumpet?
Charlie Walker. Charlie the trumpet and I the clarinet were out. Harry took it away from us. Nobody could play against what he was doing. It hurt.
That's when he was shot?
Yeah, there was a shot. At first I thought it was a drum, but then I knew it wasn't a drum because there's no drum in the number. The drum's out with the rum.
Who talks about me? Who talks about me when my back is turned? Out of my way. It's burning. I gotta put it out.
Take a minute. Who are you?
You don't know. Ray Richard. I beat out heartbeats for the people on the drums. What are you, an agent? Hey, Jack. Why the tears without tears?
Oh, go die. Beat out your own march and go die.
I'll do that. It was burning me up and I didn't know what. A death march, that's what's inside me. A jazz time death march. Hey, who died beside me?
Harry Brett. He was murdered.
I gotta play him into the other world. I gotta. Hey, you kill him, Jack? You kill him because you love him so much?
Oh, that dirty, rotten
Leave him alone, Jack. He's drunk.
That don't give him the right. Listen to him play. Listen to that crazy, crazy man.
You haven't told me yet how it was, Jack.
Huh? Oh, about Harry? Well, there was this shot. And Harry goes, oh, like that, oh. And he puts his head on the keys and dies. And nobody cares. Everybody runs away. Harry dies and they run away.
Where did they run?
Where did who run? Be specific. It's the time to be specific.
The trumpet. Charlie Walker.
Who knows?
Kay Darby.
To her apartment, I bet. Right down the street, number 16. Call on her. Tell her I sent you. Tell her that. Yeah? What?
Kay Darby live here?
You're who?
Danny Clover, police.
All right. You'll be in the way, but all right.
I was told I'd be able to find Kay Darby here.
Who can find Kay Darby? Guys like you? People who come knocking on a door? Ask me about Kay Darby. I'll try to translate her to you.
Let's not bother, huh? Where is she?
It's a little late, isn't it? 3:30 in the A and the M?
In the next room? Get her.
If so say you. But only because you got a badge tucked away. Kay? Visitor, Kay. Man from the police, Kay. He wants to find you.
I'm Danny Clover. There's some things I want to ask you.
Yes?
About Harry Brett.
Don't mind him, Mr. Clover. Charlie here thinks anyone who doesn't play a trumpet might as well be making music with a comb and tissue paper.
You feel that way, huh, Charlie? Charlie who?
Hey, what's the matter with you, Mr. Clover? Been away from the world for 6 years? I'm Charlie Walker.
Charlie blows a trumpet.
And you sing, isn't that right, Kay?
That's right.
Why did you leave the 34 Club after the shooting?
I was upset.
She was upset. Leaned on old Charlie Walker for strength in time of need.
You came here with Charlie?
Yeah. I left word about leaving. Seeing Harry dead, I knew what would happen if I stayed.
Oh? What?
I'd want to keep looking at him lying there. I wanted to see him. What's it matter? Just that I left word that I'd be here with Charlie, so if the police wanted to question us, we'd be here.
What can you tell me about Harry?
A lot. He could play the piano like an angel. His fingers touched my arm too much when we talked. I hated the sight of him. Does that take care of it?
Where were you when Harry was shot?
Sitting with me at the bar.
That's right.
Charlie?
Why a mess about a lousy piano player?
You hated him too, huh?
From the top of his toupee to tippy toes. He was egotistical, vain, selfish, snobbish. He loved himself. Know the kind of guy I mean?
He had me there. And after that, a moth started to whir around the light bulb. We all saw it at the same time. We watched it. There was nothing more to say. Suddenly, we all got tired and wished everybody'd go away. I walked Charlie out to the street. He hailed his cab. I hailed mine. I went home, went to sleep. The next morning, I went through the motions. Get up and breakfast and the morning papers propped against the sugar bowl and to work. Check in at headquarters and let them know you're calling on Ray Richard, drummer. Because when you saw Ray Richard a little while ago, he wasn't in condition to talk about murder. Maybe the morning would change it all. When I got to his door, Ray's Hymn to the Sun had a feathery quality to it. Ray looked better.
Hi. Come on in.
Thanks. Did I interrupt?
No. Sit down. Me too. I'm woozy. I'm really woozy, almost knocking over my drums.
That's quite an outfit of drums you got there.
Uh-huh.
I heard you play a little bit last night. Interesting.
Interesting? Why was it interesting?
I don't know.
I'm grateful you remember me because of my drums.
Just that it was strange. A man gets killed and you react by...
By doing this? By doing that?
Uh-huh.
For Harry Brett, pianist, his phrase for his dying. See, I'm lucky.
Lucky?
And people, things, I react to them. Everything has its tempo. I don't need words.
I see.
You? You. A policeman.
Look, Ray.
Kay Darby. You know her? That's Kay, exactly her.
What about yourself?
Me. Now it works out. End of show.
Not really that, Ray. I'm trying to find out whether you killed Harry Brett.
Not me. You're wrong about that. I mourned for him.
Yeah, I heard.
When you left the club. Later, after that, I took a walk. A Skid Row type walk. As the night and the thing that happened to Harry needed that. You can't leave death quickly. You can't have it touch you and go home and forget it.
Ray.
You got to do it gently, so I went back to the dying and the half alive. And I came home and tried to hold the feel of it, the tempo of it, with my drums. And I could let it go, but I couldn't work that out either. I was trying...
When night came up here?
Yeah.
Where were you when Harry was killed?
I can't give you addresses.
What do you mean?
I had a half-hour break from the bandstand, boozed it up, and a couple of joints around.
Why didn't you stay at the 34 Club? They got a liquor license.
It's enough to play there. I don't have to live my half-hour breaks there.
Are you glad Harry's dead?
Doesn't make any difference. I'll hire another piano player.
Did you kill him?
No. I'd be afraid to kill.
You've got a tempo for that, too?
Yeah, I have. Would you like to hear it?
Not now, Ray. But stick around your drums, in case the yen suddenly hits me.
Danny?
Come in, Tartaglia.
Thanks. A toughie, huh?
What is?
This murder of this piano player. It isn't fair to the ballistics department how this murder of this piano player was performed.
Got them worried, huh?
Yeah, indeed. This guy getting shot on a revolving stage. How are they supposed to find out where the shot came from?
Toughie, huh?
You took the words out of my mouth. The shot could have come from any place. The line of the bullet being a secant to a revolving circle whose formula is pi r squared to the nth power.
Oh? Will you excuse me?
That goes without saying.
Thank you.
You're welcome, I'm sure.
Danny Clover speaking.
I told you I was afraid, Mr. Clover.
Who is this?
Ray Richard, please.
The drummer?
Of course it is.
What's the matter with you?
A guy's been hanging around out front.
What guy? What are you trying to say?
I just saw him come into the house. Listen.
I don't hear anything. Ray.
No.
Ray, what is it? The shots and the scream held the tight blend of terror. And I rode it, followed it behind the siren, gouging a channel through the streets. It took 6 minutes to get to Ray's room. The room was empty. No Ray, nothing. Correction. The room was flooded with music coming from a phonograph. That and a streak of blood on the rug, lending its own touch to the shrieking room. But most of all, it was the music. A record. I looked at it. Tempo for timpani, it was called. The room didn't need it. It needed another quality. The quality that came after violence. The tempo of silence, maybe. Of death. And wherever Ray Richard was right now, I had a feeling he was covered with it.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. We now continue with Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway's a place that can get excited about a lot of things. Joe Louis and war coming out of retirement. The Terrible Turk pinned the referee at St. Nicholas Arena. And up in Central Park, Robert, the rhinoceros, had twins and had his name changed to Alice. Broadway stands in front of the Paramount Building and gawks at the Trans-Lux. I didn't have it so good. Reason? A pianist named Harry Brett was shot on a revolving stage in a nightclub. Reason? A trap drum player named Ray Richard had left testimony of death in his room. Reason? I had to go to work. I called headquarters, had an all-points bulletin sent out on Ray Richard. Let them know I was on my way back to the 34 Club. In the early afternoon, the place was bleak, without reason, pointless. Like an old false face that hung on a dime store shelf for too many Halloweens. Kay Darby was sitting at the bar making a pattern of wet stains with the bottom of her glass. When she saw me, she looked as if she wished I'd never happened.
Oh, not again, Mr. Clover.
Why not?
Many's a time I meet someone and say to myself, oh, not again.
And you're telling yourself that now, huh?
Sit down if you want. I only make the offer because sometimes breeding gets the better of me.
Maybe I should tell you, Kay.
Don't tell me. You want me to shiver when you point your finger at me and say I'm a suspect for murder. Save it. I wouldn't even shrug.
Did you kill Harry?
No. Nope. Look, you don't understand, do you?
Understand what?
About me. I'm trying to get it over to you. I'm being in a dull gray mist. I was getting ready to salt my beer with a tear when you walked in.
Oh?
Yepper. This whole thing that's killing, it's going to break Lou to the nub.
Lou, your husband. You mean the publicity?
He was just getting this little gin mill afloat. Now?
Tell me this, Kay. How close were you with Ray Richard?
Drummer boy Ray?
That's right.
What would I want with him?
You tell me.
He's talented.
I know.
Once I was with him where people drink out of glass thimbles and listen to violin music. He beat out for my amusement a rhythm with the fiddle with pickle forks. What about Ray?
He's missing. Maybe...
Wait a minute, the bar phone. Yes? Yes, he's here. Someone from your side of the tracks wants to talk to Mr. Clover.
Thanks. Hello?
Danny? We got Richard, Danny. Found him.
Hold him, Gino. I'll be right down.
Go by way of the East River docks, Danny. That's where they fished him out. Drowned. Dead.
At the docks, the heat clawed at the mounted policemen, at their horses, and they in turn clawed at the crowd with the pale, sullen face, rejecting the heat, the stain of heat on its body, on its clothes, dodging, scurrying from under the hooves of the rearing, sweating animals, because the spectacle of death was for free. The crowd would not be denied by man or beast or element. And from the river, the vapors of night were beginning to rise in the distant moan of a ship as it entered into the horizons of night. And death had shaped itself a proper setting. And some unknown to you moved across it, pushed his way through the supernumeraries, found you, spoke to you.
Yeah, come on, Danny. I'll get through the crowd.
Where is he, Muggavan?
Down the edge of the dock. Boys have fished him out, laid him out in one of the machine sheds. All right, one side, please.
One more shot of you.
Oh, will you please step aside? Yeah, I'm here, Danny. Here, I'll uncover him.
Oh.
Yeah, they shot him up good from up close and threw him in the river.
How long did you say he'd been in the river?
Oh, not long, Danny. Just long enough to... There's no blood on him.
Yeah. Identification?
Yeah, this Musicians Union card, Local 802, issued to Ray Richard. And a driver's license issued to Ray Richard. This check from the 34 Club signed by Kay Darby made out to Ray Richard. Description tallies. And this gold Longines watch, Danny, with the initials RR on the back. That spells Ray Richard, huh?
Yeah, I remember it. Do something for me, Muggavan.
Well, sure, Danny.
Call headquarters. Have them pick up Lou and Kay Darby. And a trumpet.
Huh?
A trumpet named Charlie Walker.
Next time you invite a trumpet player, Danny, pick a spot with better acoustics. This offends the ear, this hole. Listen how it echoes. Hey! See what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Reminds me of a dance crib I played once in Selma, all of BMI. Same acoustics. Same type of studio response. I was playing the trumpet in a manner unknown to this world. And those yokels just lay there, like these stiffs.
Stop it, Charlie. You're disgusting.
What's the matter, Lou? You develop a set of taste all of a sudden?
No. Just that with all these dead around me gives me the feeling I should commune with something. Why did you bring Charlie and me here, Mr. Clover?
I want you to identify a body we found in the East River.
Someone we have pleased, or vice versa?
That's a good question. Take all the time you need. I want you to be sure.
The shape is familiar, but the face, it's hard to tell.
Mr. Darby?
I recognize the suit. Uh-huh. I recognize him. Uh-huh.
You know who it is?
Of course, don't you? I've seen him wear it many times. Therefore, the body belongs to
Ray Richard?
Of course, Ray Richard. I only hesitated because a man doesn't rush into a thing like this.
What do you say, Charlie?
Ray Richard.
Recognize this ring?
Of course I do, Mr. Clover. That's Ray's, all right. He pawned it with me many times when he needed more money for more booze.
All right, that's all.
He was murdered, huh?
Uh-huh, Charlie.
What makes Lou and me your darlings? Other people could have killed Ray, tossed him in the water.
Like who, Charlie?
Like the clarinet, Jack Gage. Like Kay, the Song of Songs.
By the way, Mr. Darby, where's Kay?
I've been waiting for you to tell me why she isn't here.
She was at the club the last time I saw her. Why?
She's not there anymore. Upstairs, they say she's not anywhere. Where is she, Mr. Darby?
You mean Kay's disappeared? You mean you can't find her? You gotta find her. I'm nothing without Kay. You gotta find her, you hear?
I hear. And we will, Mr. Darby. Honest, we will.
Attention, all cars. Attention, all cars. 9:33 p.m. Pick up Kay Darby. She is 5 feet 4 inches tall. Weight about 121. She has black hair, dark brown eyes.
Danny Clover speaking.
You fellas looking for Kay Darby?
Who is this?
Jean Brooks. I run the Kit Kat in Harlem. She's here now.
Hold her there.
You come get her.
You're late. She's gone. She's a long time gone.
Where'd she go?
She said she wanted to where the music was real secret. I told her where.
Where?
Brick Wall Club, Lenox Avenue.
Kay Darby. She been in here?
Been, Les.
Where'd she go?
I know. There's a great piano around the corner. Maybe there.
I said Kay Darby.
Now you know. Was, but not now.
You know where she went?
Yeah, I know.
All right, where?
What she was looking for?
Where?
Room upstairs. All the way upstairs. As far as you can go. One room on the last floor. Try it.
She stood there before me in the corridor, blocking the open door. Her eyes closed, head moving back and forth to the rhythm of her wordless song. The music that came from the room in back of her drained her, touched her, flowed over her.
What do you want here?
You found him, huh, Kay?
He won't let me in. He and the other two.
Uh-huh.
They're worshiping something in there. They won't let anybody in. But I'll wait.
Get out of the way, Kay.
No.
Get out of the way. You two. Out. Hello, Ray.
Hi. Hi, Mr. Clover.
We've been looking for you, Ray.
That's funny. I didn't think you would be.
You made a mistake, Ray.
Me?
Uh-huh. Man shot up like that. So little blood in your room. A mistake.
Sure.
Who was he?
Nothing. I looked for a man who was nothing. I found him.
On that walk you took in Skid Row.
Yeah, that's when.
A derelict of the same size and build. You switched clothes with him. Watch, ring, kill him, and threw him in the river with your identification.
Yeah. And didn't fool you, huh?
I think it's the pianist, Harry Brett. Did he need killing, too, Ray?
Uh-huh. Kay hated him. He bothered her. I like Kay around me.
She likes it, too.
Loves it.
Let's go.
Loves it. Loves it.
I didn't stop it. Ray's frenzy. The girl stood in the doorway watching him. In a little while she came into the room and sat at his feet. Then it was over. All over. Nighttime leaps down on Broadway. The revelers swarm the streets to embrace it. Laughter pours into the shadowed places.
And for a time, kid, no despair, just explosions and the sweet promise and have a drink on me. For a time. For a little time. It's Broadway. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's story and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to join us next week at the same time when Detective Danny Clover returns again with Broadway's My Beat. Broadway's My Beat, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis with music composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The program is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, where the twilight lies against the city like gray speckled gauze, ripples off into another world. It's the street of the hurry-up steps, the fast questions, glances, the seekers after the special smile. And you walk it because once Broadway touched you, you can't rub it off, like me. Until a part of it flung itself at me and tore across the face of the night and took me to an alley.
Waiting for you, Danny.
Yeah, where, Muggerman?
Up here, the alley. Go on, beat it. Get away from here. Yeah. There he is, Danny. Shot.
Kid. You'd say about 19.
Yeah, you'd say about right.
Huh?
Yeah. Kid carried his life in his inside coat pocket. Wallet. Stuff.
Hmm? Fighter.
Yeah. Clippings. Must have been pretty good. Jack Giorno. They mean anything to you?
I don't think so.
Giorno. It's like I've heard it. Well, maybe because I follow the fights closer. You ever see that now, will you, Danny? You see? 36 fights, 34 wins. Good record. Mostly club fights in small towns, but a good record.
Small town boy come to fight in the big city, huh?
Yeah, so it looks.
To find a local address?
Yeah, 63rd Street YMCA. Here. I guess the kid overmatched himself, huh, Danny?
The kid enters the city, and it's going to be easy. His fist will knock it over. A left jab, a right cross, a little sweat, some pain. It's all yours, huh, kid? The golden lights that scream your name, the golden women that whisper your name, sweet and easy, like wild honey. But the dark alley, that you didn't count on. You'll lie in the blood of your death and try to explain how it was going to be to the attentive cats. At the YMCA, a courteous fellow poked a courteous finger into a pigeonhole and came up with a note that said if anyone wanted anything of Jack Jorno to contact him at Sol Boone's gym on West 49th. Then the courteous fellow explained the advantage of a Y membership to a fellow of my type. I thanked him, told him I'd consider it. But first I wanted to talk it over with the fellows at Sol Boone's. He understood. Sol's gym was like 1,000 others. Training quarters for other kids like Jorno. A side street arena for the ambitious, the bums, the has-beens, the punch drunks. And over it all, like a muscular mother hen gone to fat Sol Boone.
The left. Give him a left there, kid. That's it, boy. That's a nice boy. Pretty. Oh, hi, Danny.
I'll talk to you, Sol.
I did something?
Break it off up there, Sol. I want to talk to you.
Oh, well, I'm on it. A minute, Danny. All right, crowd him, kid. Come on, crowd him. Smother him. Breathe in his face. Let's go to paint now, kid. Now the hook, boy. Down child. You're down child, baby. Now pick up your worthy opponent and explain it to him what you did to him. Only not here, someplace else. Nice policeman wants to talk to me. Hello, Donnie. How are you? It goes?
It goes, Sol. A kid named Jack Jorno.
Jorno? Oh, very promising chickling, Donnie. Proper handling, Jorno should win fame and fortune and many girl chicklings.
Was he here today?
Sure he was here. He's been here every day since he blew into town. Where else would a kid go for motherly advice? Fisticuffly speaking, but the mother saw gloom.
When did he leave here?
Oh, around 7. I was teaching him a few things. In the middle, he gets a phone call. Says he's got to go. What, a chickling like Jorno's got to go? You don't like? What's the matter, Danny? Jorno did something?
No.
Well, then what's the mishmash? With police, with questions?
Down to him. Kid was shot, Sol. To death.
What? Oh, a chickling like that to die. That breaks the heart. Pushes the pieces under the garbage can.
Do you know anything else about him, Sol, besides...
Into the private life of my boys, I never pried, Danny. All I know is how to tell him to behave nicely in a squared circle.
He must have made friends.
Oh, sure he made friends. That Hawaiian shirt over there. Hey, Billy! Billy Dawson, come over here a minute. You must have seen Billy fight, Danny, when he was good. Now he's worn out, rapidly deteriorating into a bum. Oh, Billy. Hi, kid. How's the chap?
What do you want, Sol?
This is Danny Clover, champ. Detective. It's him who wants.
Oh? You think I can get you what you want, Mr. Clover?
Oh, talk nice, Billy. Our friend here's looking into the murder of Jack Jorno, so talk nice.
Jorno? Murdered? Oh, he's a good kid.
Yeah, murdered. In an alley, about an hour ago.
An hour ago, huh? Just about the time I was given a heavy bag of workout, right, Solly?
Sure, Billy, sure.
Like I said, Mr. Clover, he was a good kid. Me, I talked to his manager. About fighters, you talk to their managers.
Who would that be?
Oh, the same as mine. George Fuller. His place is down the street, the Miller Apartment. He'd be glad to help you. George is helpful. Ask him.
I'll do that, Billy.
Pretty late, huh, Buster?
You're George Fuller?
And what, Buster?
I'm Danny Clover, police.
Oh, come on right in. No offense meant, Buster and all. Take a chair you like.
Yeah. Thanks.
I was having a beer. There's a couple more begging in the icebox.
No.
Like I said, I didn't mean to make an offense. You're the law, huh?
I work at it.
Working now, aren't you? I've got something to do with it?
You got a fighter named Jack Jorno?
Ah, sweet kid. Sweet fighter, Danny. Fast. He'll come. He'll be there when he learns.
He won't learn. He's dead.
Oh, come on, Danny.
Dead. Murdered in an alley.
I told him. What are you going to do with a kid like that? After all I told him.
What'd you tell him?
What did I tell him? To behave himself. To keep his nose clean. A kid like that.
Like what?
Young. You know what I mean? A comer. Future. All he knows is what's in his fist. How do you keep him out of trouble? He gets in the ring and looks over his shoulder to see how many women are in the audience. Then he proceeds. You know what I mean?
Not exactly, Mr. Fuller.
Women.
Jack Jorno got along, huh?
Got along. What are you going to do with a kid like that?
What women?
With ears, Buster. He could pick and choose.
Did he?
Yeah. Yeah, he did. With red hair. Jenny Dorset.
Jenny Dorset. I met a man named Billy Dorset tonight.
You met Jenny's husband. What's left of him. He used to be good. Now there's only what's left of him. You know what I mean?
Where do I find Jenny?
I'll write it down for you, Denny. I told him to keep his nose clean. What do you do with a kid like that?
We can enjoy the music for a spell, and you can go away. It's busy inside.
It is? Who?
Yeah, that's right. Who?
Danny Clover, police.
Oh, good evening, police. Come in. Just stop being busy inside.
You didn't tell me who. I told you. You tell me.
Yeah, natural. Mickey Crystal, light heavy, weight 173. Height 5'9", hair black. Color eyes. Sea green, she tells me.
Jenny Dorset?
Jenny Dorset tells me. Come on in, approve you. Open your eyes, Jenny. I brought you something.
Nice.
What is it? It's a policeman. Named Danny Clover.
It's a lot. It looks like it could be kind. Or cruel. Thank you for bringing it to me, Mickey.
Mrs. Dorset.
You're a present, so call me Jenny.
Mrs. Dorset, I want...
Not always do we get what we want. I want you to call me Jenny. No? About Jack Jorno, huh, Danny?
About Jonah.
He's dead. They stopped the music on the radio to tell me Jack Jorno was dead. I cried because... Then they started the music again.
Hey, look, it's 8 o'clock. I better get out of here.
Not till I let you, Mickey. Nobody goes away from me till I let him.
I'll be late, Jenny.
Tell me again how you did over that boy in Philly.
That you like most of all, won't you, Jenny?
Tell me.
Yeah. It's okay with our friend. I'm sure he's here to spend his time.
Okay. Tell her.
Yeah. Listen, Jenny, listen, Pete. I took him in the second, see? In the first round, I cut him. It hurt him how I cut him. So in the second, I went after it, but I teased him. First hard, like cold iron on his stomach. I didn't want him to know what I was after. Then in the throat, and then the cut. It's okay with you, police?
Where do I get you?
South Blown. He's my mother, like all the other boys. Bye, Jen. Jen.
We were talking about Giorno? Is that what we were talking about?
Who wanted him dead, Mrs. Dorset?
Not me. You see how I am, so you know it wasn't me.
Your husband, then?
Billy? Not Billy.
Billy doesn't care about John or about Mickey?
Maybe he cares. Who cares what Billy cares?
Maybe Billy. Not you.
Once I did a lot. Just Billy was a tiger then. Sleep. Beautiful. Hungry. Mean like a tiger. You seen Billy lately?
Saw him at the gym earlier tonight.
I mean, you seen him fight lately?
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't have to explain to you about Mickey and Jorno. Billy was like them once. Maybe that's what I see in him, huh? The old Billy.
You know, Miss Dorset, I don't care. You'll forgive me. All I care is who killed Jorno.
George Fuller and Billy and me were sitting in a restaurant a few weeks ago. Jorno walked up to us. First time any of us ever laid eyes on him. After that, what Jorno and I talked about was about Jorno and me. There wasn't room for anything else. So how would I know who killed him? Anything else?
Not now.
It is with regret I am letting you go. Goodbye, Danny Clover.
Danny. Oh, Danny, make out like you're solving a crime. Like you're thinking. Like you're stalking a footpath. Huh? Got it.
You know what are you doing? It's 12 o'clock. It's midnight.
Oh, it's the best kind, Danny. How do you like it, Danny? A pixie camera my elder saved up with so I can take pictures of my compatriots at worse than twice. So far, I got Smuggled with a magnifying glass.
Do me a favor, Gino. Gino, get up off the floor.
I was only taking an angle shot. Okay. What favor?
Put the camera away. Talk to me, huh?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Certainly.
What did you find out about Jack Jorno?
Oh, he was a good little fighter, Danny. He sent a wire to Ohio from whence he came.
Hmm?
They wired back. He was a good little fighter. Leastwise, that's what I gathered from the record.
Did a police record come with it?
Indeed, and to wit, a minor fracas involving one woman and husband who went with. $50 fine, which I consider quite normal for such goings on.
What else?
The telephone.
May I?
Certainly.
Danny Clover speaking.
George Fuller, Danny. Oh, boy. Oh.
What's the trouble? What is it?
Get down to my place, Danny. Get here. Bring somebody. Hurry.
Well, what happened?
What happened? What?
Mr. Fuller.
You better get down here.
Where?
My place. You better get down here, Buster.
Okay, where, Fuller?
In there. Right in there, Danny. Whew. Something, huh?
Something. That would about do it. The bruised face, the hair tumbling against the tortured throat, the body suspended from a tarnished light fixture, the scarf of many colors that held it there, hanging, clockwise around, then reversed itself. Around, head bowed down in some coy dance. The name was Jenny Dorset.
You were listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. There's this about Broadway. It's got pride, big pride. It's proud the way it can ferret out secrets. The secret between a man and his wife, for instance, or a man and himself. Broadway paid for it, kid. That gives Broadway a right to get on the radio and on the street corners and scream the secret to 8 million people. The one juicy secret I was denying Broadway, just for a little while, just long enough to get police work done without Broadway's biographers drooling at my shoulder. The secret of a girl named Jenny Dorset. A girl hanging from a light fixture. The secret of the doctor examining her. The secret of the men photographing her, bemused by the movement of her suspended body, wondering at what speed, at what lens opening best to catch the swing of death. They wave the doctor away and he comes over to you.
Danny, a cigarette? I left mine back.
Yeah, sure. Here, Dr. Sinsky.
Thank you. That makes the carton I owe you. Remind me,
How long, Doctor? Like that?
An hour. She's been dead an hour. Think she must have begged for death longer than that.
Huh?
You must have seen her, Danny, the way she was beaten. Her face, her throat, the body, too. Oh, the piece of cloth clenched in her hand.
Hawaiian print from her husband's shirt. I've seen it before.
She must have pleaded with him to kill her. To stop hitting her and to kill her. Oh, Danny. You and me, what are we doing in this?
Yeah. And it's kind of disgusting, isn't it, Buster?
Huh? Who are you?
No offense, Buster. I just mean it's disgusting the way Billy beat Jenny up and then hanged her. That's all.
George Fuller. Dr. Sinsky, there's his place. He found Jenny like this, he told me. Called me up on the telephone to tell me he found her.
Yeah, that's me. George Fuller, fight manager, promoter, all-round good guy. Don't go away, Doc. Everybody says George Fuller's a good guy. Oh, the Doc don't care.
One thing, George. How come Jenny was here in your place?
You think I killed her? You think I could do a thing like that to Jenny?
That's not what I asked.
You couldn't be wronger, Buster. The Doc said it was an hour ago, didn't he? An hour ago, an hour before that. And an hour before that, I was at Sal Boone's gym. A lot of people saw me all the time, especially Sal. Ask him, Buster.
Margaret?
Yeah, Danny.
Call Sal Boone's gym. Ask him if Fuller was there tonight, an hour ago, or 2 or 3, just like he told me.
Okay, Danny.
Now the question I asked you before, George. How come Jenny was here?
I don't really know. I'm lying, Buster. I do know.
Well, tell me, George.
Patience. It's hard to tell. I don't like to tell it about Jenny. Especially now she's like that.
What about Jenny?
A fighter, Mickey Crystal, you know him? A fighter, Mickey Crystal came to me. Asked me the use of my apartment. I gave him the use. That's why Jenny was here. Sarah and Mickey had a date, and this was the only way they could meet.
Danny, Fuller was at the gym, just like he said.
Thanks, Margaret. You think Mickey, George?
I think what you think, Buster. I think Billy Dorset, her husband. Because that piece of Hawaiian shirt you found in Jenny's hand, that's Billy's shirt. You know it, Buster. I think he found out about Jenny and Mickey Crystal, and he...
Yeah. Margaret, I'm going after...
Don't go after Billy to his home, Danny. He ain't there.
No?
No, I called to tell him about Jenny here. He wasn't home. Try to Bel Air, Fleabag on West 47th. That's where Billy holds up when he's had a strain. Try there, Buster.
$2 a day, mister. And that'll be right now because it's in advance, whatever you got on your mind.
My name's Danny Clover. I'm...
Danny Clover, huh? Well, that's a twist.
Police.
Uh-uh.
Makes a difference, huh?
Oh, I don't know. A policeman once slept in.
I'm looking for a man named Billy Dorset.
Dorset, eh? Ain't had a Dorset in here since...
Let's see the register. Let's see it.
You got it.
Right here, a man registered at 1 o'clock this morning.
Where do you see that?
Right here. Can't make out his name.
Couldn't be Dorset. Dorset starts with a D. This name don't start with nothing in the alphabet. Unless they changed it since I've been to school.
What room did you give him?
14. Down there. Turn right.
Thanks.
Hey, don't turn left, mister. Turn right.
I'll never know who opened that door. Me or whoever was on the other side of it. There's a second when I felt it open too easily to my pressure. The second when I stepped inside the room. Stepped inside a plane. It lasted for all the time left in the world.
What's over, huh?
Help me up.
Yeah, sure. Take it easy now.
Did you see? Oh, no, you wouldn't. How long have I been here?
2 hours ago, you look better. You need your bed, mister. That's what you need. Bed.
The man was right. Bed was something I could use, but right now it would take the time I needed. I went back to headquarters and sent out an all-points bulletin on Billy Dorset. I waited. I dozed. I waited some more. Dozed. The dawn from my office window woke me up. I pulled down the blinds. Dozed. At 10:30, the headache caught up with me. It was composed of several things. Among them, the fact that Billy Dorset hadn't been picked up, and the thought maybe Billy Dorset hadn't killed his wife. It was all so pat, so easy. Easy as the call I had to make.
Danny, 11 o'clock in the morning. Who's alive at 11 except Chicklins and her mother, Malabo? Danny Clover also?
I want Mickey Crystal. Is he here, Saul?
Danny, what happened to your wholesome face, your classic head? Who's been at him, Danny?
Mickey Crystal here? That's all I want, Saul. Mickey now, the big tears later.
Oh, he's in the dressing room, Danny. Number 3. Boys rubbing him down. Mickey had a hard night.
3? That way?
Uh-huh. That ain't sporting what they did to your face, Danny. Whatever it is that stands there watching me, boy, tell her to go away.
Me, Mickey. Danny Clover. Turn over. Sit up.
Oh, go away.
Do like I say, Mickey.
Okay. Turn me over, boy. Now sit me up. Yeah, keep working on the neck. Oh, good.
Where were you last night, Mickey?
You ask as a friend?
As a policeman who's hungry for a murderer. Where were you?
In that case, I'll tell you. We'll find out anyway. I was out of town.
Where out of town?
In Harrisburg, PA. I flew down.
You're lying.
Oh, along the spine now, boy. Oh, I can feel along the spine.
Where were you?
You think they hit me, Mr. Clover? Don't. Because I was in Harrisburg last night. When you find out that I tell the truth, you're going to be sorry.
You're at George Fuller's apartment with Jenny, where Jenny was beaten and murdered.
Who told you?
Is that where you were?
I was supposed to be. I asked to be. After I got back from Harrisburg, I was looking forward to it. But I never got out of Harrisburg, not till dawn.
Prove it, Mickey.
You'll prove it. With the Palomar Arena, Harrisburg, PA.
What happened to keep you there all night?
An accident.
Tell me about it.
I hit a man too hard. You don't believe, check. You'll do that, huh? Check.
So I did. I checked. Went back to the office and sent a wire to Harrisburg. Then I waited. The time I needed. Time for the clean sheet of white paper. And the questions to be written down on it. And the doodles. And crumple it up and mist the waste paper basket with it. Another clean white piece of paper. Now it looks like Billy killed his wife, motive jealousy. But who killed Jack Jorno? Motive maybe the same. Not Billy. He had an alibi. The connection between the two murders, the common denominator. What?
Take your head out of your hands, Danny. It's me.
Oh. Hello, Gino.
Come with a message from Harrisburg.
Okay, let's have it.
Briefly, this. Mickey Crystal did indeed fight in Harrisburg last night at the Palomar Arena.
Go on.
He won the fight so decisively, his opponent did not get up after he was knocked down. Mickey was held till said opponent was out of danger. Towards morning, they let Mickey go, received a purse of $500, and so forth and so forth.
Call me with a so forth, huh?
Yeah. Sincerely yours, the management, Palomar Arena, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Ask a foolish question.
Your head still hurt, then?
Yeah, a little.
You figure this Billy Dorset did it to you? We got a pickup out on him, but no action. Billy Dorset, huh, Danny?
Someone who knew how to use his fist. Probably Billy.
Well, forgive for intruding upon your brain, Danny, but how did Billy know his wife was in Mr. Fuller's apartment when she was? Who told him that?
Who told Billy Dorset his wife was at Mr. Fuller's place?
You're repeating myself.
Only one man, Gino. Just one man.
That beer's all gone out of the icebox now, Danny. All you count off, Danny.
Don't bother, George.
You look like a man with a problem, Buster. I'll bet the problems you police...
My problem for the day is over.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, Danny. So, which mine were?
I'm one of your bigger ones, huh?
I slipped? Did I do that?
There wasn't anything you could help.
I'm glad to hear it. I'd hate myself if it worked out. I slipped.
You told me Mickey had a date with Jenny.
So?
You told her husband, too. Her husband was a fine murder weapon, George.
So that makes him a murderer.
Uh-huh, that's right. You, too.
Figure it for me. Will you? Well, Billy boy, just talking about you. Come in. Make it a party. Sit down.
Yeah, we've been looking for you, Billy. Come in.
George asked me first. He even said sit down. Anyhow, I'm tired and I want to sit down.
Uh-huh.
George said sit down, and while you were saying uh-huh, George pointed a gun in your back.
Huh?
A little insurance until we close our deal.
You going to buy me, George?
Name your price, but try to keep it low. Remember, but I'm not too loaded.
You're going to give me Billy as the murderer?
Him? Money, too. Do it this way, then. He killed his wife. We all agree to that, right? Don't we, Billy? We all agree.
Yeah. Yeah, I killed her. You wanted me to, didn't you, George?
But you killed Jorno, didn't you, George?
As long as we're making a deal, Danny, yeah, I killed him. I needed to prove something to Jenny. Something to make me attractive to her. The kind of woman she was.
And it didn't work out. Did she laugh at you, George, like she's been laughing at me?
Oh, laughed at you, huh? That's why you called Billy here and said she was meeting a man at your apartment, so he'd kill her.
You know what, Billy? This policeman is the only man who knows we're both murderers. I've got the gun. You can do to him what you did to Jenny, and it'll be easier.
We can try. We can really try.
Don't be a fool, Billy.
Billy. Billy. Him. The policeman. Don't be crazy. Billy, try. Stop here, you crazy guy. Thanks. I'll fix you. Fix you. You never had brains. You never had any.
Drop the gun. Drop it.
There. He was crazy, Billy. Crazy. All because of Jenny. A woman like that. You loved a woman like that.
There's a time on Broadway when the crowd gives up, goes home. The lights buzz fitful, die. Then it's a street of dim moonlight and dark whispers. The wind of the night, the wind that scatters everything gently. Yesterday's headlines, yesterday's dreams, yesterday's people. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, The lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat. Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliot Lewis with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. States Armed Forces Radio